Hee. An extraordinarily peculiar laughter resonated throughout the classroom. All eyes turned toward the back row, adorned with expressions of bewilderment. A boy was sprawled over his desk, incessantly emitting strange chuckles, his body trembling with excitement. Chen Shu, the teacher at the podium's complexion darkened immediately, his voice icy. Yet, only the hee-hee laughter responded to him. Class teacher Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. Clutching a piece of chalk, he hurled it directly at Chen Shu. Whoosh! As anticipated, the chalk struck precisely at Chen Shu's deskmate. Teacher Li. Zhang Dali wore a look of grievance, bewildered that he could be caught in the crossfire while seated. Wait, Chen Shu. Li Yuan, however, remained unfazed. Chen Shu. Zhang Dali could only comply, nudging his deskmate. Stop messing around. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shu continued to sway his body, accompanied by his lewd laughter. Seeing this spectacle, Li Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim, on the verge of eruption. Zhang Dali realized he had to take action. Class is over. Zhang Dali whispered. Let's go. Chen Shu's response was almost instinctive, his body immediately straightening, even kicking his chair back a bit. Witnessing this scene, the classmates couldn't suppress their snickers. Having just awakened, Chen Shu's senses were dulled, his expression one of confusion. It was merely the end of class. Was it worth such loud laughter? Could they not remain as composed as he? He rubbed his bleary eyes and suddenly found a large, dark face occupying his field of vision. What the heck? He exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, Chen Shu regained his senses, his body jolting awake. Good morning, Teacher Li. Had a sweet dream? Li Yuan's face was as dark as coal, raising concerns of spontaneous combustion. No, Chen Shu hurriedly shook his head, seemingly recalling a scene from his dream, and chuckled once more. Li Yuan inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his anger. Brother, you truly are fearless. Beside him, Zhang Dali's eyes brimmed with admiration, practically revering his classmate as an idol. Chen Shu also composed himself, stifling his laughter, remaining silent. Why do you sleep during class? Li Yuan's expression was stern. As a student, is it not reasonable for me to doze off during math class? Chen Shu couldn't help but think. Yet seeing Li Yuan's furious countenance, he refrained from voicing it. Li Yuan glared, and after a moment, as if struck by a thought, he ceased his fury. Returning to the podium, he pointed at the blackboard. What is the answer to the problem I just explained? Get it wrong, and you're out of the classroom. Chen Shu's body trembled, rubbing his eyes. However, upon seeing the question on the board, he was instantly bewildered. What is the incantation for the Beastmaster's contract spirit during the early revival era? Chen Shu wore a blank expression, philosophical questions swirling in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth is this? Wasn't this supposed to be a math class? Wasn't Black Whirlwind Li Kuei the math teacher? Noticing Chen Shu's dazed demeanor, Li Yuan's expression darkened further, his grip on the chalk crumbling under pressure, his anger surging to the boiling point, ready to unleash a lethal strike. At that moment, Chen Shu knew he had to utter an answer to salvage the situation. Incantation. Incantation. Finally, he tentatively spoke. Odd changes even remain unchanged symbols. Observe the quadrants? Smack. Li Yuan could no longer hold back, slamming his palm on the desk. What the hell is that? Teacher Li, don't be angry. Give me another chance. Chen Shu quickly interjected, hoping to temporarily quell the class teacher's wrath. QA questions exceed my knowledge range. Multiple choice questions are my forte. Multiple choice. Do you only know how to do multiple choice questions? Li Yuan bellowed, his voice shaking the very ground beneath them. Ding! Beastmaster choice system successfully activated. The voice resonating in Chen Shu's mind left him utterly flabbergasted. Immediately, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Honestly admit the mistake and promise not to repeat it. Reward for completion. A small amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2. Spread his hands and sincerely say, I intended to interact with you as a top student, but all I received was alienation. I confess, I'm a poor student, I know nothing. Reward for completion. Low-grade fire potion. Option 3. Remain silent, bowing his head without a word. Reward for completion. Contract Spirit Obedience 1. Protagonist Halo? Though Chen Shu was bewildered, his reflexes were sharp. This was clearly a protagonist treatment. It appeared he merely needed to make a choice to receive various rewards. Although he had no idea what these rewards would be used for, he thought, why not? Just choose and be done with it. Glancing at the options, he quickly reached a conclusion. The rewards for the three options seemed rather modest, terms like small amount, low grade, and one felt too trivial. What a stingy system. While the rewards appeared inferior, the low-grade fire potion likely had the best effect. As for the content of the options, Chen Shu was indifferent. He only cared about the rewards. The world always demands men to be fearless. Moreover, adhering to the universal principle of two short, one long, he should opt for the second choice. With calm composure, Chen Shu looked at Li Yuan, surveying each person in the room as if he were inspecting his subordinates. Just short of clasping his hands behind his back and adopting an official tone. Then he spread his hands, adopting a serious expression. I intended to interact with everyone as a top student, but all I received was alienation. At this juncture, Chen Shu sighed. I confess, I am a poor student. I know nothing. Silence. A deathly silence. Even the air within the classroom seemed to solidify. Everyone turned to Chen Shu, their eyes brimming with admiration. A paragon among us? Who in the grade would dare to charge at the black whirlwind? This was akin to standing at the forefront of a storm, grasping the very rotation of the sun and moon. Chen Shu, come with me to the office. Li Yuan's expression suddenly grew calm, yet it was oppressively heavy. As Li Yuan exited the classroom, Chen Shu adjusted his shirt while the voice echoed in his mind. Choice successful. Reward obtained. Low-grade fire potion. Due to the host's extraordinary bravery, an additional reward has been granted. Contract Spirit Obedience 1. The potion has been automatically placed into the system space. Chen Shu stepped forward slowly, emerging from the classroom like a warrior preparing for battle. Meanwhile, all his classmates stood in salute, as if awaiting his triumphant return. A bloody storm was about to commence. Once the two departed, the chatter among the students erupted. What's going on? Has Chun Dapi taken his medicine? So brave? This is simply a provocation of Black Whirlwind's authority. Even the prodigies of the Beastmaster class wouldn't dare act so recklessly. Dolly, what's happening? Your Chen Peace desk mate, do you know what's going on? Though Chen Shu's name appeared dignified, his behavior was far too mischievous. His thought process not aligning with that of normal individuals, hence earning him the nickname Chen Pai. Zhang Dali stood tall, a look of pride upon his face. Of course, my desk mate is no ordinary person. I've always said he's incredibly brave. Chapter 2. My worldview has crumbled today. Everyone is ready with stretchers. We must carry him back. Each person wears a solemn expression. If it were anyone else who dared to provoke the black whirlwind like this, they would surely be deemed mentally unstable. But as for Chen Shu, occasional abnormality is quite normal. So, what's the matter? Li Yuan settled into his office chair and lit a cigarette. Teacher Li, I might be having some mental issues lately. You've used that excuse 23 times. Come up with a different one. Chen Shu replied. Li Yuan took a drag of his cigarette, squinting at Chen Shu. You really don't understand today's problems on the board? Though he appeared robust and burly, Li Yuan was remarkably attentive, easily spotting Chen Shu's confusion at that moment. That question was merely the most fundamental of basics, something even an elementary school student could solve. Teacher, I truly don't understand. I don't even know what a Beast-Master is. He merely took a nap in class, and the world had transformed. The familiar subjects of language, mathematics, and foreign languages had vanished, replaced by a hodgepodge of strange beast mastery knowledge, and he had inexplicably awakened a bizarre system. Fortunately, today was Saturday, and tomorrow was the weekend, so you can rest for a day. Surprisingly, Li Yuan did not make things difficult for Chen Shu. He may appear irritable, but he has a heart of gold, especially since he knows Chen Shu's father. Thank you, Teacher Li. Chen Shu picked up the leave request form from the desk and turned to leave. He indeed needed some time to adjust. In just a moment's sleep, he felt as though his worldview had collapsed. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for can come true. Chen Shu whistled as he gazed at the empty school. It was class time, so naturally, no students were present. Although the world had changed, the familiar faces remained unchanged. Chen Shu decided to adapt to the situation, especially since he had awakened a system, which was evidently a good thing. Classmate, it's class time. Why are you wandering around the school? A teacher spotted Chen Shu loitering. I'm sick. Gazing at the spirited figure departing, Fang Ke remarked with pride in his tone, looks like he's really unwell. Chen Shu quickly rode a shared bicycle back home. Son, are you all right? Upon entering the house, his mother asked with concern. It was clear that the homeroom teacher, Li Yuan, had called home in advance. "Mom, I'm fine." Just a bit bewildered as Chen Shu returned home, a thought suddenly struck him. By the way, Mom, is it 2021 now? What nonsense are you talking? It's the 980th year of the revival era.it seemed he had not fully recovered yet. Chen Shu rubbed his temples and turned back to his room. Although the world had transformed, technology remained unchanged. To understand the state of the world, the internet was undoubtedly the best option. Chen Shu skillfully booted up his computer and brewed himself a steaming cup of coffee. Let us see what in the world is going on. He continuously browsed through online news articles. He thought he was prepared, but he still found it hard to contain himself. Shocking. A certain celebrity Beastmaster has been embroiled in a scandal. Embarking on a path of pure imprisonment, the glory of Beastmasters has launched a new season, waiting for you to battle. A new dimensional portal has appeared at Qingyuan Mountain in Bailey City, where ferocious beasts primarily of the wind attribute await the arrival of various Beastmasters. Hot topic. The CEO of Fei Sun Group has broken through to become a king-level Beastmaster. With a new contract spirit being the SS-grade Extreme Ice Emperor Penguin, Chen Shu moved the mouse with his right hand while rubbing his temples with his left. My head is killing me. After several hours, Chen Shu's worldview continued to collapse and rebuild, until finally, he gained a basic understanding of the world. The world had drastically changed. Random dimensional portals now appeared in various cities. Within the borders of Huagua alone, there were hundreds of dimensional portals, each housing a variety of ferocious beasts with danger levels that were off the charts. However, humanity also had countermeasures, namely the Beastmasters. Everyone could undergo an awakening ceremony at the age of 15. If one could unlock their beast mastery talent and sign a contract with an interdimensional being, they had the hope of becoming a Beastmaster. Powerful Beastmasters could command their contracted spirits in battle, guarding the dimensional portals and protecting all of humanity. This naturally granted Beastmasters a high social status. "Son, it's time for dinner." Chen Shu, still clutching his coffee, stumbled out. "What's wrong with this child?" His mother touched his forehead with concern. Just then, his father, Chun Ping, returned home from work. "Son, I heard you were sick. I brought you a big gift, just in time for the pharmacy promotion." With that, he tossed a large bag of assorted medications onto the sofa. "Dad, can you be a bit more reliable? You make it sound like you bought snacks." Chun Shu's lips twitched. That pile of medicine seemed to treat every ailment except for his. By the way, Mom and Dad, are you Beastmasters? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. After several hours online, the term Beastmaster had left the strongest impression on him, and of course, your father works at a Beastmaster organization. Chen Ping replied proudly while producing a red gift box from his hand. "This is a reward for my workplace, a low-grade fire potion." Chen Shu gazed at the exquisite bottle containing the red liquid, then glanced at the red coffee in his hand. "Is this potion very precious?" He swallowed nervously. "Of course. The fire potion can permanently enhance the fire attribute of a contracted spirit. This bottle is probably worth several thousand." Chen Ping carefully stored the potion away. "Of course, it's useless for our family. We'll sell it later to supplement our household expenses." "Son, what are you drinking? Why is it so red?" Chen Ping suddenly noticed the red coffee in Chen Shu's hand. Nothing. Chen Shu gulped down the coffee in one go. He hadn't expected that the low-grade fire potion awarded by the system was worth so much. He had only answered a multiple-choice question and had received a reward worth several thousand. Unfortunately, there was no hot water at home in the afternoon, so he had used it to make coffee. No wonder Chen Shu felt a warm sensation in his body. "Dad, is it okay for people to drink this? What do people need this for? That would be purely insane." Chen Shu wore an expression of exasperation, yet aside from feeling warm, he experienced no other side effects, so he decided not to dwell on it. "Dad, since you are a Beastmaster, you must have a contracted spirit, right?" "Of course, that's my contracted spirit." With that, his father pointed to the fish tank in the living room, where a small red fish swam back and forth. Chen Shu. The fish that had been kept in the house for so many years was actually his father's contracted spirit? Chapter 3. I am destined to become the Beastmaster King. Is this fish strong? Chen Shu scrutinized the little fish. Could it be a super ferocious beast that would reveal its true form in times of crisis? Strong? Your father is a level 1 Beastmaster. That fish just has a long lifespan? Nothing different from other fish. Then why are you so proud? Chen Shu hung his head. The ranks of Beastmasters range from 1 to 9, and above level 9, they are further divided into black iron, silver, gold, and the unattainable king level. A level 1 beast master is equivalent to an ordinary person. Their contracted spirit is merely a pet for observation. You little rascal, you're still at 0 level. What are you bragging about? Am I also a beast master? Chen Shu exclaimed in surprise. Having a contracted spirit means you are a beast master. His father, Chen Ping, replied matter-of-factly. Then what is my contracted spirit? At that moment, his mother brought in a bowl of steaming rib soup and tossed Chen Shu a slime toy. This is the contracted spirit you signed at the age of 15. Chen Shu's forehead broke out in black lines as he toyed with the slime figurine in his hand. Does our family have any normal contracted spirits? What nonsense are you talking? You little brat, eat. His father slapped the back of Chen Shu's head. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. Name: Golden Slime Personality, Lazy. Kind Attribute, Versatile Creature Race, Special Class Talent, Drowsiness. Can fall into a long sleep state, defense increases, skill, charge, rush forward madly, damage depends on the weight of both parties. Please do not use against enemies over 10 pounds. Potential rating, F. Contracted Host, Chen Shu, 0 level Beast Master Talent, Ordinary. This slime was indeed his contracted spirit. A look of sorrow crossed Chen Shu's face. Such talent, such skills. He rubbed the slime's head, feeling as if he was squeezing a large piece of jellied. To be fair, the texture was quite nice. The ability to view one's own contracted spirit panel was not a result of the system but rather a rule of this world, where everyone could see the panel of their own contracted spirit, gooey. As if sensing its owner's affection, the slime awakened from its slumber, opening its big eyes, appearing incredibly gentle as it rubbed against Chen Shu's hands. Although it was a golden slime, its hue resembled a dull yellow, and from a distance, it looked like a moving pile of excrement. Dad, since I have a contracted spirit, why wasn't I placed in the Beast Master class? On the little yellow panel, wasn't the reason written down? No. In the column for potential rating, son. It's all right. Even if you are in the ordinary class, you can still excel, his mother consoled, placing a piece of rib on his plate. Chen Shu sighed, thinking that perhaps it was possible before, but now it was definitely out of the question. The college entrance examination for ordinary students was based on cultural knowledge, a significant portion of which pertained to beast-taming. Presently, Chen Shu found himself at a loss for words, his mind a blank slate. No, I must enroll in the beast-taming class. No matter what happens, I cannot allow anything to hinder my path to becoming a beast master. After all, I have traversed realms and awakened a system. How could I settle for an ordinary existence? He resolved firmly, and suddenly 2 options appeared before him. Option 1. Inform parents that I must attend the beast-taming class. Reward, moderate beast power. Option 2. Promise parents that I will definitely get into a prestigious university for ordinary students, striving to become an ordinary person. Reward, 10 million cash, loss of beast-taming talent. What the heck? Chen Shu's previously steadfast belief crumbled in an instant. The rewards were simply too enticing. Dad, if given the choice between 10 million cash and becoming a powerful beast master, what would you choose? Children make choices. Adults know it's all nonsense. Chen Ping looked at him as if he were a fool. Ahem. You are indeed quite rational. Chen Shu coughed awkwardly, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Dad, I want to attend the beast-taming class. He expected immediate opposition from his parents, especially since he was already in the 2nd semester of his sophomore year. On the brink of entering his senior year, in any world, the senior year was crucial. Suddenly switching classes would be akin to changing from liberal arts to science, making it impossible to achieve the desired university within a year. Suddenly, his father, who had been focused on his meal, burst into laughter. Chen Shu was at a loss for words, realizing that his personality was entirely inherited from his father. Can't you be serious for once? This is your son's lifelong affair. Son, stop messing around, eat your food. Chen Shu rubbed his temples. Dad, I truly want to become a beast master. Being an ordinary person is not my aspiration. He was ready to give up 10 million in cash. He was destined to be a king of beasts. Seeing the serious expression on Chen Shu's face, Chen Ping suddenly ceased his laughter. Do you truly wish to study it? Yes. All right, then go ahead. Chen Shu was taken aback, finding it surprisingly easy. Old Chen, what are you doing, messing around? His mother interjected. This father-son duo was too reckless. Since my son has a desire, as a father, I naturally support it. His mother appeared to recall something and ceased her opposition. Chen Shu sighed in relief, realizing he had not encountered the imagined difficulties. However, since his parents had so easily agreed, could it be that he was an invisible rich second-generation heir, destined to inherit the family business regardless of his choice? Dad, tell me honestly, am I a rich second generation? Chen Shu asked hopefully. I used to ask your grandfather the same question. His father Chen Ping scoffed. Chen Shu, next Monday, I will go to school and speak to the teacher. The food is getting cold, eat up. Chen Ping suppressed his son's unfounded ideas. Over the weekend, Chen Shu remained sequestered in his room, utterly immersed in his studies. On Monday, at Nanjing City Second High School. You want to transfer Chen Shu to the Beast-Taming class? Li Yuan, known as the Black Whirlwind, frowned deeply. Transferring classes in the second semester of sophomore year was a significant matter. Old Chen? It is not that I don't support you, but if he transfers, Chen Shu will likely be finished in 1 year. He cannot possibly become an excellent beast master. Oldly, you needn't worry about that. My son has a contract spirit and beast-taming talent, which already meets the requirements for the beast-taming class. Chen Ping and Li Yuan had been classmates, maintaining a good relationship over the years. At this moment, Li Yuan felt quite anxious about Chen Shu's future. No. To get into a prestigious university for beast-taming, there are requirements for the level of beast-master. Li Yuan resolutely shook his head, handing Chen Ping a cigarette. Chen Ping's beast-taming talent is ordinary. In a year, he can at most reach a level 2 beast master, and he won't even qualify for an ordinary beast university. Mr. Li, let me interrupt. Chen Shu suddenly spoke up. Chapter 4. You can all call me Uncle Chen. By the way, my current beast-taming level is already level 1. Upon hearing this, both men turned to look. With a flick of his mind, a golden slime appeared in his hand. Every beast master has their own unique beast space, where the contract spirit usually resides. Previously, Chen Shu had merely treated the slime as a decorative pet, keeping it at home. Indeed, both men sensed the slime's strength, confirming it had become a level 1 contract spirit. As a beast master's level increases, the strength of the contract spirit also rises, along with all its attributes. If the potential rating of the contract spirit is high, it may even awaken new talents or skills. After making his last choice, Chen Shu received the reward of moderate beast power, allowing him to advance to a level 1 beast master. Oldly, is there still a problem now? Chen Ping had not expected his son to elevate his level so effortlessly. It seemed that Chen Shu was indeed serious about this. Well, since you both are so insistent, I will inform the school. The father and son duo left the office contentedly. I truly wonder if this is a good or bad thing. Li Yuan sighed, preparing to smoke another cigarette. Hey, where's my lighter? Damn it, old Chen has swiped it again. When Chen Shu returned to class, a throng of classmates surrounded him, showering him with concern. Upon confirming that Chen Ping was unscathed, disappointment washed over the crowd. They had anticipated a feast, but alas, I even wanted to sit at the table with the kid. Zhang Dali sighed, wearing a disappointed expression. Feast? What a load of nonsense. Chen Shu teased Zhang Dali as he made his way to his usual seat. Did the Black Whirlwind give you a hard time? Someone inquired, and of course he did. Chen Shu replied to him, Li insisted I join the beast-taming class, but I told him I didn't want to. I just want to be an ordinary person. I have no interest in becoming strong, but he kept persuading me. Get lost? His classmates retorted in unison, turning back to their seats and ignoring him. Witnessing this, Chen Shu laughed even more heartily, exclaiming, in the northwestern sky, a cloud appears, truly like a phoenix among crows. All he received in return was a chorus of disdainful gazes from his classmates. Clearly, they were accustomed to Chen Shu's character, and it would be better to call him Chen Pai or Chen Jian. Ding ding ding, the bell rang for class. The students straightened up, pulling out their textbooks in anticipation of a lesson. However, the teacher who entered was not the Black Whirlwind but a refined male teacher. Which of you is Chen Shu? Step forward. Chen Shu slowly rose, deliberately coughing a few times to assert his presence before striding towards the classroom door. That must be the teacher from the beast-taming class. Could it be that Chen Pai really intends to transfer? It certainly felt real. He already possessed beast-taming talent, but his contract spirits rating was too low, which was why he had chosen to give up. It seemed that the industry had lost another troublemaker. The students whispered amongst themselves, and the atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably. Oh, is it you? Feeling better? The male teacher outside was none other than teacher Fong Ku, who had seen Chen Shu wandering last Saturday. He was also the head of the Beast-Taming Class 5. Chen Shu pondered for a moment before replying. Well, not completely, but better. Fang Ke rolled his eyes. Oldly asked me to inform you. In the afternoon, pack your books and report directly to Beast-Taming Class 5. Teacher, why Class 5? What about the head of Class 1? Are you kidding me? Fang Ke finally lost his patience. The first class for beast-taming is reserved for the top students in the grade. Every student's contract spirit must be at least AD grade. Unlike ordinary students, competition in the beast-taming classes is fierce. There are 5 classes in total, divided according to students' overall performance, aimed at fostering a competitive spirit among students to urge them to enhance their abilities. Chen Shu had initially aimed for beast-taming Class 1, which was nothing but a pipe dream. To even get into Class 5 was a significant challenge. Chen Shu sighed. If it was Class 5? So be it. After all, his strength would eventually rise. One choice had made him a level 1 Beastmaster, so a few more selections should surely lead to his ascension. By afternoon, Chen Shu had packed all his belongings and waited outside the classroom of Beast-Taming Class 5. Classmates, today, we welcome a new student to Beast-Taming Class 5. He is Chen Shu from the ordinary class. Please welcome him. Fang Ke, wearing black-framed glasses, announced, gesturing for Chen Shu to enter. Hello everyone, I am Chen Shu from Ordinary Class 3. Chen Shu stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority as if he were a leader inspecting his team. I am healthy, handsome, and have no bad habits. I am also well-versed in language, mathematics, and the sciences, known as the immaculate young man, honest and reliable. If you all don't mind, you can call me Uncle Chen or simply Chen. The classroom was enveloped in an unsettling silence, and it was unexpected to hear such absurdity from the self-introduction of the other party. Enough! Enough! A forced smile adorned Fang Ke's face, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It seemed that all manner of peculiar characters had gathered in the Beast-Master Class 5, making the group increasingly difficult to manage. Teacher, I have not yet finished my introduction, Chen Shu's voice interjected. Fang Ke gestured towards a seat at the back of the classroom, hoping to avoid further outbursts from Chen Shu. As anticipated, Chen Shu was indeed not someone to be underestimated, just as Laoli had warned. Chen Shu appeared regretful. He had meticulously prepared a self-introduction of 1,000 words, laden with compliments, only to find himself denied the opportunity to present it. He returned to his seat, clutching a stack of books, and several peers turned to acknowledge him. Chen Shu responded with a warm smile and a nod, exuding approachability. The number of students in the Beast-Master class was fixed at 24, but with Chen Shu's arrival, Class 5 had become uniquely special within the grade. Class is now in session. Chen Shu, as the new transfer student, I hope you can quickly catch up with the class's pace, Fang Ke said, regaining his serious demeanor as he commenced the afternoon lessons. Take out 3 years of Beast Mastery, 5 years to success. Today, we will tackle a set of test questions from it, which will constitute this month's assessment. I expect everyone to approach it with the utmost seriousness. The title sounded oddly off, evoking a sense of inexplicable pressure. Chen Shu muttered to himself. Chapter 5. A warning from the top scholar. The test comprised a comprehensive set of questions divided into 4 main sections: history, geography, biology, and materials. Unlike Chen Shu's previous knowledge, these subjects were all related to beast mastery. For instance, history revolved around the events of the revival era spanning 900 years, encompassing various wars, upheavals, and reforms. Geography dealt with the locations of dimensional gateways around the world and the climatic characteristics within those dimensions. Biology focused on the behavior and combat traits of ferocious creatures residing in these alternate realms. As for materials, the curriculum centered on the appearance, characteristics, and value of rare substances found within these dimensions. The knowledge covered in high school was extensive, but primarily foundational. Deeper study was reserved for university, a notion akin to that of previous worlds. As the afternoon wore on, the melodious sound of the dismissal bell chimed. Chen Shu hastily scribbled down his answers, finally completing the multiple-choice questions. If all went well, he should score in the double digits. He sighed, finding the content to be as inscrutable as ancient texts. All right, please submit your papers. You may head home now, Fang Ke announced, rising to speak. Unlike ordinary students, Beast Masters did not have evening study sessions. Instead, they engaged in cultivating their beast mastery energy. The enhancement of this energy required individuals to absorb the spiritual forces present in nature. The so-called revival era actually referred to the era of spiritual energy resurgence. 980 years ago, spiritual power began to manifest on the planet, leading to the emergence of Beastmasters. To increase one's strength, continuous cultivation of beast mastery energy was essential, a fact that remained unchanged for individuals from both ordinary and prominent families. Naturally, those with connections would utilize various potions and cultivate in environments rich in spiritual energy to accelerate their progress. As the students submitted their papers and departed the classroom, Chen Shu was about to leave when a voice suddenly called out, "Chen Shu, stop!" Turning around, he saw a boy clad in a black t-shirt with arms crossed, staring at him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Ming." Wang Ming approached slowly, his expression menacing. Several boys gathered around, rolling up their sleeves, creating an immediate sense of intimidation. Is bullying about to ensue? Chen Shu thought, mentally preparing himself for various scenarios. Should I shout and run? Or simply sprint away? This is Beast Master Class 5, and I advise you not to be a troublemaker, lest you disrupt our learning. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite, Wang Ming warned, drawing closer to Chen Shu. What? Disrupt learning? Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback, feeling utterly bewildered. Was he genuinely being cautioned against impacting the class's studies? What a peculiar situation. Had the students of the Beast Master class attained such a level of consciousness? Do you understand? Wang Ming pressed, his brow furrowing as he reiterated his warning. I understand. I understand all too well. Chen Shu nodded vigorously, appearing quite compliant. That's good that I am the class president of Beast Master Class 5. If anyone from another class bothers you, feel free to inform me, Wang Ming affirmed, nodding, his demeanor shifting to one of camaraderie. Clearly, maintaining a tough exterior was quite taxing for him. What he had anticipated to be a violent confrontation turned out to be an unexpected encouragement from a top student. Chen Shu shook his head, preparing to return home to cultivate his beast mastery energy. Evening cultivation was voluntary, as the school did not enforce mandatory training. However, regardless of one's background, every student diligently cultivated their skills. While academic performance in the Beast Master program could vary, the level of one's beasts could not be low, as it was a critical criterion for college entrance examinations. Each year, the tuition for the Beast Master program amounted to tens of thousands. Not including various additional expenses, students from ordinary families naturally needed to work hard to achieve success, justifying their family sacrifices, while those from affluent backgrounds would strive even harder to elevate their family's status and seamlessly inherit their wealth. Chen Shu rode a shared bicycle, swaying slightly as he made his way home. He hastily consumed a few bites of food before eagerly diving into the cultivation of his beast mastery energy. The methods of cultivation were widely known, but whether one possessed the talent was another matter entirely. This child. Chen Shu's mother shook her head, surprised by her son's fervor. In his bedroom, Chen Shu sat cross-legged, clearing his mind, attempting to sense the spiritual energy around him. 2 hours passed, yet he remained seated, continuously chanting, "Spiritual energy of heaven and earth, come quickly." Ultimately, he surrendered, completely exhausted. This cultivation was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Chen Shu sighed, realizing why high-ranking beast masters held such esteemed social status. Not everyone could endure the rigors of cultivation. Lacking any innate talent, he could only rely on the system. A few simple choices had elevated him to the rank of a level 1 beast master, equivalent to half a year of arduous training for others. Having tasted the benefits, he had lost all patience for traditional cultivation. "Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit." "What for?" "To make some choices." Disregarding his mother's confusion, Chen Shu hurriedly left the house. If he utilized the basic potions for beast masters during cultivation, his speed would significantly improve. He might as well take a look and try his luck. He pedaled towards the city center. The vibrant lights of South City's downtown illuminated the night, bustling with crowds, mirroring Chen Shu's memories of the world he once knew. Although it was merely a small city, it still radiated an air of prosperity. Beast Master Department Store. Chen Shu arrived at a department store selling various Beast Master-related items. Low-grade ice potion. Slightly enhances the ice attributes of contracted spirits. Effective only for spirits of levels 1 to 3. Price: 5,000. Low-grade flame potion. Low-grade strength potion. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? A salesperson approached, despite Chen Shu being only a level 1 beast master. His future potential was immense. Just as he prepared to speak, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Inform the salesperson that he has no money and is merely browsing. Reward for completion. Slime weight increases by 1. Option 2. Exclaim enthusiastically, I want it all. Reward for completion. 2 bottles of low-grade strength potion. Note: some risk involved. Option 3. Ask the salesperson about learning potion making and inquire if there are any opportunities. Reward. Slime defense increases by 1. Chen Shu was taken aback that even purchasing an item could trigger options. An ordinary person would undoubtedly choose the first option, avoiding any complications. If the second option hadn't indicated a risk, he would have certainly chosen it, as 2 bottles of strength potion equated to 10,000. Ultimately, Chen Shu opted for the third choice as a compromise. Chapter 6. A call to action. I would like to inquire if I can learn potion making? Chen Shu asked earnestly. He genuinely wished to acquire knowledge in this field, as the potions utilized by any beast master were exorbitantly priced. This was merely a low-grade potion, applicable only to spirits of levels 1 to 3. What would the cost of potions required by a royal-level beast master be? It was undeniably a golden opportunity. But alas, the salesperson rolled her eyes and promptly turned away. What the heck? Chen Shu did not anticipate such disdain. Could it be that his question was genuinely foolish? After wandering the department store and filing a complaint about the salesperson, he discreetly exited the shop. Although he could not afford the potions, at least his slime had gained a slight increase in defense. It seemed he needed to return home and research potion knowledge. After centuries of development, humanity's potion-making industry had matured remarkably. Chen Shu rode his bicycle back home. At that moment, he suddenly heard the desperate cries of a woman nearby. Help! Help! Turning his gaze towards a dark alley, aided by the dim streetlight, he barely discerned the situation within. He saw 2 men surrounding a woman, brandishing gleaming fruit knives, evidently in the midst of a robbery. Simultaneously, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Turn a blind eye and leave swiftly. Completion reward. A small amount of beast mastery power. Option 2. Fearless of evil. Charge forward and take down the 2 assailants. Completion reward. A large amount of beast mastery power. Note: there is a risk to life. Option 3. Prevent the criminal's actions. Completion reward. Skill book. Enlargement. In a fleeting moment, Chen Shu's thoughts raced, decisively opting for the third choice. He took a deep breath, placed his right hand on the front of the vehicle, and pointed towards the alley with his left hand. Bellowing, halt, in broad daylight, cough, cough, under the cover of darkness. How dare you break the law in public? I, Zhang Dali, shall not let you go unpunished. At that instant, Chen Shu seemed to transform into a paragon of justice, as the glow of the streetlight cloaked him in a divine aura. Yet, in the next moment, he swiftly steadied the vehicle with his left hand and propelled himself forward with the force of a whirlwind, leaving the 2 stunned assailants gaping at his retreating figure. This seamless display of action left them utterly dumbfounded. Simultaneously, a powerful song echoed from a distance. When I see injustice, I roar. After the roar, I continue forward. Is that person seriously ill? One of the assailants remarked, astonished by such an individual. Both he and his companion were taken aback. At that moment, a woman in the alley abruptly pushed past the 2 men, sprinting into the distance while dialing the police. Boss, should we chase? Chase my foot. Can't you see she's calling the police? What a day, running into all sorts of people. Meanwhile, Chen Shu hummed a carefree tune as he returned home. Clearly, the third option from the system was the most advantageous. Although the first was simple, the reward was meager, and the second offered decent rewards but came with a life-threatening risk, which Chen Shu promptly dismissed. Despite the third option appearing challenging, the system merely required him to prevent the crime, without mandating a successful intervention. After all, a mere shout sufficed for it to be considered a prevention. Indeed, as he anticipated, he successfully received his reward. A golden skill book materialized in his hands, yet it could not be browsed. He could only choose whether to use it in an instant. The skill book vanished, and the skill bar of the golden slime now featured an ability called Enlargement. Enlargement temporarily doubles one's size, with a slight decrease in speed. If combined with the slime's charge skill, it could potentially ram into an enemy weighing 20 pounds. Although it seemed of little significance, in reality, its impact was indeed minimal. Oh, Xiao Huang, when will you grow to a few thousand pounds? Chen Shu mused, rubbing the slime and shaking his head, recognizing that a first-level contracted spirit's combat power was nearly negligible. The following day, Chen Shu arrived at class, his eyes heavy with fatigue. After a sleepless night scouring the internet, he finally grasped a modicum of understanding about pharmaceuticals. IT was a legitimate profession, one of considerable social standing. Known as an apothecary, however, the first prerequisite for becoming an apothecary was obtaining a diploma in pharmaceutical studies from a prestigious university. In no wonder, the waitress had looked at him with disdain last night. It appeared that the path of apothecary was not viable for him. As Chen Shu contemplated dozing off, he noticed his homeroom teacher, Feng Ku, at the door. "Chen Shu, come to my office in an instant." Chen Shu snapped to attention and entered the office. "Here are your results from yesterday." Feng Ku's previously amiable demeanor had transformed into one of utmost severity, exuding even more pressure than a black whirlwind. With a wave of his right hand, he tossed the test paper onto the desk before Chen Shu. Momentarily stunned, Chen Shu failed to catch the paper. Lowering his gaze, he noted the score, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Teacher, I admit I've been a bit distracted lately and scored only 91. I'll work harder next time." Chen Shu feigned innocence, confidently asserting his promise. "That's actually 16. Chen Shu slightly bowed his head, picking up the test paper, realizing he had read it incorrectly. "Can you explain this? Have you spent the last 2 years playing in the mud?" Feng Ku's expression was stern. To be honest, such results exceeded his threshold of tolerance. This time, Chen Shu ranked last, with the second-to-last student scoring over 60 points. A stark disparity. At that moment, Chen Shu's expression turned blank, and once again, options appeared before him. Option 1. Honestly admit fault and assure that he will perform well next time. Completion reward, doubling of cultivation speed for 3 days. Option 2. Solemnly inform Feng Ku, there is no mud at school. Completion reward, mastery of the formulation of the strength potion, unlocking introductory pharmacy studies. Option 3. Request to retake the exam to showcase stable performance. Completion reward, medium beast mastery power. It was unexpected that Feng Ku's question would trigger the system's options. The first option was overly simple and clearly unnecessary to consider, with its reward appearing rather mundane. Without a cultivation talent, doubling his cultivation efficiency would be of little use. In contrast, the rewards from the second and third options were highly enticing. Medium beast mastery power could elevate his beast mastery level to the pinnacle of a first-level beast master, although he would still be at the bottom of the beast mastery class. The second option directly granted him mastery in the formulation of the strength potion. Chen Shu made a decisive choice, his expression serious as he stated, "There is no mud at school." "Huh?" Feng Ku momentarily appeared taken aback before quickly regaining composure. "Get back to class and copy the test paper 10 times. He had never encountered such a cheeky student, one who seemed utterly disrespectful to his teacher. Chen Shu left the office with a lightened step and a smile on his lips. Although Feng Ku had scolded him, he had already mastered the formulation of the strength potion and unlocked the system's pharmacy studies. "I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich." Chen Shu chuckled foolishly as he walked, clearly not behaving like a typical student. At that moment, a staggering figure collided with him, causing them to crash into each other. Chapter 7. The fierce Xiaobing, huh? Class monitor Wang, what happened? Chen Shu exclaimed, noticing Wang Ming's battered face, clearly having been beaten up. "Damn it, who dares bully a classmate of Chen Pai?" Chen Shu's expression turned righteous as he summoned the golden slime. "Gujajai." The golden slime growled fiercely. It was already a first-level contracted spirit, standing a formidable 3 feet tall, resembling a lump, devoid of combat power, and indeed, it was exactly that. "Chen Pai, the laws of the Huagua Beast Mastery Code prohibit summoning contracted spirits without cause. You should return to class." Wang Ming's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hurriedly interjected. "How dare you bully my classmate in broad daylight? Is there no law? Is there no justice?" Chen Shu retorted indignantly, retracting the contracted spirit for the moment. Just then, a student from the Beast Mastery Class 3 appeared nearby. Dressed in a white t-shirt with striking green hair, he sneered, "I'm the one who beat him up. What of it? A bet is a bet. This is the rule of the Beast Mastery Class." Zheng Yi smirked as he looked at Wang Ming. "Your low-grade Beast Mastery orb for this month is mine now. Remember to hand it over honestly." "Xiao Wang, I'm not targeting you. I'm saying the entire Beast Mastery Class 5 is garbage." Wang Ming clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. How dare this green-haired punk be so arrogant? Chen Shu felt compelled to intervene. Preparing to step forward, This is the territory of Class 3. You should return. Wang Ming pulled Chen Shu back into the classroom. Chen Shu shot a fierce glare at Zheng Yi but ultimately refrained from acting rashly. How did you end up in a fight? Chen Shu inquired. Based on his understanding of Wang Ming, he didn't seem like someone who would provoke trouble. I've had ongoing conflicts with him. We have a Beast Master competition every month. And the loser must hand over the school's Beast Mastery Orb. Beast Mastery Orb? I've never heard of that. Chen Shu responded, intrigued. The top 3 from each monthly exam receive a Beast Mastery Orb. No wonder I was unaware. The two supported each other back to the classroom, where several boys gathered around expressing concern. Minggu, are you all right? Evidently, everyone was aware of Wang Ming's monthly competitions. Such uselessness. I've lost 3 months in a row. A cold voice interjected, as a girl with a ponytail spoke disdainfully. She wore a white dress, her complexion fair, and her stature appeared diminutive. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl exited the classroom. Who is she? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. She's our class's academic representative, Xiaobing, Wang Ming murmured, already accustomed to her tone. AS class monitor. Losing 3 consecutive competitions had subjected Wang Ming to derision from other classes, including Class 5 of the Beast Mastery. Just then, a student shouted, big news. This afternoon after school, Xiaobing is challenging everyone in Class 3. What's going on? The academic representative is that bold. Wang Ming's expression turned serious. Sighing. Sister Xia is helping me avenge my losses. I can't believe I've been so useless against Zheng Yi. Can she win? Chen Shu wondered, glancing at Xiaobing's now empty seat, surprised by her audacity to challenge the entire class. Xiaobing had previously been in Class 1, but due to special circumstances, she was reassigned to Class 5. Her strength was assured, but Class 3 was no pushover either. Chen Shu felt a rush of excitement. This afternoon, we should all go cheer her on. If it comes to a fight, we'll join in together. Agreed. Class 5 immediately united, eager to witness the clash. The impending confrontation between the two classes stirred the entire grade, drawing the attention of teachers, yet no one intervened. It is certainly unacceptable for students of the ordinary class to engage in brawls. However, what of the Beastmaster class? Would they not indulge in a game of? At that very moment, the class bell rang. Dressed in a flowing white dress, Xia Bing returned to the classroom. Fang Ke entered shortly thereafter, casting his gaze upon the students below as he distributed the examination papers. In the previous test, the top 3 scores were achieved by Xia Bing, Wang Ming, and Li Zixuan. Having said that, Fang Ke produced 3 white orbs, brimming with potent spiritual energy. These were the lower-grade Beastmaster orbs provided by the school. Unlike other potions, these orbs could directly enhance one's inherent beast mastery, a remarkable tool indeed. Yet, their value was equally exorbitant, each costing tens of thousands and often unobtainable. Only institutions with official backing, like the school, could procure them. For students of exceptional academic performance, the annual tuition costs were undoubtedly worth every penny. Xiaobing, do exercise caution this afternoon, Fang Ke cautioned, evidently aware of the impending challenge. It's fine, Teacher Fang. The classmates will all come to spectate, Chen Shuxin declared earnestly. That's good. Chen Pai, you need not attend. Better to focus on your studies and avoid any danger. What? I'm the protagonist here. How can there be a battle without my participation? A day passed swiftly. Initially, Chen Shu intended to study, recognizing that the college entrance examination would encompass academic subjects as well. However, lacking any foundational knowledge, he felt drowsy at the sight of the textbooks. Moments later, he unwittingly succumbed to slumber. Ding-ling-ling. A melodious bell rang, and Chen Shu instinctively awoke. School was over. At that moment, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted dramatically. Xia Bing, with a blue backpack slung over her shoulder, was the first to exit the classroom, followed closely by her classmates, all heading towards the school's Beastmaster Pavilion, where designated arenas for contests were located. In addition to the 2 classes, students from the other 3 classes also came to observe. The contest arena quickly became congested with nearly 100 spectators. In the center stood a massive platform, the designated battleground for spirit contracts. Xia Bing, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but I never expected you to be so foolish as to challenge our entire class. Are your 3 Beastmaster orbs prepared? Zheng Yi remarked, his arms crossed and a mocking expression on his face. 3 Beastmaster orbs amounted to a staggering 30,000. A true gamble, and even the students of the Beastmaster class would seldom indulge in such extravagance. Enough with the chatter. Xia Bing retorted disdainfully, instantly summoning her spirit contract. With a resonant roar, a brilliantly blue ice wolf materialized, its body measuring an impressive 2 meters in length, radiating frost and instantly intimidating the crowd. A 5th-level Beastmaster? Gasped the onlookers below. A 5th-level Beastmaster was indeed considered a top-tier student in the Beastmaster class, likely to rank among the top 10. Oh, wonder you're so confident. Zhang Yi's expression grew strained. As the class leader, he was merely a 4th-level Beastmaster, no need to panic. We have over 20 students. Even a rotating challenge would secure our victory. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi summoned his own spirit contract, and a skeleton wielding a bone dagger appeared, its eye sockets ablaze with 2 green flames, presenting a terrifying visage. Though dubbed Beastmasters, the types of spirit contracts were incredibly diverse. Not limited solely to magical beasts, Zhang Yi's skeleton belonged to the undead category, while Chen Shu's slime was classified as special. Chapter 8, Shu. My greatest delight is in ambushing I in an instant. The others summoned their respective spirit contracts, a violent monkey, a mud monster, a greenback bug, and more. Each spirit appeared to possess notable combat prowess. Chen Shu, with a look of melancholy, vigorously rubbed the feces in his hand. Gurgle! The golden slime appeared utterly content, bobbing its large head. At that moment, the fierce battle erupted in the arena. Xia Bing, fully focused, directed the ice wolf in its assault. The inherent intelligence of spirit contracts was often low, and their combat style was typically primitive and aggressive. To fully harness a spirit contract's combat potential, a Beastmaster must maintain constant control over it. This was especially crucial for high-level Beastmasters, who often had multiple spirit contracts to manage, necessitating a strategic combination of their skills to maximize strength. The ice wolf exhibited agility and sharp claws, slowing the approach of any spirit contract that ventured too close. Clearly, this was a formidable area skill, and its terrifying power sent several spirit contracts flying. Altogether, now, Zhang Yi shouted, as the skeletal warrior wielded its bone dagger with commendable defense and attack capabilities. As the contest raged on, Chen Shu once again triggered a choice. Option 1. Shout encouragement from the sidelines, cheering for Xia Bing. Reward, 1 obedience from the golden slime. Option 2. Wave both hands, shouting loudly, stop fighting, please don't fight. Reward, a bag of spirit contract feed. Option 3. Seize the opportunity to ambush Zhang Yi, delivering a fierce beating. Reward, abundant beast mastery. There was no need for contemplation. Chen Shu, with a resolute expression, stealthily approached the third class's position while the crowd's attention remained fixated on the battle. At that moment, Zhang Yi was wholly absorbed in directing his skeletal warrior as it clashed with the ice wolf. Suddenly, a sinister arm reached out and clamped over his mouth. Chen Shu, tall and imposing, silently dragged Zhang Yi away from the throng. At this moment, none in the Beastmaster Class 3 noticed that their main force had vanished. He. Chen Shu grinned malevolently as he pulled Zhang Yi into the restroom of the contest arena. With deftness, he produced a urea bag from behind and promptly placed it over Zhang Yi's head. Zhang Yi was engulfed in darkness, struggling futilely. He attempted to summon his spirit contract for protection, but the skeletal warrior was currently ensnared by the ice wolf. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent sounds erupted from the restroom. Zhang Yi's eyes burned with anger, but more so with confusion and disbelief. In his 17 years of life, he had never witnessed a Beastmaster engaging in personal combat. Wasn't that simply deranged? At that moment, the skeleton lost its master's control and its combat efficacy plummeted, soon succumbing to the ice wolf's assault. With the class leader defeated, the morale of the remaining students in Beastmaster Class 3 began to wane, and the tide of battle appeared to turn against them. Damn, why is that wolf so ferocious? Its strength is immense, and its skills are exceptional. How can we combat this, if even Zhang Yi is lost? We should concede. Class leader, I wish to apply for a retreat. Is that permissible? The students of Beastmaster Class 3 murmured among themselves, turning to seek Zhang Yi, only to realize something was amiss. Where has everyone gone in the midst of the fight? Help me! Help me! A figure stumbled out from the restroom, a urea bag perched atop its head. What on earth? The crowd cautiously stepped back, gazing at the moving urea bag. Whose spirit contract is this? It's mine. Zhang Yi removed the bag, revealing a face marred with bruises. "Brother Zhang, what happened?" The students of Beast Master Class 3 approached with genuine concern, yet barely contained their laughter. They had not anticipated that someone would resort to a mid-battle ambush, let alone place a urea bag over Zhang Yi's head. What a disgraced IT must be those from Beast Master Class 5. Zhang Yi, with a face bruised and battered, glared at them with resentment, his injuries more severe than Wang Ming's. "Nonsense. I, Chen Shu, would never indulge in such base actions as a member of Beast Master Class 5. Chen Shu asserted with righteous indignation, stepping forward. "Rest assured, I will personally investigate this matter. By my name, Chen Shu, I will undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory answer." Observing Chen Shu's earnest demeanor, the crowd could only shake their heads in disbelief. "Could you refrain from forcing yourself into the spotlight? Chen Pai, by the way, what were you doing just now?" Wang Ming inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "I was disposing of a urea bag." The two exchanged whispers, finding Chen Shu's actions utterly bizarre. Yet Wang Ming couldn't help but smile, feeling somewhat vindicated. "You have lost. Hand over the 3 Beast Master orbs." Xia Bing regarded Chen Shu with a peculiar expression before turning her gaze back to Zhang Yi. The ice wolf advanced, exuding an aura of intimidation. Zhang Yi, filled with reluctance, ultimately surrendered the 3 Beast Master orbs. I remember that person's stature was quite imposing. He scrutinized Beast Master Class 5, considering those who could have stealthily dragged him away. Finally, his gaze settled on Chen Shu. "Do not panic, classmates. You can always trust me, Chen Shu." Chen Shu assured solemnly, renewing his promise. Subsequently, the students in the contest arena began to disperse, despite Xia Bing's overwhelming display of prowess. The most discussed topic among the crowd remained Zhang Yi and the perpetrator of the ambush. This individual was truly unscrupulous, taking advantage of the distraction to place a urea bag over Zhang Yi's head and drag him into the restroom for a beating. Zhang Yi, feeling utterly humiliated, clenched his fists, his head buzzing in disbelief. This was, without a doubt, the most embarrassing moment of his life. "Ask the spectators. I demand to find out who orchestrated this foul play," Zhang Yi declared as he recalled his skeletal warrior to him. Addressing his classmates, at that moment, Chen Shu was in high spirits, having gained a wealth of beast mastery, thus elevating himself to a second-level beast master. Unfortunately, the golden slime had not acquired any talents or skills, but its attributes had all improved. If he could become a third-level beast master, the slime would possess a certain degree of combat capability. "Here, your beast master orbs." Just as Chen Shu mounted a shared bicycle, preparing to return home, Xiaobing, however, chased after him and presented him with a bead. "Had it not been for your intervention today, I would not have won so easily." "Intervention? What do you mean?" Chen Shu scratched his head, a look of bewilderment on his face. "I saw the bag in your possession earlier." "Well, fine. I confess, it was indeed my doing." Chen Shu, appearing nonchalant, tucked the Beastmaster bead away. "What made you think to take matters into your own hands? Battles between Beastmasters are exceedingly perilous. One must first ensure their own safety." "What of it? Shu here delights most in ambushes." Xiaobing. Chen Shu, with an air of pride, mounted his bicycle and sped away. Truly, he was a most peculiar individual. Xiaobing shook her head. Chapter 9. Secret Code. When Nan Dai Pharmacology, Chen Shu returned home and began to explore the new functionalities of the system. Following his earlier choices, the system had unlocked introductory pharmacology, revealing a new panel before him that resembled a tree. The branches of this tree represented various potions: strength potion, flame potion, ice potion, and growth potion. Among others, however, only the strength potion glowed brightly, while the others remained dim. The further down the potion tree one looked, the more precious and rare the potions became. With a mere thought, he gazed at the strength potion at the top. Strength potion permanently enhances contract spirit power. Proficiency, mastery level, reduces required materials for potion crafting by 30. Current materials are insufficient. Crafting is not possible. Note: each crafting attempt will enhance proficiency. Proficiency levels are categorized as beginner, mastery, grandmaster, and legendary. Further note: different proficiency levels provide varying additional effects. Chen Shu was exhilarated as he delved deeper into the features. As a primary discipline among humans, the significance of pharmacology is truly immense. Mastering it would be akin to discovering gold falling from the heavens. It seems that additional materials for crafting are required. One cannot conjure something from nothing. Ultimately, Chen Shu concluded that for others crafting potions, utmost concentration is essential, with no room for error. Even so, failures still occur. Although pharmacology has developed over the centuries, it remains non-industrialized, lacking the use of instruments for crafting. Each vial of potion is personally brewed by a pharmacist, which is why they command such exorbitant prices. But Chen Shu was different. He had the system. All he needed to do was input the materials, and the corresponding potions would be automatically crafted. I need strength flowers, Chen Shu mumbled to himself while lying on his bed. The materials required for the strength potion are quite common and easily obtainable, but the primary ingredient, the strength flower, originates from a parallel dimension. The large shops in the city center surely sell them, but he lacks the qualifications to purchase without the identity of a pharmacist. A trip to the black market may be in order, he thought. Chen Shu whispered, now eager to earn money quickly. The strength of a contract spirit, aside from leveling up, can also be significantly enhanced through various potions. Contract spirits from affluent families are consistently supplied with potions, even capable of battling above their level. Zhang Dali seemed to be familiar with the location of the black market. Chen Shu opened his messaging app, locating Zhang Dali. The avatar depicted a prairie wolf, aptly named the Lonely Wolf. Dali? A pie. What's up? Why the sudden call? Ever since you left, I've been the sole ruler of the ordinary class. It's been lonely, oh so lonely. Your uncle just thrashed the captain of the Beastmaster Class 3. The scene was quite exhilarating. Tell me about it. I'll fill you in later. Do you know where the black market is? Why? You planning to buy something? I want to check it out. Perfect. I ditched evening study today. Let's explore together, Dado, and lend me some money, would you? Dali? What the hell? Pretending to be dead when it comes to borrowing money. Chen Shu noticed the lack of response and persisted, sending several messages of harassment. We're the same age. If you have no money, how could I? Zhang Dali, unable to withstand the annoyance, finally replied. By the way, can't you use IOU? There's an allowance every month, right? No way, that needs to be paid back. Lonely Wolf? Zhang Dali decisively closed the messaging app. The two lived in the same neighborhood, and Zhang Dali soon knocked at his door. Hey Chen Pai, you really have no money? Not a dime. My pockets are cleaner than my face. Forget it. Let's check out the black market. Although Chen Shu was broke, he might trigger a system option. If he could acquire some potion liquid and sell it on the spot, wouldn't that solve his financial woes? The two rode their bicycles, wobbling towards the suburban area. Speaking of the black market, Zhang Dali had the fortune of accompanying his parents there a few times. It was a chaotic place, and they must remember not to be too conspicuous. Zhang Dali's parents were Black Iron level Beastmasters, a family of wealth, but since he lacked the talent for beast mastery, he could only remain an ordinary person. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I understand this principle well. Chen Shu nodded in agreement. The two appeared poised to stir up a storm in the black market. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they were utterly stunned. Sorry, no entry without a Beastmaster of level 5 or above to accompany you. Come on, cut us some slack. We're both people of status here, pray tell. Aside from your ID, what other status do you possess? The staff at the entrance crossed their arms, displaying indifference. He was also a Beastmaster and could faintly sense their auras. One was merely an ordinary person, while the other was at most level 3. They had not expected the guard to be so unyielding. Zhang Dali coughed lightly. It seemed he needed to introduce himself formally. I am Zhang Dali from the 2nd High School of Nanjiang City. Class 3, formerly the Materials Class Representative. Get lost. All right. Zhang Dali turned on his heels and left without a moment's pause, simultaneously pulling Chen Shu along. Chen Pai, it seems we're not getting in. Next time, I'll have my dad bring you. Yet Chen Shu remained rooted to the spot, his eyes fixated on 3 options that appeared before him. Option 1. Utilize the golden slime to forcefully infiltrate the black market, showcasing one's prowess. Completion reward. Increase Beastmaster level by 1. Option 2. Reluctantly leave, seeking another opportunity next time. Completion reward. Double slime power for 3 days. Option 3. Top-tier provocation. Lean close to the guard's ear and whisper, "Wanan die." Completion reward. Skill growth increases by 1. Chen Shu fell into contemplation until Zhang Dali's urging snapped him back to reality. Dali, are you familiar with the terrain here? Somewhat. Why? Prepare to run. Whatever you do, don't look back. Snap a picture. Before Zhang Dali could react, he saw Chen Shu approaching the guard. Chen Shu leaned in and whispered, "Big brother, I'm aware of the secret code. Can I enter?" "Huh? What?" The guard looked puzzled. At that moment, Chen Shu drew closer, gently whispering in his ear, "When Nan die." In the next instant, Chen Shu abruptly turned and bolted. The guard was momentarily taken aback before realizing what had transpired. But by then, the two had vanished without a trace. Such speed was truly unparalleled. The guard could only curse a few times before returning to his post. "Chun Pai, what did you say?" "Nothing much. Just testing the secret code." Chun Pai panted, exhilaration coursing through him. The thrill of such a daring escapade was truly intoxicating. The golden slime's skill growth had indeed increased by 1. Growth, temporarily quadruples one's size. Slightly reducing speed. It seemed that entering the black market would require some clever thinking. "We'll discuss this later. How about some ramen?" The two looked up, coincidentally arriving at a ramen shop named Lanamion. The name struck Chen Shu as somewhat off-putting. Why does it sound like pulling a big poop? Must be a specialty. Just in time. I haven't had dinner. Zhang Dali, unfazed, strode into the establishment. "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen." "Please. Would you like a large portion?" "Absolutely. It must be a large portion. Get it out quickly. We need to eat while it's hot." Chapter 10. You have the bearing of a great emperor. Both Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were filled with a sense of unease. Beads of sweat forming on their brows. It felt strangely off. Did anyone actually come to eat at such a place? The owner, however, was brimming with enthusiasm, having eagerly awaited customers for an entire week. It was said that the area near the black market was bustling, rivaling the city center, yet he was sorely disappointed. By the way, for an extra 2 yuan, you can have 2 cans of cola with your meal. Would you like that? Forget it. What kind of establishment is this? Chen Shu's lips twitched, just as he caught sight of a striking figure outside. "Dali, follow me. I know how to get to the black market now." "Are you two not staying? The ramen you serve is too hot. I fear burning my mouth." Chen Shu and Zhang Dali hastily exited the ramen shop and stepped onto the street. Could it be that my ramen really lacks flavor? The shop owner pondered, trying to identify the problem. The black market's location lay in the suburbs, yet the crowds continued to flow in. "Xiao Yu Jie, Xiao Yu Jie," Chen Shu called out enthusiastically. Among the throng, a girl with a ponytail glanced around. Her features were delicate, her complexion fair, and her eyes sparkled with clarity. She was undoubtedly the object of many boys' secret affections. Su Xiaoyu paused, a look of confusion in her eyes, as she spotted the two rushing toward her. "Who are these 2 individuals?" "Xiaoyu, we are classmates. I am Chen Shu from the Beast-Tamers class. I am Zhang Dali, and I presume you have heard of my legendary tales." The two began to introduce themselves, eager to bridge the gap between them. "Su Xiaoyu is renowned in our grade as an academic prodigy, consistently occupying the top position. Her scores in cultural subjects are nearly perfect, and her aptitude for beast-taming is of extraordinary caliber. Even her contract spirit is a rare A grade, making her a prime candidate nurtured by the school as a promising talent of Huaxia Academy. It can be said that she exists in a realm far beyond the two of them." "Xiaoyu, do you know these two?" A handsome boy standing beside Su Xiaoyu deliberately created some distance between the parties. Although his demeanor appeared amiable, a sense of arrogance and disdain lurked in his eyes. "We are classmates. And who might you be?" Zhang Dali, unable to perceive the pretense, spoke with evident displeasure. "You don't recognize me?" The boy raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Are you the Huagua coin? Everyone knows you. You little rascal." The boy's expression turned icy. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to address him in such a manner. As tensions escalated, Su Xiaoyu intervened to defuse the situation. "This is Wang Teng, the top student from 3rd middle school." "Oh, Wang Teng," Zhang Dali exclaimed in sudden realization, his face reflecting astonishment. This undoubtedly fed Wang Teng's vanity, causing his lips to curl upward as he let out a soft huff. Completely unfamiliar. Zhang Dali then delivered a merciless blow. "Chun Pai, do you know him?" "I don't, but I sense you possess the demeanor of an emperor." What?" Wang Ting glanced over, though he couldn't comprehend. He felt it was not a compliment, as a genius. He was struck by an odd sensation of being mocked. "Do you have any business with me?" Su Xiaoyu interjected at that moment. Although Chen Shu and Zhang Dali appeared peculiar, they were merely ordinary students. If Wang Ting set his sights on them, it could spell trouble. "Xiaoyu, We wish to explore the black market, but it seems we cannot gain entry. Zhang Dali expressed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Perfect, I also intend to visit the black market, so let us go together. Wang Tang, feeling discomfort around Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, took the initiative to leave. Xiaoyu, I hope you will seriously consider my suggestion. As he departed, Wang Tang cast a lingering glance at Su Xiaoyu before turning away. Xiaoyu, what suggestion? Zhang Dali, with his straightforward nature, asked without hesitation, while the usually uncharacteristically quiet Chen Shu remained silent. The senior citywide beast-tamer competition. Wang Tang wishes to form a team in advance, Su Xiaoyu explained briefly, not elaborating further, perhaps in her view. The two were far too distant from such competitions. Let us go, let us see the black market. The three entered through another entrance of the black market. Su Xiaoyu needed no guide. As a 7th-tier beast-tamer, she had the privilege to come and go freely. I have matters to attend to. You two can explore on your own. After leading them inside, Su Xiaoyu decided to leave. Though kind-hearted, she saw no reason to waste time with them. Thank you, Xiaoyu. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me in Beast-Tamer Class 5. Su Xiaoyu nodded and departed. Zhang Dali and Chen Shu, like curious children, began to survey the black market. The black market belongs to the Qixing Street of Nanjing City, comprising 7 interwoven streets lined with various stalls, bustling with crowds, its vibrancy rivaling that of the city center. Although labeled as a black market, it has a certain official backing. Otherwise, it would have been shut down long ago. Selling the Earth Dragon King Beast Core, sourced from Huaxia's only disaster-level alternate dimension, priceless, capable of forging a contract spirit artifact. An opportunity not to be missed, dear, shocking. Due to financial hardship, a high-tier beast tamer is actually selling a divine beast egg. Consuming it can elevate a contract spirit directly to golden tier. Good news. Today, those who purchase items worth over 50,000 Huaxia coins at my stall will receive a signed autograph. First come, first served. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares echoed along the streets. This was the area designated for stalls, mostly operated by individual sellers. While they resembled street con artists, those with patience could still uncover numerous treasures. The alternate dimension is replete with rare materials, far beyond what human material science can fully encompass. Perhaps true wonders of nature lie hidden. Zhang Dali, intrigued, continued to examine the various stalls, eventually inquiring, Mr. How much for this Earth Dragon King Beast Core? Ah, young man, you truly have an eye for quality. With your innate talent, you will surely become a dragon among men. I shall sell it to you at a discount today. Just 10 coins, can it be cheaper? What price do you offer? 10 coins. Chen Shu was left speechless, utterly shocked by the exchange. He had expected Zhang Dali to receive a scathing reprimand, but the vendor surprisingly nodded in agreement. Deal. Zhang Dali produced 10 coins and joyfully tucked the earthy yellow orb into his pocket. Observing the two depart, the vendor wore a pained expression, having made a mere 10 coins, then promptly retrieved another Earth Dragon King Beast Core from a large wooden chest behind him. I say, Dali, have you eaten your fill and now have nothing better to do than buy clay trinkets? Chen Shu couldn't help but interject, Do you think I'm foolish? There's no such soil on Blue Star. It must originate from an alternate dimension. I bought a souvenir for 10 coins. Of course, it's worth it. Chen Shu was left speechless as they continued to wander through the black market until he finally spotted his target. Chapter 11. Uncle Chen acknowledges you. Before him was a stall displaying an array of exotic flowers and plants. Appearing exceptionally unique, boss, how much for the Dali flower? 5,000. Just as Chen Shu inquired, a selection of options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Loudly question the vendor about why it's a counterfeit. Completion reward, moderate beast taming power. Option 2. Do not expose the vendor, foregoing the purchase. Completion reward, golden slime size increase 10. Option 3. Angrily declare, is it too much to use paint to impersonate a Dali flower? It's still wet paint. Completion reward, superior wind attribute potion. Chen Shu was left speechless, not expecting the black market to be this deceptive. Just as he contemplated which option to choose, a familiar voice unexpectedly rang out, Boss, I'll take it. I'll pay 10,000. Who is this big fool? Chen Shu was taken aback, surprised that someone would actually buy the painted imitation. Turning around, he found it was Zhang Yi from Beast-Tamer Class 3. At that moment, Zhang Yi's face was still bruised, his eyes filled with resentment. Chen Shu, you shameless wretch, How dare you ambush me? What are you talking about? Chen Shu replied, utterly bewildered. I'll remember you. You'll have your comeuppance someday. Zheng Yi shot Chen Shu a fierce glare. Want the dolly flower? Wait for your next life. The dolly flower is the core material for concocting the dolly potion, rarely seen in the stalls of the black market. Only large shops possess a limited stock, but at exorbitant prices. Then I'll offer 15,000. Do you have 15,000? None of your business. 20,000. Zheng Yi gritted his teeth. A single dolly flower can yield about 5 bottles of dolly potion, valued at approximately 25,000. Thus, purchasing one for 20,000 wouldn't be a complete loss. 30,000. Chen Shu replied nonchalantly, exhibiting an air of confidence. Although his pocket was emptier than his face, he remained unfazed. If the vendor insisted he buy, he would simply expose the ruse. Surely no one would pressure him to pay 30,000 for a fake flower. At this point, the stall owner was nearly in stitches. It was his first visit to the black market, and he had heard tales of foolishly wealthy patrons, but he never expected it to be true. Zhang Yi's expression darkened, feeling increasingly uncertain, as if he were being outclassed. Seriously? A rich second generation is contemplating for so long to buy a flower. What about your abilities? Chen Shu shook his head, feigning disappointment and sarcasm. His mocking demeanor instantly ignited Zhang Yi's competitive spirit. I'll offer 40,000. Good, truly bold. Uncle Chen acknowledges you. Chen Shu decisively turned and left the scene. Zhang Yi stood there, dumbfounded, sensing something was amiss. But as someone of stature, although purchasing a flower for 40,000 felt like a loss, he could still manage it. By the way, class leader Zhang, if you need paintbrushes, feel free to find me. I guarantee you a discount. Chen Shu suddenly turned back to say, leaving Zhang Yi utterly bewildered. The stall owner, feeling anxious, promptly completed the transaction and hastily exited the black market. Chen Pai, I never expected a character like Zhang Yi to show up out of nowhere. What bad luck. Zhang Dali, noticing Zhang Yi's hostility, felt indignant. Let him be. He'll certainly have it rough at home. 40,000 is no small sum. Chen Shu, in good spirits, even began whistling. How did he find out it was me who orchestrated the ambush so quickly? I hope I don't find out who the informant is. Chen Shu grumbled, clearly displeased with the snitch. Of course, it's me. Zhang Dali suddenly patted his thigh, beaming with pride. Chen Pai, you are now a celebrity in the grade. No need to thank me, you. Indeed, you mentioned it to me just last night, and I promptly shared the news with the entire grade group. I am unaware of how many are currently discussing you. Chen Shu took out his phone and, as expected, saw countless messages in the group chat. Lone Wolf, Zhang Dali Zheng Yi, the one who assaulted you is my brother Chen Shu. If you dare to retaliate, feel free to find me anytime. I, Zhang Dali, have no qualms about engaging with you. Zheng Yi, Wanyan Chen Pai, it turns out you were the one who struck. I shall remember you. Wang Yugong, Chen Pai is truly ruthless. He is indeed a role model for our generation. Teacher Fong Ku, Chen Shu, please come to my office tomorrow. Zhou Buwei, this is the group of brutes. It should be us beast tamers who leave. Wu Kai, as a beast tamer, to resort to a physical sneak attack is utterly disgraceful. Such a person is unworthy of the title of beast tamer. I've done it too, so it's all good. Chen Pai, look at how lively the group is now. Everyone is discussing you. Zhang Dali wore a foolish grin, completely oblivious to the underlying tension. Dali, we needn't be so ostentatious. Subtlety is the most impressive form of flaunting. Do you understand? Chen Shu said earnestly, having calculated every possibility, yet he did not foresee Zhang Dali would betray him. I understand. Zhang Dali nodded in realization. Let us go see if we can still find Dali flowers. The two continued their exploration of the black market, but regrettably, no Dali flowers were to be found at any of the stalls. Such resources are exceedingly scarce, primarily acquired by large corporations and the authorities. After all, Dali potions are common remedies, and the vast majority of contracted spirits require enhancements to their strength. Let us check out this shop. Ultimately, Chen Shu, resigned, could only enter one of the stores in the black market. There were only a handful of shops, yet the variety of goods was quite comprehensive. More importantly, as long as one had the money, purchases could be made without any qualifications. Dali flowers for 20,000? No thanks. Upon entering the shop, Chen Shu was instantly rendered speechless. The prices in the black market were exorbitant. If combined with other materials, the cost would soar to 25,000. Generally, An average alchemist could only concoct 5 bottles, resulting in a break-even situation, which only served to highlight the futility of the effort. In any case, Chen Shu had no intention of partaking. By the way, big brother, are you hiring shop assistants? Chen Shu suddenly thought of this. With the second year of high school nearing its end and summer vacation approaching, he sought a part-time job. Not only would it allow him to earn some huaxia currency, but it would also broaden his horizons. The more people he interacted with, the higher the likelihood of triggering system options. Yes, the recruitment notice is right outside. Chen Shu hurried outside the shop and indeed found a hiring announcement. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Hiring shop assistants, interns. Job responsibilities, primarily responsible for organizing and categorizing various products. Working hours, from 9 in the morning to 9 in the evening. Salary, 400 a month, doubled upon confirmation. Note, summer workers accepted. With salary halved, good heavens, I am utterly speechless. Chen Shu was astounded. It was evident that the shops in the black market were indeed a ripoff. Even Wall Street's wolves would shed tears. Young man, are you interested? You seem quite presentable. I can waive the interview for you and let you start immediately. Chapter 12. The Sneak Attack Weapon. The urea bag. Spare me the nonsense. The two of them promptly departed, wishing to avoid any further delay. Just then, a thunderous noise reverberated through the black market. Chen Shu looked up to see 2 contracted spirits emerging on the distant street. One was a brilliantly red bird soaring into the air, its claws faintly glowing with flames. The other was a shadowy figure standing at least 2 meters tall, entirely black yet possessing a tangible form. The two were locked in a fierce battle. Although the crimson bird had the advantage of flight, it was being restrained. The shadow extended a dark line, akin to a rope, binding the fiery bird. Not far away, Su Xiaoyu wore a worried expression, not expecting to encounter danger in the black market. The red bird was her contracted spirit, an A-class flame bird. It was outrageous that someone would brazenly unleash their contracted spirit to cause chaos. The Spirit Regulation Bureau would surely arrive soon. People murmured among themselves, keeping their distance from the street. Despite the presence of high-level beast tamers in the black market, it was evident that they wished to remain uninvolved. The beast tamer controlling the shadow had reached level 9. To subdue it, a black iron level beast tamer would need to intervene. However, black iron level individuals were already considered powerful, qualified to form beast tamer squads and venture into alternate realms. Such formidable beings would hardly make an appearance in the black market. Although Zhang Dali was merely an ordinary person, both of his parents were black iron level beast tamers. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have likely been beaten long ago. That is Su Xiaoyu's contracted spirit. Zhang Dali gazed at the flame bird, recalling how its awakening had shaken the entire grade. Chen Pai, what do you think? It appears we must take action. Indeed, it is time for us to intervene. Chen Shu's expression turned serious as he clenched his fists. The two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. In the next moment, they took off running, heading directly toward the nearest southern entrance. Having navigated the world for many years, their ability to escape was unparalleled. As the battle between the two contracted spirits threatened to spill over. If they did not flee now, when would they? Yet, just as they were sprinting away, an option suddenly appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Release the golden slime and directly overpower the shadow monster. Completion reward, 1 level increase for Beast Tamer. Option 2. Stand by and escape amidst the chaos. Completion reward, 1 level increase for the slime's charge skill. Option 3. Capture the master before the minion, directly ambush the shadow monster's controller. Completion reward, 5% increase in all attributes for the golden slime. Note. System prompt received, location locked. Option 4. Shout loudly, calling for the crowd to come and enjoy the spectacle. Completion reward, title acquired, non-human. Wear effect, increases damage to non-human entities by 20%. Chen Shu's expression changed. The title of non-human instantly piqued his interest. Just hearing the name sounded imposing, but unfortunately, the effect seemed lackluster. Dali, follow me to teach someone a lesson. Chen Shu abruptly halted, deciding to rescue Su Xiaoyu. No sooner had he spoken than he retrieved a large bag from his backpack. You actually carry a urea bag with you? Zhang Dali was taken aback, having thought himself invincible, only to find someone even more ferocious. Enough with the chatter. Let us go. Chen Shu's perspective shifted as he saw, at the end of the street, a man radiating a crimson glow, a beast tamer below black iron would not easily reveal themselves. They could only control one contracted spirit, their physical form being relatively fragile. Only a black iron level beast tamer would awaken a second contracted spirit, at which point their physical form would gain some protection. A burly man with a buzz cut stood at the street's edge, nonchalantly controlling the shadow monster. An evil grin adorned his face, unmistakably marking him as a villain, as if the words "I am the bad guy" were etched on his forehead. To distract him, Chen Shu preemptively released the golden slime. Although he was merely a second-level beast tamer, after multiple selections, the slime had significantly strengthened, now standing nearly half a meter tall and resembling a moving pile of excrement. Gurgle. The slime opened its large eyes and began bouncing around energetically. Under Chen Shu's guidance, the golden slime approached the battlefield. The man emanating red light suddenly experienced a momentary lapse in focus, only to see a massive yellow object bizarrely appear, colliding with the shadow monster. What the hell? Where did this poop come from? He was startled, quickly realizing that a beast tamer had intervened. The slime expanded dramatically, reaching nearly 2 meters in size, its imposing presence undeniable. While the man was distracted, the two high school students stealthily closed in. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali's ability to remain undetected surpassed that of professionals. It was evident they had engaged in such activities before. Within a meter of the man, they couldn't help but grin, letting out a series of ha-ha sounds. The man seemed to sense something amiss and whipped around suddenly. But in that instant, a bag flew through the air, obscuring his vision. Following that came a cacophony of violent blows. Lu Wui couldn't help but shout, feeling his head buzzing, nearly losing consciousness. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali pummeled him like brutes. If the shadow monster were to be commanded to attack, they could very well face life-threatening danger. The two held nothing back. Despite being high school students, they were both quite tall, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sit in the back of the classroom for long. Enough! Stop hitting me! Lu Wui struggled, feeling that he had drawn the short straw, bewildered by the sudden ambush. Let us knock out the class leader Zheng Yi from Beast Tamer Class 3 first. This comes from the top student of 3rd Middle School, Wang Tong. Are we going to get in trouble for this? I can't worry about that now. The two shouted in unison, instantly betraying Zheng Yi and Wang Tong. This person dared to act in the black market, clearly not a good character. Bystanders looked on in disbelief. Who addresses each other like that? Meanwhile, Lu Wui's mind grew increasingly hazy, and with a sudden sharp pain, he blacked out. With their controller incapacitated, the shadow monster instantly retreated into the beast tamer space. Chen Shu also returned the slime to the beast tamer space. Below, Su Xiaoyu froze in surprise, not expecting the crisis to resolve so abruptly. Could it be that a powerful individual had intervened? As Su Xiaoyu pondered, she noticed another crowd gathering nearby. She recalled her flame bird and approached the throng. There, she saw 2 students relentlessly beating a man on the ground, his body unmoving and a urea bag suffocating his head. You two? Su Xiaoyu recognized Chen Shu and Zhang Dali. Sister Xiaoyu, your arrival is most timely. This rogue brazenly launched an ambush against you. However, fret not, for I have already subdued him, Chen Shu declared, occasionally delivering a swift kick to the assailant. Have you managed to resolve the situation? Su Xiaoyu asked in bewilderment, initially expecting a formidable opponent, only to find it was merely these 2 miscreants. Chapter 13. The worth of the protagonist. Chen Shu nodded slightly, removing the bag of urea to reveal Lu Dei's face. Oh? I recognize this individual. Isn't he a wanted criminal online? Soon, members of the crowd began to identify Lu Wui. They hurriedly searched online and confirmed he was indeed a dangerous fugitive. Chen Shu's gaze fell upon the bounty displayed above. An astonishing sum of 100,000 yuan. Before long, personnel from the town spirit bureau arrived, tasked with handling offenders among beast masters. The crowd in the black market was dispersed, and the 3 departed from Qixing Street. Thank you for your assistance, the trio expressed as they made their way onto the main street. Chen Shu left behind his contact number, promising a reward upon verification of their claims. Meanwhile, Zhang Dali assumed an air of indifference towards the bounty, dismissively stating, once the matter is resolved, I shall depart, keeping my merits and name concealed. It's merely a trifling matter. What I cherish most is the pursuit of justice. Their righteous demeanor appeared to suggest they were on a crusade against injustice. Entirely oblivious to their earlier flight, I shall remember this favor. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out, Su Xiaoyu stated earnestly, clearly averse to being indebted. Sister Xiaoyu, our assistance was not motivated by a desire for favors. Chen Shu replied with equal seriousness, before abruptly shifting the subject. By the way, I am seeking employment for the summer. Zhang Dali shuddered. Weren't you just saying you weren't seeking any favors? You're making me almost believe it. What kind of job are you looking for? I might have a suitable recommendation, he added. Su Xiaoyu brushed her hair aside. The gentle night breeze accentuated her allure, yet, regrettably, her beauty seemed lost on these two fools. My requirements are modest, a job with minimal tasks, close to home, and with generous pay. Zhang Dali, without a moment's hesitation, declared, who could refuse such an opportunity? Dali, your demands are excessive. Chen Shu interjected, his tone laced with reproach. He turned to Su Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaoyu. I merely desire a job that allows me to recline at home while counting my earnings. Su Xiaoyu let out a stiff chuckle. You two truly have no standards. My company is currently in need of personnel. If you are interested, you may consider applying. What position? Su Xiaoyu appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining that the role primarily involved patrolling for security services. Security? Chen Shu frowned. As he was actually yearning for a position related to alchemy. Just as he was about to decline, Zhang Dali's expression shifted dramatically, his excitement palpable. Is there truly a job in security? Su Xiaoyu. Is a security position worth such excitement? Dali, are you unwell? Imagine what your parents, esteemed beastmasters, would say if they learned of this. Zhang Dali, despite his affluent background, was considered middle class in Nanjing. Was he genuinely so exhilarated over a security job? Chen Pai, what do you know? If you haven't pursued a career in security this year, you're out of the loop, Zhang Dali proclaimed proudly. Chen Shu sighed, shaking his head. When will Dali become more sensible like me? Sister Xiaoyu, I can formulate potions. Is there a more suitable role? You can concoct potions? Su Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, clearly incredulous. Is this something one can simply claim? It's not as easy as breeding pigs. To become an alchemist, one must master a plethora of intricate pharmacological knowledge. Only graduates from prestigious universities stand a chance in this field. Now a high school student is telling me this? I can't make that decision, however. If you truly wish to try, you may visit my company. Su Xiaoyu did not readily agree, as her company's products primarily involved various potions, a matter too pivotal for her to decide. But if you wish to be a security guard, simply mention you are my classmate. Both of them were of sufficient height for the role. Once again, thank you for your help, Su Xiaoyu said. Bowing slightly to the two, the trio exchanged contact information before parting ways. Who would have thought our casual intervention would rescue an academic standout? Zhang Dali mused. Chen Pai, do you think we are the protagonists? I am not. You might be. Why do you say that? You possess the qualities of a protagonist. Zhang Dali's body jolted, his eyes widening in realization, appearing as though he had finally encountered a kindred spirit after years of concealment. I have hidden for 17 years, only to be seen through by you. Chen Pai, your insight is extraordinary. Chen Shu twitched his mouth in exasperation. Can we retain some dignity? You just said I have protagonist qualities. Indeed, typical protagonists often start as underachievers, and you fit that description perfectly. You're truly infuriating. Zhang Dali raised his middle finger in disdain towards Chen Shu. The two continued their banter as they returned to their residential complex. Upon arriving home, Chen Shu tidied up and soon prepared to collapse into bed. Suddenly, options appeared before him. Option 1. Cultivate through the night, absorbing the essence of the universe. Reward upon completion. Earn the title Diligent Talent. Effect. Increases cultivation efficiency by 10. Option 2. Immediately fall asleep, lying flat. Reward upon completion. A small amount of Beastmaster energy. Chen Shu did not anticipate triggering options before sleep. He decisively activated the air conditioning, pulled up the covers, and instantly reclined. If he had to endure rigorous cultivation without the system, why would he have activated it in the first place? Surely no one is truly oblivious to the worth of a protagonist. Right? The next day, upon entering the classroom, Chen Shu was met with numerous admiring gazes. Pai Gu, you are incredible. While others rely on contract spirits for battle, you engage in hand-to-hand combat, truly pioneering a new path in combat. Of course, Pai Gu's reputation in the regular class surpasses even that of Su Xiaoyu. The spectacle with that urea bag alone is enough for us to aspire to for a lifetime. Pai Gu, do you still have more urea bags at home? Send me one. I want to hang it on the wall for protection. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively, tilting his head slightly, closing his eyes in a pose that suggested he was overwhelmed by praise. Everyone, let's keep it low-key. It was primarily due to class leader Zhang's cooperation. Just as he was enjoying the camaraderie, a piercing voice broke through, "Get out of the way. Who the hell is Chen Shu?" A lean student with sharp eyes stepped into the classroom. "Zhang Nan from the senior year? What brings you here?" Wang Ming was the first to approach, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Shu. "What? Am I not welcome?" Zhang Nan sneered, arms crossed. "I heard someone from the second year bullied my brother, causing our family to suffer a loss of 40,000 yuan. As the older brother, I must inquire. What, are you afraid to face the consequences? Didn't that little brat want to stir up trouble?" Chapter 14. "It's me." Chen Shu. Zhang Nan's gaze locked onto Chen Shu, clearly having prepared for this confrontation. He stepped closer, causing others to instinctively shy away, even retreating a few paces. After all, senior students inherently exude a certain intimidation. It is a universal truth in schools. Zhang Nan looked down at Chen Shu with a mocking smirk. "So, you are truly named Chen Shu." With that, he extended his right hand, intending to slap Chen Shu's face. Unfazed, Chen Shu swiftly seized Zhang Nan's wrist. At that moment, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Release Zhang Nan's hand, allowing him to slap his face while smiling ingratiatingly. "Brother Nan, that feels wonderful. Reward upon completion. Earn the title one who knows how to submit. Effect. Increases appetite by 50. Option 2. With utmost seriousness. Declare, Big Brother, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am Zhang Dali. Reward. Increase golden slime size by 10. Option 3. Directly retaliate, showcasing his prowess. Note, Zhang Nan is a level 6 beast master. Reward, skill book, body dominance. Chen Shu's mouth twitched at the first option, almost unable to contain his laughter. The absurdity of the content was tolerable, but the reward was utterly ludicrous. An increase in appetite? Truly, he who recognizes food is a sage. With no time to deliberate further, he opted for the third choice. Having previously bested a level 9 beast master fugitive, a mere level 6 was no cause for concern. With his left hand firmly grasping Zhang Nan, Chen Shu's right hand swung forcefully. "It's me, Chen Shu." Not satisfied, in an instant, Zhang Nan's head snapped to the side, his mind buzzing. Had students become so violent nowadays? What happened to the universal rules of school? Surely, he was a level 6 beast master, but his slender stature was no match for Chen Shu. "Are you looking for death?" Zhang Nan's face turned ashen. Fists clenched, a surge of fury rising within him. "What? Do you wish to summon your contract spirit?" Chen Shu's right hand formed a palm and swung once more. According to the official regulations for beast masters, summoning contract spirits was strictly prohibited without cause in the event of a situation involving a contract spirit injuring someone or making a spectacle. The Spirit Regulation Bureau will personally investigate. To maintain social stability, the nation of Hua has enacted a myriad of stringent laws. You dare to summon? We shall not hesitate to call the Spirit Regulation Bureau. The students of Beast-Taming Class 5 threatened. Routine scuffles are mere trifles, but summoning a contract spirit to harm someone is of a different nature entirely. If you have the guts, come to the Beast-Taming Pavilion at my school. Zhang Nan felt a surge of anger, never anticipating the severity of the situation, as he was relentlessly beaten. "Do you think I am as foolish as you? Coming here to get beaten up?" Chen Shu scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm, inciting further ire. "I see you've played too much of Plants vs. Zombies." What do you mean?" Zhang Nan, having taken several heavy hits, felt his mind clouding and instinctively asked. "Your brain must have been eaten away. I'll ask you one last time. My name is Chen Shu. Is there a problem?" Chen Shu lightly slapped Zhang Nan's face, adopting a boastful demeanor. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, as the thick fog of confusion made it hard to discern who the actual villain was. No problem." Zhang Nan's face was contorted in frustration as he finally chose to concede. "Had I known this kid was so formidable, I should have called for backup. All right, everyone disperse." At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Feng Ku, leisurely entered the classroom. "Chen Pai, what is the meaning of this?" "Teacher Feng, we were just having some fun. Recently, Xiaonan has improved his beast taming level and wanted to spar with me." The class collectively fell into silence, finding the excuse utterly ridiculous. Which beast tamer, upon gaining strength, would choose to face off personally? Shouldn't they all head to the Beast-Taming Pavilion instead? All right, Zhang Nan. Return to your class. Fang Ke nodded slightly, fully accepting this explanation. Bruised and battered, Zhang Nan left Beast-Taming Class 5, casting a venomous glare at Chen Shu as he departed. Chen Pai, be cautious. Zhang Nan is quite combative. If provoked, he could do anything, Fang Ke cautioned, having some recollection of this senior student. Chen Shu dismissed the concern. Let him boast. What can he possibly do? Hand him a set of college entrance exam questions. Fang Ke, enough with the nonsense. Follow me to the office. Chen Shu's face fell as he reluctantly accompanied Fang Ke to the office. Chen Pai is truly fierce, having beaten up the Zhang brothers, who hold some notoriety at Nanjing Second High School indeed. Zheng Yi is the class leader of Beast-Taming Class 3, while Zheng Nan is a member of Class 1. They are certainly future candidates for prestigious universities. Will Chen Pai face retaliation? If he gets ambushed, it could spell trouble. The crowd murmured, a hint of worry creeping in. Although beast tamers cannot summon contract spirits at will, one cannot rule out remote locations. As long as no severe injuries or fatalities occur, the Spirit Regulation Bureau will not conduct a thorough investigation. I believe the likelihood of Chen Shu facing ambush is minimal, the typically aloof Xiaobing murmured. The others paused, then collectively found her reasoning valid. Although Chen Shu's beast-taming level is not high, his cunning nature is exceedingly treacherous. The key is that he does not play by the rules and is always capable of astonishing feats. Teacher, I genuinely did not hit anyone. Zhang Nan approached me solely to discuss a matter. What matter? He asked if my name was Chen Shu, and I merely responded to him in a friendly manner. Fang Ke looked utterly speechless. Then how did he end up with those injuries on his face? With each of my responses, he was so moved that he kept ramming his head into my hand, leaving me utterly bewildered. Gazing at Chen Shu's innocent demeanor, Fang Ke couldn't help but sigh. How can you remain so composed? This is absurdly serious nonsense. Very well, I shall not pursue this further. For he initiated the provocation. Fang Ke had long been aware of the situation and refrained from intervening, intending for Chen Shu to teach Zhang Nan a lesson. Zhang Nan's predicament was of his own making. But the situation with Zheng Yi is indeed your fault. The school forbids students from personally engaging in battles between beast tamers. Otherwise, how would they explain any injuries to parents? If everyone behaved like Chen Shu, the school would be in utter chaos. The education we have all received emphasizes the fragility of the human body. During battles, one must rely solely on contract spirits. The vitality of contract spirits is formidable, allowing them to gradually recover even from severe injuries. However, if a human dies, everything ceases. Teacher, I merely aim to enlighten him about the perils of this world. If he ventures into the dimensional rift, the ferocious beasts will not solely target his contract spirit. If one cannot protect themselves, having a powerful contract spirit is of no use. Beneath the rod, a child becomes a filial son, a strong individual. My intentions are to cultivate both of them. Fang Ke surprisingly found himself momentarily swayed, left speechless. Surely my words have profoundly resonated with your soul. Chen Shu clasped his hands in a fist. Fang teacher, please take your time to ponder. Farewell, Fang Ke. Chapter 15. Normal functions, bright prospects. Chen Shu returned to the classroom, his spirits elevated, even whistling a cheerful tune. His golden slime had once again comprehended a new skill, Invincible Body, which grants a temporary state of invincibility, disregarding control effects from contract spirits of the same level. The golden slime now possessed 3 combat skills: Charge, Enlargement, and Invincible Body. If a battle were to ensue, it could undoubtedly be deemed formidable. Each skill or talent is exceedingly precious, attainable only during the advancement of a contract spirit with a chance of comprehension. This probability is contingent upon the spirit's potential. The golden slime is classified as F level, making the odds of self-acquisition for skills virtually non-existent. This is precisely why Chen Shu opted not to enroll in a beast-taming class back then. Skills and talents are directly linked to strength. How can one compete with a useless skill against someone with 4 or 5 combat skills? Now, with the system, he can effortlessly choose and acquire skills, making it incredibly easy for him. At this moment, Chen Shu yearned to proclaim with great fervor, normal functions, bright prospects. Fang Ke entered the classroom, seemingly having emerged from a deep contemplation. With merely a month until the final examinations, I hope each of you will exert your utmost effort. The school's rewards remain as generous as ever. The top 30 students in the grade will receive Beast-Taming orbs, with the top 5 receiving mid-tier Beast-Taming orbs. Additionally, to stimulate your competitive spirit, the school has prepared a wisdom pill for the top student in the grade. Feng Ku's enthusiasm surged, eager to awaken a sense of competition among the students. However, the students below appeared listless, utterly devoid of motivation. The rewards are undeniably enticing. The effect of the wisdom pill is extraordinarily remarkable, significantly enhancing the chances of a contract spirit comprehending skills during a beast tamer's advancement. Although the probability is low, it is enough to incite madness. The wisdom pill is valued in the hundreds of thousands, and while it has a price, it is rarely available, only obtainable through institutions with official backing. Nonetheless, despite the allure of such treasures, they hold no relevance to them. The top student, Su Xiaoyu, is already a level 7 beast tamer, while their class representative, Xiaobing, is merely at level 5. What is there to compete for? Beast Taming Class 5 has completely given up. Although the wisdom pill may not concern you greatly, the top 30 in the grade is still within reach for our class. Dreams are worth having. What if they come true? Feng Ku hoped to invigorate the students. Just then, a discordant voice chimed in. What about the remaining 9,999 out of 10,000? The classroom fell silent. Astonished as it resonated with logic, if a 1 in 10,000 chance can be realized, the remaining probability is simply failure. Chen Shu, Feng Ku gritted his teeth, questioning what kind of student Li Yuan had thrust upon him. Disrupting morale on the front lines is a serious offense. Teacher, I merely spoke the truth. Chen Shu maintained an earnest demeanor. Spare me the nonsense. Feng Ku finally erupted. If your cultural subject scores falter once more, you need not remain in Beast Taming Class 5.at that moment. Options re-emerged before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Sincerely apologize. Teacher, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Completion reward. A small amount of beast taming energy. Option 2. Stand up proudly and declare, 30 years of changing fortunes, I shall surely pass the final exam, and if I fail, I willingly withdraw. Completion reward. Mid-tier strength potion. Option 3. Seriously inquire. Is Beast Taming Class 1 finally preparing to recruit me? Completion reward. Knowledge of high school beast taming history. Chen Shu's heart trembled. While the second option seemed to align with his character, the allure of the third option's reward was too tempting. Without hesitation, he earnestly gazed at Feng Ku and asked, Is it because Beast Taming Class 1 wishes to recruit me? You seem to have a serious problem. Feng Ku inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his anger. So my implication that you need not remain in Beast Taming Class 5 translates to you being able to join Beast Taming Class 1. I have matters to attend to. From now on, self-study begins, and maintain discipline. Feng Ku left the classroom with a stern expression. The college entrance examination is approaching, and teachers from the second year will participate in the monitoring on the day of the exam, leading to frequent meetings. The moment Feng Ku stepped out of the classroom, he bumped into a dark-faced man, none other than his former homeroom teacher, Li Yuan. Old Li, you've truly put me in a dire situation. Upon seeing Li Yuan, Feng Ku's face was filled with frustration as he began to vent his grievances, recounting Chen Shu's misdeeds, which seemed to be an endless tale of Li Yuan, however, wore a calm expression, projecting an air of someone who had never experienced the world. You must not have encountered the formidable combination of Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, which could drive a person to the brink of madness. In the classroom, Chen Shu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he scrutinized various test questions, instinctively conjuring answers with ease. Indeed, the system was remarkable. While others toiled diligently to acquire knowledge, he effortlessly mastered it. Throughout the morning, Chen Shu continuously absorbed the information swirling in his mind. The foundational knowledge of beast taming not only enabled him to tackle exams with confidence, but also provided him with a more comprehensive understanding of beast tamers. What the heck? Has Chen Pai changed his ways? Is he genuinely resolved to redeem himself and aim for the second-to-last position? Many classmates noticed Chen Shu's unusual behavior. Even in the afternoon, he persisted in his studies, which was truly absurd. Chen Pai, are you all right? Approached Xiaobing, clad in a white dress, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. Yet this concern was not ordinary. It bore the semblance of a caregiver tending to a patient. Chen Shu slightly raised his hand, only then realizing the unusual gazes of others. Come on, I'm merely digesting knowledge. No need for such scrutiny. I'm just looking at a book. Chen Shu remarked, it's over. He has become obsessed. Perhaps we should take him to the school doctor. A group of onlookers nodded in agreement. Chen Shu, if you wish to study, I can tutor you. There is no need to put such pressure on yourself, said Xiaobing, her demeanor icy. For a moment, the others were taken aback, even letting out strange sounds of disbelief. The peculiar looks from the crowd caused Xiaobing's cheeks to flush, her head bowing slightly. I'm the class representative. Naturally, I must look after him, for his grades. Chen Shu appeared dazed, his eyes once again presenting options. Option 1. Politely decline Xiaobing's proposal. Reward for completion. A small amount of beast-taming power. Option 2. Rubbing his hands together, with a mischievous grin, say, it's wonderful to have your tutoring. When shall we begin? Reward for completion. Slime's ice resistance increased by 20. Option 3. Assertively state, are you questioning my academic abilities? Reward for completion. Slime's all-attribute resistance increased by 20. To his surprise, options appeared again. Was it necessary to deliberate on such a simple question? Chapter 16. Commemorating his youth? Chen Shu suddenly stood, directing his gaze towards the petite Xiaobing, speaking earnestly. Class representative, you actually doubt my academic capabilities? As his words echoed, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Was he not being overly blunt? It was as if the red thread of fate could snap even if it were made of steel. Observing the astonished expressions of his peers, Chen Shu remained oblivious, nonchalantly sitting back down. Yet those familiar with him understood that Chen Shu was not merely blunt. He was simply a bit eccentric. Oh, Xiaobing felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had believed that after giving him a beast-taming orb yesterday, they had become friends. However, Chen Shu's reaction left her speechless. She turned and returned to her seat. Chin Pai, you understand silence better than Hua Mulan. Wang Meng couldn't help but exclaimed in truth. Xiaobing's desire to tutor him stemmed from a genuine concern for his academic performance. If he were to fail his cultural subjects and miss out on his desired university, it would undoubtedly lead to regrets. The afternoon passed swiftly, and the bell rang. What a fulfilling day. Chen Shu stretched lazily and let out a tremendous yawn. His voice resonating in an instant. Many around him caught the contagion, yawning in unison. Dio, you really need to yawn that long? The surrounding students shot him resentful glances, surprised to find themselves infected. With a month remaining until the final exams. If he encountered a few more options, he should be fine in the cultural subjects. Now a level 2 beast tamer, if he could become a level 4 beast tamer, he would likely rank among the top 30 in his grade. As Chen Shu walked towards the school gate, he reflected on his achievements. While enjoyment was essential, one must not take exams lightly. Despite having the system, the college entrance examination remained a pivotal opportunity to alter one's destiny. Just as Chen Shu reached the school entrance, a group of 7 or 8 individuals suddenly surrounded him. Leading them was Zhang Yi's older brother, Zhang Nandato. Isn't that brother Nan? How come your face looks even more swollen? Yet I can still faintly discern your suave demeanor. Zhang Nan felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, as if he had been punched. This guy was ruthless, and his sharp tongue was not something an ordinary person could endure. Were the second-year students this audacious now? One individual, clad in a white shirt and sporting glasses, appeared exceedingly refined. Enough already. What era are we in? Being older by a year doesn't give you the right to bully others? Chen Shu scoffed, showing no signs of panic. Knowing that the security guard was not far away, I thought it was raining. Turns out you just left me speechless. Chen Shu's mocking words momentarily rattled a few of them. After all, they were still youthful and reckless, unable to suppress their rising anger. Just as they prepared to retaliate, Chen Shu suddenly shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout half the high school. There's a murder in the senior year. What the heck? This guy has his own megaphone. In an instant, the group appeared flustered. Chen Shu's voice was so loud that it was bound to attract a crowd. More importantly, who the hell was getting murdered? Was he just spreading rumors? Zhang Nan, let us go. The group reached a consensus and attempted to blend into the crowd. Stop. At that moment, a burly security guard in a blue uniform approached. He seemed somewhat familiar with Chen Shu. As only a select few individuals in the school stood out. What are you all doing? Several security guards walked over, eyeing Zhang Nan and his companions. Uncle, we didn't do anything. We were just chatting among friends. Chatting? Chatting about murder? The guard turned to the tall Chen Shu, asking, "Chen Shu, what is going on?" "Uncle Wang, it's this person who said he wants to kill me to commemorate his lost youth." Zhang Nan? In an instant, the seniors felt a surge of blood rising in their throats. What kind of nonsensical statement was that? Could he not utter a single coherent sentence? The security guards also twitched slightly at the corners of their mouths, clearly finding the situation absurd. Just then, several individuals in formal attire arrived at the school gate. "What is going on?" A stern-looking middle-aged man approached. It was the grade director of the seniors. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Nan and his companions felt a wave of dread wash over them. "Director Ma, you finally arrived." Chen Shu wore an expression of grievance, beginning to recount Zhang Nan's transgressions. "Classmate, take your time." Director Ma turned his gaze towards Zhang Nan and his group, evidently recognizing the students from his own grade. Initially, he harbored anger, believing that his students were attempting to bully others. However, the more he listened, the more absurd and nonsensical it all appeared. "What do you mean about commemorating youth? What do you mean about killing Chen Shu to liven things up? All right, classmate, I think I understand." Director Ma, his face darkened, finally interrupted Chen Shu. "You can head home for now. I will handle the rest." Chen Shu, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, reluctantly departed from the school gate. "Zhang Nan, the college entrance examination is just around the corner. Why are you provoking others?" Director Ma sighed in relief, finally managing to send Chen Shu away. "Director Ma, we truly didn't do anything." Zhang Nan wore an aggrieved expression, coupled with the bruises on his face, presenting a quintessential victim's demeanor. "Enough of the excuses. The college entrance examination is only a few days away. You all better not cause any trouble. If it affects the exams," Director Ma's expression was stern. As the grade director, he wished to avoid any mishaps during the exams. "We understand." Zhang Nan and his companions hung their heads, feeling utterly dejected. Meanwhile, Chen Shu returned home and began to study diligently. Although he possessed historical knowledge of beast-taming, he needed to practice solving problems to gain mastery. Even if the system served him a feast, he still had to open his mouth, right? Moreover, having offended the Zhang brothers, it would be best to avoid walking alone at night. Otherwise, he might truly find himself in a predicament, jeopardizing his hard-earned reputation. A week swiftly passed, and Chen Shu maintained a low profile, avoiding any further incidents. In those few days, he triggered options only twice, receiving rewards of slime strength and size, respectively. Although Chen Shu remained merely a level 2 beast tamer, the combat prowess of his contracted spirit likely equaled that of a level 3. Finally, the long-awaited holiday arrived. After waiting so long, today was finally the day. A dream long cherished was about to be realized. At this moment, the classmates were abuzz with excitement. Nanjing Second High School was also a testing site for the college entrance examination, meaning that students in other grades enjoyed a 3-day break. "Mengo, what are your plans for these 3 days?" "My family arranged for beast-taming training. I'll be honing my beast-taming power throughout." "Same here. I can only obediently attend the beast-taming remedial classes." Chapter 17. This is what it means to have strong roots. Wang Meng and the others discussed their holiday arrangements. They were all academic elites, and during these 3 days, they would be buried in their studies. The Beast-Taming Dojo is one of the educational institutions within society, renowned for its elevated concentration of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which has led countless students to flock there, eager to enhance their beast-taming abilities. "Shinpai, what are your plans?" "As for me, I am preparing for a summer job interview." After contemplating for a moment, Chen Shu resolved to take advantage of the next 3 days to visit Su Xiaoyu's family business. "You certainly maintain a good attitude," Wang Ming remarked. Chen Shu's academic performance in cultural subjects is, without a doubt, the lowest in his class, and his prowess in beast-taming is equally unimpressive. It seems he has resigned himself to his fate. Chen Shu yawned, offering no further explanation. His inherently carefree nature had only deepened with the advent of the system, rendering him remarkably laid back. The world does not require his salvation, and he harbors no deep-seated grudges. He believes everything will unfold in due time. "Chenpai." The dark-skinned Li Yuan suddenly appeared at the door of beast-taming class 5. Chen Shu was taken aback, not expecting his former homeroom teacher to seek him out. "Old Li, what brings you here?" Chen Shu inquired nonchalantly, crossing his arms behind his head. "The sword of the previous dynasty cannot strike the officials of the current one," he thought to himself, for he was now a member of Beast-Taming Class 5. "You little rascal!" Li Yuan exclaimed, giving Chen Shu a firm slap on the head, not wishing to dwell on trivial matters. With a serious expression, he asked, "Have you gotten into trouble? The Spirit Regulation Bureau is specifically looking for you." The Spirit Regulation Bureau? Chen Shu felt a sudden chill. Its authority far surpassed that of the former police force. "They are currently in my office." The two hurried towards the office, where they found Zhang Dali engaged in a lively discussion with a man clad in a black short-sleeve shirt. Upon noticing Chen Shu's arrival, Zhang Dali stood and said, "Uncle Wang, this is my best friend Chen Shu. You can call him Chen Pai. You missed quite the dangerous scene that day. The wanted criminal was quite the brute, and his contracted spirit was exceptionally ferocious. But could Chen Shu and I be intimidated? We have no other redeeming qualities, just a solid foundation." Without hesitation, both of us charged forward and gave that man a thorough beating. The scene was nothing short of gruesome. Zhang Dali's excitement was palpable, his words punctuated by fervent gestures. All right. Wang Qian shook his head, clearly exasperated. "I've watched you grow up. I know your character all too well." His gaze turned to Chen Shu, filled with admiration. "It must have been this young hero leading the charge, right?" Before Chen Shu lay a series of choices. Option 1. Bow your head and respond humbly. Reward: a small amount of beast-taming power. Option 2. Sniff disdainfully and respond with a casual grunt. Reward: randomly enhance one skill or talent of your contracted spirit. Option 3. Stand tall with hands behind your back, declaring, "Uncle Wang, your judgment is spot on." Reward: 10 increase in all attributes of the golden slime. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Shu decisively chose the third option. Although the first two rewards were quite appealing, they paled in comparison to the third. Turning to Wang Qian, he spun around, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window. "Uncle Wang, your judgment is indeed impeccable," he proclaimed with fervor, recalling the events of that fateful day. The audacity of that thug was intolerable. Under the clear sky, he dared to act against me. Such insolence could not be overlooked. I pulled out a urea bag and placed it over his head, following it up with a righteous judgment. A few well-placed blows left him utterly dazed. Stop! Wang Qian's expression turned peculiar, his lips twitching in disbelief. "You two have been playing together since childhood. Are you both completely out of your minds?" It was as if their thought processes were alien. Given the reward of 100,000, it might just be enough for them to seek a thorough examination at a hospital. "I wanted to ask how you managed to locate him." That wanted criminal had only summoned his contracted spirit and was concealed among the crowd. Not even seasoned beast tamers could identify him quickly, unless the contracted spirit possessed relevant scouting skills. I could tell he had an evil demeanor. He was clearly no good. Chen Shu replied earnestly, "Surely, the guidance from the system couldn't have been the reason." He was glowing red, nearly blinding me. "Is that your reasoning?" Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Could you be any more reckless? What if it wasn't him? Would you not be attacking the wrong person?" "Don't worry, we covered him with a bag. He couldn't see us," Chen Shu reassured. Wang Qian and Li Yuan exchanged incredulous glances, realizing their actions had been far more haphazard than anticipated. "Regardless, you saved Su Xiaoyu, the heiress of the 666 Medicine Company. Had anything happened to her, the Spirit Regulation Bureau would have been in for a busy time. Here is the 10,000 yuan reward from the Spirit Regulation Bureau." Wang Qian, having lost all desire to inquire further, realized these two were simply lucky fools. Initially, he believed Chen Shu's contracted spirit had mastered some scouting technique, but it was clear now that was not the case. He also learned from Li Yuan that Chen Shu's contracted spirit was a slime, which had a very slim chance of mastering advanced skills. "Uncle Wang, will there be any citywide coverage?" Zhang Dali asked, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. While he had no interest in the monetary reward, he was obsessed with gaining recognition. A level 9 beast tamer wouldn't suffice unless they were of black iron rank. If you truly wish for publicity, you can arrange a media interview at your own expense. Wang Qian rose to leave the office. With the impending college entrance examination, the Spirit Regulation Bureau would be busier than ever to prevent any disturbances. Although the city appeared calm, such tranquility was due to the covert protection of various official agencies. "Mr. Dali, could you arrange a school-wide announcement?" Zhang Dali pleaded. "If I can't gain citywide fame, at least I want to be known in school." "You two captured a wanted criminal?" Li Yuan felt it was pure nonsense. These two had actually saved the top student, Su Xiaoyu, and apprehended a level 9 beast tamer? No doubt about it. Oldly, it was no coincidence, Zhang Dali remarked boldly. Huh? What did you call me? Li Yuan's expression turned severe. Striking fear into Zhang Dali, Mr. Li, Zhang Dali replied, lowering his head. You might as well forego this 3-day exam break. Go home and copy your history notes 10 times, Li Yuan admonished. If I can't control Chen Pai, then I can certainly manage you. Zhang Dali's head drooped in defeat. You both can head home now. Though luck was on your side this time, there's no telling what might happen next. Even when acting heroically, one must consider their own strength, understood? Li Yuan's demeanor became exceedingly serious, hoping the two would heed his words. As a teacher, he did not wish to see his students perish in valor without the means to protect themselves. As for the school-wide announcement, he could only wish them luck. The two left the office, clearly disheartened, and walked home together. Dali, you should rightfully receive half of that reward, but I know you won't take it. I'll just keep it for now. Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. By the way, Dali, come with me tomorrow to the 666 Medicine Company. I'm going to try my hand at working as an apothecary. Sure, I need to go there to apply for a security position. Chen Shu asked, puzzled. Why do you want to be a security guard? Is it possible that Zhang Dali has awakened some sort of security system like I have? Because I've always wanted to protect my home. Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the school gate. The window rolled down, revealing a rugged man with sunglasses, who called out, Is Xiao Pai there? Perfect, let us head home together. Dad, you returned from Daxing City? The newcomer was none other than Zhang Dali's father, a powerful black iron-level beast tamer. In the realm of beast tamers, those at level 9 were merely considered beginners. And the disparity between them and black iron rank was immense. When one ascended to the rank of black iron beast tamer, their contracted spirit would undergo a bloodline evolution, significantly enhancing their strength. If fortunate enough to evolve into a high-tier species, the combat prowess would be nothing short of terrifying. Furthermore, upon becoming a black iron beast tamer, one would sign a contract with an additional spirit from another realm. Possessing 2 formidable spirits would easily overpower any level 9 beast tamer. Most crucially, once one becomes a black iron beast tamer, their contracted spirit provides a degree of strength feedback to them, meaning their physical capabilities far surpass those of ordinary individuals, easily allowing them to take on 10 foes. This is why only black iron beast tamers can establish beast-taming teams and hunt in other dimensions. Though it is merely the second rank of beast tamers, it remains an unattainable goal for ordinary people. Once the business is concluded, I naturally return, Zhang Feng chuckled. The 3 of them hopped into the car. And Chen Shu did not hold back either. They sped away in a cloud of dust. Xiao Pai, I heard you're studying in the beast-taming class? Zhang Feng inquired. Indeed. Ambition is commendable, yet regrettably, Dali lacks the talent for beast mastery. Otherwise, I would have ensured he ascended to the black iron level, even if it meant carrying him there myself. Dad, please, don't say any more. I've been puzzled for 17 years. Zhang Dali slightly pouted. You and Mom both possess the talent for beast mastery. According to geneticists, my talent should be no less. Yet here I am. I even doubt whether I am your biological child. Who said that? At the very least, you've inherited your father's handsome visage, Zhang Feng remarked, stroking his rugged face. However, I too have my doubts. Statistically speaking, the probability of you lacking beast mastery talent is akin to winning the lottery. Perhaps you blew up a nursing home in your previous life. Never mind. I've come to terms with it now. Zhang Dali gazed out the window, a look of nonchalance upon his face. With you both by my side, and later with Chen Pai and Sister Fong Si looking out for me, no one dares to provoke me. He had figured out how to drift through life. Uncle Zhang, could you tell me about the dimensions of the other world? Chen Shu suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Now a beast master himself, he had grown fond of the idea of the other world, especially with the aid of the system, which could render him immensely powerful even if he chose to lounge about daily. The other world. Zhang Feng's eyes took on a different glimmer, his tone filled with contemplation. Some say it is hell. Others call it heaven. IT teams with ferocious beasts and a plethora of precious resources can lead to overnight wealth, but it may also leave you hanging by a thread. Without formidable strength and a reliable beastmaster team, it is best not to enter lightly. After a few more reflections, Zhang Feng ceased his discourse. Having watched Chen Shu grow, he naturally wished to protect him from danger. At present, Chen Shu's strength would only lead him to his demise in the other world. The three returned to their neighborhood, where Zhang Feng and his son were invited to Chen Pai's home for dinner. The two families were neighbors and shared a harmonious relationship. After a hearty meal and drinks, Zhang Feng and his son departed, while Chen Shu and Zhang Deli agreed to meet the following morning for an interview at the 666 Potion Company. As Chen Shu lay in bed, he opened his phone. Should I ask Su Xiaoyu first? He thought, considering that although she had no sway over the pharmacist position, she could still lend a helping hand. Just as he was about to open the app, a flurry of messages arrived. Why is Sister Fang Xi messaging me all of a sudden? Chen Shu glanced at the app, which displayed a series of long voice messages. The final text read, "Can you understand this feeling?" Faced with such a plethora of voice messages, he felt a headache coming on, having no intention of listening to them. Instead, he replied, "Sister Fang Xi, I completely understand. Sigh, this is rather too much." Memories of the neighborly sister came to mind. Fang Xi, who lived in the same neighborhood, was 3 years his senior. Fang Xi, Chen Shu, and Zhang Deli had once been the formidable trio at Nanjiang No. 2 Middle School. Unlike Chen Shu and Zhang Deli, who had beast mastery talent, Fang Xi was a true prodigy, having contracted her first spirit at a terrifying S rank, breaking the school's historical record. With an outstanding score of 700 in the college entrance examination, she successfully gained admission to the highest-tier university in Huaxia, becoming the pride of Nanjiang City that year. Fang Xi's fiery personality made her the undisputed queen of Nanjiang No. 2, instilling fear in everyone who crossed her path. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Shu reminisced, another message came through. I just sent a blank voice message. Chen Pai, are you itching for trouble? This? Chen Shu's mouth twitched as he opened the voice message, which indeed turned out to be blank. Suddenly inspired, he quickly replied, Yes, Sister Fang Xi. It's exactly this blank and powerless feeling. I truly comprehend. Now that's what I call extreme stretching. Stop your nonsense. Is anyone bullying you and Deli at school? I might be back for a while during the summer break to help you deal with them. Sister Fang Xi, there's no need. Your studies are demanding, Chen Shu replied politely, followed by a flurry of messages. I'll send you a list when the time comes. Seems like you're not holding back at all. You even prepared a list. Zheng Yi, Zheng Nan, Wang Ting. Chen Shu pondered, ready to add those who displeased him to the list. After all, Fang Xi was the queen of Nanjiang City. The 2-year deadline had arrived. The Skin King was officially back in action. Chapter 19. Stir-fried tomatoes with tomatoes? After a few casual exchanges with Fang Xi, Chen Shu ended the conversation. While he had plenty of free time, Fang Xi's was quite limited, given the fierce competition at Huaxia University, the highest-ranked beast mastery institution. Chen Shu opened his contact list to Su Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu, I have an interview tomorrow. Could you possibly share some insider information? After a long wait with no reply, Chen Shu, unable to contain his impatience, asked again, Sister Xiaoyu, are you busy? I'm just enjoying some gossip. Came the reply. Chen Shu's face lit up with interest. What gossip are you hearing? Whose scandal is it? To his surprise, Su Xiaoyu quickly responded, the gossip from Hami, Chen Shu? So, she really is enjoying gossip. A few minutes later, Su Xiaoyu began to respond. As for the pharmacist position, if you're well-versed in high school material science, you might qualify as a pharmacist assistant. Su Xiaoyu's message was clear. It was utterly unrealistic for a high school student to become a pharmacist. Also, don't call me sister. Just call me Xiaoyu. I just turned 16. Generally, most awaken during their 3rd year of middle school. But Su Xiaoyu awakened in her 1st year of high school and was transferred to the 1st class of beast mastery. What if I can proficiently concoct a potion? Chen Shu suggested. Noting his mastery level in Dai Li's potion making was already at the control level, ensuring a 100 success rate while reducing material usage by 30. Cough syrup? In any case, just give it a try. Perhaps you might catch the attention of a pharmacist. Su Xiaoyu lay on her bed, her expression strange. A high school student, proficiently concocting a potion. If it were that easy, potions for beast masters would be ubiquitous. Having grown accustomed to Chen Shu's eccentricity, she turned off her phone and dedicated herself to training her beast mastery power. Seems like she doesn't believe me, Chen Shu sighed, turning off the light to read a novel. At 1 o'clock in the morning, as Chen Shu prepared to sleep, another set of options appeared before him. Option 1. Cultivate all night, absorbing the spirit power of heaven and earth. Completion reward. Acquire the title Super Diligent Talent, with an effect of increasing cultivation efficiency by 20. Option 2. Go to sleep immediately, simply lying flat. Completion reward, a small amount of beast mastery power. Without hesitation, Chun Pai chose to go to sleep, suddenly feeling a surge of beast mastery power within him, equivalent to 2 days of cultivation for an exceptionally talented beast master. Morning arrived swiftly. The sun shone brightly, piercing through the curtains. Chen Shu, still half asleep, instinctively checked his phone for the time. 12:07. Why is it so early? It's barely past midnight. Chen Shu felt dazed, on the verge of slipping back into slumber. Suddenly jolted awake, he realized, where did the sun come from at dawn? His eyes shot wide open as he checked his phone. Oh no, I overslept until noon, he exclaimed, astonished at how late it had become. No wonder the holiday felt so fleeting. It was because he had missed the morning altogether. After a brief wash-up, he noticed his parents had already left for work. He arrived at Zhang Dali's door. Bang, 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 Dali, Zhang Dali. After a long wait with no response, Chen Shu had no choice but to shout louder. Fire! There's a fire. Soon, a crowd with fire extinguishers rushed over, alarmed and confused. Where's the fire? Where? Chen Shu was taken aback, not expecting such a large gathering. Uncle Wang, Aunt Lu, I was merely trying to lighten the mood, he said, feeling embarrassed. This child. The crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief, scolding Chen Shu before dispersing. After a while, Zhang Dali appeared at the door, eyes still heavy with sleep. Chen Pai, what are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Wow, what a big moon, but why is it so blinding? Zhang Dali shielded his eyes from the sunlight. It's already noon, Chen Shu thought, bemused that he wasn't the only one who mistook it for dawn. Why is your house so dark? His gaze fell into Zhang Dali's home, where not a single ray of sunshine pierced through, only deep shadows. Why Dad's contracted spirit skill is called Nightfall, which enhances sleep quality. Pretty good, right? Zhang Dali yawned and casually turned on the lights. Wait for me to get ready. 10 minutes later, the two departed the neighborhood, heading towards the 666 Potion Company in the high-tech zone of Nanjiang City. Numerous enterprises had established their headquarters, with the 666 Potion Company ranking as one of the top-tier businesses, specializing in various potions for beastmasters. The two indulged in a luxurious taxi ride to the high-tech zone. Let us grab a bite first, replenish our energy, and then head to the interview. They arrived at a sparsely populated Chinese restaurant, casually ordering a few dishes. Boss, what's your signature dish? Just as Zhang Dali was about to dig in, he suddenly frowned. Stir-fried tomatoes with tomatoes? You didn't make a mistake, did you? A waitress approached. There are tomatoes in it, aren't there? Zhang Dali probed, nudging the dish with his chopsticks. The tomatoes are indeed there. The waiter spoke with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali simultaneously reacted, letting out a sound of acknowledgement. Stir-fried tomatoes? What is this nonsense? The corners of their mouths twitched, feeling as though their understanding had been shattered. In truth, it was simply a dish of stir-fried tomatoes, concocted by the boss to embellish the menu and make it appear more diverse. The waiter chuckled, revealing the truth without pretense. All right, let's eat, Chen Shu sighed, shaking his head and choosing not to dwell on the absurdity of the name. After all, the dish was indeed well prepared. Once they had their fill, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the 666 Pharmaceutical Company. Gazing up at the imposing office building, with a sense of determination, they strode inside. May I ask whom you are looking for? Inquired the security guard at the entrance with commendable politeness. Senior, I am Zhang Dali, a classmate of Su Xiaoyu. I wish to apply for a position as a security guard, Zhang Dali replied. Ah, it's you too. Miss Su has already made arrangements, the head of security responded, a smile in his eyes, showing no signs of difficulty. Clearly, Su Xiaoyu had mentioned them in advance, as they had saved her life, and thus he was keen to assist. Xiaowang, please escort this student to the pharmaceutical department. A security guard stepped forward to lead Chen Shu into the company. Zhang Dali remained in the security department. Thanks to Su Xiaoyu's connections, Zhang Dali would undoubtedly secure a position as a guard, while Chen Shu's fate would depend on luck. Little brother, I fear it may not be easy for you to become a pharmaceutical assistant, Xiaowang remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. It was indeed unusual for a high school student to aspire to such a role. I'm not here to be an assistant. I'm here to engage in alchemy, Chen Shu casually remarked, taking in the exquisite decor of the office building. Alchemy? Haha, you're quite the comedian, Xiaowang chuckled awkwardly. They took the elevator to the 10th floor, where a sturdy glass door greeted them, revealing a layout of small laboratories, each populated by individuals clad in white lab coats. "You want to become a pharmacist?" A cold voice cut through the air, and a tall, aloof woman with flowing hair emerged. Her stature exuded an air of superiority, making even Xiao Wang hesitant to meet her gaze. He merely muttered a quiet farewell before leaving the floor. "Yes, I would like to give it a try," Chen Shu replied, scrutinizing her. "This is not a playground for children." "You should leave," she said, turning away without sparing him a glance. "What is going on with Xiaoyu? Introducing anyone to the company is just a hassle," she muttered. "But my interview hasn't even begun." Chen Shu called out, his voice echoing in the corridor. "It has already concluded," came her indifferent response as she re-entered the laboratory. Before Chen Shu appeared a set of choices. Option 1. Remain silent and return home dejectedly. Completion reward. Title: Unsuccessful Apprentice. Effect: 1 misfortune quality. Option 2. Take advantage of her momentary distraction and kick her, causing her composure to falter and her anger to ignite, thus breaking her defenses. Completion reward. Moderate beast-taming skill. Option 3. Stealthily infiltrate the laboratory and seek out opportunities. Completion reward. Collision skill 1. Chen Shu watched the woman's retreating figure, tempted to choose the second option. But reason prevailed. If he kicked her, he would surely lose any chance of employment and earn her enmity. "Let us see what I can find inside," he decided, observing that she had gone far. Chen Shu strode confidently to the laboratory door. I didn't he expect there to be lab coats. With a composed demeanor, he donned a white coat from the entrance and adjusted his mask before entering the laboratory. His calm behavior allowed him to blend seamlessly into the environment. Inside a small laboratory, 3 individuals were engrossed in the process of concocting a potion. Each was focused on their respective tasks, diligently working on a flame potion. "Busy, are we?" Chen Shu greeted, hands clasped behind his back. The trio turned to him, momentarily taken aback, unsure of his identity, but managed to smile and nod in response. "Keep up the good work. The company relies on dedicated individuals like you," he remarked, turning to leave the laboratory. "Goodbye, esteemed leader," one of them said in haste, mistaking Chen Shu for a high-ranking official. Taken aback by this, Chen Shu stumbled slightly, feeling a surge of confidence as he began to survey the area. "I've finally found the Dali potion." His expression brightened as he entered the laboratory, only to find it empty, likely due to some ongoing task. "Should I wait?" Chen Shu pondered, feeling a bit aimless. Minutes later, he noticed various herbs on the table, including 5 precious Dali flowers. Intrigued, he reached for the ingredients. The system indicated that the Dali potion was available for crafting. Curiosity piqued, he chose to proceed. That moment, he felt an unusual sensation, as if his body were under the system's guidance. His hands moved with precision, akin to a well-oiled machine, as he meticulously measured and combined the ingredients in the container. Soon, the white potion emitted a faint, sweet aroma, resembling the Dali potion sold on the market. Low-grade Dali potion successfully crafted. Upon 10 successful creations, medium-grade Dali potion unlocked. 110. Chen Shu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the system to be so user-friendly. The medium-grade Dali potion was suitable for contract spirits of levels 4 to 6, requiring the same ingredients, but 2 Dali flowers, significantly increasing the crafting difficulty and consequently the selling price. "I wonder how many bottles I've produced," Chen Shu thought as he filled standard-sized bottles with the potion. Before long, a total of 13 bottles of Dali potion were neatly arranged on the table, equating to over 60,000 Huasha currency. With his cost being less than 20,000, this was truly a lucrative industry. Of course, the real profit lay not in the Dali potion itself, but in his system. Depending on the pharmacist's skill level, one could typically craft 5 to 10 bottles of the Dali potion, with ordinary pharmacists managing only 5, often with a chance of failure. However, due to the system's capabilities, Chen Shu achieved the maximum output of 10 bottles. And with his mastery level reducing material usage by 30, he ended up with an additional 30 yield, resulting in 13 bottles. Isn't producing 13 bottles a bit too ostentatious? Chen Shu mused. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Quick-witted, he swiftly stored 7 of the potion bottles in the system's space. The laboratory door swung open, and 2 individuals in lab coats entered. Who are you?" Su Qinshu furrowed her brows. Her eyes filled with suspicion. "Oh no, it's her." Chen Shu's heart sank. He expected to encounter the cold woman again. The layout of this laboratory is quite impressive, he remarked nonchalantly, nodding as he turned to leave. It's you. Su Qinshua's eyes widened in realization. That student. Wow, you recognized me that quickly? Chen Shu was taken aback by her swift recognition and took off his mask. You dared to enter the laboratory without permission? Su Qinshua's eyes flared with anger, taken aback by his audacity. Sister, I truly came for an interview. Why make it difficult for me? Chen Shu replied, the two locking eyes in a tense standoff. Wait, what are these potions? One of Su Qinshua's companions suddenly turned to the table, noticing the 6 bottles of Dali potion. He stepped forward and took a whiff of the potion. This is authentic Dali potion, he exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Su Qinshu quickly comprehended the situation, her gaze fixed on Chen Shu in disbelief. Did you craft these? I told you, I really can concoct the Dali potion. Chen Shu shrugged, feigning helplessness. The notion that a high school student could produce Dali potions, and 6 bottles at that, indicated his skill exceeded that of the average pharmacist. This astounding revelation left both of them in prolonged silence. Some people really do seem to only fill the numbers. After a considerable pause, Su Qinshu swallowed hard and asked, is your failure rate in potion crafting high? It's practically non-existent, Chen Shu replied. On behalf of the company, I hope you can become a pharmacist in our department, Su Qinshu stated earnestly, feeling a twinge of regret within. The fog of confusion lifted. She hadn't expected the cow to turn out to be herself. Your previous attitude was quite unappealing to me. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a teasing look aimed at Su Qinshu. His words momentarily stirred Su Qinshu's expression, and before she could respond, the pharmacist beside her exclaimed, you can concoct high-grade strength elixirs? Naturally, it's as simple as that. If one has hands, one can do it, Chen Shu replied with a smile. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Qinshu's eyes. But eventually, determination emerged. Very well, I apologize. But if you deceive me, you shall not remain in the company. I asked this the demeanor of an apologizer? Chen Shu's brow furrowed slightly. I am sorry. Su Qinshu murmured, lowering her gaze. What? I can't hear you without my glasses. Chen Shu rubbed his eyes. What do your glasses have to do with your hearing? Su Qinshu recognized that he was deliberately putting her in a difficult position. Yet individuals like Chen Shu were far more valuable to the company. Even when higher-ups visited, it was she who had to yield. I apologize for my actions, and I ask for Mr. Chen's forgiveness. Su Qinshu took a deep breath and finally spoke sincerely. That's more like it. Chen Shu did not press her further. After all, she bore the surname Su, and offending her would create a rift with Su Xiaoyu. However, I will only be here for 2 months during the summer, considered a temporary worker. Just ensure the salary is reasonable, Chen Shu stated, revealing that he was not overly concerned about remuneration. His true objective was the strength elixir. While others could only brew 5 vials at a time, he could produce 13. If he discreetly stashed away 8 vials each time, that would amount to a value of 40,000, rendering his salary inconsequential. Excellent, I will draft a contract. Each pharmacist's minimum daily output is 5 vials, which should pose no challenge for you, Su Qinshu remarked. The company would not support idlers, thus production quotas were established. Failure to meet them would result in dismissal. For Chen Shu, producing 5 vials was a mere formality. Absolutely no problem, Chen Shu nodded. Can I start working in 3 days? Daily payment will suffice. Of course, Su Qinshu turned and exited the potion refinement department. Although Su Qinshu was known for her aloofness, her efficiency was commendable. Soon, she had crafted a contract specifically for Chen Shu. His position was merely that of a pharmacist assistant, since he lacked the certification of a full pharmacist. However, his salary was commensurate with that of a licensed pharmacist, earning 1,000 per day. Though this sounded substantial, the profit from 5 vials of strength elixir daily was approximately 5,000. The company retained 80%, leaving the pharmacist with a mere 20%. The contract also contained an enticing clause. Should one concoct more than 5 vials from a single batch, the surplus would belong solely to the pharmacist. Consequently, no monitoring cameras were installed in the potion rooms. As long as 5 vials were produced daily, the rest was inconsequential. While the company was greedy, it also allowed high-caliber pharmacists the opportunity to profit. If one could not earn money, it merely indicated a deficiency in their potion-making skills. With this agreement in place, both the company and the pharmacist stood to gain, a true win-win situation. Without hesitation, Chen Shu signed the contract with the company. Due to his ability to independently brew potions, the company had prepared a separate potion room just for him. In contrast, those sharing a potion room were typically newly graduated intern pharmacists. Armed with the system's advantages, Chen Shu's initial standing was already far superior to others. As long as he continuously unlocked new potion recipes, he could theoretically ascend to become the world's foremost pharmacist with ease. In an afternoon, while others might only manage to brew once, yielding precisely 5 vials, the task of potion making was exceedingly laborious and mentally taxing. Many pharmacists at 30 would already be balding, having exhausted themselves prematurely. Yet on Chen Shu's desk lay a total of 20 vials of potion. Not bad. Chen Shu clapped his hands. The system's storage now contained 40 vials of strength elixir, far more lucrative than mere thievery. Xiao Mao, please apply for the 5th batch of materials. I wish to brew another. An assistant entered, eyes wide with disbelief. Master Chen, are you not tired? Not at all, I'm invigorated. What's the matter? Chen Shu inquired of the assistant who had been tasked with gathering materials for him. The company has run out of stock on the strength flower. Out of stock? How could there be so few? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the company was limiting his capabilities. That moment, a stern-faced middle-aged man entered, accompanied by an exquisitely featured young woman, none other than the top student, Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Chen Shu smiled. I accompanied my uncle, Su Xiaoyu replied. This must be your classmate. Indeed, a remarkable young talent, the middle-aged man beside Xiaoyu expressed. I am Zhou Cheng, Xiaoyu's uncle. It's a pleasure to meet you. Uncle Zhou, you have great insight. Chen Shu shook his hand amicably. I heard you successfully brewed 4 batches of strength elixir in one afternoon? Zhou Cheng remarked, still incredulous. Just basic operations, nothing special. Chen Shu waved his hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. The onlookers harbored a singular thought. How infuriating, he's boasting. After a moment, Zhou Cheng continued, in that case, you will be the sole brewer of strength elixirs for now. However, the company can currently provide a maximum of 3 batches of materials per day. The primary ingredient for the strength elixir, the strength flower, is sourced from an alternate dimension. The 666 Elixir Company, being a major firm in Nanjing City, clearly lacked the capacity to procure large quantities of strength flowers. 0.3 strength flowers per day were their utmost limit. Moreover, the company produced various elixirs, not solely the strength elixir, making it impractical to allocate all resources to this one product. No problem. Chen Shu nodded. 3 strength flowers would yield an additional 24 vials of strength elixir for him, translating to a daily income of 100,000 huaxia coins, equivalent to that of a senior pharmacist. Excellent, Xiao Qian. Uncle Zhou will ensure your daily salary is doubled, payable immediately. Zhou Cheng's eyes glimmered with delight, astonished by the talent the company had unexpectedly acquired. For a mere monthly expenditure of 60,000, they could reap returns in the hundreds of thousands, a veritable goldmine for any businessman. Have you ever considered becoming a professional pharmacist? The company can offer you a long-term position with a salary that will surely satisfy you. Zhou Cheng eagerly suggested. Just then, a new option appeared before Chen Shu. Chapter 22. My journey is the stars and the sea. The options materialized before Chen Shu once more. Accept Zhou Cheng's offer to become the company's dedicated pharmacist. Completion reward. Unlock all potion-making knowledge. Contract spirit disappears. Politely decline. Resolutely pursue the path of a beast master. Completion reward. Intermediate beast mastery. Chen Shu hesitated not for a moment, choosing the latter without delay. Although the first reward was exceptionally tempting, promising instant ascension to the world's premier pharmacist, what good would it do? Ultimately, pharmacists existed to serve beast masters. Uncle Zhou, my journey is towards the stars and the sea. Chen Shu firmly declined. Zhou Cheng chuckled, appreciating his ambition. Should you wish to become a pharmacist, the company's doors will always be open to you. They exchanged a brief handshake, and Zhou Cheng turned to Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I had no idea your school had such talent. You should engage with Chen Shu and learn from him about potion making. Despite Chen Shu's refusal, Zhou Cheng still sought to persuade him. Retaining Chen Shu could transform him into a veritable cash cow for the company. It is time to leave work. Would you like Uncle Zhou to give you a ride? Zhou Cheng inquired. No need. I'll leave with my friends, Su Xiaoyu replied. That's fine. Xiaoyu, please see your classmate off. Zhou Cheng exited the potion room. I can't believe you can actually brew potions. Su Xiaoyu scrutinized him, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Although she was the top of her class and poised to enter a prestigious university, she was completely clueless about potion-making. In truth, many university graduates fell far short of such a level, needing time to gain practical experience and hone their skills. How is it that you can brew potions at such a young age? Su Xiaoyu questioned, her mind racing with curiosity. That story begins in my childhood, Chen Shu replied as they walked point one day. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and a storm was imminent while I munched on spicy strips on the street. Chen Shu seemed to reminisce about that day. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and from the depths of the clouds, a colossal golden dragon emerged, its mouth large enough to swallow a football field. An imposing sight indeed. I felt an instinctive awareness, and as I looked up, I locked eyes with the golden dragon, only to be astonished as it spoke human words. Chen Shu paused dramatically, swallowing hard, and then, what did it say? Su Xiaoyu inquired, her interest piqued. I will forever remember the dragon's words. Chen Shu pressed the elevator button. It exclaimed, incredible, young man. A divine light emanates from your crown, truly a rare genius. Here is a book titled The Art of Alchemy. A priceless treasure that I sense our fates are intertwined, so I'll sell it to you for just 10 yuan. Su Xiaoyu fell into silence, pondering, what was I expecting? So you bought it for 10 yuan? And then you automatically learned how to brew potions? Su Xiaoyu's face darkened with disbelief. Do you take me for a fool? Chen Shu retorted. That moment, I questioned its price. How could it be so expensive? Who knew the golden dragon would swirl and roar? How dare you accuse me of being a charlatan? We intellectuals have principles. Su Xiaoyu rubbed her temples. My head hurts, I assure you. It's true. I am that dragon. A sudden voice echoed through the air. Zhang Dali, clad in security attire, approached with a serious demeanor. Chun Pai, I never imagined you would still remember those childhood events. When will you return the 10 yuan? Good heavens! Help! Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, smacking her forehead before decisively departing. She feared that lingering with the two of them would render her as eccentric as they were. Chun Pai, how did the interview go today? You may now address me by my other name, Chen Dao Jishi. Chen Shu coughed deliberately, placing emphasis on the title of pharmacist. Truly worthy of my best friend. The two companions journeyed home after a hearty meal in the city center. Mom and Dad, I forgot to mention, this is the 100,000 yuan reward from the Spirit Town Bureau. Chen Shu produced the money from his backpack, having nearly forgotten amidst the busyness of the interview. Son, what have you done? His father, Chen Ping, frowned, displaying no signs of joy but rather a serious inquiry. After Chen Shu's explanation, his parents sighed in relief. There better not be a next time. A wanted criminal with a bounty of 100,000 yuan must surely have committed a heinous crime. One that students like you cannot confront. Chen Shu nodded repeatedly, initially believing his parents would gladly accept the money, only to be met with refusal. We don't need it at home for now. You are currently cultivating your beast control abilities. Procure any necessary potions yourself, and if you find yourself short, then come to your father. Not needed, Dad. Could it be that I am truly a rich second generation? Chen Shu's eyes widened. Their family was merely ordinary, and 100,000 yuan was a significant sum, yet his parents had turned it down. It's not your concern. The household has no use for it. His father, Chen Ping, offered no further explanation. Chen Shu reluctantly stowed away the 100,000 yuan and retreated to his room. Could it be that there were secrets within the family? He pondered various clues. Uncle Zhang was a black iron-level beast master, yet often referred to his father as Brother Chen. Devoid of any arrogance typical of a beast master. Could there be a deeper reason? Chen Shu shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. If there were indeed secrets, his father would surely disclose them in due course. He laid all the Dali potions from his system space on the table. The arrival of such wealth was unexpectedly effortless. A total of 40 bottles of Dali potions, valued at 5,000 each, amounted to a staggering 200,000. I hope it does not disappoint me. Chen Shu thought, and with a flicker of his mind, a golden slime materialized in his embrace. Guggy, Guggy. The slime bobbed its head, wriggling affectionately in his arms. Though the slime's potential rating was merely E, it possessed an exceedingly gentle nature, with a compliance rate exceeding 80% towards its master. Chen Shu opened a bottle of Dali potion and poured it into the golden slime. The potion's effect was to permanently enhance the strength of the contracted spirit, albeit the increase from a single bottle was modest, approximately 0.5 Guggy, Guggy. The golden slime opened its mouth wide and ingested all 40 bottles of Dali potions. Burp, the slime burped contentedly, bouncing around in excitement. Although it was weak, it certainly had an appetite. Chen Shu gently patted the golden slime in his arms before placing it into the beast control space. The 40 bottles of Dali potions had permanently increased its strength by 20, sufficient to grant the contracted spirit a distinct advantage in battle. Investing is timeless. This is the pressure from affluent players. Chapter 23. Someone is preparing potions in the restroom. The maximum limit for the low-grade Dali potion is a 20 strength increase. At present, the golden slime had developed a resistance to the potion, unable to increase its strength any further, and could only switch to other potions or medium-grade Dali potions. Next, I shall configure medium-grade Dali potions. Chen Shu mused. Had he not embarked on the study of potion making, enhancing the slime's strength by 20 would have required purchasing 40 bottles of low-grade Dali potions, costing a total of 200,000 huasha coins. An ordinary family could not possibly afford such an expense, and considering other potions for speed, defense, etc., the cost would be staggering. Even in the realm of beast control, the disparity between wealth and poverty persisted unchanged. The contracted spirits of the wealthy were inherently stronger than those of the poor, an undeniable truth. The pronounced disparity rendered the interdimensional space exceedingly popular. Only through it could ordinary beast masters amass considerable wealth and procure potions to enhance their contracted spirit's prowess. For 3 days, Chen Ping busied himself solely with shuttling between the community and the company. On the second day, he successfully configured potions 3 times, yielding 24 bottles of Dali potions. On the third day, Chen Shu configured 2 more low-grade potions and unlocked the blueprint for medium-grade Dali potions. Initially intending to create a medium-grade potion, he found that the ingredients required 2 Dali flowers. Reluctantly, Chen Shu resorted to configuring another low-grade Dali potion. With the college entrance examination holiday nearing its end, Chen Shu's system space had accumulated 48 bottles of Dali potions, providing a noteworthy enhancement to the strength of his contracted spirit. What a fulfilling holiday it has been. In the afternoon, Chen Shu left the company. He only needed to complete his daily 3 configurations. Other potion makers might not accomplish even that in an entire day, yet he had done so in less than an hour and had the remainder of the time to allocate as he pleased. Perhaps I shall visit the black market, he thought. Hailing a random taxi, he noticed a man seated in the front. Driver, would it be convenient to head to the black market? Chen Shu inquired. Convenient? There's a public restroom just up ahead. No need to venture all the way to the black market, the driver replied, puzzled. Chen Shu? Is this what they call the Ming effect? Ming, as you wish in this prosperous era. I meant to say, is it on the way to the black market? Oh, on the way. This passenger will disembark just ahead. The driver finally comprehended. In the span of merely an hour, Chen Shu arrived near Qixing Street. Even during the day, the throngs in the black market were ceaseless, comparable to the city center. He approached the entrance of the black market, seemingly awaiting something. Without Su Xiaoyu's guidance, he could not enter the black market alone. Just then, a man strode confidently toward the entrance. Oh, Lao Zhang. Long time no see. Chen Shu grinned, throwing an arm around the man's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. Who are you? Zhang Ming asked, completely bewildered. I have no recollection of you. It's me, Lao Chun. Have you forgotten? The last time we were together, we shared a drink. Chen Shu was exuberantly familiar, guiding Zhang Ming into the black market effortlessly. Oh, Lao Chen. That's why you seemed so familiar. How have you been? Although Zhang Ming appeared perplexed, he still greeted warmly. Chen Shu's lips twitched slightly. The act was quite well performed. Of course, it's the same as always. We'll chat again when the opportunity arises. I must take my leave now. Chen Shu turned on his heel and departed, leaving Zhang Ming in a state of confusion. He passed by the street stalls and entered a shop along the street. Dali potions can only be sold for 3,000 yuan? Truly black market merchants. The selling price was 5,000, but the purchasing price was merely 3,000. This has the trademark of 666 Potion Company. It's genuine, Chen Shu explained, noting that the company's packaging was used for convenience in selling. I understand. If it were black market goods, it would be only 1,005, the attendant responded calmly. You are truly black-hearted, Chen Shu remarked. Do you have Dali flowers? Yes, 21,000 per flower, with a total of 4 in stock. Then procure the materials for 4 Dali potions, Chen Shu instructed. That's 100,000. Do you possess that much? The attendant questioned skeptically. The dolly flower was valued at 21,000, and the remaining materials were around 5,000 each. Chen Shu produced the dolly potions from his backpack, presenting a neat array of 48 bottles. My goodness, you didn't rob the 666 potion company, did you? I am a law-abiding citizen. Do you take me for a criminal? Exchange them for the materials and convert the excess into huaxia coins. Understood, understood. The black market does not inquire about one's background. The attendant collected all the dolly potions without further ado. Such a bargain. Chen Shu had anticipated a price of 5,000 per bottle, but that was merely the shop price. Selling it himself would yield a higher return. Regrettably, he lacked the credentials of a pharmacist. Otherwise, selling in a legitimate store in the city center would yield significantly higher prices. Here are the materials for 4 potions. This is 44,000 yuan. Please check. The attendant soon returned. Chen Shu inspected the dolly flowers, ensuring they were not dyed. The attendant displayed the purchased dolly potions on the shelf, marked at 5,000 each. Could you show me some respect? Chen Shu's lips quirked. The 3,000 yuan purchase was now displayed right before him. Shaking his head, he exited the black market shop. It seemed necessary to obtain a vendor's license for the black market next time. If he sold them himself, he could at least fetch 4,000 per bottle. This shop was simply too unscrupulous. The 4 sets of materials would allow for 2 configurations of medium-grade dolly potions, potentially yielding 26 bottles of medium-grade dolly potions, thus exponentially increasing their value. Even though the black market was a lucrative venture, Chen Shu never suffered losses. First, I need to configure the potions. Chen Shu sought a quiet place, but the black market was bustling and noisy. A public restroom? Without hesitation, he walked inside. After waiting a while, he finally secured a stall. The various ingredients for configuring the dolly potions were neatly arranged on the floor. In the realm of systematic pharmacology, the low-grade strength potion has given rise to a new compendium, namely the mid-grade strength potion. Did Chen Shu opt to concoct the mid-grade strength potion? Without hesitation, he chose to proceed with the formulation, and in the next moment, his body was seamlessly managed by the system. As if he had transformed into the world's foremost apothecary, he meticulously placed various medicinal herbs into a large container, executing each step with flawless precision, akin to a flawlessly functioning machine. The difficulty of crafting the mid-grade strength potion was evidently considerably higher. After a full 20 minutes, he successfully completed the process, yielding precisely 13 vials. With the successful formulation of the mid-grade strength potion, crafting it 10 times would unlock the high-grade strength potion. As the system chimed again, Chen Shu prepared for his second attempt. Meanwhile, the restroom stall door remained firmly shut. A young man entered, clutching his abdomen, only to be met with an unfortunate predicament. All the stalls were occupied. He squeezed his legs together, his sphincter straining, accompanied by the subtle tremors of his body, while a song echoed in his mind, "My last stubbornness, clenching my legs and never letting go." The public restroom contained only 3 stalls, with the other 2 already occupied, forcing the young man to take a position in the farthest stall. Time passed slowly, his body quivered, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Bro, I need help." Urgently, unable to contain himself, he knocked on the stall door. The occupants of the 2 adjacent stalls had just entered, and it would likely take them a considerable time to exit. Yet, no response came from within the stall. Could it be that no one was there? He pondered, though the door remained tightly shut. After a moment of internal conflict, he finally mustered the courage to climb over. The stall door was not excessively high, and with a gentle leap, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. What the hell? Someone is concocting potions in the restroom. Chapter 24. An ambush? This individual's worldview was shattered. Had apothecaries descended to such absurdity? Or was it that he had come to the restroom specifically to gather certain materials? In an instant, his urge to relieve himself diminished significantly. His exclamation drew a crowd, with many gathering outside the stall. "Bro, what's going on? Is someone really brewing potions in there?" Numerous onlookers regarded him with incredulous expressions, unable to fathom such a ludicrous occurrence in a restroom. "If you don't believe me, take a look for yourselves," he insisted, shaking his head in a heartbeat. Many became intrigued, leaping up to peer into the stall. This unfortunate development vexed the 2 individuals in the adjacent stalls, as heads occasionally popped up, their expressions bizarrely curious. "What are you all doing? Forming a gang? A bunch of perverts." Though most were merely there to witness the potion making, a casual glance would reveal the other two stall occupants. Goodness, there really is someone brewing potions. An extraordinary individual, completely indifferent to the outside world. This level of composure suggests he is destined to become a master apothecary. His hands were remarkably steady, devoid of any tremors, yet it was curious that he occasionally seemed to be retrieving something from the restroom. Chen Shu left only a silhouette behind, and the abundance of herbs on the floor naturally led to wild speculations. 20 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the public restroom became crowded, though not with individuals seeking relief, but rather with spectators. Finally completed, Chen Shu thought with delight, having produced a total of 26 vials of mid-grade strength potion. Once the slime reached level 4 as a contracted spirit, it could consume the potion and further enhance its power. With the system's rewards and the infusion of potions, even a mere pig could be cultivated into a divine beast. Clang. The stall door swung open, and in an instant, over a dozen gazes converged upon him. The public restroom apothecary has emerged. Hurry, behold the visage of the Great One. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is happening? The public restroom apothecary. Is that really a thing? Dude, were you actually brewing potions? Someone couldn't help but inquire. Him? Chen Shu responded, puzzled. Could it be that my potion making was visible to others? Just then, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Flee the scene in a panic to avoid being recognized. Reward, 10 obedience from contracted spirits. Option 2. Nod in acknowledgement while proclaiming his name and identity, thereby achieving fame. Reward, high-grade strength potion. Option 3. Flash a charming smile and drink a potion in front of the crowd. Reward, substantial beast-taming power. Chen Shu paused for a moment before responding. In that case, I shall not hide it any longer. Would you all like to give it a try? He retrieved a container from his backpack, revealing a pale yellow liquid. The crowd had already formed preconceived notions, inevitably associating it with something unpleasant. Anyone interested in a taste? It's free. Chen Shu offered the container. A group of people instinctively recoiled, as if faced with a formidable foe, questioning the nature of the liquid, which bore an odor reminiscent of urine. Chen Shu shook his head, then offered what he believed to be a charming smile before opening the container. Surely, he wouldn't. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Gulp! Chen Shu tilted his head back and took a sip of the strength potion before their very eyes. Not bad, he remarked, feeling a slight sweetness, with no other noticeable effects. This was a potion for contracted spirits, and its impact on him was minimal, with no side effects anticipated. Goodness, you are incredibly bold. The onlookers felt a shiver down their spines, their stomachs churning. The taste is quite pleasant. Chen Shu grinned, stowing the container in his backpack, then calmly exiting the restroom. In an instant, the crowd parted, even refraining from approaching him, as if he exuded an aura of dominance. He truly is a werewolf. Such a magnificent act deserved to be shared online. Many captured Chen Shu's silhouette while brewing potions and promptly posted it on social media. Shocking. A senior apothecary concocting a pale yellow potion in a public restroom. Is this a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality? In a public restroom of Nanjing City, the figure of an apothecary emerged, remaining composed even in adverse conditions, demonstrating steady techniques. Have apothecaries truly become this extravagant? The apothecary produced a new type of restroom potion and, before the scrutiny of many, consumed it in one gulp. Was this what they referred to as performance art? Many accompanied their posts with captions, all featuring Chen Shu's nonchalant silhouette. Oblivious to the fact that his actions had gone viral online, Chen Shu quietly left the black market. Following this choice, the substantial beast-taming power elevated him to a level 3 beast-tamer. No longer languishing at the bottom of his class in the span of just 1 week, Chen Shu had ascended from level 0 to level 3 beast-tamer, showcasing the system's formidable capabilities. As dusk approached, he rode his bicycle home. As for Zhang Dali, after merely 2 days as a security guard, he had completely lost interest. He was merely seeking life experiences, not genuinely aspiring to become a security guard. Such was the confidence that came from being a second-generation rich kid. Today was a good day. All his wishes seemed destined to come true. With a light-hearted spirit, Chen Shu hummed a tune as he passed the dim alley from his previous encounter. Surely, there wouldn't be any robberies today, he mused, glancing toward the narrow passage and recalling his earlier experience. Just then, a dark figure suddenly emerged at the alley's entrance. A black snake, measuring about half a meter, charged toward him at breakneck speed, its eyes gleaming with a sinister light. What on earth is that? Chen Shu's heart raced at the sight of the rapidly approaching black snake. Meanwhile, lurking behind a large tree at the alley's entrance was a man with a malevolent expression. You dare to offend young Master Zhang? Consider yourself unfortunate. Wooly was a societal beast tamer, yet due to his lackluster talent, he remained a level 4 beast tamer even as he approached 30. However, his adeptness at currying favor with the Zhang brothers ensured that he never lacked for sustenance. Long before the college entrance examination, Zheng Yi had instructed Wooly to find an opportunity to teach Chen Shu a lesson. By chance, today he had encountered Chen Shu in the black market, tailing him until he finally found his chance. Although society was harmonious and murder was prohibited, ensuring that someone spent a week or two in the hospital was well within the realm of possibility. Wooly commanded his contracted spirit, a black venomous snake, baring its fangs and lunging forward. Just then, amidst the dimness of the night, a sudden burst of yellow appeared. Boom! Wooly felt the ground tremble beneath him as an enormous mass emerged into view. What on earth is that? Chapter 25. I haven't even started to unleash my power yet. Wooly was taken aback. Although he was aware that Chen Shu's contracted spirit was a golden slime, no one had ever seen it in action. Moreover, according to intel, Chen Shu's contracted spirit lacked combat prowess. Yet, before him lay the black venomous snake, its eyes wide in horror, blood gushing from its mouth. A pitiful sight on the brink of death, likely with its innards crushed. Despite being a level 4 contracted spirit, its strengths lay in speed and venom. However, being pinned beneath a massive 2-meter sphere weighing 500 pounds was unbearable for anyone. Thanks to several enhancements and the amplification from the strength potion, the golden slime had developed a certain level of combat capability. Coupled with its enlargement ability, most level 4 contracted spirits were no match for it. Damn it, what a sneak attack! Chen Shu was exceedingly furious. He was accustomed to ambushing others, yet had never endured such humiliation himself. Crush this thing for me. With a squelch, the golden slime bounced in place, while the black venomous snake felt as though it were pinned beneath a heavy weight, unable to even turn over, only able to emit pained hisses. What the hell? Why is it so ferocious? Wooly, the master of the black venomous snake, could sense the state of his contracted spirit. If he did not call it back soon, it might truly perish. For a beastmaster, losing a contracted spirit would be an exceedingly deadly blow. Return? Wooly summoned the black venomous snake back and turned to discreetly leave the area. Indeed, it is a contracted spirit, Chen Shu realized in an instant. If it were an ordinary animal, it would not exhibit such overt aggression. He had been vigilantly observing the surroundings, and the moment Wooly made a move to escape, he captured it. Use the charge skill. Chen Shu grinned. Although his thought process differed from that of ordinary people, to assume he was foolish would be the true folly. With a squelch, the golden slime leapt slightly, its large eyes widening in fury, its body suddenly trembling as if launched from a bowstring. Wooly felt a gust of wind behind him. He couldn't help but turn to look, only catching a glimpse of yellow before being propelled several meters away. Thud! Wooly's body collided with a tree. Appearing quite pitiful, Chen Shu retrieved the slime and approached Wooly. According to the combat power of the contracted spirit, it could easily kill a human, yet Chen Shu had held back. If the Spirit Control Bureau were to investigate, he too would face dire consequences, surely ending up imprisoned. Who are you? Chen Shu leaned down, gazing at Wooly, who at that moment remained silent, merely moaning in pain. Oh, I've seen you before. You were indeed sent by Zheng Nan. Chen Shu suddenly exclaimed. How do you know? Wooly blurted out, quickly realizing his slip, but it was too late. Just fooling with you, now get lost. Chen Shu disregarded Wooly further and turned to ride his bicycle home. Wooly struggled to rise, stumbling away. Given his injuries, he would likely have to spend some time in the hospital. Indeed, your training has not been in vain, he mused upon returning home, continuously rubbing the golden slime, his eyes betraying satisfaction. Although today's victory over the black venomous snake was largely due to catching it off guard, taking advantage of the moment before it could react, the slime had effectively subdued it. It also showcased the slime's strength. At level 3, the slime had grown close to 7 decimeters. Upon magnification, its size surged to nearly 3 meters, and coupled with its formidable weight, being pinned by it would surely spell disaster. Just wait until you reach level 4. The potions are all prepared. Chen Shu's system space contained 26 bottles of mid-grade strength potions, which, once consumed, would provide a considerable boost. The next day arrived swiftly. Chen Shu arrived at school as usual. Why does it feel so strange? He surveyed the others, noticing their peculiar gazes, as if they were observing something extraordinary. The moment he stepped into the classroom, all his classmates turned their attention towards him. What on earth is going on? Why are they all looking at me like that? Chen Shu crossed his arms, warily scrutinizing everyone. Chen Pai, could it really be you? The class leader, Wang Ming, suddenly pulled out his phone to show him a picture. It depicted a figure squatting in a restroom stall, the dim lighting and yellow clothing creating an oddly harmonious scene, with a lively alpaca emblazoned on it. That's me. What's wrong? Chen Shu was also wearing that same yellow outfit today, adorned with a vividly depicted alpaca. Goodness, you've become famous. The city of Nanjiang's restroom alchemist, Wang Ming exclaimed. Chen Shu took the phone, observing the plethora of comments and shares. Is this what they call epic level potions? It is going quite well, albeit a bit shabby. What the hell? It's really blown up. He had merely concocted a potion casually, and it had unexpectedly garnered citywide attention. Brother Pai, you didn't actually use restroom materials for your alchemy? Did you? Can that stuff even be used in potions now? The crowd was filled with astonishment and curiosity. I truly was making potions. Chen Shu's lips twitched. It seemed explanations were futile. I was indeed brewing potions. Not concocting fertilizers. What would I do with that? Dings rang out as class time commenced, abruptly halting the classroom chatter. Feng Ku, wearing black-rimmed glasses, entered, casting a curious glance at Chen Shu. He had also heard of the restroom alchemist legend and had suspected it was Chen Shu upon seeing the photo. This fellow was capable of anything. Any abnormality he indulged in would somehow appear entirely normal. All right, everyone, cease the chatter about other matters. Feng Ke cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. With the college entrance exams concluded, the senior students may let loose a bit, but not you all. As the finals approach, I'll share some news. Whether or not you can enter the senior special training class will hinge on your performance in this final exam. Upon this announcement, the entire class erupted into commotion. AS students of the Beast-Tamer class, they all had some understanding of the senior special training class. To cultivate outstanding students aimed at challenging the top academies in Huagua. This special training class was established. Gaining entry would significantly enhance one's beast-taming capabilities, with the consumed resources largely covered by the school. This was a coveted opportunity that beast-tamers in society greatly envied. For the students in the Beast-Tamer class, the special training class represented a small gateway. Once crossed, their college entrance exam results would surely not falter. Teacher, isn't it customary to establish the special training class in the second semester of senior year? Wang Ming inquired. This year's college entrance exam results are rather dismal. We may very well fall out of the top 3 in the city. Feng Ku sighed. If the school's performance declined, the Ministry of Education would accordingly reduce teaching resources. Just the monthly cost of beast orbs was a significant expenditure that the school could scarcely bear in a bid to recover their performance. The school decided to establish the special training class ahead of schedule. Feng Ku's gaze shifted to the top students in the class. The upcoming final exam results would serve as a crucial indicator of whether they could enter the special training class. Both Xiaobing and Wang Ming felt a surge of determination in their eyes. The senior special training class only accepted 20 students, specifically the top 20 in the grade, and currently, only Xiaobing's performance qualified. The rest seemed somewhat strained. Rest assured, teacher, we will strive valiantly, Chen Shu proclaimed with fervor. It's rare to see Chen Shu so motivated. It's all right, the outcome isn't paramount, as long as you put forth the effort. Feng Ke replied. Chen Shu, the way you phrase it makes it seem as though the outcome is already predetermined before I even begin to exert myself. Chapter 26. Just getting one would be considered a success. Xiaobing, Wang Ming, and Li Zixuan, please step outside. The rest of you, study diligently. The homeroom teacher, Feng Ku, called forth the top 3 students. Although Class 5 of Beast Tamers was the lowest performing class, the top students still had a chance to push for the special training class. It seems they truly regard me as a poor student, Chen Shu mused, shaking his head. Teacher Feng, you're mistaken. You don't even realize a bright star is rising. He yawned, preparing to rest for a bit. Chen Shu, step out for a moment. Suddenly, A stern voice echoed from the classroom door. Teacher Yin? Chen Shu stood up, bewildered, and followed to the office. Teacher Yin taught them the history of spirit tamers and was known for his strict demeanor. Many students held a certain fear of him. Chen Pai, how come you followed me and right after I entered the office? Fang Ke's lips twitched. It felt as though he were everywhere. Teacher Yin is looking for me. Chen Shu replied, moving to a nearby desk. What? This kid has gotten into trouble again? Fang Ke inquired. Humph. Teacher Yin's expression was grim, shrouded in clouds. He even cheated on a minor test. Upon hearing this, Fang Ke's brow furrowed deeply. Cheating was a serious issue that impacted the school's disciplinary climate. If pursued, it could lead to a formal reprimand. Chen Shu, what's going on? Fang Ke asked. Cheating, me? Chen Shu looked utterly baffled, as if they had mistaken him for someone else. Still putting on an act? This is your history quiz from last week. Teacher Yin flung a test paper onto the desk. Although it bore no marked score, every answer was entirely correct, with not a single error. The most peculiar aspect was that the name on it was Chen Shu, the Chen Shu who had ranked last in the monthly exam. Please explain how you went from being the bottom of the class to the top in just a week, Teacher Yin demanded. Before him appeared the options. Option 1. Nodding in acknowledgement, say, I'm only 17. I cheated once, what's the harm? Complete reward. A small amount of beast-taming power. Option 2. Deny the cheating allegation. Complete reward. High school beast-taming materials knowledge. Is there even a need to choose? Chen Shu shrugged, vehemently declaring, I, Chen Shu, would rather starve, remain the last in the class and lay flat, but I would never cheat. So you really do think that? Fang Ke's forehead broke out in beads of sweat. Both teachers, I assure you, I did not cheat. Chen Shu sighed deeply. If he were to pinpoint a reason, it could only be attributed to talent, an unparalleled talent, a gift that is 1 in a million. All right. Fang Ke was aware that this fellow was about to ramble on again. In truth, he did not entirely believe that Chen Shu would resort to cheating. It was not due to faith in his character, but rather because anyone bold enough to aim for a mere 16 points surely had no scores they dared not pursue. Teacher Yin, if you don't believe me, feel free to quiz me on history. I truly know it all. Chen Shu could hardly explain to the two that it was due to the system. The stern Teacher Yin remained unconvinced. He picked up the exam paper. In which year did the first dimensional rift appear within the borders of Huagua? And how was it suppressed? In the 5th year of the revival era, the ferocious beasts within the rift possessed dark attributes. They were subdued by the strongest 300 warriors of Huagua at that time, who united to quell the uprising Dado? A flicker of surprise crossed Teacher Yan's eyes as he scrutinized Chen Shu. When did the most formidable dimensional rift in Huagua emerge? In the year 380 of the revival era. To this day, the Dragon's Nest located in Huayuan Province remains the most perilous dimensional rift in our nation, housing beasts with dragon lineage, currently overseen by the 1st Spiritual Suppression Legion. What year marked the most critical moment in Huagua's history? In the year 625 of the revival era, 12 dimensional rifts within Huagua united in rebellion, leading to an onslaught of countless ferocious beasts. The ensuing battle lasted a full 12 years, with significant casualties among the major legions. Only to eventually quell this turmoil. Observing Chen Shu's fluent responses, the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't he supposed to be a slacker? Clearly, he was not adhering to the expected script. I merely wished to live a low-key life, but now, it seems I have no choice but to reveal my true self. Chen Shu turned to his homeroom teacher, Fang Ke, his gaze brimming with confidence. For now, I will trust you. Fang Ke appraised Chen Shu. Teacher Yin continued to pose a variety of questions, partly to verify his knowledge, and partly to help him solidify it. Fang Ke did not pay Chen Shu any further mind. While he was somewhat astonished by his grasp of historical knowledge, to him, it was merely a minor detail. The final exams would encompass more than just history. Fang Ke returned to his desk, glancing at the 3 top students in the class. They were the true hope of Class 5, Beast-Taming. Clearing his throat, Fang Ke proclaimed with fervor, now that the Dragon Gate is in sight, you must consider whether this might be the only opportunity of your lives. It is your duty to restore the glory of Class 5, Beast-Taming. In an instant, the 3 top students were filled with fervor, feeling an immense sense of responsibility. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu candidly expressed his thoughts. Come on, just getting one would be a success. Chapter 27. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything, Chen Shu. Fang Ku exclaimed in anger, reprimanding him. Forget I said anything. Teacher, please continue. Chen Shu fell silent, turning to engage with Teacher Yan about history. Fang Ku sighed, feeling his frustrations dissipate somewhat, and continued, you all have a chance. There are still 20 days until the final exams. And your academic performance is more than satisfactory. The only concern lies with the beast-taming subject. During this time, try to acquire more potions. If you have the financial means, you might check the black market for any beast-taming orbs for sale. In all of Nanjing, there was only one shop authorized to sell beast-taming orbs, backed by governmental forces, yet the prices were exorbitant, with supply falling far short of demand, rendering it nearly impossible to procure one. Fang Ku could only hope they might strike luck in the black market, as anything could potentially appear there. Scoring higher in beast-taming could significantly improve their rank. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan nodded, resolutely deciding to ask their families for assistance in purchasing potions. Although this would entail considerable expense, both came from relatively affluent backgrounds and could temporarily manage it. Not only the three of them, but also the top students in their grade would be fervently striving to elevate themselves, all hoping to shine in the final exams and secure a spot in the senior training class. Meanwhile, Xiaobing found herself in a dilemma, remaining silent. Xiaobing, do you have any questions? Fang Ku inquired with concern, recognizing her as the top student in the class and thus a focal point for attention. Xiaobing shook her head, offering no further comment. All right, you all stand a chance to enter the senior training class. The teacher has high hopes for you. Fang Ku did not press further, allowing the three to return to the classroom. At that moment, Chen Shu concluded his discussion with the history teacher, observing Teacher Yan's satisfied expression, which evidently signaled his belief in him. Teacher Fang, don't you have any faith in me? Chen Shu asked. As long as you can maintain your rank, that's all that matters. Fang Ku shook his head, suddenly recalling something. Please do not embarrass yourself in the final exams. Following the previous entrance exams failure, the school leadership is quite displeased and will likely tighten their grip on underperforming students. You might even be sent back to a regular class to prevent dragging down the beast-taming class's graduation rate. Understood. Chen Shu waved his hand, returning to the classroom. Being at the bottom? That would never happen again in his life. Back in the classroom, he began to absorb the additional knowledge about beast-taming materials that flooded his mind. The various rare materials stemmed from dimensional spaces, each with distinct appearances, characteristics, growth environments, effects, and so forth, all vividly manifesting in his thoughts. This world is even more wondrous than I had imagined. The myriad rare materials and elixirs in his mind broadened his horizons. This was merely high school knowledge. Soon, the school bell rang, and Chen Shu stretched lazily, preparing to return home for some rest. Chen Pai, Zhang Dali walked in from outside. Aren't you going to evening study? Chen Shu inquired, puzzled, as students in regular classes typically had evening sessions. Not going that I'm too hungry. Treat me to dinner tonight, Zhang Dali replied. Perfect, let's go. Chen Shu still had 100,000 yuan from the Spiritual Suppression Bureau's prize money, which he had kept in his bag. The two linked arms and left the school, heading to the snack street of Nanjing. After a hearty meal, it was already 7 in the evening. Let's head back. The two joyfully rode their bikes, preparing to return to their community. As they passed a shop named Home of Beast-Taming, Chen Shu suddenly came to a halt. Such shops exist in nearly every city, primarily serving to customize growth routes for contracted spirits, advising on suitable diets and what potions to consume to maximize their abilities. The personnel within are referred to as trainers, and their fees are substantial, attracting only wealthy families seeking consultations. Not far from the store, a small crowd had gathered. 2 men in black suits surrounded a beautiful girl. Miss Wang, when will you repay the money you owe us? One of the men said, arms crossed, his tone unfriendly. Wang Qinghan remained silent. She owed them 100,000 yuan, and repaying debts was only natural. I currently do not have that much, but I will be able to pay it all back soon. Just then, a little girl, around 10 years old, rushed over. Sister, I've finished my homework. When are we going home? The girl looked exquisitely cute. Wang Qinghan was an intern at Home of Beast-Taming. Although her salary was decent, she had exhausted her savings to facilitate her sister's awakening ritual, incurring further debts. The cost of the awakening ritual is exorbitant. Even the most basic ceremony is beyond the means of an average person. The sole purpose of the ritual is to enhance the probability of awakening high-potential contracted spirits. The two men turned their attention to the girl behind Xiaobing. She's quite adorable. Is she your sister? One of the men reached out to pat the little girl's head but was blocked by Wang Qinghan. This has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about touching my sister. Wang Qinghan threatened coldly. Now you're scared. The man sneered ominously. If you don't repay the money soon, I'll erase all your sister's homework with an eraser. Wang Qinghan was taken aback. What a couple of useless fools. Not far away, a crew-cut man smoking beneath a tree cursed under his breath. He stepped forward and gave the two men a hard slap on the back of their heads. You pathetic idiots. You can't even collect a debt properly. The crew-cut man scolded angrily, then turned to Wang Qinghan. Now, with both principal and interest, the total amount is 200,000 yuan. I expect to see 30,000 every month. You're an employee of Home of Beast-Taming. Your salary is at least 30,000 every month. The man spoke authoritatively. In the distance, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali parked their shared bike. Options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Cover your eyes and pass by. Muttering, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Reward upon completion. Skill book, brutal sit kill. Option 2. Act decisively and help the girl escape her predicament. Reward upon completion. Moderate beast taming power. Option 3. Join the underworld and force the girl to repay her debt. Reward upon completion. Title, Corrupted, Effect. The character of one's contracted spirit shifts to evil and cruel. Chen Shu's expression faltered. Without hesitation, he strode forward with determined steps. Chen Pai, those three clearly aren't good people. Don't meddle in their affairs, Zhang Dali warned. If they were ordinary students, the two might have intervened, but facing such individuals required careful consideration. However, Chen Shu remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Sigh, fine. I'll indulge you this once. Zhang Dali rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Kid? The crew-cut man immediately noticed the two approaching. It was clear they were not here for a friendly visit. As the three individuals stood on high alert, poised to take action at any moment, Chen Shu suddenly covered his eyes and muttered repeatedly, I cannot see. I cannot see. Chapter 28. What kind of absurd request is this? In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. The man with a buzz cut twitched at the corners of his mouth, dark lines appearing on his forehead, clearly exasperated. Is he out of his mind? Zhang Dali felt a pang in his heart, realizing that his righteous approach was merely to utter this line. Where was the legendary hero saving the damsel in distress? Wang Qinghan wore a similarly perplexed expression. Who on earth was this person? Completely disregarding the usual script, the skill book Violent Sit Kill had already been placed into the system space. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief, seeing that his objective had been achieved, and he dashed away, with Zhang Dali closely following. Their arrival and departure were as strange as could be, leaving not a trace behind. Brother, it seems we've been played. One man remarked in a peculiar tone. Fool, what do you mean seems? It is blatantly obvious. The buzz-cut man wore an expression of displeasure. Remember these two. If we encounter them again, give them a beating, a real beating. Chen Pai, why do I feel like your condition has worsened? After running quite a distance, Zhang Dali stopped, panting heavily. What do you know? Everything I do has its reasons. While others might wail and lament without success in making a contract spirit comprehend a skill, he could effortlessly obtain it. Violent Sit Kill. The contract spirit leaps into the air and lands precisely on the enemy's head, with its destructive power proportional to its size. It was tailor-made for him. Ensuring Chen Shu's risk was not in vain, he slapped the skill book, allowing the golden slime to learn it, thus acquiring a combat skill with a high degree of compatibility, significantly enhancing the slime's power. What a fulfilling day it was. Chen Shu was in high spirits, and on his way back, he purchased a large bag of grilled skewers to enjoy as a late-night snack. The two returned to their respective homes, each seeking their own mothers. Once home, Chen Shu played on his phone while relishing the skewers, utterly content. On Weibo, various news about the public toilet alchemist spread rapidly. His alpaca t-shirt had become an overnight sensation, with offers reaching 10,000 yuan. Truly, this is a mad era. It seems this piece of clothing must be kept under wraps. Chen Shu sighed, as he had always preferred a low profile. Besides, gaining fame would hinder his ability to execute ambushes in the future. The photos circulating on Weibo were all taken from behind, without a single frontal shot. Perhaps it was due to the impressive display he made when personally sampling Dali's potion that left everyone in awe, preventing any frontal images from circulating. After browsing online for a while, Chen Shu yawned and suddenly remembered something. He opened Fong Si's chat window and quickly typed, "Sister Fong Si, I went to the hospital today to check my leg." Ding! What happened? Fong Si promptly replied, indicating she was just on her phone. "I arrived late. First tell me, what's wrong with your leg? Did someone hit you?" Fong Si inquired with concern. "The nurses have all left. There's no leg to check anymore." "Chen Pai, are you trying to get yourself killed?" At Huaxia Academy, Fong Si lay in bed, muttering, "This guy seems to be truly itching for trouble." "Sister Fong Si, who else have you got your eye on?" A girl with bangs on another bed asked. Fong Si, with her short hair and fiery temperament, appeared quite spirited. "Nothing serious, just a little brother." Fong Si did not elaborate further. Ding. "Sister Fong Si, how's the environment at Huaxia Academy?" "I'm planning to come over next year." "Why come over? The school doesn't need any more security guards right now." Chen Shu was exasperated. "Am I someone who looks like I would work as a security guard?" "That's Zhangdali, not me. I'm coming to study." "Forget it. Just focus on getting into a cultural studies university. With me looking out for you, no one would dare bully you." Fong Si was unaware that Chen Shu had already transferred to the beast-taming class. Chen Shu also chose not to mention it, as he planned to make a remarkable entrance without prior notice. The two hastily ended their conversation, and Chen Shu washed up, preparing for bed. The option between sleep and cultivation reappeared, and Chen Shu decisively fell into a deep slumber. A surge of beast-taming power flowed into his body, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became a level 4 beast-tamer. The next day, Chen Shu entered the classroom. Throughout the day, nothing significant occurred, save for the history and materials teachers praising him during roll call. When school ended that afternoon, Xiaobing approached him with a troubled expression. "Chen Shu, could you lend me some money?" she said softly, her head bowed in embarrassment. Chen Shu was taken aback. It was quite rare for someone to ask him for money. Before him appeared a series of options. Option 1. Generously state. "What kind of relationship do we have?" "No need to say borrow. Just tell me how much you need and consider it done." Reward. A small amount of beast-taming power. Option 2. Shake his head vigorously and quickly say, "I have money, but I won't lend it. I won't lend it." Reward. Golden slime size increases by 10. Option 3. Look up at a 45-degree angle, sorrowfully say, "Talking about money really hurts feelings." Reward. Berserk potion. Option 4. Heartily pat his chest and say, as a friend, "I'll lend you the money, but it must accrue interest." Reward. High school beast-taming geography knowledge. For rare options appeared, causing hesitation in Chen Shu's eyes. The first option was immediately dismissed. It only offered a small amount of beast-taming power and was akin to giving away money. One's wealth comes easily. And even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. As for the other three options, the fourth was undoubtedly the most beneficial to him. If he could achieve full marks in cultural studies, he would stand a solid chance at entering the senior year training class. Without further hesitation, Chen Shu patted his chest and declared, "I'll lend you the money, but as for interest, let us calculate it at double the bank's interest rate." Xiaobing quickly agreed. Her proud nature made it quite difficult for her to ask for money, and if no interest was involved, it would leave her feeling uneasy. "How much do you need?" Chen Shu inquired. 100,000. Xiaobing whispered. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Shu was instantly choked by his own saliva, coughing violently. "Sister, did you inquire about all my assets? What do you need such a large sum for?" Chen Shu asked. "I'm about to break through to level 6 beast tamer and need to buy a mid-grade beast orb from the black market." Xiaobing spoke candidly, her eyes filled with anticipation. As a student of beast taming class 5, to become a level 6 beast tamer was exceptionally rare. This would place her firmly within the top 10 of the grade, ensuring her entry into the senior training class. "All right, I'll lend it to you. But I have one condition." Chen Shu paused, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. Xiaobing's heart raced. That smile seemed a bit unsettling. "What condition?" she asked. "You must write an essay praising me. No less than 2,000 words, and it must be heartfelt and moving. Hand it to me by tomorrow." Xiaobing. What kind of absurd request is this? Chapter 29. He is my brother. Surely such a simple task poses no difficulty for you, right? Chen Shu said with a mischievous smirk. "If you don't respond, I'll take it as your consent." He pulled out 100,000 yuan from his backpack and also retrieved a white beast orb. "This is the beast orb you gave me last time. I'll lend it to you as well. It is of no use to me. Even after consuming the beast orb, it still required time to cultivate and refine it into one's own beast-taming power. However, for Chen Shu, cultivating was out of the question. He could only rely on the rewards from the system to sustain himself. Chen Shu, even if you can't get into a beast-taming university, since you've chosen this path, I hope you take it seriously, Xiaobing said earnestly, clearly believing that Chen Shu was slacking off. As the class monitor, she naturally wanted to salvage the situation. Committee member Xia, I am well aware that a low-grade beast orb is valued at 20,000 in the black market, totaling 120,000. Although we are friends, let us keep things formal. First, a written agreement. Chen Shu wrote up the agreement, and after both signed, he finally felt at ease. Thank you, Chen Shu. Xiaobing expressed her gratitude earnestly. Although they were both beast tamers, none had the means to earn money, and being able to lend her such a large sum was undoubtedly a kindness. Among classmates, expressing thanks felt overly formal. Chen Shu waved his hand and then added, by the way, remember to pay back the interest too. Chen Shu slung his backpack over his shoulder, ready to head home and rest. Meanwhile, Xiaobing headed to the black market. Although she had the money, beast orbs were exceedingly rare, and availability in the black market was uncertain. It all depended on her luck. Days passed, and Chen Shu had intended to find an opportunity to teach Zheng Yi a lesson, especially since his brother had previously sought to deal with him. Now that Zheng Nan had graduated and was no longer at school, Chen Shu could only set his sights on Zheng Yi. However, Zheng Yi had been exceedingly cautious during this period, never giving Chen Shu any chances. Always surrounded by a group of people, not even daring to go to the restroom alone. 2 weeks passed, and Chen Shu successfully broke through to level 4 Beast Tamer. Each point of beast-taming power was painstakingly earned through the system, making him deeply appreciate the challenges faced by beast tamers. Simultaneously, he had fully grasped the high school beast-taming knowledge, making almost no mistakes. His cultural studies scores had even surpassed the top student. Su Xiaoyu. On this day, the homeroom teacher, Feng Ku, entered with a grave expression. Class, the results of this year's college entrance examination have been released. Feng Ku said solemnly. In an instant, the entire class was filled with curiosity. With less than a year remaining until the college entrance examination, their attention was naturally piqued. On the day of the exam, the results for the beast-taming subject would be released, but the grading for the cultural subjects required more time. With the scores from both subjects combined to form the total score, Nanjiang No. 2 High School ranked 5th in the comprehensive results, a drop of 2 places from the previous year. The top score in the grade was 630, placing it outside the top 10 in the city. The school's performance in the college entrance examination was disappointingly as predicted, and it was markedly inferior to previous years. The school had pinned its hopes on them. If next year's results continued to be unsatisfactory, it was feared that Nanjiang No. 2 would fall into a long-term slump. Feng Ku's tone was heavy, presenting both pressure and opportunity for them. The school would allocate various resources to nurture them, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the entire grade's performance was expected to improve in the upcoming examination. Feng Ku continued, with only a week left until the final exams, I hope everyone can seize the time and strive for improvement. After speaking, Feng Ku surveyed the classroom before leaving the remaining time for the students to review on their own. Once he exited, the classmates buried themselves in their studies. Chen Shu yawned, appearing somewhat bored. He had already mastered all the knowledge of high school, with only the level of beast taming requiring enhancement. He was still some distance from becoming a level 5 beast tamer, and to secure a spot in the top 20 of his grade, he needed to achieve at least that level. Just as Chen Shu was feeling listless, an option suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Stay in the classroom to study. Completion reward. Earn the title Diligent Scholar. Effect. Learning efficiency increased by 20. Option 2. Leave the classroom for free activities. Completion reward. Unlock new entry in the alchemy catalog. Body size potion. This was not a decision to ponder. Chen Shu abruptly stood up and confidently exited the classroom. Summerbing, the class monitor, intended to stop him, but having recently borrowed money from her, she swallowed her words. New entry. Body size potion unlocked. Chen Shu felt elated, surprised that such a simple choice had led him to unlock a new type of potion. As he walked past the boys' restroom, a chubby boy with a bruised face emerged. Zhou Xiaoping? Who bullied you? Chen Shu instantly recognized his former classmate from the regular class. Oh Xiaoming froze for a moment and then began to express his grievances with a look of utter dejection. Piga! Get away from me! Chen Shu swiftly dodged as Zhou Xiaoming, with tears and snot streaming down his face, lunged toward him. It was Zhao Qi and Zheng Yi from Beast-Taming Class 3. Did you provoke them? Chen Shu inquired. I accidentally urinated on them. PFF. Chen Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter. That was quite the accident. Oh, Xiaoming scratched his head sheepishly. Piga, I want you to help me get back at them. Chen Shu's laughter ceased, his eyes darting as he considered his next move. I know Zheng Yi. He is one of my dearest friends, my brother. Zhou Xiaoming's heart sank upon hearing this, and he quickly replied, Piga, I'm sorry, I didn't know your relationship. No. Chen Shu waved his hand, furrowing his brow. You chubby little thing, how can you be so clueless? He cleared his throat and said earnestly, what I mean is, it will cost you. Chapter 30. Do you feel you're quite humorous? Zhou Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, questioning whether this was what they called brotherly loyalty. Piga, how much do you want? Zhou Xiaoming asked. Though he was weak in character and often bullied at school, his family was quite well off. His parents weren't beast tamers, but they owned a herbal shop specializing in rare medicinal materials, including items from alternate dimensions. Talking about money feels too formal. Do I seem like that kind of person? Chen Shu had a cunning smile in his eyes. I want to negotiate a deal with your family. Zhou Xiaoming blinked in surprise. Piga, what business do you have with my family? That's none of your concern. Just help me with an introduction when the time comes, Chen Shu replied. Currently, he worked as an alchemist at 666 Potion Company, receiving additional strength potions daily. However, since the slime could no longer absorb them, he needed to sell the surplus potions to acquire other materials, necessitating a reliable shop for collaboration. Zhou Xiaoming's family's herbal store was his first choice. All right, but whether we can strike a deal is not my concern. Zhou Xiaoming nodded. And don't tell my parents that I was bullied. You see, your character is too weak. When something happens, you should inform the teachers and your parents. They are the ones with solutions. Chen Shu patted Zhou Xiaoming's shoulder and turned to leave. Just then, he planned to find trouble with Zheng Yi, and now it seemed he needed to devise a good plan. Chen Shu arrived at the playground. Hoping to see if he could trigger any options, as he wandered aimlessly, he suddenly heard commotion from the auditorium. That's right. Today is the day for the college entrance examination results. He realized that according to past practices, the graduating seniors would return to their alma mater one last time. Chen Shu headed towards the auditorium. Inside, all the graduated seniors had gathered, while the principal of Nanjiang No. 2 High School delivered a speech. Although dissatisfied with this year's performance, the principal continued to speak of hopes for their bright futures and to remember they were students of No. 2.0. The Zheng brothers are here? Chen Shu narrowed his eyes and immediately spotted Zheng Nan and Zheng Yi conspiring in the back of the auditorium. Their demeanor was suspicious, clearly plotting something nefarious. Chen Shu quietly took a seat behind them, pretending to tie his shoelaces while eavesdropping on their conversation. Brother, you scored a solid 590 in the college entrance exam. You rebound to get into a key beast-taming university. It's a pity my cultural subjects didn't perform well. Otherwise, I could have aimed for a prestigious university. The universities in Huagua were categorized into prestigious, key, and ordinary institutions, specifically for beast tamers. Compared to cultural students, the quantity and quality of universities available to beast tamers were significantly higher, indicating that beast tamers were the primary talents of the new era. That's still quite impressive. At least you can choose a good major, and your family will surely support you, Zheng Yi remarked. Zheng Nan nodded slightly, though somewhat regretful. He was generally satisfied with his results. By the way, that Chen Shu kid hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Zheng Nan suddenly recalled something. No. I've mostly been with a group lately. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the power. Zheng Yi gritted his teeth in frustration, recalling how Chen Shu had made him suffer a loss of 40,000 yuan in the black market by using a urine bag on him. Brother, when are you going to teach that kid a lesson? You're a level 6 beast tamer. Zheng Yi asked. That kid is not simple. Wuli was seriously injured by him. Zheng Nan stroked his chin. Deep in thought. Isn't Wuli a level 4 beast tamer? Zheng Yi exclaimed. Despite Wuli's F-class potential rating, a level 4 contract spirit could easily handle an ordinary person. Chen Shu's little brat is at least a level 3 beast tamer. He has been concealing his strength, Zheng Nan explained. Damn, he's crafty. Zheng Yi thought to himself, realizing that if Chen Shu could defeat Wuli, he could likely defeat him as well. As the class leader of Beast-Taming Class 3. How could he not handle the bottom of Beast-Taming Class 5? If he were to act, it needed to be decisive. Zheng Nan's expression turned fierce. Although he was merely a freshly graduated student, he had a small mind that could not tolerate provocation. That little fellow is quite ruthless, Chen Shu thought to himself, having overheard their entire conversation. Brother, I'm going to the restroom. Suddenly, Zhang Yi stood up and headed toward the restroom. What a fortuitous opportunity! Chen Shu quietly rose and followed Zhang Yi. His backpack zipper was not fully closed, revealing a blue bag with the word urine faintly visible. Zhang Nan remained seated, glancing at Chen Shu's back. Feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall who he was at the moment. I love to pee. Feeling great? Zhang Yi entered the restroom, humming cheerfully and swaying his head. Just as he was comfortably relieving himself, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. He jolted, accidentally splattering himself. But there was no time to care about that. His worst nightmare was resurfacing. A urine bag once again enveloped his head, followed by a flurry of blows. Damn it, Chen Shu! Zhang Yi flailed desperately, trying to escape the cursed bag, but it was futile. Chen Shu's physique was far stronger, overpowering him completely, as he prepared to drag Zhang Yi to the restroom stall for a thorough beating. At that moment, a skeleton suddenly appeared, wielding a sharp bone knife with two sinister green flames. Although Zhang Yi was subdued, he could still summon his contract spirit. Attack him, Zhang Yi commanded the skeleton soldier. Bang! Just then, Zhang Yi, who was enveloped in darkness, felt the ground tremble, and shortly after, the skeleton soldier went silent. Gurgle. The golden slime transformed into a colossal creature 3 meters tall, firmly pinning the frail skeleton soldier beneath its ample posterior. Creak, creak. The sound of bones snapping echoed from beneath, yet the slime wore a bewildered expression, even teetering on the brink of slumber. Has my contracted spirit been harmed? Zhang Yi suddenly jolted, taken aback by the swiftness of the demise. Was he truly eliminated in an instant? He could hardly spare a moment to fret over the skeleton soldier as he was dragged into a restroom stall. Help! Help! Shout all you want. It would be futile even if you screamed until your throat was raw. Chen Shu sported a smug grin, embodying the very essence of a villain. Shout until my throat is raw, Zhang Yi, in a state of confusion, whether due to his muddled thoughts or some ailment, actually began to shout until his throat was raw. Bang! With a single punch, Chen Shu silenced him instantly. Do you fancy yourself quite humorous? Chapter 31. The master of deception emerges. Zhang Yi continued to wail in despair, his heart now saturated with hopelessness. How had he attracted the attention of this calamity? Zhang Nan had the audacity to summon beast-tamers from the outside world to confront him. If Uncle Chen did not teach you a harsh lesson, you would remain oblivious to why flowers bloom so vividly. Uncle Chen held nothing back, swiftly rendering Zhang Yi's face swollen. Moments later, Chen Shu clapped his hands and stood up nonchalantly. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, lay motionless, twitching occasionally, appearing gravely injured. But who was Chen Shu? It was inconceivable for him to act excessively. Despite Zhang Yi's dire appearance, he would soon recover, albeit with a few days of agony. Chen Shu clapped his hands, opened the stall door, and strolled out of the restroom. Chen Shu, it truly is you. Zhang Nan rushed over, his expression fraught with anxiety. Oh, isn't that little Nan? It's been a few days. You've really let yourself go. Zhang Nan was momentarily speechless, infuriated. Cut the nonsense. Where's my brother? Zhang Nan's eyes narrowed, sensing impending trouble. Your brother? Zhang Yi? I think I saw him enter the women's restroom. Chen Shu maintained an unperturbed demeanor, lying through his teeth with his eyes wide open. Stop him. Zhang Nan was not alone. He had brought 5 companions along, wary of being pummeled by Chen Shu. The other 5 men surrounded Chen Shu menacingly while Zhang Nan entered the restroom. A glance around revealed no sign of his brother. A sudden thought struck Zhang Nan. Could it be that his brother truly ventured into the women's restroom? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the last stall, where a bag was partially visible with a faint inscription of the word urine. At that moment, Chen Shu triggered an option. Option 1. Actively plead for mercy, asking Zhang Nan to spare him. Completion reward, title Cowardly Supplicant. Effect. Chance to soften the opponent's heart during a beating. Option 2. Flatly refuse and flee towards the restroom exit. Completion reward, medium beast-taming power. Option 3. Nod in agreement and win the battle with the contracted spirit. Completion reward, golden slime, talent thick armor. Chen Shu paused, then decisively nodded in agreement with Zhang Nan's request. After the previous choices, He had become a level 5 beast tamer, and against Zhang Nan, a level 6 victory was still within reach. However, I need to find a witness. I question your integrity. Chen Shu spoke candidly. If you lose, how will you justify your actions? You dare question our integrity? The group scoffed, incredulous that this fellow would lecture them on such matters. What if you take the opportunity to flee? Zhang Nan had finally cornered Chen Shu in the restroom and was not about to let him slip away easily. I, Chen Shu, live my life with utmost integrity. Am I that kind of person? Chen Shu exclaimed, feigning indignation. What do you think? Zhang Nan retorted with a cold smile. Fine, Chen Shu admitted, without the system as choice. He would indeed have fled, but with the talent now presented, he could not let it go. The massive form of the slime, relying solely on brute force in combat, made a defensive talent exceedingly suitable. Then I shall call for a witness. That should suffice. That works, Zhang Nan conceded. Chen Shu took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. Hello, Xiao Yu, please come to the Beast-Taming Hall. There's something going on. Among his acquaintances, Zhang Dali was merely an ordinary person, and the strongest in Beast-Taming Class 5 was Xia Bing, hardly capable of commanding respect, regardless of whether they emerged victorious or not. This group of individuals was certainly intent on seizing the opportunity to deliver a thorough beating to him. Su Xiaoyu, a level 7 Beastmaster, could effortlessly lead him away. Let us proceed to the Beastmaster Pavilion and await further developments. Chen Shu strode calmly towards the exit. Within the Grand Hall, the principal continued to deliver a fervent speech, while the students below struggled to keep their eyes open. The 8 managed to slip away discreetly, making their way towards the Beastmaster Pavilion. Chen Shu, Su Xiaoyu had been waiting patiently in the pavilion. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were her saviors, and she took their affairs very seriously. The wanted criminal from before clearly harbored murderous intent, yet regrettably, the 666 pharmaceutical company had yet to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Xiaoyu, Chen Shu greeted her with a smile. Is that the top student Su Xiaoyu? Zhang Nan and the others were taken aback. As a potential candidate for admission to a prestigious institution in Huaxia, Su Xiaoyu's reputation had reached the ears of students across other grades. Observing the familiarity between the two, uncertainty flickered across their faces. Su Xiaoyu's formidable abilities and family background were enough to instill trepidation in anyone. Nan Gu, perhaps we should let this go? Wang Yu spoke softly. They were all aware of Zhang Nan's intentions to severely injure Chen Shu's contracted spirit. However, with Su Xiaoyu present, such an endeavor seemed increasingly unlikely. An A-class flamebird was not something they could contend with. Zhang Nan remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with animosity, and he ultimately shook his head with determination. Su Xiaoyu's family background was indeed powerful, but the Zhang family was not to be underestimated either. Especially since Chen Shu hailed from an ordinary family, making any significant connection to Su Xiaoyu improbable. Let us begin. Zhang Nan stepped forward and spoke, simultaneously summoning his contracted spirit. A large eagle with azure feathers suddenly appeared. Measuring half a meter in length, its demeanor fierce as it emitted a series of menacing cries. Azure feather eagle. Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, surprised to discover that Chen Shu was pitted against a level 6 Beastmaster. With a contracted spirit possessing flight capabilities, Chen Shu was equally astonished. Zhang Yi's contracted spirit was of the undead type, a skeleton, while Zhang Nan's was the azure feather eagle. Were they truly brothers? Let me witness your strength, Zhang Nan declared, confidence radiating from his gaze. Contracted spirits with flight capabilities inherently held an advantage, particularly against lower-tier beastmasters. Unwilling to be outdone, Chen Shu summoned his own contracted spirit. Suddenly, a massive blob plummeted from the sky, unexpectedly crashing down upon the azure feather eagle. Damn it, a sneak attack. Zhang Nan gasped, urgently commanding the azure feather eagle to evade. The eagle's speed was impressive, with a powerful flap of its wings. It narrowly avoided the blob. The golden slime landed steadily, yet remained motionless. Ha, ha. The slime kept its eyes closed, emitting soft snores, seemingly still asleep. The onlookers were taken aback. It was no wonder that this was Chen Shu's contracted spirit. Both were truly an unusual pair. Chen Shu silently urged the golden slime to awaken, and gradually, it stirred, still appearing drowsy, even yawning. Was this truly a combat-type contracted spirit? The spectators couldn't help but ponder. Gooey, gooey. The golden slime began to bounce around, but its weight hindered its jumping ability, leading it to provocatively challenge the azure feather eagle, creating a rather comedic scene. Chen Shu sighed, surprised that the sneak attack had failed. Zhang Nan commanded the azure feather eagle to launch an attack. The eagle flapped its wings, its sharp claws striking down. The slime's defenses were instantly breached, and a clear, colorless liquid oozed from it, its blood. Gooey, gooey! The slime cried out in pain, its eyes wide with a look of grievance. The azure feather eagle, however, remained fierce, launching another assault. Though it lacked special skills, its physical prowess was sufficient to overpower the slime. This was the advantage of potential ratings. Typically, higher-rated contracted spirits boasted superior combat capabilities. Chen Shu's brow furrowed. The golden slime was at a distinct disadvantage against a flying-type contracted spirit. To secure victory, he would need to employ a risky strategy. An idea sparked in his mind as he issued new commands to the slime. In the next moment, the slime began to move clumsily. Yet, the azure feather eagle was far too swift. Thoroughly dominating the encounter, its sharp claws relentlessly attacking. The slime's blood pooled on the ground, its already sluggish body now nearly immobilized, having fallen into a severely injured state. Chen Shu's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, until he finally spoke up, "Stop. You all need to stop. I concede." A satisfied smile crept across Zhang Nan's face, secretly thinking, "Fool," as he commanded the azure feather eagle to deliver a final blow. The eagle emitted a fierce cry. Soaring forward, its sharp claws glinting ominously. "Chen Shu, quickly recall your contracted spirit. Conceding is futile," Su Xiaoyu exclaimed. Only by recalling the contracted spirit or exiting the arena would one be considered defeated. Too late. Zhang Nan smirked. The azure feather eagle was already closing in on the slime, preparing to unleash its full force. Yet, in the next instant, a sly smile spread across Chen Shu's face. The slime's body suddenly leaped high into the air, soaring to a height of 5 meters, resembling an incredibly agile yet rotund figure, completely engulfing the azure feather eagle. Where was the semblance of being injured? This performance could easily win an award for the best actor in the slime category. If one were to rely solely on the slime's weight and jumping ability, such a leap would have been impossible. This was, of course, the effect of the skill brutal sit-kill. Simultaneously, the slime utilized its growth skill, transforming into a 4-meter-wide yellow sphere that plummeted down. All these changes transpired in an instant, too rapid for the others to process. The azure feather eagle's eyes widened in realization, attempting to take flight. But it was already too late. Boom! The spectators felt the ground tremble beneath them. "Damn it! You dare to deceive me!" Zhang Nan's expression turned grim as he witnessed the golden slime size ballooning, trapping the azure feather eagle beneath it. Although the eagle was fast and possessed the advantage of flight, it was now immobilized, unable to escape. "Crush this wretched creature." Chen Shu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Gooey, despite the golden slime's inherently gentle nature, it was clearly incensed after being assaulted earlier. It began to wiggle its ample posterior. The azure feather eagle emitted a pained screech, feeling as if its very insides were being crushed. Once pinned down by the slime, it was akin to a nightmare. How could this be? An F-grade slime cannot possess 2 active skills. Zhang Nan's fists tightened, his eyes filled with disbelief in a matter of moments. The azure feather eagle had sustained severe injuries, blood pooling around it. The reversal of roles had occurred far too swiftly, leaving the others utterly astonished. "This slime is cunning," Wang Yu whispered. Everyone had assumed the slime was gravely wounded. Yet it now appeared vivacious and far from weak. Though classified as an F-grade contracted spirit, the slime had an undeniable advantage: its remarkable vitality. Due to the azure feather eagle's overwhelming strength, the crowd had overlooked this attribute. It must be said, the type of master one had often mirrored the qualities of their contracted spirit. "I concede," Zhang Nan said, utterly defeated, his expression one of disarray. Yes, he prepared to recall the azure feather eagle. The golden slime voluntarily leaped away, relinquishing its hold on the eagle. Zhang Nan's eyes widened. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent would willingly forfeit their advantage, as long as the azure feather eagle was on guard. The slime could not hope to pin it down again, even with its skills activated. The azure feather eagle trembled slightly as it regained its bearings, still dazed. Chen Shu, do not let it take flight. Su Xiaoyu warned. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Shu's thoughts shifted. The golden slime's eyes flared open, its body quivering slightly, and then, propelled like an arrow, it activated the charge skill. Startled, the azure feather eagle, which had barely managed to rise half a meter, suddenly found a yellow blur hurtling towards it in an instant. Its body was sent flying. When it came to battling contracted spirits, Chen Shu held nothing back, even if it meant risking a fatal collision. He was unperturbed. The eagle's trajectory fortuitously directed it towards Zhang Nan. Bang! Both master and contracted spirit were sent soaring through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground. Zhang Nan, fly freely. The wheelchair will push itself. Cough, cough. Zhang Nan gasped, clutching his chest in pain. You've lost. Chen Shu spoke softly, as the azure feather eagle had been forced out of the arena, thus counting as a defeat. 3 skills. How can you possess 3 skills? This defies logic. Zhang Nan clenched his fists, pain coursing through his body, yet he could not hide his astonishment. An F-grade slime possessing at least 3 combat skills was nothing short of absurd. A ludicrous notion, yet the reality was undeniable. Su Xiaoyu gasped. Equally astonished, it was worth noting that even her A-grade flame bird had only 2 combat skills, being the pride of Nanjiang No. 2, the crowd. Chen Shu placed the slime back into the Beastmaster space and turned to leave with Su Xiaoyu. Brother, are you all right? Zheng Yi rushed over, concern etched on his face. Cough, cough. I'm fine. I won TB at Nanjiang No. 2 anymore. Do not provoke Chen Shu again, Zhang Nan warned, his face pale and coughing persistently, yet his expression was stern, cautioning his brother. Chen Shu, despite his unconventional methods, was exceptionally powerful and with such deep-seated potential. He was not someone the Zhang brothers could contend with. Time and again, they had failed to gain the upper hand. I understand, Zheng Yi sighed, his eyes reflecting a sense of defeat as he resigned himself to no longer seeking trouble with Chen Shu. Chen Shu, is your contracted spirit really of F rank? It seems even more formidable than my flame bird. Su Xiaoyu, like a curious child, incessantly inquired. Of course not, Chen Shu replied with an air of mystery. In truth, my contracted spirit is an SSS rank cosmic invincible excrement. Su Xiaoyu retorted, speechless. There's no such contracted spirit by that name. Unless you show me the spirit's information, I prefer to keep a low profile. Chen Shu stated earnestly. Humph. Su Xiaoyu muttered discontentedly, suddenly struck by an idea. You are already a level 5 Beastmaster. If you manage to elevate your rank a bit more, you could very well enter the special training class. Well, let's see how luck plays out. Chen Shu nodded. Given his current strength, he could, barring any unforeseen circumstances, secure a position within the top 20 of his grade. However, with just a week remaining, everyone would be striving with all their might to improve. And he might just get pushed out. Whether he could enter the senior year special training class depended entirely on luck. Regardless, even if he didn't, he was confident of achieving an outstanding score in the college entrance examination. You should buy some beast orbs for training during this time. If you reach level 6, you'll definitely get in, Su Xiaoyu advised. We'll see, Chen Shu replied vaguely. His talent for beast mastery was mediocre, and his training efficiency was lamentably low, making substantial progress seem nearly impossible. The two parted ways, and after the battle concluded, Chen Shu's contracted spirit comprehended a new talent. Thick armor, thick armor. Defense is moderately enhanced. And when the contracted spirit is in a state of sleep, the effect triples. Indeed, it is an excellent defensive skill, particularly well suited for the golden slime. Chen Shu arrived outside the classroom, where a young teacher was discussing key points of biology. It's almost the end of the term. Why are they still in class? Chen Shu murmured, quietly opening the back door of the classroom, preparing to return to his seat. Hey, student, who are you? The biology teacher suddenly turned around, spotting the sneaky Chen Shu. Chen Shu fell silent instantly. Am I not the protagonist? How could I be so inconspicuous? Chen Shu's reflexes were remarkably swift. Teacher, I'm a student in this class. I was feeling unwell earlier and had to rush to the restroom. The biology teacher looked exasperated. Just sit down. Chapter 34. A collection of black market scams, collector's edition. Chen Shu waited impatiently for school to end. He had already mastered all high school knowledge. Ding ding ding, the school bell rang, and Chen Shu eagerly bolted from the classroom to the entrance of the regular class. Zhou Xiaopeng, Pai Gu. Zhou Xiaoming rushed over. Exuberant, I saw Zhang Yi's pitiful state. Pai Gu's efficiency is simply unmatched, and of course, I'll stop by your house tonight. I want to discuss business. Chen Shu rubbed his hands together. He had unlocked the body-size potion and needed raw materials to concoct it. Unlike the strength potion, the yield of the body-size potion was only 2 to 4 bottles. If he were to go to the 666 potion company for production, his profit would be minimal. Not to mention it would attract too much attention. A high school student proficient in concocting 2 types of potions was already quite astonishing. Tonight? Zhou Xiaoming looked taken aback. Isn't it a bit early to meet my parents? Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Are you asking for a beating? Speak properly. No, Pai Gu, what I meant was, I haven't told my parents yet. Zhou Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly, and besides, we have evening self-study tonight. Chen Shu directly pulled Zhou Xiaoming towards the school gate. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll have Zhang Dali tutor you. Zhou Xiaoming, Zhang Dali tutoring? Can't you not joke? I don't want to be the last in the grade. The two went to Zhou Xiaoming's family shop. And the outcome was even easier than Chen Shu had anticipated. Though he lacked a potion maker's certificate, under the pressure of money, Zhou Xiaoming's parents agreed to reserve specific spatial materials for him, albeit at a price 10-20 higher than the market rate. Both parties reached an agreement. As long as Chen Shu could provide the money, Zhou Xiaoming's family shop would be willing to sell the materials. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoming's family shop did not sell potions, thus they would not purchase his potions. The next day, instead of attending school as usual, Chen Shu went straight to the 666 potion company. He had already completely mastered high school beast mastery knowledge. Making further review unnecessary, as a beast master, it was only reasonable for him to seek external learning opportunities, right? He quietly arrived at the potion department of the company, where everyone else ignored him. The company did not publicly promote him. After all, Chen Shu did not possess a potion maker's certificate. If his status were exposed, he could easily be dismissed. Chen Shu, why are you here today? Assistant Xiao Mao asked. Surprised, well, I took some time to stop by. Do you have any Dali flowers reserved? Chen Shu inquired. There are 14. Do you need them all? Yes, bring them all, Chen Shu nodded. Although the company claimed to supply 3 Dali flowers daily, since he hadn't come, naturally, they couldn't reserve them all for him, or else the Dali potion would run out. The potions from the 666 potion company were sold to various shops, and demand far exceeded supply. After a day, Chen Shu used up all 14 Dali flowers. 6 of the Dali flowers were used to concoct low-grade strength potions, yielding a total of 78 bottles. According to the contract, 1 Dali flower required the company to receive 5 bottles of strength potions, meaning 14 flowers equated to 70 bottles. The remaining 8 Dali flowers were used to make medium-grade strength potions, which Chen Shu stored in his system space. With such a frenzied rate of potion making, Assistant Xiao Mao was no longer surprised and stored the 70 bottles of strength potions in the evening. Chen Shu left the company and headed straight for the black market. He needed to sell the potions and then purchase materials from Zhou Xiaoming's family shop to concoct new body-size potions. Currently, he had 52 bottles of medium-grade strength potions in his system space, 14 of which were to be consumed by the golden slime, resulting in the slime developing a resistance to the medium-grade strength potions. Chen Shu arrived at the black market, found an empty spot along the street, and began to display his potions. Come take a look. Freshly made medium-grade strength potions. Chen Shu set up a stall in the black market, calling out loudly, absolutely authentic. False claims will be met with tenfold compensation. Though his voice was loud, the number of people who approached was scant, and passers-by regarded him with disdain. What the heck, as a model student? I am being treated as a scammer? Young man, your scam technique is too amateurish, the owner of the adjacent stall remarked. I assure you. These are genuine strength potions, Chen Shu said, his mouth twitching in exasperation. Who would believe your tenfold compensation? Are you just going to hand over 11 bottles instead? The man continued. Chen Shu turned to look at him and suddenly recalled, aren't you the one who sells mud? When Chen Shu first visited the black market with Zhang Dali had spent 10 yuan to buy a lump of mud. What do you mean by mud? That is the core of the Earth Dragon King beast. The owner replied seriously, want to learn some skills from me? Skills? What skills? Naturally, it's the art of setting up stalls in the black market. I guarantee you'll earn 3,000 a day. No sooner had he spoken than the owner produced an ancient book, prominently titled A Collection of Black Market Scams, Collector's Edition. Chen Shu's mouth twitched slightly. Can you be more absurd? There's even a book for this? And it's a collector's edition? Spare me, I'm offering authentic products, which are entirely different from your group of scammers. Quite right, the owner nodded. Although your scam skills are poor, your acting is commendable. Chen Shu was left speechless. Suddenly, he had a thought and asked, May I inquire what your name is? Just call me Old Wang. Everyone does. Fine, Wang Bagu, I need a favor from you, Chen Shu said. I am Old Wang, not Old Wang Ba. The stall owner looked exasperated. All right, Wang Bagu, Chen Shu nodded, then quietly added. Can you help me find some people to pretend to buy things, to create some buzz? Old Wang shook his head, no longer concerned with how he was addressed. Is that useful? He inquired, then rubbed his hands together. Calling people is fine, but you know everything requires funding. 100 yuan per person. Chen Shu boldly replied, just bring people over. Once the job is done, I'll give you 1,000. Theo, you really have that much money? Old Wang looked skeptical. Here is 500 as a deposit. I'll pay you the remaining 500 after it's done. Chen Shu pulled out 500 yuan, reminding him to find a few more people. Old Wang's expression brightened as he happily tucked the 500 yuan into his pocket. 10 minutes later, Old Wang indeed returned with a group of people to his stall. Most were fellow stall owners, mere ordinary folks, selling counterfeit goods, while the black market only allowed beast masters of level 5 and above to enter. It wasn't too difficult for ordinary people to blend in. Xiao Qian, these people are all elites of the black market. What do you think? Wang Bagu asked. Chen Shu surveyed the crowd before him and nodded. They quickly surrounded his stall, and there was no need for Chen Shu to train them. These seasoned veterans knew exactly what to do. Medium-grade strength potion. I want a bottle. Give me a bottle. I specifically came all the way from downtown for this, boss. I want 5 bottles. Pack them up for me. The performances of the crowd were impeccably executed, truly worthy of award-winning actors, leaving no room for doubt or flaw. They were, after all, seasoned veterans of the black market. The only issue at hand was their reluctance to part with their money. It was utterly absurd. A mere pretense would suffice, yet this was far too contrived. Chen Shu pressed his hand against his forehead, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. The issue was not their unwillingness to spend, but rather that their pockets were far cleaner than their faces. Who in their right mind would play the fool if they had money? Chapter 35. What is the most precious thing in today's world? Nevertheless, Chen Shu had a backup plan. He gathered the crowd and whispered something to them. Moments later, expressions of consternation spread across their faces as they began to voice their concerns. Isn't this inappropriate? I agree. It tarnishes our image. I, Wang Tianba, have always conducted myself with integrity and would never stoop to such actions. Unless, of course, you can sweeten the deal. Chen Shu, seemingly unfazed, replied, 200 from each person. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd visibly jolted, as if invigorated, instantly falling into character. I will take all of these potions. Anyone who dares to compete with me, Wang Batian, will face my wrath. The crowd erupted with exclamations, the atmosphere escalating rapidly. Soon, fists began to fly, and a chaotic melee ensued. The commotion naturally drew a crowd. What sparked this sudden brawl? As the number of onlookers grew, it became clear that people have an innate tendency to revel in chaos. Chen Shu was taken aback by their dedication, although they were con artists. Their professional spirit was commendable. He felt compelled to intervene, urging them to cease hostilities. After all, there were 8,000 yuan worth of mid-tier strength potions to be shared. While appearing to mediate, Chen Shu was, in fact, marketing his potions, emphasizing the sum of 8,000 with great fervor. A throng of spectators soon surrounded them, pulling the combatants apart. Among them, Wang Tianba emerged, bloodied and in a pitiful state, crawling towards Chen Shu and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, are you really going to go that far? Chen Shu instinctively took a strategic step back, his eyes wide with shock as he regarded Wang Tianba, faintly detecting the scent of tomato sauce. Give me a bottle of the genuine mid-tier strength potion for 8,000. With that, Wang Tianba's head lolled to the side, and he fainted. What a talent! Chen Shu's lips twitched, filled with admiration. Is he all right? Is he all right? Others rushed to assist Wang Tianba at that moment. He suddenly convulsed, dazedly mumbling, Hurry! Get me the mid-tier strength potion? Chen Shu could only shake his head in disbelief, feeling that even he had overacted. With a glance, he signaled more than 10 accomplices to forcibly remove Wang Tianba. Xiao Chun, I've told you time and again, mid-tier strength potions cannot be sold for 8,000. You are disrupting the market. The stall owner, Wang Beige, approached with a look of admonishment. Only 8,000 for a mid-tier strength potion? At this point, the crowd began to grasp the situation, casting their eyes towards the yellow potions on Chen Shu's stall. According to market rates, mid-tier strength potions typically sold for around 10,000, with black market prices reaching 12,000. This must be a scam, a university student remarked, skepticism evident in his gaze. Chen Shu appraised the individual and surmised. You are a student from Nanjing University, aren't you? Yes, could it be that you are as well? Luo Yu inquired. Chen Shu appeared no different than any other university student, naturally leading him to presume camaraderie. Chen Shu shook his head. Do you possess a student ID? If you wish to purchase, you may first test it. Chen Shu held a certain degree of trust in the character of university students. Should the individual feign ignorance, he could always address the matter with the institution. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yu produced his student ID. Nanjing University, Class of 982, Combat Department, Luo Yu. Chen Shu nodded and returned the ID. Then opened a bottle of potion and offered it to Luo Yu. Intrigued, Luo Yu summoned his contract spirit, as short-term summons that do not affect the city or harm others are permitted by law. A striking blue insect, approximately half a meter long, emerged, its transparent wings exuding an aesthetic charm. A D-class blue-winged insect? Luo Yu accepted the strength potion, allowing the spirit to consume a small portion. Moments later, his expression lit up with excitement as he nodded. ITS genuine mid-tier strength potion. In an instant, the crowd became electrified, placing their trust in Luo Yu's words. A Beast-Taming university student carries a certain credibility in society. Only 8,000, only 8,000, act fast. A Nanjing University student vouches for it. Chen Shu called out loudly. As long as the authenticity is established, the mid-tier strength potion at 8,000 yuan is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Before long, all of Chen Shu's potions were sold out. Even the remaining low-tier strength potions found eager buyers. He amassed over 300,000 huaxia yuan, and fortuitously, he had previously opened a bank account. Luo Yu significantly contributed to this success, as Chen Shu intentionally sold him 3 bottles at 7,000 each. This was truly a windfall. Old Wang stood by, dumbfounded, realizing that he might not earn such a sum in a year of selling in the black market. Wang Beige, here is your reward. Chen Shu produced 500 huaxia yuan, packing up his stall. Old Wang felt utterly speechless, glancing at the 500 in his hand, finding it far from appealing. Concurrently, Chen Shu sought out his previous group of accomplices. Their swift sales were commendable, and he generously awarded each of them 300 yuan as performance fees, while Wang Tianba received an additional 700. No need. I merely used tomato sauce. I'm unscathed. Wang Tianba declined, feeling somewhat embarrassed while the others received 300. Yet, Chen Shu insisted on compensating him and even added him as a contact. What is the most precious thing in today's world? Talent, of course. The ability to carry tomato sauce with such dedication is truly admirable. Chen Shu hurriedly left the black market, and by now it was already 9 o'clock. He picked up some barbecue on his way home. Savoring the delight of his meal, the following morning, he arrived early at Zhou Xiaoming's materials shop, purchasing 5 units of the giant fruit, the primary ingredient for form-altering potions, along with the remaining necessary herbs. Unlike the strength flower, form-altering potions are categorized not into 3 grades, but rather into foundational, black iron, and silver levels, tailored for 3 tiers of contract spirits. The price of the giant fruit far exceeded that of the strength flower. With a market price of 30,000 each, Chen Shu spent a whopping 180,000 to acquire the 5 units from Zhou Xiaoming's stock. In a single statement, he had parted with 18,000. Eager to begin his work, Chen Shu rushed home to concoct 20 bottles of form-altering potions in one go. Due to his lack of mastery, he could not achieve additional yield. However, 20 bottles were already a rare find. As most shops lacked such stock, each bottle was worth around 30,000. He had no intention of selling them, prioritizing the cultivation of his golden slime. With the aid of the system's various rewards and potion infusion, an F-class contract spirit could indeed become the mightiest being. Chen Shu began to envision the absurd scene of his golden slime effortlessly dispatching a dragon. Chapter 36. The mindset of this year's candidates is lacking. The 20 bottles of form-altering potions increased the size of the golden slime by 15%, with a maximum of 30% achievable. It would need to consume another 20 bottles to reach that limit. Merely increasing the size of a contract spirit by 30% would require a staggering investment of 1 million huaxia yuan, an expense only a select few could bear. Chen Shu stroked the golden slime. Guggy, Guggy. Its large eyes opened wide, filled with affection, as it nuzzled Chen Shu's hand. The slime now stood a meter tall. If it utilized the giant fruit, it would exceed 4 meters, truly a behemoth among low-tier beast tamers. I hope the final exam grants me a commendable score. Chen Shu stored the golden slime away, noting that it was now noon and deciding to venture out for a meal before heading to school in the afternoon. Boss, I'd like a serving of green pepper pork over rice, paired with a cola. As Chen Shu busily ate, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure outside the shop. Oh, isn't that Wang Tung? He called out. A tall, well-mannered young man paused, glancing into the shop. Suddenly, he seemed to recognize Chen Shu and approached. I remember you. You're Xiao Yu's classmate, right? Wang Ting said. I've heard about the incident where she encountered a wanted criminal in the black market. He sighed. Thank you for rescuing her. Of course, it was the right thing to do. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively before bluntly adding, You aren't feeling guilty because you were the one who hired someone? Are you? Cough, cough. In that moment, Wang Ting felt as though he had been choked, unable to articulate a response. What kind of logic was this? Could he not be a bit more subtle? Of course not. Wang Ting replied, though he had to suppress his irritation. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Despite his underlying annoyance with Chen Shu, Wang Ting managed to conceal it well. What is it? I should warn you, I'm not lending you any money. Chen Shu instinctively interjected. Wang Ting took a deep breath, struggling to accept Chen Shu's conversational style. I, as a member of the esteemed Wang family, am hardly in need of borrowing money from you, am I? I wish to persuade Xiao Yu that if she joins forces with me, we will undoubtedly secure a commendable position in next year's Beast Master competition. Just as Chen Shujing was about to speak, an option suddenly appeared before him once more. Option 1. Agree to Wang Ting's request. Reward, 100,000 huaxia coins. Option 2. Shake your head in refusal and say, Are you worthy? Reward, strength flower. Option 3. Earnestly state, regardless of who participates, our team can still achieve a ranking. Reward, golden slime. All attributes 5. Chen Shujing was taken aback to encounter the reward of huaxia coins again. But regrettably, it held no value for him. As for the second reward, it was even more trivial, hardly comparable to 100,000 huaxia coins. Chen Shujing shook his head and said, I cannot sway Xiao Yu. How about we form a team instead? What a farce. Wang Ting wore a look of distress. How could you have the audacity to utter such words? What do you think of my proposal? If your strength meets my expectations, I would not be averse to it. Chen Shujing pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, My strength? Meet your expectations? Wang Ting rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache. Haha, you certainly possess a sense of humor, he finally managed to utter. In any case, I hope you can assist me with this favor. After saying this, Wang Ting staggered away from the restaurant, fearing that if he lingered, he might lose his sanity. At this moment, Chen Shujing wore a smile. A simple choice had once again bolstered the power of the slime. Boss, check please. Chen Shujing had finished his rice bowl. That will be 30 yuan. Isn't the rice bowl 12 yuan? Recently, Chen Shujing felt as though he might encounter a scam. What on earth was going on? The rice bowl is indeed 12 yuan, but the cola costs 18 yuan. What kind of cola is so expensive? Chen Shujing felt utterly cheated. Though he had money, he still refrained from frivolous spending. It's the kind of cola that costs 3 yuan outside, the boss explained earnestly. You are quite straightforward. Chen Shujing glanced at the menu above, which indeed displayed clear prices. However, the font for the cola was at least 2 sizes smaller than that of the dishes, making it likely that most people would overlook it. He shook his head, paid, and left the restaurant, mentally adding it to his blacklist. Satiated, Chen Shujing returned to school. Chen Shujing, the exams are approaching. You should refrain from wandering about. As soon as he arrived back at school, Xia Bing approached him with a kind warning. Wandering? How can one grow stronger without it? Chen Shujing thought to himself, but he merely nodded, assuring her he would stay put. The days swiftly passed, and the final examinations arrived as scheduled. Classmates, today is the day of the final exam. I need not elaborate on its significance. It all depends on your performance, Fang Ke said with a serious expression. Ding ling ling. With the ringing of the bell, the cultural exam officially commenced. In addition to Fang Ku, 3 other invigilators were present in the classroom. with a total of 4 teachers supervising 25 students. The possibility of cheating was virtually eliminated. The cultural exam was divided into 4 subjects: history, materials, geography, and biology, each worth 100 points. Unlike previous monthly tests, this was conducted according to the standards of the college entrance examination. Each subject was worth 100 points, naturally encompassing a broader range of content, primarily assessing students' grasp of second-year knowledge. Chen Shu appeared confident, requiring little contemplation as he quickly completed the entire exam paper. A genius, truly a genius. Looking at his filled exam sheet, Chen Shu couldn't help but exclaim. He was certain his cultural exam scores would be flawless. Just as he was growing bored, new options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Submit the paper early, showcasing your prowess. Reward: medium beast mastery power. Option 2. Honestly lay down and sleep, awaiting the end of the exam. Reward: chaos potion. Option 3. Disrupt the mentality of other examinees. Reward: charge skill 1. Chen Shu contemplated briefly and chose the third option. Based on his understanding, skills and talents were paramount. In the next moment, Chen Shu abruptly began flipping through the exam papers. Whoosh! The sound of papers rustling caught the attention of the others, causing an inexplicable panic among them. This exam was undoubtedly more challenging than they had anticipated, as it aimed to select candidates for the senior training class. Whoosh! The rustling grew more frequent, and it seemed that a majority of the students were already flipping to the other side of the exam paper. In reality, only a few top students in the class had managed to reach the other side. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a smirk on his lips, Chen Shu propped his head with one hand while flipping through the papers with the other, observing the expressions of his peers. Reward obtained. Charge skill 1. Huh? So soon? Chen Shu was taken aback. It appeared that the mentality of this batch of examinees was lacking. Chapter 37. Dogs of Wealth, do not forget each other. Chen Shu. At that moment, Feng Ku walked over with a stern expression. If you can't answer the questions, lay down quietly instead of flipping through the exam papers. Isn't that clearly meant to disturb the other students? My hand was cramping severely just now, but now it's fine. Chen Shu laid his head down and fell asleep, as the reward was already secured. Each subject's exam lasted half a day, and 2 days later, the results of the cultural exam were released. Many students gathered together, discussing and sharing their thoughts. The questions in this exam were genuinely difficult, presumably to filter out the top students. I hope I can score over 320 points in the cultural exam. Indeed, the senior training class is beyond our reach now, but at least we shouldn't score too poorly. Chen Shu smiled quietly, remaining silent. Typically, top students were those who smiled without speaking, only to astonish everyone once the scores were revealed. All right, everyone, let's cease the discussion. Feng Ku suddenly entered the classroom and stated, regardless of the results, the exam has concluded. The focus now shifts to the upcoming Beast Master exam. The total score for the cultural exam was 400 points. With students usually scoring between 340 to 380 points, so the disparity was not vast. The Beast Master exam had a total score of 350 points, with some students possibly scoring below 100, while others could achieve 200 to 300 points. This was where the real gaps would emerge in the final exam. I hope everyone adheres to the rules and refrains from emulating certain individuals. Feng Ku's gaze landed on Chen Shu, who now felt a twinge of trepidation, fearing that the latter might pull off some miraculous stunt again. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Dali had been waiting outside the classroom since early on. With a gleam in his eye, he said, "We've finally made it to summer vacation. Chen Pai, you aren't seriously considering working for 2 months, are you?" The regular class naturally did not have the Beastmaster exam, and Zhang Dali was now entirely liberated. Chen Shu nodded and replied, "Of course, I'm in dire need of money. What plans do you have for the summer?" The two left the school together. Zhang Dali exclaimed excitedly, "Of course, I'm going online to play games. I aim to reach the king rank in Beastmaster gloried. By the way, my mom is back. She's invited you over for dinner tonight." Chen Shu readily accepted. Without a moment's hesitation, who could refuse a free meal? Chen Pai, I shall rely on you from now on. Zhang Dali suddenly threw his arm around Chen Shu's shoulder and earnestly said, "Dogs of wealth, do not forget each other." Chen Shu was left speechless. Could you refrain from emphasizing the word dog? It sounds as if I am some sort of mutt. The two laughed heartily as they made their way back to their neighborhood. Chen Shu's parents had matters to attend to and would not be home for dinner, so they went directly to Zhang Dali's house. "Mom, I'm back. They tossed their backpacks aside and comfortably sprawled on the sofa. Chen Shu made himself at home, as if he were in his own house. Two sons have returned. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, her face adorned with a warm smile. It was Zhang Dali's mother. Shui Yuan, Annie Shui, hello? Chen Shu stood up to greet her politely. Zhang Dali, however, lounged lazily on the sofa. Mom, where's Dad? I haven't seen him. Old Zhang is in the study, buying things. You can go take a look. On second thought, never mind. I wouldn't understand. Zhang Dali kept his eyes closed, lying limply on the sofa. Chen Shu, however, was slightly intrigued. Both of Zhang Dali's parents were Black Iron level Beastmasters, so their purchases must pertain to Beastmasters as well. Without hesitation, he headed toward the study. Young Chen, you've come? He saw the burly Zhang Feng intently staring at the computer screen, gesturing for Chen Shu to sit beside him. Chen Shu approached, instantly captivated by the items displayed on the screen. Heavenly Yuan Ginseng, price, 300,000 Huaxia coins. Stone milk from Cloud Peak, per ounce, price, 500,000 Huaxia coins. Level 2 gigantification fruit, price, 100,000 Huaxia coins. Beast core of the Ice Snow Wolf King. Price, 1 million Huaxia coins. Chen Shu swallowed hard. These items were astonishingly expensive. He had grasped materials knowledge from high school regarding Beastmasters and was familiar with general Beastmaster resources. But he had never anticipated such exorbitant prices. He had thought that by concocting some strength potions, he could already be considered wealthy, but now it seemed that becoming a high-level Beastmaster was far from sufficient. Zhang Feng smiled and explained, Young Chen, these items are exclusively for use by Black Iron level Beastmasters, which is why they are somewhat costly. Those below Black Iron are referred to as trainee Beastmasters and do not yet qualify to engage with these. Uncle Zhang, what is this website? Chen Shu inquired, his curiosity piqued. The items sold here were essential for Beastmasters and belonged to the realm of otherworldly materials, holding immense significance for him. The Beast-Tamer Association website, established by the state, serves as a platform for communication and trade among beast-tamers. Zhang Feng explained that once you attain the rank of Black Iron level Beast-Tamer, you will receive a formal invitation. Chen Shu sighed, realizing that his understanding as an apprentice Beast-Tamer was woefully insufficient. It was no wonder that the physical stores in the city had a limited supply of exotic materials, as they were primarily utilized by apprentice Beast-Tamers. The rare exotic materials, on the other hand, were predominantly sold on the Beast-Tamer Association website, priced beyond the means of anyone but Beast-Tamers themselves. Chen Shu gazed in astonishment as Zhang Feng spent 1 million Huaxia coins, acquiring materials exclusively needed by Black Iron level Beast-Tamers. One could only imagine the exorbitant cost of materials for silver or gold level tamers. Let us go, Xiao Chun. It's time for dinner. Zhang Feng stretched lazily and shut down his computer, noting that the items he purchased would arrive in 2 days. The tantalizing aroma of the food wafting from the living room stirred Zhang Feng's appetite. The four of them gathered around the dining table, enjoying a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Xiao Chun, you have the beast-taming exam tomorrow, don't you? Aunt Shui suddenly interjected, advising him not to miss any opportunity to join the special training class. Aunt Shui, you know about the special training class? Chen Shu asked, surprised out of course. Speaking of which, I am a member of the first special training class at Nanjing No. 2 High School. Zhang Feng said with a hint of a smile. Most students who gain admission to prestigious universities come from special training classes, Aunt Shui elaborated. The resources provided there will significantly enhance your beast-taming abilities. The special training class for the 3rd year is not unique to Nanjing No. 2 High School. Nearly every beast-taming school across the nation has one. Though the resources offered may vary in Chen Shu's previous world, the 3rd year was indeed a pivotal stage, capable of producing a comprehensive improvement in student performance. In this world, the same holds true. Families spare no effort and invest all they have for the college entrance examination, with some even accumulating substantial debts, all in the hope that their children will gain admission to their desired beast-taming university. Chapter 38. The exam and the disappearance. Everything is left to chance. I will do my utmost, Chen Shu responded. He did not place much importance on the 3rd year special training class. If he could pass, that would be ideal, but if not, it mattered little, as he had the system. Mom and Dad, why aren't you concerned about my grades? Zhang Dali, sitting nearby, wore a disgruntled expression. Aren't I your son? The final exams have ended, and you have no expectations at all? Your grades have always been stable. What is there to inquire about? Zhang Feng, his father, replied. Could it be that you actually have hopes of climbing out of the bottom too this time? Well, not really, Zhang Dali admitted candidly. I just wanted you to ask. Zhang Feng shook his head and chuckled. Oh please, you've never failed to let me down in that regard. Suddenly, Zhang Dali had a thought and spoke up. By the way, Mom and Dad, I'm about to turn 18. I want to live alone and experience independence. Huh? You actually have that awareness? Zhang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized his son. Of course, I am your son, after all, Zhang Dali said proudly, patting his chest. Mom and Dad, I've already packed your things. You can take them at any time. In an instant, the dining table fell silent. So this is what he meant by wanting to live alone. Chen Shu stifled a laugh, finding it genuinely amusing. Has the little rascal become too cheeky? Zhang Feng remarked, and suddenly a shadow darted forward, delivering a playful smack to Zhang Dali. Zhang Dali covered his head, looking aggrieved. Dad, how can you use a contracted spirit to hit your son? It was then that Chen Shu noticed a small monkey, about 3 decimeters tall. Let this serve as a lesson, Zhang Feng said, retracting the contracted spirit, while Aunt Shui merely smiled in silence. Chen Shu's eyes flickered, recognizing the black monkey. Most of the high school biology curriculum revolved around fierce beasts from exotic spaces, but it also documented some common contracted spirits. As a black iron-level beast-tamer, Zhang Feng's contracted spirit had undergone a bloodline evolution, transforming from a dolly monkey into a violent monkey, with its potential rating elevated from C to B. Although potential ratings can change after bloodline evolution, the initial rating of a contracted spirit still significantly impacts a beast-tamer's life. Chen Shu's slime was rated F, but if it were to awaken the common evolutionary path, its potential rating would rise to E upon his attainment of black iron status. However, others' contracted spirits would also evolve, indicating that disparities would persist, unless Chen Shu could awaken a rare evolutionary path, dramatically increasing his potential rating. The odds were exceedingly slim. Consequently, beast tamers were essentially stratified from the outset of their awakening, with innate talent holding far greater importance than hard work, except for those who possess extraordinary advantages. The family finished dinner amidst an atmosphere of a loving father and a filial son. Chen Shu returned to his home, anticipating the beast-taming exam the following day. Soon, the next day arrived. Nanjing No. 2 High School appeared considerably quieter, with only the first and second-year beast-tamers remaining, as the other students had already commenced their summer vacation. Fang Ku entered, calmly stating, "Today's beast-taming exam is of utmost importance. I hope you all perform to the best of your abilities." With that, he led the 5th class of beast-tamers towards the school's beast-taming hall. Outside the hall, a lengthy queue had formed, with over 200 students orderly awaiting their turn to take the exam. Before long, the second-year 5th class entered the hall in an organized manner. The vast expanse of the beast-taming hall featured not only a combat arena for beast-tamers, but also 3 large examination areas designated for the 3 different grades. 121 second-year beast-tamers entered the examination space. The examination for the beast-taming subject was divided into 5 assessments, adhering to the established standards. The grade director stepped forward to announce the examination rules. The first assessment involved the potential rating of the students' contracted spirits. If any discrepancies arose, students could step forward to make corrections. During enrollment, the school records each student's potential rating, ensuring minimal errors. If any errors do occur, students may amend them by sharing their contracted spirit panel, which cannot be falsified. Su Xiaoyu, potential rating A. Tang Lai, potential rating A. Lin Xingchen, potential rating B. Only 2 students in the grade achieved an A rating for their contracted spirits, whereas Chen Shu's F rating stood alone as an anomaly. In truth, many students in the ordinary class also had F ratings, but they were self-aware and chose to lead ordinary lives, not to burden their families. There should be no objections, the grade director declared, gathering the list. We will now commence the second assessment, the level of beast tamer, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher. Each class lined up in an orderly fashion to record their respective beast tamer levels. The assessment for beast tamer level was equally straightforward. Students needed to share their contracted spirit panels with their teachers, which would display their beast tamer levels. Su Xiaoyu, level 7 beast tamer. Tang Lai, level 6 beast tamer. Lin Xingchen, level 6 beast tamer. The results of each student were recorded, and the students of Class 1 lived up to their reputation as the best class, with even the weakest among them being level 5 beast tamers. Soon, it was the turn of Class 5. Xiaobing, as the class representative, naturally stood at the forefront. Xiaobing, level 6 beast tamer. The teacher responsible for recording felt astonished, but still read it aloud. Huh? At once, numerous students turned their gazes, astonished. It turned out to be Xiaobing, once a top student from Class 1. The students of Class 1 were somewhat aware, while Xiaobing's achievement appeared surprising. It was, in fact, well-deserved. Only a handful of students in the grade could consistently outperform Xiaobing. Had it not been for her family's financial constraints, she would not have opted for Class 5. Class 5 utilized far fewer resources, and thus, the tuition would not be excessively high. Now, it seemed she would surely gain admission to the third-year special training class. Su Xiaoyu glanced at her former rival. Wang Ming, level 4 beast tamer. Before long, the assessment results for the class leader Wang Ming were announced. Wang Ming hung his head, a look of dejection in his eyes. Even by the end of the term, he had failed to break through and was essentially barred from the special training class. Liz Xuan, level 4 beast tamer. Zhang Yu, level 3 beast tamer. Most students in Class 5 were level 3 beast tamers, with level 4 being exceedingly rare. Soon, Class 5 completed their assessments. Homeroom teacher Fong Ke remained expressionless, as the results aligned closely with his expectations. At least Xiaobing's level 6 status offered him a pleasant surprise. Teacher Fong, isn't there another student in your class? The teacher responsible for recording the grades inquired, glancing at the list. Another one? Fong Ke looked around the classroom, his heart skipping a beat, and exclaimed, "Where is Chen Shu? What's going on? How can someone just disappear in the middle of the exam?" Chapter 39. Chen Shu, feel a sense of guilt. Wu, the director, wore an expression of speechlessness as he remarked, "You, a sophomore, have come here to show off, have you? Just a moment ago, you proclaimed that you were not targeting a single individual, but rather asserting that everyone present was worthless." It was evident that Wu was somewhat incensed and sought to address the situation. "Can you not be a bit more subdued?" Fong Ke thought to himself, feeling a surge of annoyance at the inopportune timing. He hurriedly stepped forward, retrieving Chen Shu, and simultaneously said, "Director Wu, I apologize sincerely. He is a student from our class." Director Liu, the sophomore instructor, shot a glare at Chen Shu and apologetically stated, "Old Wu, the students are merely fooling around. Humph. Be mindful. Such arrogance at such a young age. Will they not eventually be quelled in the dragon's nest? However, the beast-taming talent is indeed commendable. He must belong to your class." Wu chose not to dwell on the matter further and turned back to the first-year examination hall. Talent, indeed? Fong Ke shook his head, pondering whether Wu had been momentarily dazed by anger. He then turned to Chen Shu and inquired, "What is the matter with you? Why make such a scene at a critical moment?" Chen Shu, himself taken aback, had not anticipated straying from the group, inadvertently finding himself in the first-year area, which explained why he recognized none of the faces around him. "All right, the final student, please step forward for the assessment," Director Liu said, his face betraying displeasure. Chen Shu approached, presenting his contract spirit panel information to the supervising teacher. Name? Personality? Potential rating, F. Contract host, Chen Shu, level 5 beast tamer, beast taming talent, ordinary. Apart from the contract spirit's potential rating and his own information, Chen Shu refrained from revealing any additional details about the slime, particularly regarding talents and skills. Chen Shu, level 5 beast tamer. The supervising teacher's expression shifted, clearly astonished. This was the first level 5 beast tamer from Class 5 of beast taming. Truly remarkable talent. It appears he is indeed the top student of the class. Director Liu scrutinized Chen Shu, his demeanor softening considerably. However, the entire Class 5 of beast tamers was wide-eyed with disbelief, looking utterly dazed. If they drooled a little more, they might as well apply for hospitalization. You are level 5? Fong Ke felt as though his mind was reeling. The class's underachiever was a level 5 beast tamer? The other students shared the same incredulous sentiment. This fellow, who seemed so carefree, had hidden his prowess so well. At that moment, options appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Remain silent and keep a low profile. Completion reward. Increased proficiency in strengthening potion. Option 2. Let out a soft sigh and say, "I merely inadvertently walked ahead of you all." Completion reward. Increased skill in collision. Option 3. Play dumb and say, "Oh, I remember being a level 1 beast tamer. How did I suddenly become level 5? Completion reward. Level 1 Giantification Fruit. Chen Shu paused momentarily, contemplating before selecting the second option. The first option did not specify how much proficiency would be gained and might still only achieve a control level, which was not significantly beneficial. The third option offered a level 1 Giantification Fruit, useful for crafting basic-size potions, akin to the fruit he had purchased at Zhou Xiaoming's shop, rendering it unnecessary. Chen Shu suddenly stepped forward, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the ceiling, and lamented with a sorrowful expression. I have tried my utmost to suppress my growth, yet I find myself surpassing you all. I loathe my inability to even conceal my talent. Clenching his fists, Chen Shu wore a look of self-reproach. This time, not only did Class 5 of Beast-Tamers stare in astonishment, but students from other classes were equally taken aback. Was this something a carbon-based life form could articulate? When had Class 5 produced such a talent? Chen Shu pounded his chest and declared, "Here, I solemnly apologize to everyone. I, Chen Shu, am filled with remorse." All right, enough already. Is this even human speech? Director Liu finally interjected, unable to bear it any longer. What did it mean to suppress one's talent? Do you mean to imply that if you exerted yourself, you would instantly ascend to the Huaxia Academy? Furthermore, what was with this sudden apology? Who asked you to apologize? You truly are insufferable. All eyes from the entire grade turned toward him, pondering. All right, let us commence the subsequent ability assessments. Director Liu concluded this round of evaluations, anxious that Chen Shu might utter something even more provocative. Although Chen Shu's potential rating was F, his level as a beast tamer had elevated his score considerably. Fewer than 40 students in the entire grade were level 5 beast tamers. Let us begin with the offensive capability test, Director Liu proclaimed. Several teachers rolled a massive yellow sphere onto the stage, connected by wires to a distant giant display screen. According to the usual examination rules, each contract spirit had 5 seconds to attack. The sphere was equipped with various algorithms that would aggregate the attack strength, ultimately yielding a score for the candidate's performance in this round of testing. Begin, Director Liu announced. The first to step up was Su Xiaoyu.as, the top student of the grade. She was the center of attention, with everyone eager to witness the prowess of a genius. A crimson bird suddenly appeared, soaring above, its prowess as an A-grade flame bird evidently surpassing the other contract spirits by a considerable margin. Launch your attack. Su Xiaoyu commanded the flame bird to strike the yellow sphere. In an instant, a red glow emanated from its claws, reminiscent of flames igniting. This was the flame bird's sole active skill. Fiery claw, boom. The claws slashed toward the yellow sphere. Should an ordinary person be struck, they would either suffer severe injury or perish. However, as a specialized instrument for measuring attack strength, the yellow sphere was remarkably resilient and capable of withstanding various attribute attacks. The display screen behind flickered before ultimately revealing a rating. Attack strength, A. As a level 7 contract spirit, such formidable offensive capability was exceedingly rare. Well done, Director Liu nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting approval. Truly a promising talent from Huaxia Academy. Subsequently, numerous beast tamers summoned their contract spirits. The examination hall buzzed with the sounds of various spirits, creating a lively atmosphere. Attack strength, B. Attack strength, F. One by one, contract spirits advanced and attacked, yet none achieved an A rating, with even B ratings being exceedingly rare. Chen Shu, it is your turn. Fang Ke's eyes glimmered with anticipation. He had initially thought Chen Shu was nothing special, yet it seemed he had concealed his abilities quite well. Chen Shu stepped forward, summoning his golden slime. Among the contract spirits, the golden slime was indeed unique, being the only one rated F. What a pity for a level 5 beast tamer. Indeed, even a D-grade contract spirit would likely possess commendable offensive capabilities. The golden slime's potential was low, and its attributes were equally mediocre. The only commendable trait was its vitality, which held little advantage in the examination. Moreover, the slime's attack speed was sluggish, and within 5 seconds, it would likely manage only a single strike. Gurgle, gurgle. The golden slime bounced around, its large eyes brimming with curiosity as it surveyed the surrounding spirits. Go for it. Yellow flash from Class 2. The slime's eyes widened. Feeling itself to be ferocious, yet to others, it appeared utterly adorable from a distance. The slime bore a resemblance to the instrument, albeit in a much smaller form. Gurgle. The slime wiggled its rear end and then charged forward. The level 3 charge skill activated, causing its speed to surge dramatically, genuinely reminiscent of the yellow flash. Is it really going to collide? The crowd watched the golden slime with curiosity. Yet, just 10 meters from the yellow sphere, the slime suddenly leaped, its size quadrupling in an instant. Another act of skill? The crowd gasped. The slime's recent speed increase had clearly resulted from a skill, and now its size expansion surely indicated yet another act of skill. 2 combat skills had already surpassed the majority of the students. However, in reality, the slime's leaping ability also stemmed from a skill. Violent Sit Smash. The 4-meter-tall golden slime resembled a giant piece of excrement as it aimed its hefty posterior at the yellow sphere. Bang! Both were yellow spheres, their appearances nearly indistinguishable, creating a rather comical scene. Gurgle, gurgle. The golden slime opened its large eyes wide, its expression akin to that of constipation, as it pressed down on the yellow sphere with all its might. Its master had commanded it to crush its own kind. The yellow sphere displayed a significant dent, but ultimately did not collapse. Not even a level 5 beast tamer could achieve such destruction, let alone a level 9. Gurgle. The yellow sphere suddenly rebounded, launching the golden slime into the air, crashing against the ceiling. Quick, retract it, Director Liu promptly instructed. He was not concerned for the slime's safety. Rather, he feared the ceiling of the Beast-Taming hall would be damaged. Such a massive entity was undeniably heavy. Chen Shu, upon receiving the command, recalled the golden slime. As long as he remained within a certain range, he could retract his contract spirit at any time. But summoning it again would require a bit of time. Attack strength. B. Finally, the display screen revealed a rating. The other beast tamers gasped in astonishment, yet Chen Shu was not surprised. If the golden slime had not achieved at least a B rating, it would have been impossible to injure Zhang Nan's Azure Feather Eagle.as for an A rating. That was certainly unattainable. In the entire grade. Only Su Xiaoyu has achieved this feat. She is also the sole 7th-level Beastmaster possessing an A-class contracted spirit, far surpassing the combat capabilities of a slime. B class. It is indeed a B class. Another prodigious talent from the senior training class? Fang Ke clenched his fists slightly, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Lai Yuan has truly delivered a genius to him. In merely a month's time, the other party has grown to this extent. No, it is very likely that Chen Shu has been feigning weakness. Though the reasons behind this are unknown, one must remember that this is Chen Shu. Does he need a reason to act? If Fang Ke could comprehend this, he would already be at the hospital for an examination. The students of Beastmaster Class 5 wore expressions of complex emotions as they gazed at the underachiever of this class. Good heavens, this is outrageous. Ahem. Chen Shu cleared his throat and said earnestly, there are no innate geniuses in this world. Only relentless effort can forge a strong individual. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Is he trying to inspire us? Look at me, after toiling for an entire month. I have only advanced from a 1st-level Beastmaster to a 5th-level Beastmaster. Chen Shu sighed deeply. I hope my efforts remain forever beyond your understanding. Once again, the venue was enveloped in silence. Tio rise from a 1st-level Beastmaster to a 5th-level Beastmaster in a month. Does this sound plausible? The Beastmasters present had all trained diligently for 2 years. Yet most remained at the 3rd level. Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing? Feeling empathetic, the crowd found his success rather infuriating. Even Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but twitch her lips. Resisting the urge to summon her firebird, Director Liu hurriedly intervened, saying, all right, let us continue with the exams. We must complete the Beastmaster subjects today. A chaotic melee would be unimaginable. He cast a deep glance at Chen Shu. After all, that was an F-class slime that had managed to comprehend 2 combat skills. Did you save the galaxy in your past life? The aggressive testing phase concluded swiftly, leading into the speed assessment. Speed encompasses not only bodily movement, but also the responsiveness of the nerves. The originally yellow spherical object in the examination room suddenly morphed, revealing a Gatling gun that ominously appeared, its muzzle beginning to rotate slowly. Exuding an aura of pressure. Is this technology so advanced? Chen Shu was taken aback. He had assumed the technology in this world was somewhat similar to that of his own, considering household appliances only consisted of televisions and refrigerators. But it seems there is a slight, yet significant, difference. Let the speed test commence, Director Liu announced. The Gatling gun contained not real bullets but rubber balls coated with dye. Even if the contracted spirits were struck, they would not sustain injuries. The speed test primarily assesses the evasion capabilities and reaction times of the contracted spirits. Chen Shu's golden slime astounded the crowd once more, not due to its strength, but rather its utter lack of it. While the other contracted spirits, regardless of their sluggishness, would at least make a symbolic attempt to evade, the golden slime merely continued to snooze, catching every bullet that rained down upon it without missing a single one. In a sense, this was a reverse full score speed rating. F-class, unsurprisingly, Chen Shu secured the worst possible score. This allowed many to breathe a sigh of relief, for it appeared that the slime was indeed a highly specialized contracted spirit. With Chen Shu now having received 2 F ratings, his overall score would be significantly impacted, making entry into the advanced training class nearly impossible. The speed test concluded swiftly, paving the way for the final assessment, the defense test of the contracted spirits. Though Chen Shu had obtained an F rating, he remained remarkably composed. The defense assessment would ultimately determine his final score, and he still had academic subjects to bolster his performance. Let the defense assessment commence. Director Liu announced. The Gatling gun in the examination area underwent a transformation. A faint blue glow emanated from its muzzle. The bullets within were no longer rubber but had been replaced with special ammunition. The first to undergo assessment was still Su Xiaoyu's Firebird. Director Liu issued a reminder. If the contracted spirit reaches an unmanageable state, retract it immediately. However, such a situation was virtually non-existent. Once a contracted spirit's defense was breached, the assessment would conclude, and the Gatling would cease fire. Su Xiaoyu nodded slightly, and the other students retreated to a distance of 100 meters. Rat-tat-tat. The Gatling's muzzle began to rotate, emitting blue light, creating an impressive spectacle. The Firebird stood firmly on the ground, its eyes gently closed, embodying an air of tranquility. Clearly, this intensity of attack posed no threat to it. The Gatling accelerated its firing rate, and the strength of the bullets appeared to increase as well. Layer upon layer of difficulty escalated, and the Firebird's expression shifted from calm to serious, culminating in a piercing cry as a bullet struck its chest. Assessment concluded, defense rating B. The supervising teacher called out, recording Su Xiaoyu's score point 1 by 1. The contracted spirits stepped forth to undergo their defense evaluations. Compared to the previous 2 assessments, the defense scores were generally lower. Aside from Su Xiaoyu, only 2 others achieved a B rating, while many received an E rating. When Chen Shu finally approached, he remained in last place until all the other students had completed their tests. The golden slime appeared like a large sphere, its eyes firmly shut, even drooling slightly, clearly lost in slumber. Fangke said, Chen Shu, awaken your contracted spirit. The defense assessment is crucial, and he must not falter. If he receives another F rating, it would spell disaster and no need. Let's begin as is, Chen Shu replied, shaking his head in refusal. The golden slime possesses the thick armor talent, and in its slumbering state, its effects are tripled. Furthermore, its innate drowsiness talent would also enhance its defense. In other words, the sleeping slime is its strongest form. Let us proceed, Director Liu nodded. The other students also turned their attention to Chen Shu's slime. In this final examination, Chen Shu undeniably stood out as a dark horse. Both his attack strength and Beastmaster level ranked among the top in the grade. In truth, many students were unfamiliar with Chen Shu's name. After all, he had only recently transitioned from the ordinary class to the Beastmaster class. Rat-tat-tat. The Gatling gun whirred back to life, its muzzle aglow with blue light, yet the golden slime remained utterly unmoved. The thunderous snoring mingled with the gunfire, creating an extraordinary symphony. The crowd was left speechless. This scene left everyone astounded. The intensity of the Gatling's firepower steadily increased, swiftly elevating from the lowest F rating to B. Unlike the Firebird, the golden slime did not succumb to immediate defense breach, continuing its deep slumber. Suddenly, the slime's mouth gaped wide in a yawn, with some bullets even entering its mouth. The slime smacked its lips and astonishingly swallowed them. Many stared wide-eyed in disbelief at this spectacle. Is this truly the so-called weakest slime? Though classified as a special type of contracted spirit, slimes are by no means rare. They comprise at least 30 of F-class contracted spirits. Not limited to just the golden variety, but of various colors. How could such a seemingly weak contracted spirit showcase such exceptional performance? A group of individuals struggled to accept this reality. The B-class assault persisted for nearly a minute without breaching the slime's defenses. Could an A-class defensive contracted spirit be emerging? Director Lu squinted, pondering. But just as the Gatling was about to escalate its attack level, the golden slime vanished in an instant. What is happening? The crowd turned their attention to Chen Shu. Momentarily perplexed. At that moment, options reappeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Honestly admit that the slime can no longer withstand the pressure. Reward, 5 increase in slime defense. Option 2. Maintain an air of mystery. Reward, unlock new potion schematic, defense potion. Option 3. Depart the Beastmaster Hall with a nonchalant demeanor, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Reward, swift potion. Was there any need for hesitation? The first and third options merely provided temporary boosts, while the potion schematic offered a far more enduring benefit. Chen Shu surveyed the others with an utterly calm demeanor and declared, "Is this all there is to a B-class attack? Is this it? I dare say an A-class attack would prove equally ineffective. Teacher, please record the score. This A-class attack? I, Pai Wang, shall not even bother to test it." The crowd fell into silence, utterly speechless. This was indeed an audacious display. Yet, for the moment, they were genuinely uncertain whether the slime could withstand an A-class attack. Defense rating. B. The supervising teacher ultimately recorded his defense rating. Although it matched Su Xiaoyu's, the teacher would naturally regard his defensive score as superior in the overall assessment. The Beastmaster subject examinations concluded successfully, and the results would be sent to each student's mobile phone. Director Lu spoke, "I hope everyone enjoys a pleasant summer vacation." He cast a profound glance at Chen Shu, who had left an indelible impression on him. The nature of contracted spirits is peculiar, and their master is anything but conventional. It would be impossible not to remember him. The atmosphere among the students in the examination hall was jubilant. Perhaps the results were not ideal, but the impending summer vacation lightened their spirits considerably. Certainly, most individuals are still engrossed in discussions regarding Chen Shu and his slime. Some have even sought his advice. Chen Gu, called a girl with a ponytail as she rushed over. "No need to be so formal. Just call me uncle." Chen Shu waved dismissively. However, the girl seemed oblivious to his jest and inquired earnestly, "I would like to know how you cultivate your contract spirit to make it so formidable." Chen Shu stroked his chin and replied with utmost seriousness, "Read more books, keep up with the news, indulge in snacks less, and sleep more." "Chen Shu, come here for a moment," Fangke interjected. Chen Shu was about to continue his playful banter when Fangke suddenly halted him. "Remember, you must encourage your contract spirit to read extensively to awaken its wisdom. My slime can even operate a smartphone now." The girl looked bewildered, as if to say, "So, you mean to let the contract spirit read books and newspapers?" Chen Shu and Fangke exited the examination hall and made their way to the school's playground. "Do you feel confident about joining the special training class this time?" Fangke inquired. "1 part depends on effort, 9 parts on fate. I will only know the outcome once results are released." Chen Shu replied, arms crossed behind his head, a carefree expression adorning his face. He felt no pressure whatsoever. In just a month, he had ascended to the rank of a level 5 Beastmaster. What heights would he reach in the coming year? "You truly are unfazed," Fangke remarked, his lips twitching slightly, before adding with a sigh, "I underestimated you. I never imagined your talent would be this remarkable." Talent is important, but it is not the most crucial factor. Chen Shu suddenly grinned, gazing skyward. "Oh, you believe it to be effort?" Fangke questioned, perplexed. "How could it possibly be effort?" "It is, of course, the advantage of having a cheat." Chen Shu chuckled silently as he leisurely departed the playground. The setting sun cast its golden rays, elongating Chen Shu's shadow to an extraordinary length. Fangke's gaze became somewhat dazed, as if envisioning a future great Beastmaster. Chapter 42. Me, socially anxious, unable to team up upon returning home. To celebrate the successful conclusion of his final examinations, Chen Shu's father had invited the Zhang family and Fang Xi's parents. The three families shared a long-standing friendship. Yet regrettably, Fang Xi was unable to return to Nanjing City as she was studying at Huaxia Academy. Time flies. "I can't believe Xiao Qian and Dali are about to enter their senior year," remarked Fang Xi's father, Fang Guowei, whose dark complexion was complemented by a hearty smile. Zhang Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Indeed. But these two lads lack the talent of Xiao Feng. ANS rank contract spirit holds tremendous influence for a Beastmaster." "I beg to differ. Xiao Qian and Dali are exceptional in their own right. Even if they do not become powerful Beastmasters, they can excel in other fields," Fang Guowei countered with a serious expression, challenging Zhang Feng's perspective. Chen Ping, Chen Shu's father, interjected with a smile, the younger generation will find their own paths. Let us refrain from interfering too much. Despite Fang Xi's accomplishments, the three families exhibited no signs of estrangement or awkwardness. What a pity that Fang Xi cannot return during the summer break. Otherwise, the three siblings could reunite. Fang Xi cannot come back this summer? Chen Shu furrowed his brow, disappointment evident in his eyes. Her Beast-Master team has taken on a sudden interdimensional task. I fear she may not return, Fang Guowei explained, mistakenly believing Chen Shu missed Fang Xi. Chen Shu sighed. If Fang Xi couldn't return, then what was the point of his enemy list? Dali, are you not reacting at all? Chen Shu nudged Zhang Dali. Don't rush me. I'm in the promotion tournament, Zhang Dali replied, his eyes glued to his phone, animatedly engrossed. Chen Shu glanced over and nearly jumped out of his skin. You're already 0-10-0. Why don't you team up instead of making a mockery of yourself? It's only the beginning. You've died 10 times already. Are you on a path to self-destruction? I have social anxiety. I can't team up, Zhang Dali explained. Chen Shu? The three families enjoyed a harmonious evening, reminiscing about the past, and after a hearty meal and drinks, each returned to their respective homes. Uncle Zhou, do we have any iron core fruits in the shop? Early the next morning, Chen Shu arrived at Zhou Xiaoming's store, eager to concoct a defense potion after having just unlocked it. There are 2 in stock. Let me fetch them for you, Zhou Xiaoming's father replied as he emerged with 2 black fruits. However, the giant fruit was currently out of stock. The main materials sold at Zhou Xiaoming's shop were primarily sourced from Blue Star, though occasionally they received interdimensional materials from wanderers. Most Beast-Master teams have their own sales channels, collaborating with prominent families or large corporations, while many Beast-Masters opt to sell to the official authorities. Albeit at lower prices than other enterprises, they benefit from additional perks. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, Chen Shu nodded, accepting the 2 iron core fruits. If you come across giant fruits or iron core fruits, please set them aside for me. I am willing to pay a premium. After acquiring the 2 iron core fruits, Chen Shu hurriedly made his way to the 666 Potion Company. Chen Shu, you've arrived, Assistant Xiao Mao greeted him, sighing internally. It seemed rather unjust that a graduate of Beast-Master University was reduced to serving as an assistant to a high school student. Xiao Mao was already contemplating writing a book titled The Days I Spent Just Filling the Numbers. Chen Shu nodded. With summer vacation underway, he had crafted an early plan, concocting potions at the potion company in the morning, selling surplus potions in the black market in the afternoon, and aimlessly wandering at night to trigger system options. 10 days swiftly passed, and Chen Shu earned nearly 1 million huaxia coins through his potion-making endeavors, an efficiency that would leave many green with envy. Despite his substantial earnings, Chen Shu's expenses were equally high. Unable to procure raw materials, he had no choice but to purchase commercially available potions. Naturally, he refrained from buying defense potions or size potions, as he could concoct them himself, but would need to wait for raw materials. Chen Shu spent the entirety of his 1 million huaxia coins on basic cell potions to enhance the vitality and recovery speed of his golden slime. Although he significantly strengthened his contract spirit, his wealth had been entirely depleted. Chen Shu initially thought his summer would be spent solely on buying and selling potions, but the very next morning, Su Xiaoyu's uncle, Zhou Cheng, entered with 3 giant flowers and delivered some unfortunate news. Xiao Chun, these are the last 3 giant flowers in the company. Zhou Cheng sighed softly. Chen Shu immediately protested. No way. Is the company closing that quickly? Zhou Cheng's lips twitched. You really say it as it is. At the very least, as an employee, can't you wish for the company's well-being? Zhou Cheng sighed again. The contract for the giant flowers has expired, and acquiring more will take some time. Did you not renew the contract? Chen Shu asked, puzzled. Logically, such a large company should not face such issues. If the supply of giant flowers were to be cut off, it would undoubtedly affect the company. Another faction has signed a contract with that material company. They got there first, Zhou Cheng said, his eyes flickering with anger. For the potion company, losing its raw materials was akin to having the ground pulled from under them. Fine. Does the company have any defense potions or size potions available? Chen Shu, lacking knowledge of the business side of things, merely wanted to ascertain whether he could still earn from potions. If the 666 Potion Company could not supply giant flowers, his profit-making plans would collapse. Being a mere student without connections or a potion master's certificate, it was challenging to consistently purchase interdimensional materials. These 2 potions are the company's flagship products. We might not be lacking in personnel for them right now. Zhou Cheng replied hesitantly. Since they were flagship potions, the potion masters responsible for them naturally received high salaries, making it impossible to allow a summer worker to step in temporarily. They would have to pay wages and risk upsetting the other potion masters. Especially since Chen Shu was just a high school student, I will swiftly seek new partnerships with material companies. Zhou Cheng reassured him, patting his shoulder. Your salary will continue to be paid. Chen Shu shook his head. My focus is on potions, not on a salary. A person cannot become wealthy without unexpected gains. A horse cannot thrive without midnight grass. A mere salary no longer satisfies me. Zhou Cheng admitted, the company's Beastmaster team will soon venture into an interdimensional space. They should bring back some valuable materials. Just as he finished speaking, another option appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Apply to join the company's Beastmaster team on their interdimensional adventure. Completion reward. Exclusive skill book for contract spirits. Option 2. Exclaim. Why not hurry up and go? Be quick. Completion reward. Medium Beastmaster power. Chapter 43. Gold buried under manure? Is there even a need to consider this? Without hesitation, Chen Shu declared, Uncle Zhou, can you take me along? You? Zhou Cheng was taken aback, scrutinizing Chen Shu before hesitantly responding. Entering interdimensional space requires a ticket. No worries, I will cover the ticket myself. I simply wish to accompany you for the experience. As he had not yet reached the black iron level, he could not enter interdimensional space alone. Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment before nodding. In that case, come to the company in 3 days. Xiaoyu will be going along as well, and you just need to ensure your contract spirit looks after itself. He clearly recognized Chen Shu's performance in the finals. The Golden Slime's defensive capabilities surpassed Su Xiaoyu's Flamebird, indicating it held considerable merit. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, Chen Shu exclaimed, his expression brimming with joy. Although he could no longer concoct giant flowers, the opportunity to witness the interdimensional space was a valuable experience in itself. He had finished using the last 3 bottles of the powerful herb and then departed with 13 vials of mid-grade potency elixir. The black market was bustling with activity. Chen Shu had already become a distinguished level 5 Beastmaster. Enjoying unrestricted access to the black market, he arrived at his designated area, laid out a blue cloth, and placed the surplus potions from his system backpack upon it. Xiao Qian, here to make some money again? Wang Beige, how's business today? Chen Shu, leisurely and without the urge to shout out, had already established quite a reputation. The top powerhouse of the black market, who was not aware of him, old Wang sighed. It's grim. If I can't sell anything soon, I'll be left eating dirt. Chen Shu replied, perfect timing then. You can simply dine on the Earth Dragon Beast core from the stall, a case of resourceful recycling. Old Wang paid no heed to Chen Shu's jest and leaned closer, whispering seriously, Xiao Chun, where do you get these potions? Introduce me to a source, and oh source, I concoct them myself, Chen Shu said, his face serious. Come off it. Old Wang rolled his eyes and returned to his stall. Chen Shu sighed. In this day and age, even honesty was met with skepticism. Boss, I'd like a bottle of mid-grade potency elixir. While the two were conversing, a queue had already formed in front of Chen Shu's stall. At 8,000 per bottle, the mid-grade elixir was evidently a steal, even slightly disrupting the market. Although it couldn't be resold due to the lack of a trademark, it was perfectly acceptable for enhancing one's own contracted spirit. Chen Shu grinned, handing over the potion while receiving 8,000 yuan through the payment app. Today was another bountiful day. Suddenly, a young man in line remarked, Hey, old lady, can you please wait your turn? Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? An elderly lady, ready to cut in, returned to the end of the line, her face sour, muttering, not a shred of respect for the elderly or the young. What kind of nonsense is this? The young man glanced back with a cold snort, then turned to Chen Shu, asking, Boss, how many bottles of this elixir do you have left? 12 bottles of mid-grade potency elixir. And 15 bottles of low-grade. Chen Shu's eyes sparkled. Could it be that he would close up shop so soon today? Coughing lightly, the young man said, I'll take a bottle of mid-grade potency elixir. Chen Shu. Tisich, what a joke, the old lady scoffed. The small line dissipated quickly, and she initially planned to buy 1 bottle each. However, the university student before her bought up all the remaining potions. Hey, young man, are you really going to drink all that? The old lady anxiously inquired. It was her first time hearing about affordable elixirs in the black market. She had hoped to buy some for her grandson, but was surprised at how sought after they were. What do I need to drink it for? It's for my contracted spirit. Of course, the university student rolled his eyes, leaving with the potions. Chen Shu also began to pack up, feeling content as he prepared to return home. Just then, his phone buzzed. Had the final exam results come out? Chen Shu glanced at his phone, anticipation in his eyes. Name: Chen Shu Cultural Studies, 396 Beastmaster Studies, 215 total score, 611 class rank, 2 grade rank, 20. Chen Shu beamed. He had precisely secured the 20th position, a thrilling outcome indeed. However, it was quite close to his expectations. His score in cultural studies was undoubtedly first in the grade, whereas his Beastmaster studies were rather mediocre. Though his defense was top-notch and his attack equally impressive, the level of his contracted spirit was merely average. The most critical blow was the 2 F grades in potential rating and speed testing, which significantly dragged down his overall score. IT was akin to excelling in every subject in the old world, but only scoring 50 or 60 in English, no matter how outstanding one was. It would be impossible to rank among the top. Fortunately, Chen Shu's cultural studies score was extraordinary. Suddenly, the new ringtone he had set for his phone chimed in, displaying the name Feng Xingjing. Chen Shu paused, realizing it was his homeroom teacher, and without a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Hello? Teacher Feng." "Chen Shu, you've been accepted into the senior high special training class." Feng Ke's voice trembled, evidently filled with excitement. Chen Shu rolled his eyes and said, "Old Feng, maintain your composure. Wasn't he this expected? At our age, a little serenity wouldn't hurt." Feng Ke took a deep breath before continuing, "Chen Shu, I must admit I was mistaken about you. Who would have thought you were a gem concealed beneath muck? Of course, I was merely—" "Wait, what do you mean by concealed beneath muck?" Chen Shu's smile abruptly faded as he sensed something amiss. Feng Ke added, "Don't dwell on the details. Having a student like you makes me immensely proud. The school's reward must be substantial, right?" Chen Shu inquired. "Certainly, cough cough. As a teacher, educating and nurturing students is both a duty and a mission. Isn't discussing money rather vulgar? Chen Shu, could you be any more disingenuous?" After a brief chat, Chen Shu hung up, feeling amused. Who had time to engage in idle chatter? He left the black market, whistling cheerfully. Though he didn't place much importance on the senior high special training class, being accepted was undoubtedly a positive affirmation of his abilities. Upon returning home, Chen Shu promptly shared the good news. His parents were overjoyed and began notifying relatives and friends to spread the joy. Chen Shu, however, retreated to his room to prepare for his journey into the alternate dimension. His essentials included a phone, power bank, playing cards, sunglasses, instant noodles, and snacks. Lacking any outdoor survival experience, Chen Shu meticulously gathered various items he might need. But unfortunately, the system space could not accommodate real-world objects, only system rewards or potions synthesized through the system. 20 minutes later, his large military backpack was stuffed to the brim. That should be enough. Chen Shu clapped his hands, satisfied, thinking to himself, "I truly am a genius." Although he was accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle, a surge of ambition surged within him. While he was reluctant to work hard, he had a great fondness for combat. Conquering the first alternate dimension was the start of Chen Shu's rise to fame. Yet, he had forgotten that he was already renowned. Although the reputation of a public toilet alchemist was less than flattering, he was still a figure of some notoriety. In fact, due to his influence, the manufacturer producing those alpaca t-shirts had made a considerable profit. Chapter 44. Unbeatable Pressure. Oh, I almost forgot about the exclusive skill book from the system. Chen Shu suddenly remembered and retrieved the skill book from his backpack. With a gentle tap, a golden light enveloped the body of the golden slime, and he comprehended a new ability. Unbeatable Pressure. Passive skill. Creatures pinned down by the slime cannot use active skills. Note: ineffective against contracted spirits of a higher realm. Chen Shu's expression brightened. It was indeed a fitting exclusive skill in harmony with the golden slime. Although the slime's weight was formidable, making it difficult for pinned, contracted spirits to escape, that was under the condition they weren't employing any skills. Even with a simple charge skill, the slime might not manage to pin them down. Based on Chen Shu's knowledge, the advantages of skills and innate talents greatly influenced the combat prowess of contracted spirits. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mom and Dad, I've decided to go on a trip to relax. Early in the morning, Chen Shu shouldered a large military backpack and left home. His parents paid little mind, assuming their son was simply traveling to a distant location. Had they known he was venturing into an alternate dimension, they would have likely confined him for the entire summer. A level 5 Beastmaster daring to enter an alternate dimension. Was that not madness? At the entrance of the 666 Elixir Company, 2 black SUVs were parked nearby. A group was waiting for something. Hey bro, suddenly bringing in a burden like this is going to add strain to the team. A fierce-looking middle-aged man voiced his dissatisfaction towards Zhou Cheng. He was Zhou Cheng's brother, Zhou Shi, the leader of the Beastmaster team and a formidable black iron-level Beastmaster. Zhou Cheng replied, "It's just a standard-level alternate dimension. I trust your strength to protect the team. Besides, that kid can look after himself. Let us hope so." Zhou Shi shook his head. Just then, a figure wearing sunglasses rode up on a shared bicycle. Chen Shu. Su Xiaoyu waved, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Chen Shu's sudden addition provided Su Xiaoyu with a companion. Is this the kid? Zhou Shi's lips twitched, sensing an aura of unreliability. Chen Shu dismounted elegantly, preparing to park the bike, but soon hopped back on, calling out loudly, "This isn't a parking spot. Wait for me, everyone." Zhou Shi forced a stiff smile, saying, "Bro, are you sure he can protect himself?" Chen Shu's antics had even made Zhou Cheng doubt himself. He hesitantly replied, "Cough, cough. I suppose he should be able to." Before long, Chen Shu, with his backpack, came sprinting back. "Since Xiao Qian has arrived, let us get ready to depart," Zhou Cheng stated, introducing, "This is the leader of the Beastmaster team, Zhou Shi, my brother." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu turned to Zhou Shi and said, "Hello, Uncle Zhou. My name is Chen Shu." Zhou Shi shook his head, saying, "Since you're here, let us set off." The group climbed into the 2 nearby SUVs. Chen Shu was visibly excited in the vehicle, constantly glancing around. It was far more comfortable than riding a bicycle. He leaned back against the seat, feeling utterly at ease. Su Xiaoyu smiled brightly, equally exhilarated, and inquired, "Are you considering buying a car?" Given Chen Shu's salary, acquiring a vehicle for commuting was no simple matter, as long as it did not involve beast tamers. Everything else was relatively affordable. Chen Shu replied, "I'm a bit conflicted. I haven't decided yet." "What kind of car are you thinking of?" Su Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Chen Shu shook his head, his expression serious as he said, "I recently won a $5 coupon for Rolls-Royce, which has stirred my interest, but on the other hand, the monthly pass discount for shared bikes is hard to let go of." Suddenly, the off-road vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The beast tamer driving wore a strained expression, as if constipated, thinking, "Is this what you're truly conflicted about?" Wang Shu interjected, "Chen Shu is humorous, not abnormal. At least I hope not." Su Xiaoyu explained with a hint of insecurity, "I hope it doesn't get too absurd." Wang Yi muttered, silently praying, "By the way, Xiaoyu, do you want some cookies?" Chen Shu suddenly pulled out a bag of cookies from his backpack. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand. "No, thank you, I'm not hungry right now." "How about chocolate?" "No, thanks." "Potato chips?" "No." "Instant noodles?" Watching Chen Shu produce an array of snacks from his backpack, the other 3 in the vehicle were utterly astonished. "Did you really go on an adventure in another dimension? How about we play some landlord to relax?" Chen Shu, oblivious, pulled out a deck of cards from his backpack. "Ahem, Xiao Chun, may I interrupt?" A beast tamer in the passenger seat spoke up. "Did you bring anything important?" "Of course, I specifically brought a pair of slippers." "Old dang, my head is pounding." Wang Yi rubbed his temples with one hand while driving. The passenger, Old dang, cast a resentful glance. "Do you think I'm not in pain?" Chen Shu shook his head, feeling slighted that the items he had brought with great effort were dismissed. He gazed out the window, munching on various snacks, not at all resembling a beast tamer set for an adventure in another dimension. The off-road vehicle traveled toward the outskirts of the city, heading to the nearest dimensional space to Nanjiang City, known as Qingyuan Forest, a place classified as an ordinary level otherworld. Based on the strength of the beasts within, the country categorizes these spaces as ordinary, dangerous, nightmare, destruction, and the highest level, disaster. Qingyuan Forest is situated between Nanjiang City and Daxing City, and beast tamer groups from nearby cities often venture into hunt. 5 hours later, Chen Shu and his companions had left Nanjiang City and arrived at a small town. This place, named Qingyuan Town, was established nearly 50 years ago specifically for the Qingyuan Forest. Each appearance of a dimensional space represents both a crisis and an opportunity, drawing countless merchants, powerful beast tamers, large enterprises, and beast-taming families eager to stake their claim. Halt! At the town's entrance, Several robust soldiers clad in military uniforms immediately stopped the off-road vehicle. Identification. Zhou Shi produced his ID and handed it to the soldiers. The soldiers scanned the ID with a nearby device before returning it. The rest of the group did not escape scrutiny, and even Chen Shu's ID underwent scanning. Finally, they were allowed to enter Qingyuan town. Both off-road vehicles were parked in an area outside the town, prohibited from entering the premises. Chen Shu whispered, "Xiaoyu, the security here is quite stringent. It's making me a bit anxious." Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "When do you ever get anxious?" Chapter 45. Show them some color. This is Qingyuan town, the closest location to the dimensional space. Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something and said cautiously, "You mustn't cause any trouble. These soldiers have the authority to kill. As the most critical area for the country. No one is permitted to disrupt the established order." Chen Shu nodded and looked toward the town's architecture. Unlike the city, the buildings in the town were exceedingly retro, even somewhat shabby and dilapidated, seemingly only meant to provide shelter. Most were storefronts. They lacked grandeur. But those who could establish businesses in Qingyuan town were undoubtedly among the country's elite forces. The 666 Medicinal Liquid Company had invested countless resources yet failed to secure a shop in the town. Many beast-tamer groups made fortunes in the dimensional space, but a portion of the materials was first purchased by the government, then bought by the town shops, resulting in a scarcity of resources available on the market. "Let's go to the hotel for the night. We'll head to Qingyuan Forest in the morning." Zhou Shi, the team leader, made the decision, and the group proceeded to a modest hotel in the town. Although the town's facilities were simple, the foot traffic was quite significant. The individuals hurriedly traversing the streets exuded a more rugged aura compared to the residents of the city. Zhou Shi asked, "Xiao Qin, is it okay for you to share a room with someone?" "Share a room?" Chen Shu was taken aback before nodding. "That's perfectly fine." After checking in, the hotel in Qingyuan town was in high demand and quite expensive, making it unnecessary for everyone to have separate rooms. After placing their luggage, they left the hotel. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and having driven for some time, their stomachs were all empty, except for Chen Shu, who had been snacking throughout the journey. The group arrived at a restaurant. Zhou Shi perused the menu and confidently ordered several signature dishes. "Boss, 1 order of braised ice hare, steamed spirit tail fish, and crispy fried 4-wing locust." "Huh, what are those?" Chen Shu asked in bewilderment, shocked to learn. "Are the ingredients here all from beasts?" Old Deng explained, "Of course, the town is close to Qingyuan Forest. So beast ingredients aren't expensive and are considered local specialties in the other world. The most valuable items were various medicinal herbs, ores, etc. The unique parts of beasts were also highly valued, while beast meat generally held less worth. Only beast-tamer groups with modest gains would choose to bring beast meat back, as it was difficult to preserve, and would sell it to the town's restaurants. "Oh, isn't that the famed beast-tamer Zhou Shi?" Suddenly, as the group entered the restaurant, they were confronted by a burly man clad in black. His gaze was fierce, indicating he was not to be trifled with, and the others with him radiated hostility. Clearly, there was animosity between the two beast-tamer groups in the other world. There were no legal constraints, allowing individuals to unleash their contracted spirits freely, leading to conflicts over resources. Zhou Shi swirled his tea. Sneering, "Huang Shuwei, haven't you had enough of a beating last time? Still not convinced? The mutated ice hare significantly boosted my beast-taming power." Upon hearing this, Huang Wei glared furiously, his companions equally enraged, and the tension in the air escalated. Zhou Shi wore a mocking grin, filled with provocation. "What? Do you want to throw hands? Come on, don't hold back. You're asking for death." In an instant, a young man could barely contain his fury and was about to charge forward. "Xiao Su, come back." Huang Wei, the team leader, admonished, though the seething anger within him was palpable. This was Qingyuan town. If they dared to cause trouble, the soldiers had the right to shoot on sight, no matter how powerful a beast-tamer was. They could not contravene the law. Confronting the military was akin to courting disaster. Huang Wei shot a fierce glare at the group before finding a table to sit down at tea that moment. A new option appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Summon the golden slime and directly engage. Completion reward. Promotion to Black Iron level Beast-Tamer. Additional reward. 1 international flight ticket. Option 2. Silently focus on eating. Completion reward. Increase in the contracted spirit's food consumption by 5. Option 3. Show Huang Wei and his companions some color. Completion reward. Increase the slime's defense by 10. Chen Shu was taken aback, instinctively leaning toward selecting the first option. Tio leap from a level 5 beast tamer to black iron level was a significant transformation. Not only would he awaken a second contracted spirit, but it would also allow the golden slime to undergo a bloodline evolution. If he became a black iron level beast tamer, Huaxia Academy would promptly initiate his enrollment procedures. The chasm between a level 9 beast tamer and a black iron level beast tamer was vast. With few achieving breakthroughs before attending university, however, the system's additional reward doused his enthusiasm. An international flight ticket was clearly an invitation to flee. The price to become a black iron level beast tamer seemed excessive. Chen Shu quietly asked, "Uncle Zhou, what would happen if I used my contracted spirit to take them down right now?" Zhou Shi's body tensed, gripping Chen Shu's hand tightly as he said, "Bro, please don't act impulsively." Old Ding earnestly explained, "We would be imprisoned, and you would end up as a mosaic on tomorrow's news." Chen Shu's lips twitched at the bluntness of the statement. It was as if they were saying he would be left in a bloody mess. Clearly, the first option could be dismissed outright. As for the second option, the reward was rather lackluster. Currently, he was merely an apprentice beast tamer, and the level of his contracted spirit was not high. The energy in the beast-taming space allowed the slime to survive. Only upon reaching black iron level would the contracted spirit begin to care about the quality of its food. However, the third option would certainly lead to conflict, and even without summoning his contracted spirit, a fight could easily break out, drawing the soldier's attention. He had no desire to let his life become increasingly troublesome. With a flicker of inspiration in Chen Shu's eyes, he murmured, "Uncle Zhou, I shall show them a thing or two." As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Shu retrieved a weapon from his pocket, rose abruptly, and strode toward Huang Wei's table. "Oh no, this is not good," Zhou Shi exclaimed, attempting to intervene. But he was a moment too late, forced to watch as Chen Shu approached another table. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Kid, what brings you here?" The others shared similarly unfriendly expressions, exuding an air of intimidation. Yet, Chen Shu wore a cheerful grin, declaring, "I have come to show you all some colors." Bang. Huang Wei slammed his right hand onto the table and retorted angrily, "Humph, arrogant little brat. Let us see what you intend to do." The rest of the group also rose to their feet, their demeanor openly provocative, yet none dared to strike first. The first to inflict harm would likely be deemed the instigator of trouble. Zhou Shi sighed, knowing all too well the trouble Chen Shu was courting. But in the next moment, Zhou Shi's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Chen Shu, who had left the others equally dumbfounded. Their minds momentarily blanked. In Chen Shu's hand appeared a plethora of cards. He raised one and pointed it at Huang Wei, saying, "Look, this is red." Following that, he produced a variety of cards. "This is yellow." "And what color is this?" "That's right, it's green." The crowd was left speechless. Zhou Shi and his companions were utterly taken aback. "You are truly showing them some colors." Chapter 46. "You are too quick to celebrate." Huang Wei took a deep breath, feeling a rush of blood to his head, then shouted furiously, "Kid, are you looking for death? A student dares to mock our Beastmaster Corps. I genuinely just wanted to show you some colors." Chen Shu replied innocently. Huang Wei and his companions clenched their fists, their anger reaching a boiling point, yet they hesitated to act. "Boss, bring out some signature dishes." At that moment, two soldiers entered the restaurant. Instantly, the fury of Huang Wei and his group was suppressed, and they no longer entertained thoughts of violence. Chen Shu placed the cards on the table and said, "It seems you all can accurately identify colors now. These cards are yours to keep. Feel free to practice at home." "How polite," Huang Wei muttered. Chen Shu returned to Zhou Shi's side, while the defensive capabilities of his golden slime increased by another 10. The system had instructed him to show the others some colors, and he had followed its command meticulously, fulfilling the requirements to the letter. The system, "Little Chen, you truly have no fear of offending Huang Wei." Observing Chen Shu relish his meal, Zhou Shi felt exasperated. After all, Huang Wei was the leader of a Beastmaster Corps and a black iron level beast master himself. This fellow seemed rather reckless. "No worries, I rarely leave the city," Chen Shu replied with satisfaction, surprised to find the beast meat far more delectable than he had anticipated. As for Huang Wei, he felt no concern, as long as he did not venture into the alternate space. Even a golden-level beastmaster would pose no threat to him. The crucial factor was that the other party did not recognize him, and would likely focus their ire on Zhou Shi's Beastmaster Corps instead. Currently, it was evident that Huang Wei's group had just returned from the alternate space and would not willingly enter again, treating entry as if it were free. That kid? Zhou Shi shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Despite the conflict with Huang Wei's group, they already had a history of animosity, so he was unconcerned. The group enjoyed their meal and then strolled through Qingyuan town. Isn't that the entrance to Qingyuan Forest? They arrived at the back of the small town, where a sizable building stood tall, surrounded by soldiers patrolling with real weapons. Behind the building, a veil of white mist obscured the view, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. It was nearly dusk, making such dense fog unusual. Zhou Shi nodded and said, "We shall head there first thing tomorrow morning." Just then, a group emerged from the mist, clad in camouflage uniforms stained with dark blood. Their expressions weary yet excited. A mutated Qingjing snake, the highest bidder wins. The leading man shouted, instantly igniting excitement among the surrounding vendors. "I'll bid 100, 000, 200, 000, 400, 000. The price of the Qingjing snake quickly escalated, ultimately being purchased by a vendor for a staggering 800, 000. Su Xiaoyu, with a look of confusion, queried, "Can a basic level fierce beast be worth this much?" The Qingjing snake strength is only comparable to a level 9 contract spirit and is quite common in Qingyuan Forest. It cannot command such a high price. Zhou Shi explained, "Fierce beasts are classified not only by strength but also by bloodline rank." He continued, "Bloodline ranks are categorized as ordinary, mutated, lord, and king. The bloodline rank essentially equates to the potential rating of a contract spirit. An S-level contract spirit is certainly of a different caliber than an F-level spirit, though this does not apply to Chen Shu's golden slime." Zhou Shi elaborated, "An ordinary Qingjing snake holds little value, but a mutated one is different. Not only can its gallbladder enhance beast mastery, but its eyes also have a chance to grant the contract spirit the skill keen vision. Of course, the odds are frightfully low. Yet the wealthy are willing to pay exorbitant sums just to test their luck." Su Xiaoyu appeared enlightened. As the top student in her grade, she had successfully acquired a wisdom pill, which could grant a chance for a contract spirit to comprehend skills or talents during breakthroughs, albeit with a similarly low probability. The value of the wisdom pill was also tens of thousands, if not more, and was often unavailable in the market. Anything related to skills and talents tends to skyrocket in price. This was also why Chen Shu slime, possessing 2 active skills, was thought by the grade director to have saved the galaxy in a past life. Not to mention lords and kings, even mutated fierce beasts are a rare find. Old Deng shook his head and said, "Let us go. Hopefully, this adventure will bring us good fortune." The group nodded and departed, returning to their hotel. As night fell, the sound of rumbling filled the air. Chen Shu lay on his bed, struggling to find comfort, while Uncle Wang, who had driven them earlier, snored loudly in the adjacent bed, creating a cacophony. "I should have just slept alone," Chen Shu muttered, lamenting the reversal of roles after having tormented the man during the day. "I can't take it anymore." Chen Shu splashed cold water on his face to wake himself up, gazing out at the quiet town at night, and impulsively left his room in the stillness of the night. The hotel was remarkably quiet, save for the front desk attendant who was engrossed in a suspense drama. "Let us explore the town," Chen Shu thought, recalling that his party had not fully explored it during the day. Upon exiting the hotel, he stumbled upon a couple embracing on the street. The young man, with tender affection, said, "Xiaofeng, do you know? I have always liked you." The girl, blushing profusely, nestled into his embrace, too shy to raise her head. As Chen Shu passed by, he interjected, "What about when you're not erect?" With that, Chen Shu took off running, his movements both graceful and decisive. "What the hell?" The young man felt as though a herd of alpacas had invaded his mind. "How can I still like you when I'm not erect?" The once romantic atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the intrusion of a certain audacious fool. Chen Shu whistled, relishing the night breeze, thoroughly enjoying his escape from the thunderous bombardment of his room. Even at night, the streets of the town were alive with people. As he wandered, he arrived at the front of a 9-story building, impressively grand and standing in stark contrast to the shorter buildings surrounding it. This was the Beastmaster Association, a place dedicated to serving Beastmasters, offering services such as intelligence sales, alternate space maps, beast encyclopedias, and a task hall. A staff member approached with a smile, saying, "Sir, it is my pleasure to assist you." "Ah, You may be too early to feel pleased, Chen Shu replied. The staff member stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. Haha, sir, you are quite the humorist. He managed to force a smile, realizing he had encountered yet another difficult customer. How may I assist you, sir? The Beast-Master Association is at your service. Not at the moment. I'm just browsing, Chen Shu said, shaking his head as he wished to explore alone. The staff member, understanding, discreetly departed. At this hour, the Beast-Master Association was not particularly crowded. Chen Shu made his way to the task hall on the third floor, where a massive display screen hung from the ceiling, showcasing various tasks. Chapter 47, Task Acquisition. Hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Task Name. Collect Qingqi Grass. Task Difficulty. Normal Level. Task Content. Requires the collection of no less than 10 pounds of fresh Qingqi grass. The only requirement is freshness, and the collection must be completed within 10 days. Qingqi grass is a common plant in Qingyuan Forest, serving as a staple for certain contract spirits. Prolonged consumption can slightly enhance the wood and fire attributes within. However, it must be fresh, otherwise the internal fire attribute will diminish significantly, rendering it of little use to the contract spirit. Chen Shu continued to peruse other tasks. Task Name. Hunt Ironback Bear. Task Difficulty. Dangerous. Task Content. The employer wishes to venture into Qingyuan Forest to hunt a black iron-level mutated ironback bear and seeks a Beastmaster to accompany them. Task Requirements. Black iron-level Beastmaster preferred. With alternate space experience favored. Task Name. Capture the azure-eyed snake. Task Name. Retrieve the lost underwear. Task Name. Hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Chen Shu could not help but scoff. How could one even misplace their underwear? It felt utterly absurd. Moreover, who would go out of their way to issue such a task? Could it possibly be crafted from pure gold? Now, the entire world knows you lost your underwear in the Qingyuan Forest. Just as he was lamenting, an unexpected option appeared before him. Indeed, a delightful surprise. His late-night escapade had not been in vain. Option 1. Accept any ordinary level task. Completion reward. Medium Beast Mastery. Option 2. Accept the task to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Completion reward. Skill Enlargement. 1. If completed, gain an additional reward. Title Lord Slayer. Equipped effect. 5 increased damage to the Lord's ferocious beasts by contract spirits. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. Are they jesting? Asking me to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord? The bloodline of the Ice Wild Rabbit is not particularly formidable. The highest rank in this species is merely that of a lord, lacking any kings, indicating their mediocrity. However, no matter how trivial they may seem, they are not something a mere 5th-level beast master like Chen Shu could contend with. Yet, the allure of the one enlargement reward was simply too tempting. As the core skill of slimes. An enhancement in enlargement would imply an increase in damage for other skills as well, and size is the primary attribute of a slime. He mulled it over. Perhaps there was a feasible approach. Turning to the staff member in the task hall, Chen Shu inquired, "May I ask, what are the penalties if the task is not completed?" "Good sir, accepting tasks requires a deposit. Should you fail, the deposit will be forfeited." "And how much is the deposit for the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord's task?" Chen Shu estimated he had around 100,000 huaxia coins, which would certainly cover the deposit for an ordinary task. But he feared this one might be particularly exorbitant. The staff member wore a peculiar expression and replied, "This task?" Chen Shu's lips twitched as he observed the odd look on the staff member's face, silently repeating to himself, "This is not disdain. This is not disdain. This task is issued by the military and does not require a deposit. As long as you successfully hunt, you will receive the reward." "Ah?" Chen Shu exclaimed, "So, it's free." "Indeed, sir." With a grand gesture, Chen Shu declared, "Are there any other free tasks available? I shall take them all." "Free tasks? Bring them forth." The staff member appeared utterly speechless. Was he casting a wide net hoping for foolish fish? "Apologies, but there is currently only this one free task." Chen Shu shook his head in disappointment and accepted the task to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. The staff member handed him the detailed information about the task, and Chen Shu left the Beastmaster Association, feeling quite pleased as the enhancement skill of the golden slime successfully increased by 1. Enlargement. Temporarily increases one size to 6 times, with a moderate decrease in speed. Although the increase in size is substantial, the side effects are equally pronounced. The slime's speed is already sluggish, and with enlargement activated, it moves at a pace akin to that of a snail. However, with the level 3 skill charge to compensate, it should not pose a significant problem for the time being. Chen Shu examined the task information meticulously. Task name: Hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Task difficulty: Extremely dangerous. Task content: Recently, an Ice Wild Rabbit Lord has appeared in the Qingyuan Forest, frequently commanding groups of ice wild rabbits to harass the Spirit Guard military base. This hunting task has been specifically issued. There are no prerequisites for accepting this task. Task rewards: 50 Huaxia points. Task challenges: 1. The whereabouts of the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord are difficult to ascertain. There are currently no concrete leads. 2. The Ice Wild Rabbit Lord possesses formidable strength, requiring at least a Black Iron Beast Master to contend with. 3. It can command the Ice Rabbit herd. Should one be surrounded, there is a significant risk of total annihilation. Beast Masters are advised to act within their means. Task hint: the Ice Wild Rabbit is a severe cleanliness fanatic. Its lair is likely to be in a clean and comfortable environment. Chen Shu glanced through the task information and promptly cast it aside. Not only would finding the Lord require immense luck, but even if he did locate it, he would be unable to handle it. A solitary Ice Wild Rabbit Lord would necessitate a Black Iron level Beast Master to confront it, and as a Lord, it would never act alone. Was that not absurd? If surrounded by a horde of Ice Wild Rabbits, it would truly be game over. Chen Shu had abandoned any notion of completion and began to meander through Qingyuan town. In the dead of night, he yawned, feeling drowsy, and returned to the hotel. "Oh, you're still watching the show?" Chen Shu noticed the front desk attendant engrossed in the drama. "Yes," the attendant nodded. "Stop watching. The murderer is that guy," Chen Shu remarked, and before he could finish, he dashed upstairs at an absurd speed. The attendants stood there, bewildered, before it dawned on them. Wait, that was a spoiler. Listening to the irate shouts from below, Chen Shu blissfully returned to his room. The world was left with another unsolved mystery. How had Chen Shu grown to such a size? Boom, boom, boom. The snoring in the room was thunderous, as if a fierce thunder beast were at work. "Let me not suffocate you," Chen Shu thought, placing Old Deng's stinky sock over his nose. Ugh, ugh, Old Deng furrowed his brow, and the snoring immediately subsided. Could this sock actually have a suppressive effect? Chen Shu had not anticipated this. Finally, he could enjoy a good night's sleep. He comfortably lay on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The next morning, "What the hell? Who put a sock on my nose?" Old Deng shouted, startled awake. "Dengu, what's wrong?" Chen Shu rubbed his eyes. Although he had not slept long, it was sufficient for him. The thought of embarking on an adventure in the Qingyuan forest filled him with excitement. "Was it you, you little rascal?" Old Deng glared. "I had a nightmare all night. Dreaming I was trapped in a jar filled with pickled vegetables and stinky tofu. That sour odor." Chen Shu chuckled softly at the absurdity of Old Deng's dream. "I know nothing about it. I just heard you talking in your sleep last night. Something about being hungry and wanting to eat stinky tofu, and then it seemed you took something yourself." Old Deng looked utterly speechless. Could it really have been me who did that? When did I become so bizarre? Chapter 48. Initial exploration of Qingyuan Forest. Knock knock. Just as the two were chatting, a voice called from outside. "Get up. It's time to set off." The two quickly tidied up and left the room. Chen Shu, with a large military backpack slung over his shoulder, donned a black t-shirt and blue jeans, sporting a sunny smile. Yet, who could have imagined that this fellow was so peculiar? The front desk attendant shot Chen Shu a resentful glance, clearly still bothered by last night's incident. The others looked at Chen Shu with strange smiles, evidently misunderstanding something. "Xiao Yu, keep your distance from him from now on," Zhou Shi instructed. Chen Shu scratched his head, utterly bewildered. "I merely spoiled a plot. Why is there such wariness toward me?" The group exited the hotel and, after a simple breakfast, headed toward the rear of the town. Stop. Just as they reached the building behind the town, soldiers intercepted them. Zhou Shi, evidently familiar with the protocols, produced his identification card. The soldier scanned the card through a nearby device, and an electronic voice synthesized the results. Zhou Shi, Black Iron First Star Beast Master, leader of the 666 Beast Master team. Chen Shu erupted in laughter, failing to contain himself. Who would have thought the team would be called the 666 Beast Master team? The fact that it was announced by an electronic voice was simply too amusing. Zhou Shi's lips twitched, and he then produced a bank card, deducting the entrance fees for everyone. The alternate space was a crucial resource controlled by the state, and naturally, Beast Masters could not enter for free. Whether it was pioneering alternate spaces or guarding them, substantial costs were involved. The group successfully arrived at the front of the building, but instead of entering, they ventured toward the thick fog behind it. This is the entrance to the Qingyuan forest. The fog was often patrolled by soldiers, instilling a sense of solemnity. Eventually, Chen Shu spotted a faint white light flickering within the fog, as if it were emanating from another realm. The group stepped inside. Gentle sunlight streamed in, accompanied by a refreshing breeze mingled with the fragrant scent of flowers, uplifting their spirits. Instantly, the group felt more awake and alert. Is this a farmstay? Chen Shu surveyed his surroundings, his expression brimming with curiosity. Before his eyes lay row upon row of wooden houses, the ground beneath their feet covered in soft, grassy soil, as if they had stumbled upon a quaint little village. Moreover, numerous birds of various sizes patrolled the skies, their fierce gazes surveying the earth below. Surrounding them were soldiers clad in military uniforms, accompanied by powerful contract spirits, ever vigilant for potential threats. Spirit Guard. Chen Shu's gaze was drawn to the insignia on the soldiers' right arms, boldly emblazoned with the character Spirit Guard. These were the forces responsible for safeguarding the alternate space. It was imperative not to act recklessly here. Zhou Shi remarked, primarily addressing Chen Shu, if you dare to disrupt the order, it would be unwise to expect a favorable outcome. As the group departed the quaint village, they encountered numerous contract spirits. And within the wooden houses, the Spirit Guard soldiers rested. Though the little village appeared unremarkable, it concealed countless beast masters, with even black iron-level beast masters frequently seen. Although there are no defensive fortifications erected, an immense sense of tranquility envelopes the surroundings. Chen Shu, bewildered, inquired, Uncle Zhou, why is there no sound of a Gatling gun emitting blue light here? Zhou Shi glanced at him and replied, in this alternate dimension, modern technology is significantly diminished in efficacy. It is the beast masters who constitute the primary combat force. Chen Shu nodded in understanding. It is no wonder that beast masters have become the backbone of society, intrinsically linked to humanity's survival. Otherwise, should they fall prey to the invasion of ferocious beasts, it would spell disaster for Blue Star. The group departed from the Spirit Guard military base. As they ventured forth, their eyes fell upon ancient towering trees in the distance, each reaching heights of several dozen meters. Surrounding them were only massive tree stumps, clearly indicating that the Spirit Guard had cleared the area of trees. Zhou Shi and the others remained tense and vigilant, summoning their respective contracted spirits. Zhou Shi's contracted spirit was a large black wolf, measuring over 4 meters in length, its sharp fangs glinting menacingly. As a black iron-level beast master, he naturally possessed 2 contracted spirits, though the other remained unsummoned. The rest of the Beastmaster team similarly called forth their contracted spirits. A black crow took to the skies, diligently scouting the surroundings alongside a creature resembling a giant lizard, a stunning blue-tailed butterfly, and a flame bird soaring at low altitude. Though Qingyuan Forest is categorized as an ordinary-level alternate dimension, it is still rife with peril. Even an ordinary ice hare can effortlessly take a life, prompting experienced beast masters to release their contracted spirits early to ensure safety. Is the atmosphere this tense? Observing the group's heightened alertness, Chen Shu couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety, quietly pulling out a bag of potato chips. Stop snacking. Summon your contracted spirit. Zhou Shi turned back, exasperated. Are you truly so composed? What time is it? And you're still munching on chips? Chen Shu responded, Uncle Zhou, my contracted spirit has flaws. Old Ding interjected. As long as it can be effective, don't concern yourself with its flaws. Oh. Chen Shu nodded in agreement. As a golden slime, around 1 meter in height, materialized before him. The slime's eyes remained tightly shut, its mouth slightly ajar, occasionally drooling. Hurry and wake it up. Chen Shu concentrated, calling the slime from its slumber. The slime's eyes fluttered open, displaying a bewildered expression. Goo. It seemed to wonder if there were enemies nearby. Let us move. The area has been cleared by the Spirit Guard, so no ferocious beasts should be present. Zhou Shi took the lead, officially heading into Qingyuan Forest. As the team progressed, Zhou Shi soon realized the slime's shortcomings. Its speed was alarmingly sluggish. It barely kept pace with the others, and it wasn't long before it began to doze off. Xiao Chun, are you serious about this contracted spirit? Zhou Shi sighed. Just put it away. Chen Shu obediently returned the slime to the beast's space. Old Deng rubbed his forehead and said, "Xiaoyu, let your flame bird protect the two of you. We will handle the rest of the combat." The team's speed quickly returned to normal. Despite being a forest, there was a clearly defined main path. Qingyuan Forest had emerged 50 years ago, and countless Beastmaster teams had explored it since. The well-trodden path naturally formed. As the group advanced, the trees grew denser, warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the air was filled with the sounds of chirping insects, creating a refreshingly picturesque scene reminiscent of a comic book. Our team's mission primarily consists of two objectives: capturing 3 live Qingjing snakes and collecting second-level iron core fruits, Zhou stated, remaining vigilant. The task of capturing the Qingjing snakes was commissioned by a laboratory in Nanjing City, aimed at conducting live experiments, while the second-level iron core fruits were sought by the company for potential black iron-level defensive potion crafting. Aside from fulfilling these two missions, they would also strive to collect rare materials or hunt mutated ferocious beasts. Chapter 49. Which is better, human or spicy? The group walked along the main path for 2 hours, the surroundings remaining serene, with no sign of danger. Now, focus all your attention. Zhou led the team off the well-known path into an unknown side trail, where the undergrowth thickened, heightening their alertness. After another half-hour of travel, Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu found themselves in the middle of the group. With his hands crossed behind his head, he observed the surroundings intently. "Hey, Uncle Zhou, that branch is moving." Suddenly, Chen Shu spotted a branch above him slowly wriggling. The experienced Zhou reacted instantly, shouting, "A moving branch? Be cautious." Chen Shu's eyes widened as he witnessed the branch transform into a large snake, baring its fangs and lunging at him. The snake measured nearly 2 meters in length, appearing ferocious, even emanating a foul stench. With a thunderous crash, the snake's once menacing gaze widened in shock as a massive creature, measuring 6 meters, descended upon it, pinning it to the ground. "What the hell is that?" The snake, filled with rage and despair, had hoped for a meal today, but instead received a colossal heap of dung from the sky. The group was taken aback as a slumbering slime materialized. Chen Shu sighed in relief, thankful for his quick reflexes. "This creature, with nearly 1,000 pounds of weight, can you withstand it?" The snake, though in excruciating pain, retaliated fiercely, lunging its head to bite Chen Shu's calf. Not quite within reach, not quite within reach. Chen Shu strategically jumped back, just evading the snake's attack. "I'm back." Chen Shu stepped forward again, taunting the snake. "Still not within reach. I'm back." As Chen Shu continued his antics, the group was left in bewilderment, questioning what sort of person he was. With a final, desperate hiss, the snake ultimately succumbed, expiring in defeat. Alas, it was merely a 5th-level disguised snake. What sins did it commit in its past life? Zhou sighed, as the black wolf beside him opened its mouth wide and devoured the creature whole. Although Chen Shu's antics were somewhat irritating, it was undeniable that his reflexes were swift, and the slime's combat prowess was commendable, yet he remained quite the nuisance. The group continued their journey, walking for another hour. Su Xiaoyu appeared somewhat fatigued. After all, she was just a girl, and her physical endurance could not match that of others. Fortunately, the flame bird had developed a degree of carrying capacity, albeit at the cost of some combat effectiveness, which was not essential at the moment. Just as Xiaoyu was about to mount the flame bird, Chen Shu suddenly said with concern, "Xiaoyu, let me help you with your backpack." "No need." Su Xiaoyu shook her head, declining his offer. "That it's all right. I have some news for you. I've also entered the high school training class, so we'll be classmates from now on." Chen Shu patted his chest and took Xiaoyu's backpack, seamlessly mounting the flame bird. The flame bird shot him a resentful glance, as if to say, "You have ulterior motives. You got into the training class." Su Xiaoyu's mouth hung open in surprise. "Of course. I got in without even trying." Chen Shu chuckled, then patted the warm back of the flame bird. "Little fire. We can take off now." That moment, Su Xiaoyu realized how this fellow had managed to sneak onto the bird without her noticing. The flame bird was not large, but it was just right for two to sit upon. "Let us go." Zhou sighed, already accustomed to Chen Shu's unconventional behavior. Now that Chen Shu was settled on the bird, it was impossible to dislodge this shameless individual. "Uncle Zhou, is your backpack heavy? I can help carry it." Chen Shu waved his hand, feeling remarkably light. Squawk! The flame bird suddenly opened its beak, its body temperature rising significantly. "What do you mean by you carry it?" Ultimately, I am the one doing the lifting, right? Calm down, calm down. Chen Shu patted the bird's back in reassurance. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes widening in shock as he fixated on something ahead. There are dolly flowers? The group's expressions shifted as they turned in the same direction. Just a few hundred meters away, 3 dolly flowers swayed enticingly in the breeze, appearing exceedingly tempting. You have quite the keen eyesight. Old Ding was taken aback by Chen Shu's sharp vision. Silence. Zhou Shi's expression turned serious. Rare medicinal herbs or minerals were typically guarded by ferocious beasts. Old Ding, let the ironback beast scout ahead. With a rumble, the ironback beast, resembling a giant lizard, lumbered towards the dolly flowers. Just as it was about to approach, large ice balls suddenly emerged. From the underbrush behind the dolly flowers, several wild hares, each about a meter in size, appeared. Their eyes glowed blue, expelling massive ice balls from their mouths. The ironback beast's already slow movement nearly came to a standstill, rendered immobile. However, it earned its name for a reason. It boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, not only against physical attacks but also possessing substantial resistance to elemental assaults. Sizzle. 9 ice hares materialized, continuously unleashing ice balls to confine the ironback beast in place. Without assistance, it would undoubtedly perish from exhaustion. Charge! Zhou Shi commanded, and the black wolf leaped forward, sprinting towards the fray. Chen Shu, perched atop the flame bird, kept his gaze fixed on the black wolf. In his mind lingered the knowledge of beast mastery acquired during high school, enabling him to instantly recognize the black wolf as a C-rank clawed wolf, evolved from a D-rank clawed wolf. The black iron rank clawed wolf was more than capable of slaying the ice hares ahead. Considering that the most formidable ice hare was merely an 8th-level ferocious beast, as anticipated, the clawed wolf issued a fearsome roar, and the 2 clawed wolves in front suddenly radiated a deep, ominous black light. It was its innate skill, rending claw. The ice hares also sensed the imposing aura of the black iron rank, their azure eyes reflecting panic, but it was too late for escape in an instant. The 2 ice hares were torn to shreds, blood splattering across the ground. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight, yet she forced herself to continue watching. This was her first venture into another realm. Although she was already a 7th-level beast master, she had never taken a life before. Witnessing such a scene naturally caused her discomfort, but she compelled herself to adapt. After all, a beast master who could not fight was simply wasting resources. A glance from the corner of her eye sought to catch a glimpse of Chen Shu. As they were pierced, to her surprise, Chen Shu swallowed hard, muttering to himself, "Is cumin better? Or is spicy better?" Chapter 50. The Demise. The groundhog has become sentient. Su Xiaoyu slapped her forehead, realizing she had expected Chen Shu to be frightened. What was she thinking? Roar. The clawed wolf let out another roar, swiftly dispatching 3 more ice hares. As the remaining 5 ice hares attempted to flee, the wolf's body surged with ethereal light, its speed suddenly increasing dramatically. Clearly, it was yet another combat skill. Splat, splat. The remaining 5 ice hares met their doom. All transformed into lifeless bodies, the clawed wolf, eyes glinting with bloodlust, opened its maw, preparing to devour the carcasses. Big black dog. Spare the hares. Chen Shu rose, suddenly shouting, his voice so powerful that it startled the clawed wolf. With that, he leaped down from the fiery bird's back, holding a urea bag, and, under the wolf's resentful gaze, stowed the ice hare carcasses away. What kind of person was this? To snatch food from a wolf? Especially food he had slain. The clawed wolf felt aggrieved, yet under Zhou Shi's command, it could only watch, enviously drooling. Little Chen, ordinary ice hares hold little value, Zhou Shi interjected, unable to restrain himself. Even if you sell them to the restaurants in Qingyun town, they would fetch at most a few hundred each. Chen Shu replied earnestly, I know, but aren't you all hungry right now? To everyone's astonishment, Chen Shu produced various iron rods and frames from his military backpack, revealing a portable barbecue grill. Wait, hold on. Zhou Shi's lips twitched, feeling his mind falter. Brother, we are in Qingyun Forest. We didn't come here to camp. Zhou Shi remarked, it's daytime, and our time for action is limited. Seemingly reminded of the deliciousness of the ice hares, he swallowed discreetly, adding, even if we are hungry, we must wait until nightfall. Chen Shu's expression fell as he retracted the barbecue grill, however, considering the ice hairs were nearly a meter long. A single urea bag could only carry 2. If they didn't consume them on the spot, transporting them would prove difficult. Big black dog, here are a few for you. Chen Shu tossed 5 ice hairs to the clawed wolf, placing the remaining 4 on the back of the iron-backed beast. The group, enticed by the sight, did not hinder Chen Shu's actions. With the clawed wolf handling combat, the rest of them played a lesser role, primarily enhancing their camaraderie as members of the same Beast-Master team, for they would face many formidable ferocious beasts in the future. Once the clawed wolf had devoured the ice hairs, satisfaction gleamed in its eyes as it remained vigilant of its surroundings. Chen Shu approached a strength flower, preparing to harvest it. "Let me do it," Chen Shu exclaimed, dashing forward with a delicate silver trowel in hand. The textbook stated that the best way to harvest strength flowers was with silver tools. Otherwise, their medicinal properties could be compromised. Chen Shu paused, smiling. "You have a good grasp of material science, huh?" Chen Shu carefully dug up the strength flower, stating, "Of course, do you understand the prestige of a cultural score of 396? You? 396? Spare me. Do you think your Uncle Zhou hasn't been educated?" Chen Shu scoffed, dismissing him. Even the most brilliant students struggled to surpass 380 points due to the final question being nearly insurmountable. "Believe it or not," Chen Shu replied, undeterred, as he extracted 3 strength flowers, placing them calmly into his backpack. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "Your technique is remarkably fluid. Are you a habitual offender?" Observing Chen Shu's expression, Chen Shu explained, "I understand how to store them. Let me keep them for now." Chen Shu shook his head and turned to the others. "Let's rest here for a while." With that, Chen Shu produced a small blue vial and sprayed it around them. An unusual fragrance dispersed, instantly eliminating the lingering scent of blood in the air. "Uncle Zhou, your air freshener is formidable. It's a must-have for bandits and arsonists." Chen Shu's eyes gleamed, astonished by its efficacy. Chen Shu remained silent, thinking, "You are the true air freshener." The group replenished their energy, regaining their strength, and half an hour later, they set off once more. However, just as they had traveled about a kilometer, the black crows in the sky emitted frantic, shrill cries. "Boss, trouble! There's a tide of steel-toothed rats ahead." A Beast-Master's face turned pale, eyes filled with dread. Chen Shu's expression altered dramatically as he shouted, "Ascend!" Instantly, all their contracted spirits vanished, withdrawn to their Beast-Master spaces, including the clawed wolf. A large gray eagle suddenly appeared, its aura unmistakably of black iron rank, clearly Chen Shu's second contracted spirit. "Xiao Yu, have the fiery bird fly high with all its might," Chen Shu instructed, guiding his teammates onto the back of the gray eagle. With a powerful flap of its wings, the gray eagle struggled to carry 6 individuals, but ultimately soared into the sky. Xiao Yu similarly issued a command to her fiery bird. The fiery bird, initially flying low, flapped its wings, a faint red glow flickering upon its feathers. In the next moment, it shot upwards, reaching a height comparable to the treetops. Utilizing its skill wing beat, which temporarily enhanced its flying ability, boom. Almost simultaneously as the 8 ascended, the ground trembled slightly, leaves cascading down as a deadly threat enveloped them. Squeak. The sharp screeches echoed, reminiscent of silent electricity coursing through the air, sending shivers down their spines. The tremors intensified, as if a colossal beast were trampling the earth. At that moment, Chen Shu clutched 2 ice hairs tightly, peering through the falling leaves ahead. His eyes widened in horror as he gasped, "This is it! The groundhog has become sentient." Chapter 51. As expected of you, before them surged giant rodents, each approximately 3 meters long, with a sandy yellow hue, crashing forth like a tide. The mighty trees reverberated from the impact, and the ground quaked violently. Their mouths revealed 2 sharp fangs that glinted like metal under the sunlight. Among the tide of rodents, 2 middle-aged men frantically fled, their eyes filled with despair. Xiao Yu's face reflected compassion as she looked towards her uncle Chen Shu. Yet, Chen Shu merely shook his head coldly, signaling for silence. Chen Shu too remained silent, tightly clutching the 2 ice hairs, determined not to let them go. To ensure a successful takeoff, he had already sacrificed 2. He could not afford to lose these 2 easily. No. One of the middle-aged men faltered for a moment, only to be instantly devoured by the steel-toothed rats, reduced to a puddle of blood and bone. The other man seized the opportunity to climb a large tree, thinking he could catch his breath temporarily, but the next scene shattered his hopes. Below the tree, a horde of steel-toothed rats encircled, their mouths agape, ravenously gnawing at the trunk. Screech, screech. The sound was reminiscent of chainsaws cutting through the wood, causing the tree to sway precariously. Xiao Yu, get away! Zhou Shi's keen gaze detected the imminent danger, realizing the tree might crash down upon the fiery bird. He urgently called out, boom! The tree collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the fiery bird narrowly evaded the falling trunk. However, Zhou Shi's voice had revealed their location. Is anyone there? Help me! The middle-aged man clung desperately to a branch. His eyes filled with despair as he shouted upwards. Yet, no response came. Enraged and desperate, he cried out, if I die, I'll take you down with me. Suddenly, a green locust leaped towards Zhou Shi with a fierce intent. As a seasoned beastmaster, Zhou Shi was well prepared and deftly avoided the attack. The man, filled with despair, fell into the swarm of steel-toothed rats, and the outcome was predictable. His body was devoured, leaving behind only a golden fruit. A giant steel-toothed rat approached, its eyes filled with ferocity as it clutched the fruit tightly, letting out a challenge-laden roar directed skyward. The leader-level steel-toothed rat. Zhou Shi's expression shifted in shock. Encountering a leader-level ferocious beast on the first day was unexpected. Yet he had no thoughts of engaging, as long as the 8 of them dared to land. The steel-toothed rats would feast upon them all. Ultimately, the leader of the steel-toothed rats roared, and the tide of rodents swiftly retreated. Vanishing from sight, the black crow appeared, surveying its surroundings before confirming that the tide of rodents had dissipated, allowing the 8 individuals to return to the ground. Su Xiaoyu's expression was slightly heavy as she inquired. Uncle, why just now? Zhou Shi replied with a serious demeanor. You saw it too. He intended to take us with him as companions in death. Old Deng sighed beside them. Blue Star is unlike the other world. There, laws are stringent and enforcement is formidable, whereas here lies a lawless land where even death goes unnoticed. He continued. I hope you refrain from becoming a villain, but do not strive to be a hero either. Instead, learn to be an observer. Zhou Shi cast a deep glance at Su Xiaoyu, offering his counsel. Meanwhile, Chen Shu clenched his fists, unable to contain his frustration. Damn it! Observing Chen Shu's expression, Zhou Shi shook his head. Little Chen, fate governs life and death. My 2 ice hares have been devoured by that pack of groundhogs. Chen Shu's face reflected his heartache. Zhou Shi's words of advice abruptly ceased. Truly, it was just like him. Furthermore, what on earth are groundhogs? Can we refrain from assigning such whimsical names to ferocious beasts? Let us move on. Whether it is good luck or bad, we encountered a lord-level creature on our very first day. In a one-on-one confrontation, Zhou Shi could stand against a creature of the same rank with the aid of his 2 black iron-level contract spirits, yet the sheer number of the opponent's minions was overwhelming. A single clawed wolf would scarcely satiate the hunger of so many steel-toothed rats. Tio averted another encounter with the rodent tide. The group altered their course. Night fell quietly. The starry sky adorned the clear night. Even at night, the Qingyuan forest remained as enchanting as a paradise, though the occasional roars of ferocious beasts echoed around them, crackling. Chen Shu had deliberately set up a simple barbecue grill, skewering 2 giant ice hares with iron rods. The campfire blazed, releasing a layer of fragrant grease that not only soaked into the hares but also rendered their flesh crispy. Salt, cumin, and pepper were generously sprinkled, and as the flames danced, a tantalizing sizzling sound filled the air. As the aroma wafted through, the previous driver, Old Wang, swallowed hard. Little Chen, Uncle Wang was mistaken. What you brought was not useless. Donning heat-resistant gloves, everyone hurriedly broke the ice hares into pieces, as the tender meat melted in their mouths. Smiles appeared at each corner. Undoubtedly, in this moment, Chen Shu had won over the entire Beast-Master group, albeit through the medium of cuisine. Regrettably, there were no sauces or wine. Chen Shu shook his head. Feeling a tinge of regret in the other world, everyone could only consume compressed food. Survival was the only priority. Who would have thought to bring a plethora of spices and a barbecue grill? The 2 giant ice hares were swiftly devoured by the 8. Even Su Xiaoyu patted her belly, wearing a satisfied expression. Following dinner, the 666 Beast-Master group arranged for a night watch, with Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu included without exception. Their purpose in bringing them along was not for leisure, but to familiarize them with the survival rules of the otherworld. Zhou Shi produced a packet of yellow powder, scattering it around the group. This was the excrement of a silver-level lord beast, worth thousands for just a small bag, effectively deterring lower-level beasts. The clawed wolf remained unrecaptured, lying beside the campfire, its eyes half-closed, alert to any impending threats. The night passed peacefully. At the break of dawn, the group set out once more. Chen Shu, with military backpack in hand, instinctively perched himself atop the flame bird, provoking another round of its disgruntled screeches. As they ventured deeper into the Qingyuan forest, encounters with ferocious beasts became increasingly frequent. The clawed wolf exhibited its prowess, obliterating all incoming threats. The group successfully captured 3 azure-eyed snakes, sealing them in a specially designed pouch and stowing them in their backpacks. They pressed further into the depths of the Qingyuan forest, hoping to locate the second-level iron core fruit. Yet, even after 6 days, they had yet to find it, although they had gathered medicinal materials worth over 200,000 huaxia coins. The entrance fee for the Qingyuan forest was 30,000 huaxia coins per person, and they were nearing the point of breaking even. "Uncle Zhou, over there!" Chen Shu exclaimed as he mounted the flame bird. In the distance, on a colossal tree, fluttered dazzling flags bearing the inscription Zhenling. It was a supply point in the otherworld. Zhou Shi also gazed in that direction, stating, "We do not require supplies at the moment. Let us proceed forward." Since the supply point lay ahead, the surrounding area was likely devoid of medicinal materials and beasts, prompting the group to change direction once again. The following day, just as the group arrived at a fork in the road, Chen Shu's expression suddenly froze as an option appeared before him. Chapter 52. Chen Shu's Modest Divination Skills, Option 1. Proceed left and challenge a black iron-level beast. Completion reward, Golden Slime Power 5. Option 2. Proceed right and gather second-level iron core fruit. Completion reward, Golden Slime Defense 10. Option 3. Proceed straight ahead and explore the Qingyuan forest. Completion reward, Moderate Beast Mastery. Such thoughtfulness. This is clearly a satellite map. Isn't it? "Captain, which way should we go now?" one beast master asked, looking uncertainly between the paths. Zhou Shi was about to make a decision when Chen Shu interrupted. "Uncle Zhou, wait a moment, let me divine," Chen Shu said earnestly. With that, he produced a deck of playing cards. Zhou Shi raised an eyebrow, his eyes wide. "You can divine?" Just a little, just a little," Chen Shu replied seriously as he drew a card and tossed it towards the right. "The divination result tells me to go right." "You seem to be quite delusional." The group wore expressions of disbelief, having expected genuine divination but finding it to be mere nonsense. "Let us go right. After all, we have no idea which way to take." Zhou Shi, as the captain, decisively made the call. The group proceeded rightward, and after several hours passed, one member spoke. "Boss, I feel like we've taken a wrong turn. There are hardly any beasts in this direction." They encountered no beasts along the way, but as the saying goes, where there are anomalies, there are demons. Die in an instant. A shadow appeared ominously, a flash of red light darting past, leaving everyone no time to react. Not even the clawed wolf was quick enough. "Be careful, old Ding." Zhou Shi's eyes widened in alarm as a wild boar with 2 dreadful blood-stained fangs charged towards old Ding. If struck by the beast, the outcome would surely be dire. Just as the red tusks were about to pierce old Ding's body, a yellow figure descended from above. Have you ever heard of a technique that descends from the heavens? Chen Shu's reflexes were almost at their peak, undoubtedly faster than Zhou Shi and the others. The golden slime, still in slumber, landed squarely on the back of the blood-toothed wild boar. Oof! The wild boar staggered, its immense strength propelling the slime away, its powerful legs leaping as the tusks pierced through the slime's body. Gooey, gooey. The golden slime, with tearful eyes, looked utterly aggrieved. "I just wanted to sleep. Why must I endure so much?" "Come back." Chen Shu recalled the golden slime. Although it had sustained injuries, its vitality was resilient enough to return to the beast master space and recuperate. The blood-toothed wild boar was intent on continuing its rampage. But the black-clawed wolf advanced with determination. The 2 black iron-level entities faced each other, their eyes filled with the thirst for blood. "Well done, little Chen." Zhou Shi commended Chen Shu, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This creature was exceedingly cunning. Old Ding had narrowly escaped disaster, a saying often echoed in the otherworld. You never know whether opportunity or death will arrive first. Oof! The wild boar's hind legs trembled slightly before it charged forward. The clawed wolf was equally resolute, its claws shimmering with a deep black light. Bang! The clash between the two black iron-level beasts resonated, appearing evenly matched. Was it a mutated blood-toothed wild boar? Typically, blood-toothed wild boars ranked between levels 8 and 9. Yet this one was clearly black iron level, indicating a difference in bloodline. While it was not a fearsome lord, it was undoubtedly mutated. Zhou Shi's thoughts raced as he summoned another contract spirit. The wind-wing eagle soared into the sky, its gaze sharp and exuding black iron-level energy. Oof, oof. The two black iron-level beings did not deter the blood-toothed wild boar. Instead, it grew increasingly frenzied, its eyes glazing over with bloodlust as its ferocity surged. This was its innate skill, frenzy. The clawed wolf, unwilling to back down, was enveloped in an eerie glow, its speed increasing dramatically. The two creatures collided, producing a cacophony of violent sounds. The wild boar's fangs pierced two gaping holes in the clawed wolf's head, blood gushing forth. Yet it too suffered grievous wounds from the wolf's claws, sustaining heavy damage. Both black iron-level beings were of high attack but low defense. Once they engaged, the battle would inevitably be brutal. It was a contest of superiority and a struggle for survival. The clawed wolf's strength began to wane, while the blood-toothed wild boar grew increasingly savage. The pain only served to empower it further. If the fight continued, the clawed wolf would surely be the loser. However, above them soared the wind-wing eagle. Seizing the opportunity as the two beasts clashed below, the wind-wing eagle let out a fierce cry. Its claws sweeping through the an invisible wind blade sliced through, delivering a grievous blow to the blood-toothed wild boar. It was the wind-wing eagle's innate skill, wind blade. The combined efforts of the two contract spirits brought the blood-toothed wild boar to the brink of death, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Oof! The blood-toothed wild boar's eyes were filled with a fierce malevolence, its two blood-red fangs glimmering with a deep crimson light. Xiao Yuan, unleash a mental shock. Zhou Shi commanded that a cacophonous caw erupted from the black crows in the sky. The wild boar's eyes momentarily clouded in confusion, and in that fleeting instant, its fate was sealed. The clawed wolf and the wind-winged eagle surged forward, vanquishing it on the spot. Had the blood-toothed wild boar unleashed its abilities, casualties would have been highly probable. It was unexpected to encounter a mutated blood-toothed wild boar. Zhou Shi exhaled in relief, producing a green pill and tossing it to the clawed wolf to expedite its healing. The clawed wolf was recalled into the beast's space, while the wind-winged eagle circled low, safeguarding the group. Such mutated beasts did not appear without cause. There must surely be medicinal herbs or ores in the vicinity. Zhou Shi contemplated. As a seasoned leader, he possessed fundamental judgment. The wind-winged eagle soon detected a treasure. Behind a large tree, a verdant plant bore several fruits, second-tier iron core fruit. Zhou Shi exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by their fortune. Chen Shu, you truly are the team's lucky star, managing to hit the jackpot. Aside from the top-tier iron core fruit being of the second tier, the other three were all first tier. Let's explore for one more day and then head back, Zhou Shi decided, as the team's two missions were now accomplished. Having gathered a plethora of medicinal herbs alongside the blood-toothed wild boar's carcass, marking a bountiful harvest. Xiao Li, please dissect the blood-toothed wild boar's carcass. A young man with a buzz cut produced a sharp boning knife, skillfully carving out the vital parts of the wild boar. The most valuable was the heart meat, which, if consumed by a contracted spirit, had a minuscule chance of granting the innate skill frenzy an immensely valuable combat ability. Next was a red orb within the wild boar, known to humans as the Beastmaster Pearl. Consuming it would rapidly enhance one's beast mastering capabilities. Most mutated beasts harbored such pearls. The Beastmaster Orb, developed through the analysis of the Beastmaster Pearl, required refinement by a Beastmaster to transform into personal beast mastering power. After clearing the battlefield, the group ventured deeper into the Qingyuan forest. Chapter 53. Did you apply red cinnabar on your lips? Xiao Qian, Old Deng, owe you a life? Old Deng suddenly approached, his tone earnest. If it weren't for Chen Shu summoning the slime at a crucial moment, he would have surely met his demise. Is this a big deal for me? Of course not, just a trivial matter. With me around, What problems could arise? Certainly not significant. Hearing Chen Shu's self-questioning, Old Deng found it peculiar but acknowledged Chen Shu's reliability. Despite his seemingly erratic nature, he could always be counted on in critical moments. Suddenly, the wind-winged eagle emitted a soft cry, and an invisible wind blade descended, instantly slaying a green-eyed snake perched atop the trees above. The power of the skill was evident, with the wind-winged eagle's protection. No further dangers emerged on their journey. However, the group did not gather any exotic herbs from the spatial anomaly. Let's stay here for the night and return first thing in the morning. While the Qingyuan forest held the potential for great fortune, it was wise not to linger too long, lest they encounter some truly terrifying creatures. Chen Shu's mouth watered as he retrieved the blood-toothed wild boar meat. Setting up his barbecue grill, tonight, we feast, Chen Shu exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the towering trees overhead. The others turned to look, spotting a massive beehive hanging above. Wait, Zhou Shi frowned, commanding the wind-winged eagle to scout. He ultimately learned that it was merely a slightly larger species of bee, hardly qualifying as a beast. The contracted spirit swiftly mobilized to remove the beehive, resulting in the demise of all the bees within. Tonight, we'll prepare honey-glazed wild boar soon. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting the group's anticipation. Over 20 pounds of wild boar meat were consumed, leaving a lingering flavor that was hard to forget. Xiao Chun, you might as well enroll in the Beastmaster Culinary Academy. You would surely excel more than as a Beastmaster. In today's world teeming with diverse professions, Beastmaster chefs specialized in preparing various beast meats. And regular consumption could enhance a contracted spirit's attributes, making it a respectable and prestigious career. Chen Shu scoffed, nonsense. You're stifling the potential of a legendary Beastmaster. Besides, my best buddy Zhang Dali is far superior in cooking skills. Indeed, he had learned from Zhang Dali, who had won a cooking competition in Nanjing. After a brief conversation, fatigue began to set in. Zhou Shi declared, rest early. The night watch order remains unchanged. The group returned to their tents, leaving only Chen Shu and Old Deng by the campfire. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Chen Shu lay beside the fire, gazing into the clear night sky, his expression contemplative, as if pondering the meaning of life. I might have overdone it with the honey on the wild boar meat. Old Deng suddenly broke the silence. Xiao Chun, you must be 17 this year, right? Why do you ask? Are you envious of my youth? Chen Shu replied, a blade of grass in his mouth. Old Deng chuckled, then remarked, you're about the same age as my daughter. You aren't trying to introduce your daughter to me, are you? That would be a grave misstep in the realm of relationships. Why do you look like you're at a disadvantage? I'm merely suggesting you both might enjoy some peer interaction. With that, Old Deng pulled out his phone and opened a photo. Chen Shu caught a glimpse and quickly responded. Old Deng, one must act with integrity. Are you trying to repay kindness with malice? Old Deng's expression darkened. What do you mean by repaying kindness with malice? And you say my daughter is about your age? That's crossing the line. Chen Shu wore a befuddled expression as he gazed at the photograph of a young girl wearing a red scarf, proudly holding an award that read Nanjing City North Primary School. Are you seriously underestimating my vision? Cough, cough. She's about to enter middle school. You're in your senior year. Aren't you both at the same school? Oh, come on, Chen Shu said, incredulous. Just then, an unexpected option appeared before him. Option 1. Roll 5 meters to the right to evade the attack. Reward, contracted spirit speed 5. Option 2. Trust in your iron head skill to withstand the impact of the Quake Bear's attack. Reward, Beastmaster level 1. He paused, momentarily perplexed, but the next second, he reacted. With a sudden kick, Chen Shu propelled Old Deng several meters away, using the recoil to roll himself out of harm's way. A massive paw crashed down onto the spot where he had just been. Roar! A bear, blending into the night, let out a ferocious growl. Help! The black bear spirit is coming to steal our robe. Chen Shu shouted at the top of his lungs. The others, just waking from slumber, quickly emerged from their tents. A sharp cry rang out as the wind-winged eagle responded, launching a wind blade that severely injured the Quake Bear, rendering it close to death. Despite its formidable size of nearly 3 meters, it was merely a 9th-tier beast. Xiao Qian, Old Deng, are you all right? Zhou Shi approached, concern etched on his face. The two shook their heads, signaling they were fine. But at that moment, Chen Shu's expression shifted in alarm. There are more of them, Roar. Utilizing the campfire and moonlight, the group could vaguely discern several black bear silhouettes surrounding them. Zhou Shi shouted, "Enter battle mode." Everyone summoned their contracted spirits, and a fierce battle was imminent. Despite having spread the feces of the Beast Lord, how could they attract so many quake bears? Suddenly, Chen Shu recalled something, licking his lips as if reminiscing. It's probably because we pilfered the honey. Chapter 54. Good friends of nature that make sense. The group quickly grasped the situation, but there was no time to ponder further, as the surrounding quake bears charged forward with ferocious roars. The wind-winged eagle slashed with its claws, delivering another devastating wind blade to one of the quake bears. However, instead of deterring the remaining bears, it only incited their fury, causing them to charge even more aggressively. The wind-winged eagle's wind blade had a cooldown and could not be unleashed continuously in no time. The other quake bears closed the distance. Roar, the iron-backed beast, resembling a giant lizard, bellowed as it charged into one of the quake bears, easily withstanding the blow due to its robust defense. Simultaneously, the flame bird emitted a shrill cry. Its claws glowing red as it tore at the quake bear, using its aerial advantage to temporarily stall one of them. Other contracted spirits also displayed their prowess. While victory was not guaranteed, they at least managed to hold back the onslaught of the quake bears. Now, they merely needed to wait for the wind-winged eagle's skill cooldown to secure their victory. Chen Shu's slime, having sustained injuries previously, was temporarily unavailable for summoning. The wind-winged eagle let out a fierce cry as it lunged at one of the quake bears, its claws shimmering with cold light, promptly rending open the bear's back. Although devoid of wind blades, its attributes far surpassed those of an ordinary ferocious beast. With a thunderous roar, the Zhen Di Xiong sensed danger and swiftly altered its offensive strategy. 7 Zhen Di Xiong simultaneously struck their massive paws against the ground, instantly activating their innate skill, Earth Wave. The once tranquil earth began to tremble ominously. Though the tremors were subtle, they rendered the onlookers unsteady, seizing the opportunity while the Tai Bei show was momentarily unbalanced. One Zhen Di Xiong charged into the crowd, its target clearly set on Zhou Shi. It was evident that the ferocious beast recognized the inherent vulnerability of the Beast Master, a foolish beast. Zhou Shi's countenance hardened as he hunched slightly, striving to maintain his footing on the quaking ground. Just as the Zhen Di Xiong's colossal paw descended upon him, the Heisei Lai Zhualang materialized with a flash. Despite being injured, it still possessed the power to crush. The gleaming claws, radiating an eerie light, tore through the Zhen Di Xiong's skull, splattering blood across the ground. "Xiaoyu, be careful," Zhou Shi exclaimed in alarm, suddenly noticing another Zhen Di Xiong silently approaching. Although the flame bird was merely a 7th-level contracted spirit, its potential rating was A, and given the Zhen Di Xiong's fear of flames, it naturally regarded Su Xiaoyu as a prime target. However, before this Zhen Di Xiong could launch its attack, it was unexpectedly struck aside by a sudden appearance of a yellow blob. Goo! The golden slime's large eyes widened, and in an instant, it sprang into action, triggering its skill-violent sit-kill. "Crush this beast for me." The Zhen Di Xiong, not particularly swift, was firmly pinned down by the slime. Yet, in the next moment, the Zhen Di Xiong's ferocious gaze intensified, and with immense strength, it managed to lift the slime. The coffin lid, cough. The black bear essence cannot be contained. Chen Shu's expression turned resolute as he promptly recalled the slime into the Beastmaster space, unwilling to allow further injury. Though it hadn't been subdued, it had bought precious time. The Lai Zhualang charged in decisively, swiftly slaying the Zhen Di Xiong. Since Zhou Shi had summoned the Lai Zhualang, it would remain for a short time, allowing him to swiftly conclude the battle. The combined might of two black iron-level contracted spirits obliterated the Zhen Di Xiong with overwhelming force. Chen Shu gazed at them with envy. Black iron-level beastmasters were indeed formidable. The group quickly cleared the battlefield to avoid attracting more ferocious beasts. The Zhen Di Xiong that had attacked were merely of ordinary rank, their worth limited. Only the bear paws could be sold to local restaurants. But their bulk made them inconvenient to carry, so they were consumed on the spot by the contracted spirits. "Let us rest," Zhou Shi commanded as he observed that everything was in order. Instructing Lao Deng and Chen Shu to return to the tent, he then began the night watch with Su Xiaoyu. The night passed without incident. The battle that erupted unexpectedly the previous night had made Chen Shu acutely aware of the dangers within the alternate realm. "We set off back today," Zhou Shi declared. The spoils of this expedition were already considerable, primarily the hunting of a mutated-level bloodfang wild boar. Their location lay deep within the Qingyuan forest, and the return journey would require several days. Naturally, the group would not retrace their steps, lest they return empty-handed. Fortunately, they encountered no ferocious beast assaults along the way. Even the wind-wing eagles soaring above seemed bored. Suddenly, Zhou Shi raised his right hand, signaling the group to halt. "Have we encountered a ferocious beast?" Chen Shu squinted and soon discerned an approaching Beastmaster team. The wind-wing eagles above regarded the opposing contracted spirits with vigilance. Emanating a black iron-level aura, the leader of the opposing team was a refined young man, nearing 30, who discreetly glanced at the wind-wing eagles and smiled, nodding at Zhou Shi. The two Beastmaster teams maintained a safe distance, passing each other without a word, creating an atmosphere of peculiar tension. It was only after the other party had moved far away that the group seemed to exhale in relief. If you encounter other Beastmaster teams in the alternate realm, the best course of action is to ignore them, avoid conflict, and maintain your distance, Zhou Shi advised Chen Shu and the Flamebird. On the third day, Zhou Shi recalled the Wind-Wing Eagle into the Beastmaster space, summoning the Lai Zhualang instead. The Lai Zhualang was his first contracted spirit, having accompanied him the longest and exhibited the highest level of obedience. While obedience may seem trivial, it can indirectly influence the combat prowess of contracted spirits. A spirit with low obedience may take 1 or 2 seconds to execute a command, a seemingly insignificant delay that could ultimately determine the outcome of a battle. It is akin to the seamless operations of other players in Beastmaster Glory, while one might find themselves waiting 10 seconds to unleash a skill, rendering the experience almost comical. The Heya scouted the surroundings from above, while the Lai Zhualang engaged in primary combat, and they encountered no significant crises along the way. Is our journey through the Qingyuan forest coming to an end? Chen Shu pondered, reflecting on the considerable knowledge he had gained over the short span of 10 days. Regrettably, his contracted spirit was not strong enough, merely equivalent to a 7th-level ferocious beast, rendering him unable to serve as a major force and diminishing his sense of involvement. As night fell, the group adhered to their usual resting routine. According to their estimations, they would return to the Jinling army base in no more than 3 days. "Chen Shu, Lao Deng, you will take the night watch," Captain Zhou Shi instructed as he rejoined the others in their tent. Chen Shu lay listlessly in front of the campfire, gazing at the starry sky. "Xiao Chun, to be honest." "No, Lao Deng, don't say it," Chen Shu interjected, rubbing his head, feeling as though he were being subjected to a sales pitch for a daughter. "While I may be a genius of my generation, there's no need for such flattery." "Hey, Lao Deng, has your Beastmaster team ever hunted a Lord-level creature?" Chen Shu suddenly recalled the task he had accepted, to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. "What a joke," Lao Deng's lips twitched as he shook his head. "The weakest Lord-level creatures are at least Black Iron level. Based on our current lineup, we would need at least 3 Black Iron Beastmasters, meaning 6 Black Iron contracted spirits would be necessary to have any chance of success." In the 666 Beastmaster team, only Zhou Shi was Black Iron level. The strongest among the remaining members were merely 9th-level Beastmasters. Is it really that formidable? Chen Shu questioned, puzzled. "You witnessed the rodent tide that day?" Lao Deng replied, "If we had dared to engage in a desperate struggle, we would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Over 100 steel-tooth rats unleashing their innate skill-sharp teeth would have been sufficient to devour the Lai Zhualang whole. Though Black Iron contracted spirits possess great strength, they cannot withstand the sheer numbers of the enemy." Chen Shu nodded thoughtfully. "So, a team with 3 Black Iron Beastmasters could indeed hunt a Lord-level creature?" "Of course not," Lao Deng reiterated, shaking his head once more. "With 3 Black Iron Beastmasters, they would simply venture into dangerous alternate realms instead." "Why remain here?" "Why?" Chen Shu inquired, perplexed. "The value of a Lord-level ferocious beast is at least 1 million. Are Black Iron Beastmasters truly that proud?" "You're mistaken," Lao Deng replied. "The chances of encountering a Lord creature are exceedingly low. Instead of wasting time here, one might as well make a few more excursions into dangerous alternate realms, where they could likely earn a fortune." Chen Shu's expression turned incredulous. It was no wonder that tasks to hunt Lord-level ferocious beasts had no prerequisites. They were nearly impossible to accomplish. teams capable of hunting black iron lords would not venture to the Qingyuan forest, while those that did lacked the ability to hunt them. It was a blatant paradox. This is making me feel like I need to relieve myself, Chen Shu remarked, yawning as he wandered toward the nearby thicket. Just as he prepared to answer nature's call, an unexpected selection appeared before him. Option 1. Urinate beside the bushes, completion reward. Title Nature's good friend, effect. Increases urgency when urinating near bushes. Option 2. Stand atop a large tree to urinate. Completion reward. 1 to the skill overbearing body of contracted spirit. Chapter 55. Urine-headed. What in the world are these ridiculous options? Chen Shu was utterly baffled. Even going to the bathroom could trigger a selection? Moreover, the first option's reward title was absurd, with an effect that increased the urgency to urinate. Chen Shu glanced around, opting for a nearby large tree. He had no intention of accepting the first option's title. Even if it was given for free.as for the second option, it offered an enhancement to the overbearing body skill of the golden slime. Overbearing body was indeed a powerful skill, although it only immunized against control effects from creatures of the same rank. Chen Shu typically engaged in battles against higher-level foes, temporarily overlooking this combat skill. If he could enhance its level, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Chen Shu moved swiftly, climbing the nearby tree with the agility of a monkey. The night breeze brushed against him, and the moonlight shone brightly, leaving him feeling quite refreshed as he began to relieve himself. Sizzle! What a relief! Chen Shu let out a long sigh. Urinating from such height had a unique flair. Overbearing body 1, duration increased. A smile crept onto Chen Shu's face as he prepared to descend from the tree, but suddenly, he glanced down and froze in shock. 2 dazzling blue lights flickered before him, appearing eerily in the darkness. His pupils contracted as an ice ball rapidly expanded in his view. Adrenaline surged through him, sharpening his senses as he tilted his head back, narrowly evading the ice ball. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, the golden slime appeared in an instant, cushioning his fall. A strange cry echoed, and the large tree collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a massive black rabbit measuring several meters in height. Those 2 blue lights were its eyes. Oh no, we've truly encountered a lord. Chen Shu's voice shattered the night's tranquility, startling birds hundreds of meters away. What is happening? The members of the 666 Beast-Master team were abruptly awakened, the word lord resonating in their minds like a thunderclap. For the Beast-Master team, a lord is a presence capable of leading the entire squad to annihilation. Roar! In an instant, the clawwolf charged forward, yet refrained from striking hastily. Its eyes were filled with gravity, even a hint of trepidation. Lord-level beings are evaluated to possess potential at least equivalent to an A-rank contract spirit, while the clawwolf is merely C-rank, making solo combat almost a certain death. Chen Shu scrambled and crawled toward the campfire. He could never have imagined that a trip to the restroom would lead him to encounter a Lord-level ice rabbit. Damn it, was this a ghostly encounter? Meeting 2 Lord-level creatures in succession. Zhou Shi cursed angrily and activated the escape plan. The blue eyes of the Lord-level ice rabbit brimmed with ruthless killing intent, with droplets of water occasionally falling from its head. Emitting a foul-odored it must be said, Chen Shu's aim was quite commendable. Roar! A ferocious roar erupted, and distant rustling sounds echoed as if a multitude of creatures were gathering. Run! It was summoning a horde of ice rabbits. Zhou Shi's expression turned gravely serious, and he swiftly summoned the Windwing Eagle. The 4 members of the Beastmaster team deftly mounted the eagle's back, while Zhou Shi and Old Deng rode the clawwolf. And Chen Shu with Su Xiaoyu took to the back of the flamebird, racing in a single direction. 1 must not be struck by any ice ball. Otherwise, it would be certain death, Zhou Shi, with a solemn demeanor, reminded everyone. The ice rabbit's innate ability is the ice ball, which possesses the effect of slowing down speed. Once struck, a barrage of ice balls would follow, capable of controlling one to death. Even black iron-level contract spirits cannot evade this. Hunting the Lord-level ice rabbit is undoubtedly a crisis point. Boom, boom, boom. Behind the ice rabbit lord, hundreds of ice rabbits had already gathered, their momentum terrifying, rivaling that of the steel-tooth rat tide. At that moment, the ice rabbit, like a cannon, opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of ice balls. Xiaoyu, fly higher. Chen Shu, tense with anxiety, glanced back at the approaching ice balls. The flamebird screeched, flapping its wings, soaring upward and narrowly evading the ice balls. The other windwing eagle and clawwolf were equally swift, fleeing into the distance. The ice rabbit horde did not relent, advancing with powerful short legs like a swarm of locusts. The ice rabbit lord's eyes were filled with fury, fixating on the flamebird, or rather, on Chen Shu atop the flamebird. The nocturnal beasts were particularly active, and along the way, they encountered numerous green-eyed snakes and steel-toothed rats. Yet all were trampled by the ice rabbit horde. Unable to withstand without a lord's leadership, the once tranquil night was utterly shattered, the blue eyes of the ice rabbits emanating an eerie glow, akin to will-o'-the-wisps pursuing the group. Xiao Qian, what on earth did you do? Why do I feel like they are fixated on you? Zhou Shi remarked, constantly glancing back with a grave expression. I just accidentally urinated on that big rabbit's head. Upon hearing this, the others were left in shock. Having never encountered such an absurd situation, you really are a talent. Chapter 56 AP Solving a Global Dilemma. After a full 2 hours of pursuit, the Ice Rabbit Lord showed no signs of giving up, but the number of accompanying ice rabbits had dwindled to just a few dozen. Only the Ice Rabbit Lord was black iron level. The stamina of the ordinary ice rabbits was lacking. However, the flamebird was also exhausted, its tongue lolling out, and if it continued flying, it would likely face glorious demise. Hold on, little flamebird. Chen Shu patted the flamebird's back, having offloaded all burdens. Another half-hour of pursuit passed, and ultimately, only the Ice Rabbit Lord remained in relentless chase. Chen Shu couldn't help but scoff. I merely urinated on you. Is it necessary to be so persistent? Truly a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. Now, he had learned a new lesson. Do not relieve oneself indiscriminately, even in a different realm. The task he accepted earlier mentioned that Lord-level ice rabbits are exceptionally clean and have high standards for their habitat. Urinating on it was a profound insult to a severe cleanliness freak. How could it bear that? Another round of chasing ensued, and the flamebird was panting heavily, as if it might perish at any moment. Chen Shu suddenly asked, Xiaoyu, do you think the meat of the flamebird needs to be roasted? Su Xiaoyu's forehead was lined with black lines as she instantly grabbed Chen Shu, saying, What are you joking about at a time like this? Cough, cough. I was wrong. I just wanted to lighten the somber atmosphere. Chen Shu raised his hands in surrender, calling out ahead, Uncle Zhou, let us turn back and confront it. There's only one ice rabbit lord left. He had realized half an hour ago that a turning point had emerged. The remaining ice rabbits likely had already fallen behind, foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. This was an excellent opportunity. Zhou Shi, experienced and quick-witted, immediately responded. Xiao Yuan, assess the surroundings. A black crow took flight, utilizing its innate ability night vision to swiftly scan the area, soon emitting a call. Team leader, all is clear. Xiao Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Since the establishment of the Beastmaster team, they had only hunted 3 mutated beasts, yet never dared to entertain thoughts of Lord-level beasts. Now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as the greatest crisis point of the ice rabbit was about to be resolved. Attack! Zhou Shi commanded decisively, and the windwing eagle suddenly turned, unleashing a fierce wind blade. The ice rabbit lord's blue eyes remained filled with rage, even losing its rationality. Whenever it felt a moment of calm, a foul odor would waft from its head, plunging it back into a frenzy. Its keen gaze caught the trajectory of the wind blade, and it exhaled an ice ball boom. The two collided, dissipating almost simultaneously. Roar! The clawwolf surged forward, its claws shimmering with a ghostly light. Activating Rending Claw. The ice rabbit lord could not evade in time. Its body torn apart instantaneously, crimson blood gushing forth, inciting even greater fury within it. Hiss! A vivid blue ice arrow burst forth from the ice rabbit lord's mouth. The speed was so rapid that even Zhou Shi failed to react in time. If struck, the clawwolf would surely suffer grievous injury. But at that moment, a yellow figure appeared, the golden slime precisely positioning itself atop the ice arrow. The originally high-speed ice arrow came to an abrupt halt, dragging nearly 1,000 pounds of weight, making it impossible for anyone to maintain speed. Just as the clawwolf intended to evade, a voice suddenly rang out. It was frozen in place. Attack quickly! Chen Shu's expression was taut, entirely unlike his usual playful demeanor. The clawwolf glanced at Zhou Shi, and immediately, A ghostly light emanated from its body, its speed surging as it charged toward the Ice Rabbit Lord. At that moment, the Ice Rabbit Lord found it difficult to move, its eyes filled with boundless hatred. Again, it was that human who had humiliated it. The ice arrow ultimately struck a large tree. The golden slime's speed too slow, crashing into the tree as well. Fortunately, it sustained no serious harm, merely feeling a bit dazed. Roar! The clawwolf's claws were extraordinarily sharp, relentlessly slicing through the ice rabbit's skin. The lord-level blood staining the clawwolf's head, heightening its bloodlust. Retreat! Chen Shu's keen gaze instinctively predicted the ice rabbit's imminent recovery. Zhou Shi ordered in his heart, and the clawwolf withdrew. Hiss! Hiss! The ice rabbit lord gasped. The significant loss of blood leaving it weakened, its once furious mind gradually regaining composure. However, Zhou Shi and the others would not let it escape. The notion of hunting a lord-level beast alone was enough to invigorate their spirits. It would be a source of pride for the entire Beastmaster team. The Ice Rabbit Lord's gaze remained fierce, scanning the group as if to memorize them, vowing that if it were to escape by chance, it would seek revenge, especially on that Chen Shu, the one who had wronged it. Next time, I'll urinate on you again. Chen Shu stood atop the flamebird, shaking his head and provokingly taunting, in an instant. The Ice Rabbit Lord's blue eyes were filled with fury, its blood rapidly heating, with drops of blood hitting the grass, emitting a sizzling sound. The skill-raging blood was activated. Hold it! Zhou Shi's expression turned grim as he commanded the clawwolf. The ice rabbit's robust limbs kicked out, and its massive body surged forward like a gust of wind, moving with unparalleled swiftness. The two black iron-level creatures instantly became entangled, but soon, the clawwolf sustained injuries. If this continued, the clawwolf would surely perish here. Everyone, attack! Zhou Shi's face hardened, and the group descended, summoning their respective contract spirits. The Windwing Eagle joined the fray, unleashing wind blades that momentarily halted the ice rabbit's assault. The Flamebird, Ironback Beast, Blue-tailed Butterfly, and others all joined the battlefield. Although they were merely foundational-level contract spirits, their skills and innate abilities still held value, which is why they were so precious. The battlefield fell into a stalemate. Once the Ice Rabbit Lord's skill duration expired, the situation would surely reverse. Xiao Qian, well done. Zhou Shi, now smiling, had not anticipated that a single urination could resolve a long-standing dilemma for the Beastmasters. As long as they could soil the ice rabbit, there would be a chance to separate it from its horde. At that moment, a hint of weakness appeared in the ice rabbit's eyes. Its body was covered in blood, looking grievously wounded. Do not let your guard down. Yet Chen Shu was no longer joking. His eyes bore a serious expression. Playful or not, one should never make light of a lord-level creature. Chapter 57. This is called Talent. The official skills of the Ice Rabbit Lord had not been disclosed, clearly indicating a lack of concrete information. Even though the Beastmaster team had previously hunted it down, they would not divulge that information freely, for human nature is inherently self-serving. Zhou Shi nodded, his attention wholly absorbed by the battlefield. Controlling two contracted spirits demanded tremendous mental fortitude. At that moment, the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord exerted its limbs with force, leaping several meters high and bringing the rending claw wolf crashing to the ground. The other contracted spirits, eager to launch their assault and aid in the wolf's escape, were halted by a commanding shout from Chen Shu. Do not approach. The temperature around us is plummeting. A wave of cold washed over them, startling the group into swift action, commanding their spirits to retreat while they themselves fell back several dozen meters. This could only be the result of a powerful move unleashed by the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. With no assistance at hand, the rending claw wolf found itself in dire straits, left to roar in fury. The Ice Wild Rabbit Lord, however, was filled with murderous intent. Once the wolf was dealt with, the remaining contracted spirits would pose no significant threat. Should the Windwing Eagle in the sky be captured, it would surely be obliterated in an instant, rendering it incapable of serving as a primary force. Zhou Shi clenched his fists, aware that he faced a pivotal choice: to retract the rending claw wolf or allow it to endure the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord's formidable attack. Retracting it would necessitate a waiting period before it could be summoned again, by which time the bodies of the group might well be cold. Yet, the rending claw wolf was not a defensive spirit and would likely succumb to the onslaught as well. Xiao Qian, what do you propose? Zhou Shi unexpectedly turned his gaze toward Chen Shu. As an experienced Beastmaster leader, would he trust a student new to this realm? Yet the others remained silent, turning their hopeful eyes toward him. Though Chen Shu's contracted spirit was not powerful, his judgment was remarkably astute. Let the rending claw wolf break free. If it fails, immediately retract it. Chen Shu's expression was serious, his entire focus on the battlefield. Zhou Shi nodded, and the rending claw wolf's claws began to slice through the ice wild rabbit's abdomen. As the temperature continued to drop, the wolf finally managed to escape its grasp. However, the corner of the ice wild rabbit's mouth twisted into a cruel, almost human-like smile. The temperature had plunged to such extremes that the rending claw wolf's body became rigid, utterly incapable of escaping the skill's range. Zhou Shi clenched his fists, preparing to retract the wolf while simultaneously devising an escape plan. "Leave it to me," Chen Shu suddenly interjected. Zhou Shi hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, but ultimately chose to trust him. If they were to withstand this attack, the rending claw wolf might very well perish on the spot. The significance of a contracted spirit to a Beastmaster is beyond measure. Losing one would have Zhou Shi's capabilities. Even as a silver-ranked Beastmaster, he remained a third weaker than his peers. Such a loss would result in a permanent diminishment, something no Beastmaster could tolerate. The ice wild rabbit lord's eyes glinted with brutal intent, the temperature still dropping, nearing a critical threshold. The golden slime reappeared. "Oh, it's you again. How fortuitous, a buy one get one free." The ice wild rabbit lord's expression brightened, knowing that the slime belonged to that individual, its hatred palpable. Yet, the golden slime's speed was almost unnaturally rapid, akin to a small train barreling forward. Has he lost his mind? The others exchanged bewildered glances at Chen Shu. Entering the skill's range now was tantamount to suicide, and he had charged in using a skilled life's journey is long. Yet you choose to take the shortcut? Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the slime did not collide with the ice wild rabbit, but instead slammed into the rending claw wolf. Standing a full 6 meters tall, the slime was significantly larger than the wolf. Undeniably the heavyweight contender of the arena. The LV3 charge ability activated, and as the rending claw wolf made no attempt to resist, it was launched away. Though it sustained some injuries, it managed to escape the ice wild rabbit lord's skill range. This infuriated the ice wild rabbit lord. "My meticulously planned killing blow has been thwarted." Gurgle. The slime's large eyes appeared innocently bewildered, portraying a cute and naive demeanor. "You will perish," the ice wild rabbit roared menacingly. Yet, in the next instant, the golden slime vanished, forcibly recalled into the Beastmaster's space. The ability of a Beastmaster to forcibly retrieve their contracted spirits is essentially an invincible skill. If wielded correctly, it becomes a formidable weapon. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, under the moonlight, ice crystals erupted, resembling translucent snow lotus flowers, yet imbued with a terrifying murderous aura. A fearsome radius of several dozen meters saw the temperature plummet to its utmost limit. The group shuddered in unison as the ice crystals dissipated. The ice wild rabbit's ultimate attack was rendered futile. "Attack!" Zhou Shi exclaimed with fervor, as their contracted spirits surged forward, the rending claw wolf leading the charge. Successfully annihilating the beast, a lord-level ferocious creature had thus fallen. "We did it. We truly did it. Chen Pai, did you see this? Did you see it?" Lao Wang exclaimed excitedly, shaking Chen Shu's shoulders. It was only a few dozen meters away. "I'm not blind," Chen Shu replied, exasperated. Was such excitement really necessary? Clearly, he had never encountered such circumstances before. "Quick, collect the spoils and leave at once." Zhou Shi maintained a level head. Whether confronting ferocious beasts or other Beastmaster teams, they could easily encounter danger. A lord-level beast is worth at least several million, naturally tempting others to act recklessly. Shaoli, dismember the corpse. The ice wild rabbit lord, towering at 4 meters, could not be taken in its entirety, especially with a 3-day trek back to their base. By then, the flesh would have surely spoiled. Shaoli brandished a dissection knife, evidently forged from special materials, and swiftly began to dismantle the beast. Among the spoils, the Ice Wild Rabbit King's Beastmaster Pearl could significantly enhance one's Beastmaster power, and its blue eyes offered a chance for contracted spirits to comprehend the talent skill Ice Ball. The likelihood of success far surpassed that of mutated beasts. though it was still not guaranteed. The others quickly processed the battlefield and decisively departed. Chen Shu discreetly stowed away a small piece of the rabbit's head, intending to present it to the Beastmaster Association to fulfill his task. As the group departed, the surroundings once again sank into the stillness of night. Xiao Chun, how did you foresee the trajectory of the ice arrow? The group found a tree hollow, preparing to spend the night within. Zhou Shi inquired, a look of curiosity in his eyes. What astonished them most was not Chen Shu's use of the charge skill to save the rending claw wolf, but rather his earlier command to the slime to intercept the rapidly flying ice arrow, which would have incapacitated the wolf. If I sensed I could suppress it, I did. Chen Shu sighed. That's called talent. For a moment, the group fell silent, unable to refute him, whether it was his exceptional predictive ability or his calm composure under pressure. He surpassed everyone present. You truly are something else, ultimately, Zhou Shi remarked, and the group nodded in agreement. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Was that a compliment or a slight? Chapter 58. Return. Old Ding suddenly spoke. Captain, our haul this time is quite substantial, wouldn't you say? The group had ventured into the Qingyuan forest multiple times, yet never with such fortune. Yes, approximately 5 million Chinese yuan, Zhou Shi estimated, excitement evident in his eyes. What a pity we didn't take on the Beastmaster Association's mission. I hear the rewards include precious Chinese points, Old Ding lamented. Who could have anticipated that they would successfully hunt a Lord-level creature? This expedition yielded rewards equivalent to 4 or 5 of their previous outings. Typically, a regular Beastmaster team would gather around 1 million over half a month's adventures. While that sounds considerable, when divided among the members, it amounts to just over 100,000 each, and at the cost of their lives, it hardly seems worthwhile. Yet, the allure of adventure lies in its unpredictability. Successfully hunting a Lord-level creature or collecting top-tier herbs and ores would indeed constitute a bountiful harvest. Of the 5 million earned, the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord accounted for a significant portion. Just its pair of blue eyes was worth 2 million. This was owing to the Ice Ball skill's limited applicability, being suitable primarily for water attribute spirits. Had it been a skill like Frenzy, its value would have soared higher. The group engaged in conversation, and before long, the night passed swiftly. The following morning, they set off for the Spirit Guardian Army's base. Not pausing along the way. 3 days later, upon sighting a small village, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Passing through the spatial passage, they returned safely to Blue Star, a wave of familiarity washing over them. Though the air was not as pristine as that of the Qingyuan forest, at least they no longer needed to remain on high alert. Encounters with the steel-tooth rat-tide, blood-tooth wild boars, the ground-shaking bear packs during the night, or the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord had instilled a sense of peril. A moment's inattention could lead to casualties. I will distribute the rewards to everyone's accounts. Xiao Chun, you'll receive a share too, Zhou Shi announced. Being a senior figure in the 666 Medicine Company, he had superior channels for processing their spoils. Chen Shu had initially only wished to witness the other world, and by rights, the spoils should not concern him. However, given his significant contributions this time, he was naturally treated as a team member. No need, Uncle Zhou. Why be so courteous? Chen Shu chuckled, waving his hand. I've already stored the herbs I gathered in my pack. You can divide the money amongst yourselves? The group exchanged incredulous glances as Old Ding checked his backpack, discovering only a solitary second-grade iron core fruit. Your actions are rather swift. Zhou Shi finally managed to speak after a brief pause. The herbs were valued at around 300,000. While less tangible than the cash, they were of greater worth to Chen Shu, who lacked a pharmacist's certificate and thus could not purchase herbs from legitimate shops. Let us rest tonight and return to Nanjing City tomorrow morning. Zhou Shi spoke up, and to celebrate, everyone headed to a quaint tavern in the town. However, Chen Shu stealthily made his way to the Beastmaster Association. You? The staff at the task hall widened their eyes, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a watermelon inside. On the table lay a severed rabbit head, exuding a rich aroma that made one's mouth water uncontrollably. What's the matter? Do you truly think I am jesting? Hurry and finalize my task. Chen Shu maintained a calm demeanor, finding the reaction quite exaggerated, while tearing off a piece of rabbit meat to chew on. Is this truly the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord? The staff, still unable to mask their astonishment, knew that it was highly improbable for anyone to dare falsely report a task, as it constituted an illegal act. Moreover, the mission to hunt the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord was issued by the military, and anyone daring enough to falsify such a report would surely face imprisonment. The staff took a piece of rabbit meat for examination, and the enticing aroma made them swallow involuntarily. The results soon arrived. Not only did the staff member approach, but beside her stood a soldier clad in military attire, with Zheng Ling emblazoned on his shoulder. In an instant, the beastmasters in the task hall turned to look, filled with respect. Unlike the soldiers of Qingyuan town, the Zhenling army frequently resided in alternate dimensions and rarely ventured out unless a significant event occurred. "Greetings, my name is Xie Shan." A smile graced Xie Shan's lips as he extended his right hand. "Hello." Chen Shu reciprocated the gesture, his gaze flickering to the rabbit head on the table. "How about some for the brothers?" Xie Shan was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head and whispering, "This is indeed the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Please provide your identification card. Huaxia points will be automatically recorded." Chen Shu wiped his greasy hands and retrieved an identification card. "You're only 17? Xie Shan exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Chen Shu. Chen Shu was taken aback, responding, "Doesn't it look like it? I'm still young and fresh, after all." Xie Shan fell silent, producing a communication device to report Chen Shu's identification number. Shortly thereafter, Xie Shan returned the card to Chen Shu. "All set, 50 Huaxia points have been credited to your identification. You may visit government offices to exchange for resources at any time." Chen Shu nodded, surprised by the simplicity of the process. Did they not fear that he had merely stumbled upon the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord's head? In truth, that possibility was slim, as the remains of ferocious beasts were typically consumed by the contract spirits of the hunters. "Consider this rabbit head a gift." Chen Shu, clutching his identification card, discreetly departed, maintaining a low profile. The staff member remained in a daze. A 17-year-old student had slain the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Everyone else had merely been playing around with the task. How had he taken it seriously? Xiao Su, which restaurant served this roasted rabbit head? It's well cooked, though a bit dry. It must have been left out for too long. The beastmasters in the task hall finally approached. Having refrained from eavesdropping on the conversation between Xie Shan and Chen Shu, fearing it involved confidential matters. "You are indeed consuming the head of the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord. Of course, it's exquisite." The staff member remarked with raised eyebrows. "The Ice Wild Rabbit Lord? Nonsense. If that's true, I, Long Outyin, will stand on my head and defecate." Laughter erupted throughout the task hall, filling the atmosphere with merriment. Chapter 59. Bro. Is this medicine genuine? The following morning, the group returned home, and by the afternoon, Chen Shu had arrived back in Nanjing City. "Son, after half a month of play, how do you feel?" His father, Chen Ping, was resting at home. One word: exhilarating. Chen Shu returned to his room, beginning to organize his spoils. 6 potent flowers, 3 iron core fruits, 2 wisdom fruits, along with some ordinary medicinal herbs such as century-old ginseng and Hishou essence. The alternate dimension also produced some medicinal herbs from Blue Star, though they were not particularly valuable. Current technology could already cultivate them, while unique herbs like the potent flower remained costly. The potent flower and iron core fruit were self-explanatory, while the wisdom fruit served as the primary ingredient for intelligence potions, akin to brain platinum for contract spirits, enhancing their intellect and combat awareness. Chen Shu focused intently, laying out the various remaining herbs, essentially squandering his 100,000 Huaxia coins. Another tedious potion-making session. In just an afternoon, Chen Shu completed all the potions. Ultimately, he yielded 39 bottles of mid-grade potency potions, 9 bottles of basic defense potions, and 6 bottles of intelligence potions. The 9 defense potions boosted the slime's defensive capabilities by 4.5, while Chen Shu hesitated regarding the intelligence potions. Observing the slime, which was sleeping and drooling, he began to doubt the efficacy of brain platinum. "Let's give it a try. At the very least, it should appear a bit more astute." Chen Shu administered all 6 intelligence potions to the slime, and indeed, no noticeable effects were observed. "Never mind. Let us head to the black market and sell the potency potions." After tidying up and enjoying a refreshing shower, he made his way to Zhang Dali's residence. Dali. To his surprise, Zhang Dali opened the door immediately. "Chen Pai, you're back? Why did you open the door so quickly today?" "Not playing games?" Enough said. Zhang Dali sighed. "My game account has been banned. The system claims I'm playing passively." Chen Shu nodded, utterly unsurprised. Yet another leech had been removed from Beastmaster Glory. Zhang Dali looked indignant. "I recently learned to jungle." There's no way that position can be deemed passive play. Having said that, he pulled out his phone to show Chen Shu his stats. A brief glance caused Chen Shu to recoil in shock. As the stats displayed a clean slate of 0-0-0, you claim to know how to jungle, yet all you can manage is that. Don't be disheartened. Dinner's on me tonight, and we'll make a trip to the black market together. Chen Shu patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with sympathy, though not for Zhang Dali, but rather for his former teammates. What had they truly encountered? The two set out together, arriving at a restaurant near the black market. "What would you like to eat?" the server inquired politely with a smile. "Wait a moment." Chen Shu's expression turned wary. "Do you not serve any stretch noodles here?" The server appeared baffled but still smiled and shook their head. "Your main dish isn't stir-fried tomatoes, is it?" Chen Shu pressed further. The server's smile became somewhat strained. "Stir-fried tomatoes? What nonsense is that? What kind of dish is that?" He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Do you sell that cola that costs 3 outside but is priced over 20 here?" The server finally lost their composure. Rolling their eyes and walking away, it appeared to be a legitimate restaurant. Chen Shu nodded and ordered 2 servings of egg fried rice. After the two had eaten their fill, they ventured into the black market. "Chen Pai, what brings you to the black market?" "To show you the worth of the black market's top dog." Chen Shu approached the previous stall, only to find Old Wang absent. If even the scammers are unmotivated, the prospects are dire. Chen Shu shook his head, producing a blue cloth to display all the mid-grade potency potions. "Chen Pai, you've really fallen to the level of scamming?" Zhang Dali's eyes widened, clearly mistaking it for a scammer's stall. "Brother, these are genuine potions, do you understand?" Chen Shu shook his head, proudly declaring, "Allow me to showcase my reputation." Without needing to shout, returning customers will come. Just then, 2 individuals approached. "Bro, how much for a bottle of that potion?" Chen Shu's face brightened. Customers had arrived, even if he wasn't in the world of Jianghu. His legend still lingered. 8,000 per bottle. What the hell? Is this potion made of gold? Or are the ingredients gold? Look around. Where can you find cheap potency potions now? These are freshly brewed. Chen Shu furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, "I'll take a bottle," one of them declared. Chen Shu scrutinized the individual before finally handing over a bottle of mid-grade potency potion. "Is this potion genuine? I run a potion stall. Would I sell you counterfeit goods?" Chen Shu replied with a smile. The individual's expression shifted to one of hostility, stating, "I ask you, is this potion genuine? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Do you want it or not?" A hint of panic arose within Chen Shu. "If this potion is genuine, I definitely want it." The man edged closer to Chen Shu, asking, "But if it isn't genuine, what then?" "If it's fake, I'll drink it myself." Satisfied? Chen Shu's expression turned wary. Despite being in the black market, the other party wouldn't dare act, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of an invisible pressure, almost compelled to clutch his abdomen. "You said it. If this potion is fake, you'll drink it yourself." The man's demeanor remained calm, yet his eyes bore a fierce intensity as he reached for a bottle of potency potion, seemingly about to open it. "You dare touch my potion without paying? Are you unaware of the reputation of the black market's Dali?" Chen Shu extended his right hand, poised to grasp the man's wrist. But at that moment, a silver pair of handcuffs suddenly appeared, and before Chen Shu could react, he found himself shackled. "What the hell?" Zhang Dali, equally shocked, had yet to make a move when another individual subdued him. Nanjing City Zhenling Bureau. "Do not resist." One person pulled out identification, instantly quelling any thoughts of resistance from the two. "Pai Gu, you are indeed my dear brother. Is this the allure of your black market? Truly extraordinary." Zhang Dali wore a face of grievance. Lamenting, "I merely stepped out for a bowl of fried rice. What have I done wrong? But how was I to know? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold." Chen Shu was equally bewildered. Turning to the two brothers, "You must have apprehended the wrong individuals. We are both upstanding youths of good character. Just the other day, I even caught a wanted criminal. Enough of your nonsense. We have been investigating your group of counterfeit drug dealers for half a month." Chapter 60. Thought it was a network withdrawal, only to be captured counterfeit drug dealer. Me? Chen Shu was even more perplexed. As he was about to be taken away, he cried out, "Brothers, let me at least put away the medicine. It's worth hundreds of thousands. Do you counterfeit drug sellers have no conscience? How dare you sell this for such a price?" One of the Spirit Town police officers, visibly agitated, glared at him but did not stop Chen Shu from securing the items. Otherwise, if someone else picked them up, it could lead to further complications. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were taken to the Spirit Town Bureau in Nanjing City in a state of utter confusion. The day of reckoning had arrived far too swiftly. Now, speak up. Where is the gang behind you two? Best to confess early. In the interrogation room of the Spirit Town Bureau, a stern officer questioned. Brother, I truly am not a counterfeit drug dealer. Chen Shu rubbed his forehead, pondering how everything had changed upon returning from the alternate dimension. Not admitting it, are we? Soon, the victims will come to identify you. The officer scoffed, leaving the interrogation room. Originally, the black market contained both genuine and counterfeit items, and the Spirit Town Bureau would typically not intervene in such minor matters. However, the recent spate of counterfeit drug dealers had become excessively brazen, with the amounts involved reaching tens of millions. About half an hour later, let us go see the victims you've deceived. The officer led Chen Shu out, revealing a gathering of over 10 individuals in the hall of the Bureau, all representatives of the victims. Look carefully, is it him? In unison, the crowd turned their gazes toward Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, conveniently ignoring Zhang Dali. It's him, the infamous brother Dali from the black market. A young man exclaimed, because of him, our contracted spirits turned into projectile warriors, suffering from severe digestive issues and remaining in a weakened state. Anger filled the faces of the crowd as they glared at Chen Shu. The corners of Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Had he truly become a counterfeit drug dealer? I ask you, dear brothers and sisters, can you confirm that I sold you the medicine? His eyes reflected confusion. His concoctions could not possibly be counterfeit, or else the golden slime would have malfunctioned long ago. This person is in cahoots with you, claiming that the counterfeit drugs sold were genuine. One individual produced a phone showing a photograph. Wang Beige. Chen Shu squinted at the screen, immediately recognizing the individual as old Wang from the stall next to his. Now he understood why the other party had vanished. He had fled. Chen Shu, exasperated, remarked, "He is merely a fraud peddling mud. We are hardly familiar with each other, not even on the same level." It was no wonder they had been deceived. He felt a pang of concern for their intelligence. Think about it. Did anything go wrong while using my concoctions? Chen Shu's soul-searching question plunged the crowd into silence. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a middle-aged man unexpectedly entered. Uncle Wang. Zhang Dali exclaimed, as if he had found a savior. It was Wang Qian, a close friend of Zhang Dali's father and the one who had awarded Chen Shu a bonus that day. Captain! The Spirit Town officers turned their attention to him. What is the matter? Wang Qian furrowed his brow, inquiring. One officer explained the situation, and Wang Qian pondered, though these two may be a bit mischievous. It does not warrant accusations of selling counterfeit drugs, especially with such large sums involved. Xiao Chun, what do you have to say? Although Wang Qian was acquainted with the two, he did not immediately release them to avoid any gossip. Uncle Wang, we are truly wronged. No matter how desperate I am for money, I would never sell counterfeit drugs. My mid-tier Dali potion is worth 10,000 a bottle. How many can people afford? Doesn't every household have a strength-type contracted spirit? Chen Shu sighed. My Dali potion is only 8,000. Just 17. I wish to benefit the community. What crime have I committed? Wang Qian rubbed his temples, incredulous at Chen Shu's audacity. However, having been a Spirit Town officer for many years, he extracted key information. Your Dali potion sells for 8,000? Such an inexpensive potion? Wang Qian's eyes sharpened as he scrutinized Chen Shu, exuding an invisible pressure. Yet Chen Shu remained unfazed, shrugging. All my potions come from the 666 Potion Company. If you don't believe me, I can have someone from the company verify it. A major enterprise in Nanjing City. The 666 Potion Company undoubtedly had the credibility to attest to Chen Shu's innocence. After a brief moment, Wang Qian gestured for the return of Chen Shu's phone and belongings. Upon opening his phone, a message from the 666 group appeared, dated an hour prior. Xiao Chen, the Beast-Tamer group is preparing to celebrate tonight. Care to join us for dinner? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity to reply directly. Uncle Zhou, I've been apprehended by the Spirit Town Bureau, who insist I am a counterfeit drug dealer. Seeing no reply, Uncle Zhou assumed he had merely withdrawn from the network, unaware he had been captured. Wait for me. Chen Shu pocketed his phone and turned to Wang Qian. Uncle Wang, do you have any leads on the counterfeit drug case? Chen Shu was incensed. How dare someone exploit his name for deceit? Not only had they tarnished his reputation, but they had also led to his arrest at the Spirit Town Bureau. Most egregiously, they hadn't even offered him a share of the profits. It was akin to someone borrowing paper from him and then defecating on his head. This was intolerable. Wang Qian shook his head. Not for now. The Spirit Town Bureau is overwhelmed with cases and cannot spare many personnel. Even the officers who had arrested Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were merely interns. Uncle Wang, I believe we should harness the power of the community and directly post a task with the Beast-Tamer Association, offering a reward of 1,000 or 800 huaxia points. Surely, under such generous rewards, brave souls will emerge. Chen Shu suggested, his eyes gleaming. 1,000 or 800. Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. You truly dare to propose such amounts? Huaxia points are invaluable, far beyond the worth of huaxia currency. Not even I, as a captain of the Spirit Town Bureau, can approve that without higher authority. However, Chen Shu's words sparked an idea. Since manpower was lacking, why not outsource the task entirely? Shortly after, a dark-skinned man entered from the hall. "Zhou Shi," he grinned. "How is the prison food treating you?" Chen Shu, exasperated, retorted, "Do you wish for me to be captured that much?" He sighed. "Uncle Zhou, spare me your jests. Between you and the others, I'll end up repenting in prison soon enough." Chapter 61. This time, it's a major breach, Brother Wang. Long time no see. Zhou Shi acknowledged Wang Qian, clearly recognizing him as a friend. "Old Zhou, is the Dali potion sold in the black market from your company?" Wang Qian inquired. Zhou Shi nodded, explaining, "Xiao Chan is indeed a summer intern at my company, serving as a potion assistant and possessing some alchemical skills. I will show you the relevant contracts tomorrow." Zhou Shi did not dwell on the matter, assuming Chen Shu had merely sold a few bottles. Had he known that the latter had earned a fortune in mere days, he would likely have lost sleep over it. Wang Qian nodded, understood. Since that's the case, there's no issue. Now that it was confirmed that Chen Shu had no ties to the counterfeit drug dealer, and since his products were genuine with a verifiable source, there was no need for detention. You all are victims. Do you have any further objections? Though Wang Qian was familiar with several individuals present, he still had to adhere to legal protocols, as the hall was under surveillance. The leading youth was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello? What? My contracted spirit has gone loose again." The toilet exploded. The youth jolted, pocketing his phone and declaring, "If he is not in cahoots with the dealer, then it's settled. I urge Captain Wang to swiftly apprehend the real fraudster." The group hastily departed the Spirit Town Bureau. Zhang Dali took a deep breath, remarking, "Chen Pai, I feel as though I've been reborn." "Actually, I share that sentiment." The two stood outside the bureau, inhaling the fresh air of freedom, arms outstretched as if embracing a promising tomorrow. "Are you two unwell?" Zhou Shi stepped out to find the pair behaving peculiarly. "Uncle Zhou, you don't understand." Chen Shu exclaimed with heartfelt emotion, "We are different from you. We are upstanding citizens, law-abiding, not frequent visitors to the Spirit Town Bureau." This statement sounded as if he were an old criminal. Zhou Shi's forehead broke into a sweat. "So, keeping you both out of trouble is somehow a crime? By the way, the Beast-Tamer group is having a gathering. Are you two joining?" Chen Shu turned to Zhang Dali for his opinion. Zhang Dali replied, "I'll pass. I need to document this significant day, then we'll postpone it. Uncle Zhou, I need to take a breather." The two hailed a taxi to return home. "Chen Pai, this isn't like you. Skipping a free meal? Are you foolish? They'd definitely trick me into footing the bill. There's no way Chen Shu, would fall for such a blatant scheme. That makes sense. Brilliant. High five." Suddenly, Zhang Dali inquired, "By the way, Chen Pai, you've been framed, haven't you?" "Of course. I was just lamenting my idle summer. I must capture that counterfeit drug dealer. Let him know that offending me, Chen Shu, will yield no favorable outcomes." Currently, Chen Shu is unable to take up any summer job and finds himself idly wandering without purpose. As for summer assignments, forget about it. Have you ever seen a student who starts working on their homework the moment vacation begins? It is a steadfast rule to procrastinate until the very last moment. Zhang Dali nodded in agreement. "Chen Pai, I stand by you." Chen Shu clapped Zhang Dali on the shoulder. "That's splendid. Truly, my good brother. Lend me your father for a bit." "Zhang Dali? What does it mean to borrow my dad?" Chen Shu explained. "I'm merely concerned for my safety, you see. After all, we are dealing with a criminal. Perhaps he could be some sort of beast master. With Uncle Zhang's protection, I would have no worries. My parents are away traveling, They have no time to accompany you on your frivolous escapades. Zhang Dali shook his head, suddenly recalling something. But I have a friend who might be able to assist you. What kind of friend? Zhang Dali began to boast earnestly. He calls himself the savior of the culinary underclass and the South River secret agent, capable of resolving any matter with astonishing efficiency. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, speaking with a deliberate cadence. You have such a distinguished friend aside from me? What exactly does he do? At the intersection of Shafei Road, he slaughters pigs. Chen Shu fell silent. Casting a peculiar gaze at his companion, I say, Chun Pai, don't look at me like that. I'm speaking the truth. Zhang Dali felt uneasy under Chen Shu's scrutinizing gaze. It was as if nothing was said, yet everything was implied. With two words echoing silently, foolishness, the two returned to the neighborhood, with Zhang Dali covering Chen Shu's eyes, no longer wishing to face such an expression. I shall come to find you early tomorrow morning, so you may broaden your horizons and acquaint yourself with the upper echelons of Nanjing City. With that, Zhang Dali dashed home, finding a pig slaughterer to investigate counterfeit drug dealers. Am I insane? Or is the world mad? Upon arriving home, Chen Shu washed up and prepared to collapse into bed, having experienced a day 2 eventful. Ding ding, just then, his phone suddenly chimed. Huh? Is there a message in the group? He opened the Chochio group for Nanjing No. 2 High School, filled with beast masters, devoid of teachers. Zheng Yi, Teacher Jiang, thank you for your guidance. My contracted spirit has truly comprehended a skill. Zheng Yi, sorry. I sent it to the wrong group by mistake. Could you be any more insincere? Chen Shu immediately recognized Zheng Yi's attempt at boasting. Du Ziding. Is it a combat skill? That's quite an enhancement. Wei Qing. The probability of a black iron level contracted spirit comprehending a skill is exceedingly low. Congratulations, class leader Zhang. The members of the group collectively congratulated him. The significance of skills is self-evident. Valued in Huaxia currency at no less than several million, particularly skills acquired through one's own comprehension, which typically align perfectly with their combat characteristics and significantly enhance their power. That moment. A line of text appeared quietly. Chun Pai. Congratulations, class leader Zhang, 4 combat skills. The once excited Zhang Yi suddenly froze, his mouth twitching in disbelief. What does it mean to add a parenthesis after congratulations? Zhang Yi, hee, thank you, Chen Pai. Everyone should learn from class leader Zhang in the future, soon entering the senior training class. Zhang Yi, Chen Pai, do you have any study tips to share? Cultural subject score, 396, Wang Ming. Why is class leader Zhang's avatar grayed out? Did he log off? Chen Shu lay in bed, a smile spreading across his face, reveling in Zhang Yi's embarrassment for trying to show off in the group. Your grayed-out avatar will no longer shine. Chen Shu hummed a tune as he turned off his phone. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi clenched his fists, muttering under his breath, his body trembling with indignation. This is fake. It must be fake. The improvement he took pride in appeared so trivial in the eyes of others. This time, he truly felt his defenses crumbling. Chapter 62. Never having met Xie Sunan, even claiming to be a hero is futile the next morning. As dawn broke, Chen Pai, it's time to get up. Zhang Dali knocked on Chen Shu's door, calling out loudly. Chen Shu rubbed his eyes, appearing groggy. What the heck? Why are you here so early? Who wakes up this early during vacation? Reluctantly, Chen Shu got up, tidied himself, and went to the living room, where he found Zhang Dali having breakfast with Chen Shu's parents. Chen Shu yawned and said, Did you not stay up late last night to come over this early? Are you foolish? If I had come any later, your family's breakfast would have gone cold. Chen Shu shook his head, realizing that Zhang Dali had risen so early merely to mooch off a meal. What do you want with me? Chen Shu picked up a fried dough stick and began to eat it with soy milk. Zhang Dali replied, To meet high-profile individuals, have you forgotten about last night's plan? Chen Shu's father, Chun Ping, glanced over. Dali, what high-profile individuals? A pig slaughterer. Chen Shu shook his head, feeling that Zhang Dali had lost his mind. After breakfast, Zhang Dali insisted on taking Chen Shu to experience something new, forcibly dragging him along. Half an hour later, they arrived at the intersection of Shafei Road. I say, Dali, you can't be brainwashed, can you? A pig slaughterer can investigate counterfeit drug dealers? When have I ever lied to you? Zhang Dali replied indignantly, Have you never heard the saying, never having met Xie Sunan, even claiming to be a hero is futile? No sooner had he spoken than an unidentified object suddenly flew towards them. Who is it? An ambush. Chen Shu reacted swiftly, grabbing the object with his right hand, only to find it was a pig-s trotter, still bearing a few fine hairs. I didn't expect my name, Sunin, to be so well known that even you two minor characters have heard of it. A shirtless man, wrapped in a brown apron, sighed, his gaze melancholic, wielding a gleaming kitchen knife, and sporting a thick beard that lent him an air of mystery. Xiegu, it's me, Dali. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Dali rushed over with excitement. Chen Shu looked up and spotted the pig stall in front of the man, which was labeled Tia Pork. The man appraised Zhang Dali and then said, "Oh, you were the one who came to me to investigate your origins last time, right?" Chen Shu's body jolted, casting a strange look at Zhang Dali. Investigating origins? Surely he doesn't genuinely doubt he is not biologically related? Truly, Dali, you are something else. Xiegu, it's me. I can't believe you remember me. How could I forget? Even a pair of underpants or a roll of toilet paper serves its purpose. Zhang Dali found the remark odd but paid it little mind. Xiegu, today my friend wishes to ask for your assistance. Sunin turned his attention to Chen Shu. Little brother, do you also suspect that you aren't biologically related? Chen Shu quickly shook his head and replied, I am looking for someone. Who? A black market drug dealer. Do you have any other information? Appearance? Height? Squatting posture? Chen Shu was utterly bewildered that is squatting posture considered important information. Sunin asked earnestly, is there a problem? Big brother, when I wear this expression, it doesn't mean I have a problem. It means you have a problem, all right? Chen Shu shook his head, feeling that this was unreliable, but since he was a friend of Zhang Dali, he had no choice but to treat this dead horse as if it were a live one. Can you help me find this person? Chen Shu took out a photo of Wang Beige, now fairly certain that old Wang was involved with the counterfeit drug dealer. Having a photo makes things easier. What other information do you have? This person used to be a scammer in the black market, specializing in selling mud, and has now turned to counterfeit drugs. What the heck? You can make money selling mud. Sunin was taken aback, suddenly feeling that the pork in his hand was no longer appetizing. He expressed indignantly, the world is filled with too many fools. There aren't enough scammers to go around. What can be done? Who in their right mind buys mud? They might as well play with it at home. Truly, the joys of foolish children abound. The two exchanged banter while Zhang Dali stood by, his mouth twitching, unsure how to rebut, considering he was the one who had bought mud the very first time. Are you two just taking jabs at each other? Brothers, we must focus on the matter at hand. Zhang Dali finally could not hold back and interrupted their conversation forcefully. Right? The matter at hand. Sunin nodded, exuding an air of grandeur. Since you have all the other information, it will be easy to handle. Come find me in 3 days. Thank you, Brother Nan. Chen Shu set down the pig trotter, took a whiff, and remarked, quite fresh. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Dali caught his arm and whispered, Big brother, we haven't paid yet. What payment? I didn't ask for the pig trotter. Chen Shu looked astonished. The fee for the service. Chen Shu's eyes widened, hands raised in disbelief. This is a charge? 50,000 yuan. No bargaining. Sunin frowned slightly, brother. You're not in the know. You don't pay. I don't do the work. Don't even think about it. Chen Shu was dumbfounded. Selling Wang Beige wouldn't even fetch 50,000 yuan, just as he was about to turn away. An option he hadn't seen in a long time suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Accept Sunin's help, reward, a large amount of beast mastery power. Option 2. Seek assistance from others. Reward, high-quality strength potion. Option 3. Resolve it independently, reward, medium-quality beast mastery orb. Chen Shu was taken aback, swiftly turning back and decisively stating, absolutely no problem. It's a deal. The two individuals stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the astonishing speed of your transformation. For Chen Shu, skills and innate talent were of paramount importance, followed closely by the ability to command beasts. Everything else seemed rather trivial in comparison. 3 days hence, payment in hand, goods in hand. Sunin nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly recalled something and remarked, by the way, you are a beast master from Nanjing No. 2 High School, aren't you? What? Brother Xia's son is also studying at No. 2? Sunin's lips twitched. Was I really that old? With that, he stroked his own bushy beard. Chen Shu and his companion nodded in unison. You're quite something, Brother Xia. I'll take 2 gene of pork. A middle-aged man on a bicycle passed by, casting a glance at the pork stall. Sunin looked at the man purchasing meat, momentarily overcome with mixed emotions, especially upon seeing the man's bald head. He silently sighed, realizing that an adult's breakdown could occur in an instant. "Excuse me, sir, could you refrain from calling me that? I really am not old." As the pork stall began to attract customers, Chen Shu and his companion departed from Shafei Road. Chapter 63. Are you trying to torment him? I say, Dolly, is this really reliable? Chen Shu remained skeptical. If the Spirit Suppression Bureau couldn't resolve the issue, how could a mere pork seller manage it? Reliable, incredibly reliable. Zhang Dali had no doubts. After all, he was merely working a summer job. This truly exemplified the notion of hiding in plain sight, with great concealment behind a pork stall. Chen Shu didn't harbor much hope, considering it merely a purchase of 5,000 yuan for a substantial amount of Beastmaster energy. By the way, come with me to the Beastmaster Association. Chen Shu suddenly recalled something. Wang Qian from the Spirit Suppression Bureau should have posted a task at the association by now, right? Let us go. I have nothing else to do. Zhang Dali nodded. The Beastmaster Association was not far from Shafei Road, and the two prepared to walk there. Oh, Chen Pai, I plan to go to Kyoto in August. What is the purpose of your visit to Kyoto? Sightseeing? Chen Shu inquired with a puzzled expression. I'm going to take the entrance exam for Kyoto Culinary University. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's expression shifted. University? You? Yes, is there a problem? There is no issue with university. Nor with you, however, the two together present a significant conundrum. Zhang Dali responded incredulously. Are you mocking me, or what? Chen Shu retorted. You're only in your second year of high school. Why are you even taking an exam? Even if you pass, they won't accept you. In the country, there are numerous Beastmaster universities offering various majors, including potion making, materials, medicine, and culinary arts, among others, yet the principal focus remains on combat disciplines. After all, Beastmasters were born to suppress interdimensional threats. And without combat-oriented Beastmasters, everything else is futile. The remaining disciplines serve auxiliary purposes, not constituting the core of university studies. Nevertheless, some specialized universities only offer auxiliary programs, such as Culinary University, where the curriculum centers around culinary knowledge, specifically cooking with the meat of ferocious beasts, intended to nourish contracted spirits. Unlike potions, food does not develop resistance. As long as it is consumed consistently, it greatly enhances the contracted spirits over time. Otherwise, the state wouldn't establish dedicated universities for it. I'm participating in the early admission exam. If I can pass, I'll gain early entry into the university. Zhang Dali exuded an air of confidence regarding his culinary skills. Kyoto Culinary University is akin to the pinnacle of culinary institutions in the region, representing the most elite culinary university. If he graduates successfully, he would undoubtedly be considered an elite talent in society. Goodness, does that mean I'll be the only one left in Nanjing City? If Zhang Dali manages to pass, he'll bypass his third year of high school and directly become a university student. Especially since Culinary University has a 5-year program, making early admission the ideal scenario. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, feeling as though he had suddenly fallen behind. Zhang Dali remarked, in any case, you'll be joining us in a year. By then, you can apply to Kyoto Potion University. Kyoto Potion University is equally prestigious, with a remarkably high admission score requirement. Chen Shu couldn't help but ponder Zhang Dali's faith in him. Just then, Zhang Dali paused and continued, of course, I'm referring to its White-Blue Academy. Chen Shu's mouth twitched. Any esteemed university accompanied by a college diminishes its prestige significantly. Kyoto Potion University requires over 600 points for admission, while the White-Blue Academy only requires a little over 400. Is that even the same institution? Moreover, what kind of absurd name is that? White-Blue? More like a lackluster academy. Chen Shu interjected. I'll be aiming for the Huaxia Academy. I can just as easily come to Kyoto. Huaxia Academy? There aren't any associated colleges, right? How will you get in? Zhang Dali asked, his face displaying confusion. Observing Zhang Dali's innocent expression, Chen Shu felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good scolding. Thief! Thief! Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. A young man, clutching a bag, dashed down the street, while a middle-aged woman pursued him relentlessly, the distance between them narrowing. Who dares block my path? I'll make them pay. Li Hua's voice was menacing, prompting passers-by to scatter, unwilling to interfere. Before Chen Shu appeared a series of choices. Option 1. Act decisively, seize the thief, complete reward, a small amount of Beastmaster energy. Option 2. Turn a blind eye. Become an anonymous bystander, complete reward, disguise potion. Option 3. Shout encouragement, go, go, while urging passersby to make way. Complete reward. Earn the title Evil Cheerleader. Effect. If the contracted spirit has an evil disposition, speed increases by 20. If it has a benevolent disposition, speed decreases by 20. Option 4. Run alongside the thief, maintaining the same pace. Complete reward. Unlock new illustration. Explosive speed potion. Chen Shu paused momentarily, swiftly dismissing the first 3 options, particularly the third, which seemed utterly ridiculous. With a powerful push, he sprinted towards the thief. Zhang Dali, equally unwilling to stand idle, joined him, and the two displayed remarkable physical prowess, darting forward like a whirlwind. Now that the thief was alone and unarmed, subduing him would be straightforward. The thief glanced back to see the two charging towards him and felt a chill run down his spine. Are they really not afraid of death? Let us see how this goes. Li Hua attempted to put on a fierce facade, hoping to intimidate them, but to no avail. Let us see how it goes. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali increased their speed once more. As they closed in on the thief, onlookers began to cheer. Although they lacked the courage to act as heroes, they felt no hesitation in applauding. Damn it, how can I be so unlucky? Li Hua lamented inwardly, realizing he would likely be spending a few days in custody. Chen Shu suddenly lunged forward, finally aligning himself with the thief. Here, take the bag. Just don't chase me anymore. Li Hua gritted his teeth. Both of them were rather imposing figures, and he knew he stood no chance. However, Chen Shu made no attempt to take it. Instead, he allowed the bag to fall to the ground. He remained silent, continuing to run, keeping pace with Li Hua. Chun Pai. Zhang Dali caught up, yet seeing Chen Shu's indifference left him puzzled. Chen Shu merely shook his head, continuing to run beside Li Hua. Are you trying to torment him? I like it. Zhang Dali thought to himself, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. They flanked the thief, and the three of them ran in unison down the street. In that moment, passers-by were bewildered. The woman who had lost her bag was confused. What on earth was happening? The most baffled of all was Li Hua, who, after years in the field, had never witnessed such an absurd scene. You two can either catch me or let me go. What is this? Am I your running partner? Can't you show me a little respect? Chapter 64. The middleman doesn't he take a cut? Spinning hula hoops? Li Hua felt as if his head were buzzing. With his limited mental capacity, he could no longer comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Yet, instinctively, he kept running. Onlookers might mistake them for 3 enthusiastic young athletes. Not long after, Li Hua, panting heavily, spoke up, clearly reaching his physical limit. Brothers, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali remained expressionless, transformed into merciless running machines. The trio's retreating figures became a striking spectacle on the street. As they ran further away, the surrounding crowd began to speculate, oblivious to Li Hua's identity as a thief. Are they chasing the sun? I truly envy the vigor of today's youth. Indeed, unlike my lazy one at home, still fast asleep, go, go. Many bystanders even began to applaud, cheering them on. The atmosphere had gradually shifted toward the bizarre. Distorted. Please, gentlemen, spare me. I truly can't go on. I'll be foaming at the mouth if I run any longer. Li Hua was on the verge of tears. He would rather face detention than continue this relentless pursuit. Yet, Chen Shu thought to himself, why hadn't the system issued any rewards yet? Upon hearing the thief's words, his displeasure grew, and no rewards had been dispensed, and he dared to suggest he wouldn't run anymore? Chen Shu raised his right arm, and Zhang Dali followed suit, raising his left. As long as they could keep running, they would push themselves to their limits. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali forcibly dragged Li Hua along in their sprint. The morning sun shone down, enveloping the three in a sacred glow, as though they were aspiring youths releasing their dreams upon the street. After half an hour of relentless running, Li Hua's face had turned ashen, his eyelids drooping heavily, and he was gasping intermittently, resembling a soul on the verge of collapse. Unlocking a new entry in the compendium, Speed Potion. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief, despite both of their physiques feeling fatigued. After all, they were burdened with a liability. As soon as they released their grip, Li Hua crumpled to the ground. Now, he was panting heavily, gazing up at the azure sky, his heart filled with a sense of liberation. Chen Shu spoke up, Li, I'll keep an eye on him. You go buy 3 bottles of water. Master, How have I offended you? I will change. I truly will. Li Hua gasped, struggling for breath. Chen Shu crouched down, looking at Li Hua and said, Enough with the nonsense. I have one question for you. Answer correctly, and I shall let you go. A question? Li Hua's spirit perked up. Could it be that he would indeed be set free? Pray, where does the road lead? Li Hua appeared utterly bewildered. Are you truly unwell? What nonsense is this? Don't know? Chen Shu clenched his right fist, his eyes narrowing. Brother, what is this? Have you seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Li Hua swallowed hard, attempting to reply. The road is beneath our feet. Bang! Chen Shu's fist landed squarely on Li Hua's left eye. Did you just sing that? Am I here to match lyrics with you, master? I truly apologize. Tears welled up in Li Hua's eyes, thoroughly worn down by Chen Shu's torment. Indeed, it seems you have recognized your error, shedding tears of remorse. Chen Shu nodded, reminding him. At the upcoming intersection, what is the first building on the left? Li Hua's eyes darted around. He was quite familiar with this area. After all, he was a thief, he replied with a look of grievance. Nanjing City Public Security Bureau, correct. You know what to do now, right? Li Hua nodded, having been partially spared, yet not entirely so. Failure to answer would result in further punishment, while providing an answer would lead him directly to the police station. With your physique, what kind of thief do you think you are? Go home and train properly, understand? At that moment, Zhang Dali returned, holding a bottle of Lu Shifu mineral water, handing one to Li Hui. By the way, what is your name? Li Hua. Chen Shu patted his shoulder, saying, When you get out, make sure to write letters to foreign friends. Stop acting like a thief all day. Such a waste of potential. What? Write to foreign friends? Li Hua appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend their conversation. Let's go. Chen Shu and his companion exchanged satisfied smiles. Watching Li Hua enter the police station, by the way, that man is a thief. Check the surveillance at the intersection of Xiafei. Chen Shu instructed the on-duty officer, ensuring that the other party wouldn't pull any tricks. With their achievements concealed, the two withdrew. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Beastmaster Association of Nanjing City. Chen Shu navigated the task hall with ease, directly surveying the available tasks. Task name: Tutoring prospective high school seniors. Task difficulty: None. Task content: A father wishes for a Beastmaster University student to tutor his son, who is soon to be a senior. Task requirements: Current students or graduates from prestigious Beastmaster universities. Task name: Training partner for Beastmaster Dojo. Task name: Eradication of mutated rodent population. As Chen Shu scanned through the tasks, he found them quite intriguing. This was his first visit to the Beastmaster Association of Nanjing City. Most tasks lacked difficulty ratings and pertained to societal roles, distinctly different from those in Qingyuan town, which were closely tied to the nearby Qingyuan forest. Moreover, quests involving monster hunting in urban areas were rare, such as the eradication of mutated rodents, which posed only a standard level of danger. Once feared beasts had once invaded Blue Star, inevitably mingling with local fauna, leaving behind a legacy of mutation. Yet, such creatures could hardly be classified as true beasts, easily handled by novice beastmasters. Chen Shu quickly located the task regarding counterfeit drug dealers. Task name: Investigate counterfeit drug dealers. Task difficulty: None. Task content: A counterfeit drug dealer has recently surfaced in the black market, with amounts involved exceeding 10 million. Swift apprehension is sought. Note: This task is issued by the Town Spirit Bureau. No deposit required. Task reward: 100,000 Huaxia currency. Task difficulty: The counterfeit dealer has not been seen for several days, making them exceedingly elusive and difficult to track. Task hint: 1. Photo of accomplice.jpg. 2. It can be confirmed that the counterfeit dealer has not left Nanjing City. Chen Shu assessed the task and accepted it. The reward was substantial, 100,000, while Xie Sunan only took 50,000. If he indeed acquired concrete information, it would amount to a windfall. Middlemen do not earn their keep without effort, do they? Chapter 65. What business of mine? What business of yours? After sending Li Hua off, the two made their way to a hot pot restaurant, enjoying the camaraderie of friends while relishing the meal and singing joyfully. By the way, Dali, I plan to visit the Beastmaster Resource Bureau in the afternoon. What do you think? Chen Shu inquired, picking up a piece of tripe. He still had 50 Huaxia points left unspent, and if he didn't use them, he might find himself plagued by nightmares that night. Zhang Dali replied, Me? I have to attend a spiritual chef training class this afternoon, so I might not make it. Very well, study hard. In the future, be sure to cook for my slime. Half an hour later, both were satiated and content. Suddenly, an air of silence enveloped them. They exchanged glances, no longer uttering a word, as an invisible tension lingered. Zhang Dali broke the silence first. Chen Pai, it's time to settle the bill. Hello? Chen Shu naturally retrieved his phone. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? I'll be right there. Zhang Dali wore a look of exasperation. Chen Pai. Shu? Chen Shu gestured for silence, speaking softly. I'm on a call. This is a business worth millions. Chen Pai. Zhang Dali's forehead was lined with frustration as he spoke again. Chen Shu waved his hand. Mr. Liu, please have the contract ready. I'll come over and sign it right away. With that, Chen Shu prepared to rise, naturally intending to leave. Chen Pai. Zhang Dali slammed the table, exclaiming, You've got your phone turned the wrong way. Could you at least pretend to do it right? Do you think I, Zhang Dali, am a fool? Chen Shu's expression froze momentarily. In the next instant, he awkwardly chuckled. No wonder I couldn't hear anything. You wouldn't be trying to run away, would you? Zhang Dali scrutinized Chen Shu, his gaze filled with suspicion. Is that the kind of person I am? Chen Shu replied, his eyes widening as he promptly paid the bill. The two parted ways at the Hot Pot restaurant. An hour later, Chen Shu arrived at the Beastmaster Resource Bureau in the eastern part of the city. This was the place to use Huaxiao points. Although a variety of materials and resources were available, few came here, as Huaxiao points were not easily obtained. Observing the unremarkable building before him, Chen Shu felt a twinge of doubt. Was it truly acceptable for a government institution to be constructed so hastily? Upon entering the hall, he saw an elderly man in a tank top lounging in a rattan chair, fanning himself with a palm frond, dozing off. Sir. Chen Shu crouched down, leaning closer to the old man. Speaking softly, zzz, the old man remained half asleep, showing no sign of reaction. Sir. Chen Shu raised his voice. Zzz. Chen Shu shook his head, standing up and muttering. The building's on fire. In an instant, the old man instinctively sprang up, his eyes wide with alarm as he scanned the surroundings. Are you trying to fool me, kid? The old man yawned, pointing his fan at Chen Shu, saying, Moreover, this is a government office. Do you dare to trespass? Be careful or I'll have the town spirit bureau take you away. I am a respectable person here to use my points. Why would you arrest me? Chen Shu shook his head, saying, Sir, I came to exchange Huaxia points. Exchange what? Huaxia points. What Huaxia? Points. Don't kid around, sir. Continue your rest. All right then. The old man stretched and lay back down in the rattan chair. Chen Shu felt utterly at a loss. Communicating was indeed challenging. Could the old man's hearing be functioning or not? He directly headed towards the hall, where a young woman stood at the counter. Hello. I came to use Huaxia points. Please show your identification. The staff member scrutinized Chen Shu, her eyes widening in surprise. Especially upon seeing his ID, her mouth slightly agaped. A student could actually earn Huaxia points? Hello. Here is the exchange manual. The staff member handed him a small green booklet. Chen Shu eagerly opened it. Excited to see what was inside. Beastmaster Orb section. Low-grade Beastmaster Orb, 1 point. Mid-grade Beastmaster Orb, 3 points. High-grade Beastmaster Orb, 6 points. Basic level Beastmaster Pearl, 5 points. Black Iron level Beastmaster Pearl, 20 points. The Potion section. Low-grade Strength Potion, 0.5 points. Mid-grade Strength Potion, 1 point. High-grade Strength Potion, 3 points. Basic Body Type Potion, 3 points. Material section. Strength Flower, 3 points. Level 1 Giant Fruit, 4 points. Chen Shu glanced through the offerings. Nearly everything one could desire was available, yet due to his status as a novice Beastmaster, no resources of Black Iron level or above were listed. In addition, the Huaxia points can be directly exchanged for Huaxia coins at a rate of 1 point equating to 20,000 coins. This means that the reward for hunting the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord can reach as high as 1 million Huaxia coins. However, Chen Shu did not intend to exchange them for Huaxia coins. After pondering for a moment, he decided to convert them into medicinal herbs. Currently, the medicinal herbs in the alternate space have become increasingly scarce. Even the 666 Medicinal Liquid Company no longer supplies the Dali flower. And it has been half a month since the shop owned by Zhao Xiaoming's family received any herbs. Most of the herbs in the black market shops have also been sold out. The nurturing of these herbs requires an extensive period, leading to their inevitable decline. The future trend will surely be that large companies collaborate directly with beast tamers groups, leaving small private shops without a supply source, resulting in their inevitable closure, while official material shops will also become reluctant to sell. I need 5 level 1 giant fruits and 7 level 1 iron core fruits. That totals 48 points. The staff member smiled. The iron core fruits and giant fruits hold equivalent value, each requiring 4 points. By market pricing, they are certainly not worth the 96,000, but the issue lies in their unavailability. Chen Shu had no time to wait. He values efficiency. His golden slime can still consume 20 bottles of size potions and 25 bottles of defense potions, so naturally, he prioritized filling these 2 attributes first. Soon, the staff retrieved the herbs from the warehouse. The advantage of Huaxiao points lies in the absence of limits on what can be exchanged. Even if they run out in Nanjing City, they will be sourced from across the nation and no need for bags. Just put them in here, Chen Shu said, pulling out a blue urea bag from his backpack. This? The staff member's mouth twitched, taken aback by someone carrying a urea bag. Chen Shu packed all the herbs into his backpack, whistling as he prepared to leave. Hey, kid, what do you plan to do with so many herbs? Are you going to grow them at home? An old man at the entrance fanned himself and said, You clearly don't understand the significance of Huaxiao points. I hope your points are not ill-gotten. Chen Shu smiled slightly and replied, Old man, have you heard that the stray dogs at the black market entrance just had puppies? Do you know about this? What's that to me? The old man retorted, puzzled. Are you sick? Your thoughts are jumping around. How I use my points is none of your business. The old man was momentarily speechless. Chapter 66, Evil will meet evil. The old man was indeed left at a loss for words. Chen Shu strode away, leaving behind a nonchalant silhouette. Interesting. The old man shook his head and fell back asleep. Chen Shu took the opportunity to visit the herb shop, purchasing the remaining ingredients, and his once modest savings were now completely depleted. It was as if he had returned to square one. Upon returning to his residential complex, he prepared to configure the potions. Why is it so lively? He noticed a crowd of over 10 people gathered at the entrance, and his instinct to watch the commotion drew him closer. Excuse me, why is there 1,000 yuan missing from my bag? And how did my phone get broken? A girl, adorned with exquisite makeup yet possessing a sharp demeanor, questioned. Opposite her stood a small girl with slightly reddened eyes, on the verge of tears, unsure of what to say. The remaining onlookers murmured among themselves, yet none stepped forward. Chen Shu pushed through the crowd and approached the small girl. Nyo, what happened? He lifted her up. She was the daughter of his neighbor downstairs, and he was familiar with her, brother Chen Shu. The chubby-faced girl suddenly appeared woefully pitiful, as if finding solace, and began to cry profusely. You are her guardian, right? The girl opposite frowned, impatiently stating, Tell your brother what happened. Chen Shu ignored her and gently asked, Nyo, what happened? Nyo stopped crying and recounted the events. She had found a small bag while playing near the entrance of the complex, but she didn't know who had lost it, so she waited at the same spot for 2 hours until the owner finally arrived. Initially delighted to have done a good deed, Nyo was dismayed when the owner accused her of taking the money inside the bag and damaging her phone. Brother Chen Shu, did I do something wrong? The little girl looked up with tear-filled eyes, unable to understand why doing a good deed led to such an outcome. Mothers? In this matter, Chen Shu clenched his fists, barely containing his anger towards the girl. That moment, the girl, visibly irritated, said, You decide how to handle this. I have limited time. Chen Shu's expression darkened, and options appeared before him. Option 1. Compensate the lost money to the girl. Reward. Title Legendary Fool. Effect. Increased probability of encountering misfortunes. Option 2. Ignore her and leave with Nyo. Reward. Medium-grade ice potion. Option 3. Argue logically and, if necessary, employ special measures to force her to apologize. Reward. Substantial beast-taming power. Is there even a need to choose? Chen Shu lifted Nyo and asked with a cold smile. How do you want to handle this? The girl's previously impatient expression now showed a hint of greed as she said, Return the lost Huaxia coins to me, and I want a new phone and bag. Chen Shu grinned. You think too highly of yourself. What do you mean? Just say whether you'll compensate or not. If not, I'll call the police. The girl's demeanor turned cold as she threatened with her phone. Chen Shu looked at her disdainfully and said, You just said there was 1,000 yuan and a good phone in your bag, but this one has nothing in it, so it clearly isn't yours. What am I compensating for? Upon hearing this, The crowd murmured in agreement. After that, Chen Shu swiftly reached out and forcibly snatched the bag. Your bag? Hand it over. The girl was caught off guard by Chen Shu's sudden move. Seeing her bag being taken, her anger surged, and she shouted sharply, Of course, the bag isn't mine. Is it yours? Chen Shu shook the bag in his hand, saying, How can you prove it? The contents inside don't match. It has my ID card inside. My name is Hao Meili. You can check. Chen Shu took out an ID card and compared it. Sister, are you serious? Are you sure this isn't your mother's ID? The photo on the ID looked nothing like her. Hao Meili's face flushed red as she realized she was being mocked. Look at the name. What can a name prove? You could be Hao Meili, and so could he, or I could cough. Of course, I wouldn't take that name. Chen Shu maintained his composure and suddenly had an idea. How about this? Let me ask you one more question. If you answer correctly, I'll admit the bag is yours. What question? Chen Shu held the ID card, covering both ends, and extended it out, saying, Which side is the front? Hao Meili gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, What kind of question is this? It has nothing to do with proving my identity. Not going to answer. Then I guess there's nothing to be done. Chen Shu shrugged, preparing to leave with the bag. Wait. Hao Meili bit her lip, randomly guessing. The top side is the front. Chen Shu nodded, flipped the card over, revealing the back side. Are you messing with me? Hao Meili's eyes widened in realization that she had been tricked with this kind of game. The answer is whatever you say it is. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu nodded solemnly. Smart of you to catch on. The crowd erupted in laughter. When it came to driving people crazy, Chen Shu had ample experience. In Nanjing City, if he claimed to be second, who would dare claim first? Hao Meili, you're a grown man bullying a little girl. Is that amusing? Auntie, that's enough. I am merely a student. Chen Shu waved his hand in a mock humble gesture. I didn't see you being this weak when you were making things difficult for others. What do you want? Hao Meili was slightly yielding, not expecting Chen Shu to be so troublesome. Chen Shu replied casually, It's simple. Apologize first, then we can discuss the rest. Hao Meili lowered her head, falling into silence. After a while, she murmured, I'm sorry. Nyo, not wearing her glasses, couldn't hear clearly. You. Hao Meili felt exasperated. She took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. That's more like it. Chen Shu turned to Nyo and asked, Do you forgive Auntie? I forgive her. Nyo, being a child with a kind heart, didn't he want to make things too difficult for the other party? Reward acquired. Substantial beast-taming power. Chen Shu nodded and stated, Did you hear that? Nyo hasn't forgiven you, so I will be taking the bag. With that, he walked away, cradling Nyo as they entered the complex. Hao Meili felt a surge of anger rising to her head, feeling utterly miserable. Are you deaf? Others have already forgiven me. Hao Meili pointed at Chen Shu, her hands trembling, clearly infuriated. You can't prove the bag is yours. Just go call the police. Let them confirm it. Chen Shu showed no concern, clutching the bag and leaving with Nyo. Curse you. Hao Meili panted heavily, her body trembling slightly as if she were about to have a fit. The surrounding crowd whispered and pointed, their sentiments resonating with Chen Shu's actions, which brought them immense satisfaction. Truly, it echoed the saying, Evil will meet its match in evil. Chapter 67. A hand delivered? Nyo, if that lady comes again, let her come upstairs to find your brother. Do you understand? Chen Shu gently patted Nyo's head, sending her back home. Upon returning, he carelessly tossed aside Hao Meili's bag, completely indifferent. Should the police come knocking, he would naturally return it, but whether to report or to retrieve surveillance footage was a hassle. Chen Shu had his own ways of dealing with troublesome individuals. He retreated to his bedroom and summoned the golden slime. Completing the earlier task, he successfully advanced to a level 6 Beastmaster, and the slime's attributes surged correspondingly, its snoring now louder than ever. What surprised him most was that the slime's charge skill had automatically leveled up. Each breakthrough carried a chance for the contracted spirit to comprehend new skills or upgrade existing ones. Although the odds of skill upgrades were slightly higher than that of comprehension, they remained appallingly low, especially for an F-grade spirit. One must strive for improvement. Henceforth, let it shatter all despicable creatures. Chen Shu patted the slime's head and began to prepare medicinal herbs. By the following afternoon, the slime had finally digested the potion, its defense and size having dramatically increased. If it were to utilize its growth ability, the slime would attain a formidable size of nearly 10 meters. a stature unattainable by most black iron-grade contracted spirits. Though its strength was far inferior to that of black iron, at least it exuded an imposing presence. My contracted spirit is substantial. Opponents may find it unbearable. In the afternoon, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali lounged on the sofa, playing games all day, successfully climbing from gold to silver ranked. I say, Dali, your gameplay is quite pitiful, isn't it? Chen Shu couldn't help but complain. After an entire afternoon, they had won only one match, during which the opposing team had 2 players go offline. How am I at fault? I'm no longer holed up in the jungle, Zhang Dali retorted. Indeed, you've stopped camping in the jungle and have started leeching off minion waves. Chen Shu took a deep breath and remarked, leeching minion waves is one thing, but for a jungler to leech off a gold-tier mid laner is simply excessive. Zhang Dali fell silent for a long moment before responding. Is this your justification for reporting me? I'm merely ridding the world of pests. Chen Shu suddenly recalled something. By the way, I'm meeting Xie tomorrow. Would you like to join me? I'm not going, but I have to attend a spiritual chef training. Do you have confidence? Chen Shu inquired. Although Zhang Dali's culinary skills were exceptional, spiritual chefs must demonstrate proficiency in handling beast meat, which posed a greater challenge. I might barely scrape a first place. Zhang Dali shook his head, a look of dissatisfaction etched on his face. By the way, when will Auntie and Uncle return? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Are you just going to mooch food after leeching minion waves? At that moment, the door swung open. Chen Shu's parents returned home, accompanied by a police officer and a girl. Is this your bag? Quite efficient, I must say. Chen Shu immediately recognized the girl as Hao Meili from the previous day. Chen Pai, speak properly, his father, Chen Ping, admonished. Hello, officer. Chen Shu stood up, smiling, completely ignoring Hao Meili. That moment. Hao Meili also seemed to have lost her previous bravado. Even casting a shadow of unease at the sight of Chen Shu, the officer spoke. Hello, Xiao Chen. The investigation results are in. The money inside was misremembered by Ms. Hao, and her phone was accidentally damaged. If possible, could you please return the bag to her? Chen Shu nodded, retrieving the bag from beside the trash can and stating, I can return it, but you must apologize to Nyonyo again. Do you realize you're harming the nation's flowers? Auntie? Chen Shu questioned sternly. Hao Meili fell silent and nodded. Chen Shu couldn't be bothered to argue further and handed the bag back to her. Once they departed, the 3 immediately inquired about what had transpired. After his explanation, Zhang Dali slammed the table. Isn't it time to give her a beating? Chen Shu looked over, sharing an unspoken understanding of heroism. The next morning, Chen Shu arrived at Shifei Road, prepared to deal with that counterfeit drug dealer. Just as he reached the intersection, a voice suddenly called out, Chen Shu. A girl with a ponytail came jogging toward him. Xiaobing. Chen Shu recognized his former class representative instantly. What a coincidence. What brings you here? I live around here, Xiaobing explained. Didn't I owe you money? I came to repay you today, and no need to rush. I'm not in dire need of cash. Chen Shu replied cheerfully. By the way, is it via Super Trust or cash? Xiaobing looked exasperated. I thought you weren't in a hurry. Also, it's not that I'm anxious to pay you back. I'm just calculating the interest daily. Bank transfer then, Xiaobing stated that I borrowed 120,000 from you, and with double the bank interest, that amounts to, forget the interest. Chen Shu declared generously. Xiaobing sized him up, incredulous. Did you really just say that? You haven't been possessed, have you? Help me with a little task. Chen Shu grinned slyly, his eyes glinting with mischief. Xiaobing instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Why do I feel like this is going to end poorly? Chen Shu stated with righteous fervor. How could that be? Help me catch a scammer. As a morally upright youth of the new era, we must take action. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaobing nodded in agreement. All right. Consider it a thank you for lending me the money. Based on Chen Shu's judgment, Wang Beige was definitely not the main culprit. A mere mud seller couldn't possess such audacity. It was likely that someone else was involved. Possibly a beastmaster. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to defraud millions. Chen Shu might struggle alone, but with Xiaobing, it was a different story. Her contracted spirit was an ice wolf, adept in both offense and control. If they truly couldn't win, she could use the ice wolf to stall for a strategic retreat. A hand delivered to their doorstep, who could refuse? Chapter 68. Hallelujah. Xie. Chen Shu arrived at the pork stall, where Xie was idly wielding a cleaver. You're here? Xie slightly lifted her head, pulling out a pair of sunglasses from her apron pocket. exuding an air of mystery. Did you bring the money? Her gaze fixed on Chen Shu. Chen Shu's body tensed as if transfixed, his gaze deepening as he replied, naturally, I've brought it. Now, where's the goods? Right here. Sunin produced several photographs from her pocket, placing them face down on the pork stall. I need to inspect the goods first, Chen Shu coldly declared. With a swift motion, the assertive Bing snatched the photographs, exclaiming, what are you pretending to be, a gangster in broad daylight? Both of them could no longer maintain their facade. Chen Shu inspected the photographs, revealing a figure unmistakably Wang Beige. Although masked, his lewd posture was discernible in one photo. He stood at the entrance of a small convenience store, carrying 2 large bags. Another depicted his departing back, and the final one showcased an abandoned factory. It was certain that he resided within. Sunin put away her grease-stained sunglasses and wiped her apron repeatedly. I must caution you, there are beast masters inside. More than one. Chen Shu furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, contemplating the complications. While there may be beast masters, they would at most be level 9. It was impossible for them to reach black iron level. What black iron beast master would stoop to selling counterfeit drugs? That would be utterly absurd. Bing, let's go. Chen Shu nodded, picking up the photographs. In an instant, a glimmering cleaver appeared. The overwhelming scent of pork wafted toward Chen Shu, prompting him to exclaim, in broad daylight, are you trying to chop someone? No more nonsense. I knew you were up to no good, trying to engage in a black market deal. With a flick of her wrist, Sunin attempted to execute a stylish flourish with the cleaver, but the grease caused her to lose grip, sending it flying. What the heck? Chen Shu instinctively jumped back, narrowly avoiding the cleaver, cold sweat breaking out. Are you serious about trying to kill me? It was a mistake. A mistake, Sunin said, her face flushed with embarrassment, not expecting to misfire, luckily without injuring anyone. Chen Shu snorted coldly. A mere mistake won't suffice. I nearly lost my life. Pay me for my mental anguish, dude. The cleaver was flying below. How could there be a life-threatening situation? You know it was flying below. My Chen family has been passed down for 9 generations, and if I were to be cut off, my ancestors would surely haunt you at night. Sunin sighed, regretting her earlier bravado. Fine, just give me 40,000. Just sell your pork properly. What are you showing off for every day? Chen Shu took out his phone, transferred the money, and left with Bing. Had Bing not returned the money, he would have intended to use the medium-grade strength potion as collateral anyway. As it was unsellable now, driver, take us to this place. Chen Shu showed the photograph to the taxi driver. Isn't this the abandoned factory in the west of the city? Why are you going there in broad daylight? The driver took a glance at the photograph, squinting his eyes, instantly discerning the location of the factory. We meandered aimlessly. Chen Shu grinned broadly. The driver shook his head and led the two towards the west of the city. An hour later, the road ahead became treacherous, leaving them with no choice but to disembark here. Chen Shu and his companion nodded in agreement as they arrived at a desolate area in the western part of the city, where the surrounding weeds towered over a meter high, creating an air of desolation. In recent years, Nanjing City had been focusing on the development of other districts, leaving the west feeling somewhat neglected. Let's go. The two found a narrow path and ventured forward, following the driver's directions, knowing that the abandoned factory lay not far ahead. Indeed, there it was. Chen Shu immediately recognized the factory in front of him, identical to the one in the photograph. Sunin, impressive, to uncover something in such a remote location. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Chen Shu and Bing quickly concealed themselves amidst the thicket. They spotted a figure, clad in heavy clothing and wearing a mask on this sweltering summer day, carrying a large bag. Wang Beige. Chen Shu squinted, instantly recognizing him. Bing inquired, Chen Shu, what is the plan? Anticipating the imminent capture of a criminal, her sense of justice stirred within her, igniting an exhilarating feeling akin to starring in a blockbuster film. Just stay quiet. Let the professionals handle this. Chen Shu discarded his backpack and pulled out a urea bag. Why does this bag seem so familiar? Bing uttered softly. Ignoring her, Chen Shu stealthily approached, moving with agility and making not a sound. A phrase echoed in Bing's mind. See? This is what we call professionalism. Wang Beige halted momentarily, feeling the oppressive heat from his attire. Damn it. I should have known better than to take this job. Regret washed over his face. He had initially thought it was a simple con, never anticipating that the stakes would soar to over 10 million, leaving him utterly bewildered. He sighed, preparing to continue on his way. Huh? Why did it suddenly get so dark? Old Wong was momentarily stunned, only to be enveloped by darkness. Damn! An ambush. His reflexes were indeed sharp. Just as he was about to kick out in self-defense, he was knocked unconscious in an instant. Chen Shu dragged him into the underbrush, eager to commence his own disrobing, a scene that had become rather unsightly. Chen Shu, you don't have to be so twisted. Xiaobing quickly covered her eyes, yet still peered through her fingers at Chen Shu. What is wrong with me? Chen Shu was taken aback, then quickly realized. Come on, your thoughts are skewed. He is a man. It seemed Xiaobing had let her imagination run wild. Although Chen Shu was no saint, he certainly wasn't a pervert. To his surprise, Xiaobing nodded seriously. Yes, that is precisely the problem. He is a man. Oh, please. Chen Shu's lips twitched as he said, Sister, I merely intend to disguise myself as him to blend in and assess the situation. What on earth are you thinking? Oh. Xiaobing nodded, albeit her gaze remained strangely inquisitive. After all, Chen Shu had a penchant for the unpredictable, making any of his actions plausible. Chen Shu, not wishing to elaborate further, quickly completed his disguise, donning a new mask as he strode towards the factory. Wait for my signal. What is the signal? Xiaobing hastily pressed for details. Hallelujah. Chapter 69. This is quite rude. Chen Shu endeavored to mimic Wang Beige, adopting a more unsavory demeanor. He hoped fervently not to be unmasked. Chen Shu sighed, lamenting that the suave blood coursing through his veins made it exceedingly difficult to appear sleazy. He carried 2 large bags of supplies, walking nonchalantly into the derelict factory. Inside, the scene was bleak. Only a few dilapidated machines, rust-covered and forlorn, inhabited the space, while a group of individuals huddled in a corner, engaged in hushed conversation. Gathering for a little chat? Chen Shu approached slowly. What the hell, for sharp-eyed fellows? How long have they been holed up in this factory? Old Wong, is that you back? A weathered, middle-aged man glanced over, speaking up just in time. Everyone is discussing the next steps. You should join us. Chen Shu nodded and squatted down. A buzz-cut youth furrowed his brow, declaring, When Gu, we stirred the Spirit Regulation Bureau. This is going to be tricky. Tricky or not, it must be done. The middle-aged man scoffed, lighting a cigarette. Think back to our past, when we risked our lives for a mere 100,000 or 200,000 in the other realm. Another corpulent man nodded in agreement. Indeed, 1,000,000. That is enough for countless escapades, he continued. Moreover, with the leader gone, we can no longer access the other realm. Just the thought of that Lord-level azure serpent sends shivers down my spine. Chen Shu listened intently, piecing together that these 4 individuals were once part of a beast-taming team, but with their leader deceased, they had become aimless drifters. Cultivating a contract spirit required significant funds. Without access to the other realm, income was impossible, leaving them with no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Clearly, venturing outside the city was no longer an option. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before suggesting, I plan to retreat to a rural town to avoid the heat. The deceived are all from the urban area. It's undoubtedly safer there, especially since their appearances remain undisclosed. If they choose to conceal themselves, even the Spirit Regulation Bureau would find it challenging to apprehend them. What about him? The stout man suddenly turned his gaze to Chen Shu. Among the 5, only Old Wang's appearance was known, making him a widely recognized fugitive. Bringing him along would only serve as a liability. In unison, all 4 men turned their piercing gazes toward Chen Shu, causing a jolt of alarm to course through him. No way, I just infiltrated. How could I stumble upon such a predicament? Should we take him out? The buzz-cut youth stroked his chin, proposing, as beast-tamers, they could easily determine the fate of an ordinary person. Chen Shu's mind raced with options. Option 1, shout loudly, Big brother, don't kill me. Reward for completion, a small amount of beast-taming power. Option 2, in a low, deep voice, declare, wanna kill me? You may want to try. Reward for completion, slime power increased by 3. Option 3, feign terror to elicit sympathy from the assailants. Reward for completion, skill brutal sit kill increased by 1. Chen Shu was taken aback. his mind whirling as he contemplated, ultimately opting for option 3. Skills evidently outweighed attributes in terms of advantage. Gu, it seems you frightened him into a stupor. The stout man chuckled, observing Chen Shu's dazed expression. The lead middle-aged man interjected, enough chatter, let us take action. We'll head to the rural town by afternoon. Xiao, you do it. A slender youth paused, then nodded in response. Wait, Chen Shu exclaimed, you can't kill me. Look at how scared he is. The buzzcut youth said mockingly, give me a reason you shouldn't be killed. A person must have some value. Because, Chen Shu, feigning terror, stammered, killing someone is impolite. Laughter erupted from the four, akin to a pack of hungry wolves encircling a defenseless rabbit. Xiao, show him your lack of civility. The thin youth nodded, rising with a sinister gleam in his eye, a smile curling at his lips. Chen Shu trembled to his feet, staggering towards the factory exit, delivering a performance of terror that was nothing short of exquisite. Old Wong, don't run. The youth crossed his arms, resembling a cat toying with a mouse. Chen Shu barely made it to the factory entrance when he stumbled and fell. Are you afraid of this enormous beetle? The youth summoned his contract spirit, revealing a black beetle nearly half a meter in size. Its sharp mandibles and thrumming wings exuding a menacing aura, it was clearly a spirit of wicked disposition. Xiao Hei, you'll have a feast today, the youth grinned, petting the beetle's back. Reward obtained. Brutal sit kill increased by 1. Skill damage amplified. Chen Shu lay sprawled on the ground, appearing utterly panicked, yet internally remained as steady as a rock. Did this mere 5th-tier beast-tamer dare to flaunt his bravado before him? Chen Shu spoke up, your beetle is indeed impressive, but mine is even larger. The youth, still processing, looked up just as a colossal shadow loomed over him. What is that? Instinctively, he glanced upward, only to see a rotund yellow posterior. Marking the last sight of his life, boom! The golden slime, nearly 10 meters in size, descended, and the youth barely had time to scream before being squashed into a mosaic. Host deceased. The black beetle also perished in an instant. What just happened? The remaining 3 felt the tremor and looked up to witness an enormous slime leaping into the air, brutal sit-kill activated. What in the world? Their expressions shifted drastically, regretting not being born with an extra pair of legs. As they scrambled to evade the slime's attack, Chen Shu lamented the missed opportunity. If only he could eliminate another foe. Damn it. He.S. not Old Wong. The buzzcut youth, addressed as Gu, cursed vehemently and summoned his own contract spirit, a black wild boar that snorted menacingly, its eyes filled with rage. The other 2 individuals likewise exhibited remarkable speed, summoning their respective contract spirits. One was a blue bird soaring at low altitude, while the other was a humanoid creature engulfed in flames. A fire element spirit. Chen Shu's gaze was drawn to the fiery entity, which belonged to a unique category of fire element spirits, possessing a lineage that spanned from F to S rank. The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he remarked, how dare a level 6 beast master dare to show up? Gu, are you certain he is merely at level 6? The rotund man stroked his blue bird, feeling as though, if crushed by a slime, he might well burst. Indeed, he is level 6, Gu could sense Chen Shu's beast mastery, yet his gaze frequently darted towards the enormous 10-meter slime, his expression wavering with uncertainty. It should, probably, be level 6, Chapter 70. Aren't you embarrassed at this moment? Gu refrained from saying should at this juncture. The rotund man's lips twitched, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. The presence of the slime before them was overwhelmingly daunting. What kind of feed had it consumed to grow so large? The crew-cut youth's eyes glinted with ferocity as he stated, whether it is or not is irrelevant. Xiao has already perished, and he shall not spare us. Gu and I will distract this creature. Your blue-feathered bird shall take it down. They were 3 in number, and their mere presence was sufficient to claim victory. Once Chen Shu was eliminated, the contract spirits would meet the same fate. Commence slumber. Chen Shu commanded the slime, while he himself made a hasty exit from the abandoned factory. Pursue! The rotund man, accompanied by the blue-feathered bird, immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, the slime began to snore deeply, its defensive capabilities swelling in its slumber. Though one was a level 7 beast master and the other an 8. Inflicting serious harm on the slime would require ample time. You cannot escape. The rotund man's gaze was fierce, and the blue bird promptly soared forth. In an instant, a brilliant blue light flashed in the bird's eyes. It opened its beak, unleashing a barrage of icy needles. Hallelujah! Chen Shu bellowed at the top of his lungs. The rotund man was taken aback, momentarily bewildered by Chen Shu's exclamation. Yet this was no longer of concern. Gazing at the ice needles in the air, a cruel smile crept upon his lips. But in that fleeting moment, a sharp claw appeared, shattering the ice needles in an instant. What is that? The rotund man jumped in shock. Witnessing the emergence of a nearly 3-meter-tall blue ice wolf, exhaling a chilling mist that radiated intimidation. Allies? Chen Shu, are you unharmed? Xiaobing stepped forth from the underbrush. Upon hearing the signal, she had summoned the ice wolf to engage. Chen Shu shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "You occupy this bird, and I shall handle the rotund man." He took 2 or 3 steps back into the underbrush and produced a blue urea bag. Emitting a series of gleeful chuckles, the rotund man's expression shifted to one of alarm as he spun around, attempting to flee back to the factory, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Chen Shu lunged forward, brandishing the urea bag with fervor. Having only run a few dozen meters, the rotund man found himself ensnared by the bag. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Shu clenched his fists tightly, delivering blows without restraint, eliciting cries of agony from his opponent. "Do you not know that my other moniker is the South River Brute? Trying to act tough with me? Did you think you could stab me with needles? Do you know I have a phobia of needles?" Chen Shu continued to strike and kick, finally releasing a breath of relief before landing a punch that rendered the rotund man unconscious. All 4 were on the wanted list of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. And even if he accidentally killed one, there would be no repercussions, which explained the public's profound fear of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Once they had you in their sights, there was no hope for reprieve. Oh no! Song Fatty is in trouble. The 2 individuals within the factory sensed the commotion outside and felt an impending sense of doom. Could the Spirit Suppression Bureau have arrived? At this moment, they realized they were in deep trouble. Although the slime was colossal and defensively formidable, it was likely to be exceedingly slow, making it easy to disregard. Moreover, the factory's entrance was too narrow for it to escape. "Let's make our exit through another outlet," Wen Guo reacted swiftly, prioritizing a hasty retreat over any thoughts of combat. The 2 exchanged glances and, accompanied by their contract spirits, dashed towards the exit. As they reached the factory's threshold, a blue ice wolf materialized in an instant. A bone-chilling sensation enveloped them, making both shudder involuntarily, and even the speed of their contract spirits diminished. This was due to the ice wolf's innate skill. Ice Domain, which could slow the movements of enemies within a certain radius. Only a level 6 contract spirit. Attack? A glint of ruthlessness appeared in their eyes as they commanded their contract spirits to advance. The 3 spirits clashed fiercely in an instant. Though the ice wolf was rated at B for potential, it was still only level 6, and it struggled considerably against the 2 higher-level spirits. Before long, the ice wolf found itself in peril. Chen Shu. Xiaobing's forehead glistened with sweat as she focused intently on maneuvering the ice wolf in battle. Yet the situation remained fraught with danger. "Temporarily restrain them." Chen Shu arrived as well, instructing the golden slime to use its charge skill. Xiaobing nodded slightly. She noticed 2 brilliant blue lights manifest in the ice wolf's eyes, and suddenly, a massive light circle appeared beneath its feet, unleashing the power of ice. The black wild boar and fire element spirit found their movements abruptly halted. Barring any displacement skills, they would struggle to traverse any significant distance for the time being. Boom! The golden slime, leveraging the power of its charge skill, barreled through the wall. It was simply too large. To exit the factory, it had no choice but to rely on its charge. The slime leapt into the air, initiating a violent sit-down that was nothing short of catastrophic. The 2 criminals were taken aback, glancing upwards in alarm as the sunlight cascaded down, bathing the slime in a golden glow that resembled a divine, colossal pile of excrement. Boom! Its immense size allowed the slime to crush both contract spirits beneath it. Did a mere level 6 contract spirit dare to challenge the heavens? The 2 individuals exchanged resolute looks, prepared to unleash their skills in an attempt to penetrate the slime. The black wild boar's eyes were filled with rage, emitting grunts as if preparing to unleash a mighty attack. 1 minute passed. Humph. 5 minutes elapsed. Humph. Humph. The surroundings fell silent, save for the sounds of the black wild boars grunting. May I inquire if you feel embarrassed in this situation? Chen Shu crossed his arms, sporting a smug grin. The crew-cut youth quickly realized that the issue lay with the slime, exclaiming, Wengu, we can't execute our skills. The middle-aged man's fire element spirit experienced the same fate, its flames dimming significantly. The slime merely felt as if it had settled atop a heating pad. Its invincible pressure could seal the skills of contract spirits below the black iron level, provided it was sitting on them. With one invincible pressure, it rendered the 2 contract spirits mute, and the 2 criminals fell silent as well. Xia Bing, I shall leave the next part to you. Watch how I thoroughly thrash these 2. Chen Shu chuckled gleefully, cracking his knuckles as he approached. Kid, are you seeking death? The crew-cut youth brandished a gleaming knife, his gaze fierce. Chen Shu's muscles tensed, but with a graceful turn, he returned to Xia Bing's side. I feel a bit fatigued today. Let the Ice Wolf take the lead, damn it. Using a weapon, how uncivilized. Xia Bing's lips twitched, surprised by Chen Shu's swift return. Chapter 71. 5. A full 5 criminals. Ice Wolf. Go! The might of contract spirits far surpassed that of mere humans. A small knife was no match, and even a handgun would struggle, let alone a missile. Moments later, Uncle Wang, hurry to the west of the city. I have apprehended the black market scammer. Chen Shu pulled out his phone and called Wang Qian of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Soon, a group arrived at the abandoned factory in the west of the city. Are these truly black market scammers? Wang Qian recognized the notorious scammer at a glance. Additionally, the other 3 lay in a state of unconsciousness, one rotund man's head resembling that of a pig, his face marred with bruises, clearly having been soundly beaten. Chen Shu crossed his arms, stating, of course, those who tarnish my reputation shall receive no mercy. Indeed, quite commendable. Wang Qian nodded, astonished that within mere days, Chen Shu had managed to capture the scammers. Chen Shu pulled Wang Qian aside, whispering, Uncle Wang, I may have reduced one scammer to a mosaic, and no matter. As long as we can confirm they are accomplices, it suffices. After all, these individuals are likely to spend the remainder of their lives behind bars. Wang Qian waved his hand dismissively. Those on the Spirit Suppression Bureau's wanted list were undoubtedly extremely dangerous criminals. Is this considered murder? Certainly not. This is self-defense, Uncle Wang. See the substantial contribution I have made. Surely the Spirit Suppression Bureau ought to show some gratitude. Chen Shu rubbed his hands together, raising an eyebrow. By the way, the Beastmaster Association has a mission with a reward of 100,000. I'll arrange that for you. Wang Qian replied. Do you truly think I capture criminals purely for monetary gain? Chen Shu shook his head, adopting a demeanor of high moral standards. Oh? Then what, pray tell? Is your motive? Could it be that you are a true champion of justice? Wang Qian regarded Chen Shu with a peculiar gaze, eager to hear his response. Chen Shu grinned and replied, a portion is indeed for justice, but another part is simply to restore my reputation. Do you even have a reputation? Wang Qian's expression momentarily faltered as he scrutinized Chen Shu back and forth. Chen Shu, with his hands raised in exasperation, emotionally exclaimed, of course, who doesn't he know my reputation as the king of the black market? Now, thanks to these criminals, my name has been tarnished. How can I possibly continue to sell drugs? Wang Qian inquired. What do you intend to do? Chen Shu, his eyes glinting with mischief, replied with a grin, it's quite simple. When the time comes, you just need to sign a document in your capacity as the captain of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Affirming my innocence. After pondering for a moment, Wang Qian nodded. Chen Shu immediately added, that's splendid. And of course, the reward of 100,000 yuan must remain intact. Wang Qian shook his head. You're really not willing to concede an inch. Are you? The personnel from the Spirit Suppression Bureau took away Wang Beige and the other 3 criminals. Chen Shu and Xia Bing returned to the city together. I truly appreciate your help. Comrade Xia, Chen Shu said sincerely, gazing at Xia Bing. Xia Bing shook her head, consider it a favor returned. Without your assistance, I might not have made it into the special training class. That's great. We're still classmates in senior year. Feel free to reach out if you need anything, Chen Shu said, patting his chest with a sense of camaraderie. Classmates? You've also made it into the special training class? Xia Bing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Shu responded, Isn't the special training class for top students? Isn't it normal for me to be accepted? Normal. Xiaobing chuckled awkwardly, but in her heart, she thought, normal? Nonsense. We've all toiled diligently for 2 years to enter the special training class. And this guy has only been in the Beast Master program for a month before getting in. Could there be inside information? Ignoring her, Chen Shu suddenly said, By the way, classmate Xia, the argumentative essay you gave me had some flaws. When you have time, please revise it. Argumentative essay? What essay? Xiaobing asked, looking puzzled. The 2,000-word piece praising me, I felt it lacked genuine emotion. You focused solely on my appearance without delving into my deeper qualities. Chen Shu remarked, shaking his head as he spoke to himself. Hey, where did she go? He looked up to find that Xiaobing had already fled. Chen Shu nodded, thinking to himself, it seems she has grasped a hint of my essence and is off to record it. Let us complete the task first. Chen Shu stretched and headed toward the Beastmaster Association. Upon arriving, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Xiebu Rou. It was Xie Sunan, the pork vendor. He was not wearing an apron or wielding a cleaver, but instead donned casual attire, looking considerably younger, as if he were merely in his 40s. Oh? It's you? Xie Sunan turned around and recognized Chen Shu. Chen Shu asked, What brings you here? Expanding your pork business to the Beastmaster Association? I am here to check out the tasks, all right. You, a Beastmaster? Is there a problem? Xie Sunan crossed his arms, his scruffy beard accentuating his features as he said, As a Beastmaster, isn't it reasonable for me to sell pork? Indeed, quite reasonable. Chen Shu's lips twitched as he approached the counter. I'd like to submit a task. Chen Shu produced the document Wang Qian had given him. Please hold on. The staff member smiled and quickly verified the information, stating, Sir, the task you accepted, investigating counterfeit drug dealers, has been completed. The reward of 100,000 yuan has been automatically credited to your account. Thank you. Chen Shu nodded with a smile. Wait, your task was worth 100,000 yuan. Xie Sunan leaned in suddenly, saying, You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Schemer? Do you know what I went through? Chen Shu exclaimed with wide eyes, his expression animated. 5. A whole 5 criminals. Do you have any idea how my day went? At once, all the beast masters in the hall turned their attention towards them. Xie Sunan's lips quivered. Come on, can we tone down the theatrics? It's just 100,000 yuan reward, and you pocketed 40,000 from me for information. Chen Shu crossed his arms defiantly. At least return 1,000 yuan. Not a chance, without my information. You'd be lost. Only I, Xie Sunan, could have found them, he scoffed. Chen Shu thought for a moment and chose not to press further, fearing that pushing him might provoke him into revealing his cleaver. Chapter 72. Growing stronger and creating new glory for the next 3 days, Chen Shu traversed the black market, leveraging Wang Qian's name from the Spirit Suppression Bureau to restore his reputation while successfully selling 39 bottles of medium-grade strength potion. At last, he accumulated 400,000 yuan. What should he do next? Lying at home, Chen Shu contemplated his plan for self-improvement. Bored, he opened the online Beast Master Forum, which was not officially established, allowing anyone to join without restrictions. The wisdom of netizens is boundless. Collective brainstorming might provide inspiration. I have 400,000 yuan and wish to enhance my contract spirit strength. Any recommendations? Chen Shu muttered as he prepared to post a discussion thread, only to suddenly rethink and delete it all. Disagree? 400,000 yuan offers no enhancement for the contract spirit. Satisfied, Chen Shu nodded. Now that essay proper inquiry.as soon as the post went live. Netizens began to respond and I'll smash your stone. What do you know? 400,000 can at least buy 10 bottles of main attribute potions for the contract spirit, a guaranteed stable upgrade. Night raid on Widow Village. Why buy potions? Directly go to the Beast Master Training Hall. You could at least secure a top-tier training room, which might elevate your Beast Master level, far more cost-effective than using potions. Literature can strengthen the nation and bring peace. I say, just purchase a mutated ferocious beast. What if you grasp a skill? Taking risks is a form of wisdom in life. Do you all understand? Handsome for life. Thanks to the brother who took risks, your words have inspired me to work an additional 10 years. I'm still struggling to clear my debts from years ago. Chen Shu's lips twitched at the seeming absurdity of the current netizens. He browsed through hundreds of replies, some suggesting he train at the Beast Master Training Hall, others advising hiring a Beast Master team for adventures in other realms. The most outrageous suggestion was to purchase a wealthy woman's contact list to ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, the netizens' responses did spark an idea in him. While he could not buy materials from other realms and stores, he could post tasks for beast masters. Money can indeed move mountains. Chen Shu swiftly grabbed his phone and made his way to the Beastmaster Association. What? 30,000 per stalk of strength flower? The staff was flabbergasted, having never seen such a high reward. Although the current market price of strength flowers had reached an average of 20,000, 30,000 still seemed excessively high. The profit margins for strength potions had already diminished, and no company would purchase at such a price, lest they incur losses. Exactly. Chen Shu waved his hand exuberantly. The configuration quantity for strength potions was 5 to 10 bottles, and with his proficiency, he could produce 13 bottles at once. His profit margins were already higher than other companies, allowing him to afford a premium for raw materials. Even at the exorbitant price of 30,000, the cost of producing medium-grade strength potions would be around 70,000, yet he could sell 13 bottles for 100,000, leaving him with a profit of 30,000. Meanwhile, his slime was on the verge of becoming a level 7 contract spirit, and he needed to prepare high-grade strength potions ahead of time. All right, but we need to deposit the money first to ensure we can distribute rewards at any time. The staff member nodded. Although Chen Shu was merely an intern beastmaster, he still had the right to post ordinary-level tasks. For now, he would acquire 10 stalks of strength flowers. Chen Shu deposited 300,000 yuan at the Beastmaster Association and then took his leave. Little did he know, his posted procurement task marked the beginning of a collapse in the strength potion market of Nanjing City. Upon returning home, Chen Shu was grinning while eating, thinking that if he could procure at such prices, he would earn 30,000 yuan with each refining session. By the end of summer break, wouldn't he effortlessly make millions? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and eat. His father, Chen Ping, chided up. In nothing, Chen Shu shook his head, saying, Mom and Dad, I suddenly discovered a bug in life. You see, if 2 people have 1 child, then 100 people would have 50 children, and those 50 would become 25. Logically, the population should decrease. So why is it increasing? As soon as he finished speaking, his parents were taken aback. I've been pondering this lately, Chen Shu continued, shaking his head. His father, Chen Ping, looked at him as if he were simple-minded, saying, after having you, I still hope to live a few more years. Are you playing a game of matching here? Chen Shu's eyes darted around. It seems I've turned it into a game. Just then, his phone rang, and it was a call from the Beastmaster Association. Did I really just receive 6 stalks of strength flowers? Chen Shu was astonished, not expecting such efficiency from this approach. Who claimed that materials from other realms were scarce? It was merely a matter of insufficient funds. As long as the purchase price could compete with those large companies, materials from other realms would come pouring in. After hastily eating a couple of bites, he rushed to the Beastmaster Association and brought back all 6 stalks of strength flowers. This marked the beginning of his journey to wealth. Come and see. Affordable and delicious strength potions. Chen Shu bellowed loudly, with an impressive array of over 100 bottles of strength elixir displayed above him, a scale that rivaled that of any established shop. Beside the stall, a sign boldly proclaimed, guaranteed by Wang Qian of the Spirit Regulation Bureau, 10-fold compensation for any counterfeit. Wang Qian himself had not anticipated that signing his name would turn him into the face of this makeshift market stall, particularly as Chen Shu had not compensated him a single penny. In addition to Chen Shu, there were 6 employees, one of whom was the formidable Wang Tianba. Not only was he an exceptional actor, but his work efficiency was also exemplary, making him a model employee. In just one afternoon, every bottle of strength elixir at the stall was sold out. Closing time. Closing time. See you bright and early tomorrow. Chen Shu shouted, a look of satisfaction on his face as he glanced at the balance on his phone. Boss Chen. The 6 employees gathered around, their faces adorned with shy smiles. 5 bei each. 5 bei each? Chen Shu waved his hand grandly. Upon hearing this, the 6 employees beamed with joy. Was this not a quicker way to earn money than through deceit? Wang Tianba received the crisp new Huaxia coins and inquired. Chen Xiaogu, you're not some big company boss here to experience street vendor life, are you? Each day, selling hundreds of bottles of strength elixir is something a small shop cannot manage. What are you talking about? I built this from the ground up, one worker asked. Boss Chen, do you have any secrets? The 6 looked at him with eager anticipation. Start small, then grow bigger, step by step. Strengthen and innovate. Chen Shu turned away from them, departing the black market. Chapter 73. The Lonely Wolf requests to pair with you for a full 10 days. Chen Shu traversed between the Beast Master Association and the black market, amassing a staggering 3 million huaxia coins on the road. He shook his head and lamented, "The world is truly harsh. Earning a little money is far from easy." He returned to the Beast Master Association to retrieve 12 strength flowers, preparing to concoct them at home. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others despair. In the high-tech district of Nanjing City, the top floor of an office building was ablaze with lights. Can someone explain why our sales of strength elixirs have decreased by 30 this month? Especially at the end of July, where it plummeted by a full 70. A stern-looking middle-aged man bellowed. The executives seated around the conference table wore troubled expressions, unsure how to respond. They were from the shopping pharmaceutical company, which, in a bid to dominate the strength elixir market in Nanjing City, had forcibly severed the supply lines of their competitors. As a result, the 666 pharmaceutical company incurred significant losses in market share. A bespectacled man remarked, "The strength elixir is one of the fundamental potions. Such drastic fluctuations in sales are impossible. There must be an artificial cause behind this. Investigate. Investigate with all your might. I want to see who dares to tamper with our company's profits." The middle-aged man roared, exasperated that their substantial investments to capture the strength elixir market had yet to yield returns. Now faced with such a dilemma. In just 10 days, Chen Shu sold over 2,000 bottles of mid-grade strength elixir. In a bustling metropolis, this would hardly create waves, but in the small city of Nanjing, his potions had already begun to impact the market. Successfully concocted strength elixir. Proficiency improved, upgraded from mastery level to great master level. Chen Shu uttered a soft exclamation. After numerous concoctions, he had finally elevated his proficiency level. He summoned the golden slime and instructed it to consume a bottle of mid-grade strength elixir. Indeed, its previous resistance vanished, and its strength increased by 0.5. Ultimately, the golden slime consumed 10 bottles of mid-grade and 10 bottles of low-grade strength elixir, boosting its strength by 10. This was the advantage brought by the great master-level proficiency. Even the wealthiest families could not compete. Although the golden slime's innate talent was lacking, it could still indulge in potions. At that moment, a message suddenly pinged on his phone. "The Lonely Wolf requests to pair with you." Chen Shu's expression turned quizzical. What mischief was Zhang Dali up to now? Furrowing his brow, he clicked yes, only for another message to pop up. "Sorry, you are not worthy." Chen Shu promptly made a phone call, and it was answered swiftly. "Dali, what are you playing at?" I clicked the wrong button. I meant to pair via Bluetooth." Zhang Dali said calmly. "I can't shake the feeling that you're doing this on purpose." Chen Shu replied skeptically, "Don't mind the details. I'm heading to Kyoto tomorrow. Are you coming? So soon? The exams are about to start." Chen Shu frowned. "I want to go a few days early to visit Sister Fong." Sister Fong? Chen Shu's expression shifted as he recalled that she was supposed to return during the summer, but had to take on a sudden task. Before him appeared a choice. Option 1. Accompany Zhang Dali to Kyoto. Reward, increase slime size by 5. Option 2. Continue selling at the market, grow stronger. Reward, increase output of low-grade strength elixirs by 1. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Shu chose the first option. "All right, let's go together tomorrow. I have nothing else to do." With his proficiency in strength elixir now upgraded to great master level, although it granted additional effects, the original reduction of 30 in material usage had vanished. This meant he could now only concoct 10 bottles of mid-grade strength elixir at a time, equating to 80,000 yuan, with profits dwindling to less than 10,000 yuan. Other potions, such as size potions and defense potions, were simply too expensive and in low demand, making large-scale sales impossible. Chen Shu's plans for profit were temporarily shelved. Moreover, the primary reason was that this routine had become unbearably monotonous. That he had managed to endure for 10 days was unprecedented. With a system at his disposal, he was still toiling like a laborer. It was an insult to his protagonist's aura. "With you here, I can relax. My parents are not around, so you can cover the travel expenses." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and typed, "So you had this in mind all along?" Zhang Dali replied, "If you don't go, I'll have to resort to online loans. I've even prepared the photos." "What photos? Isn't a private photo required for loans?" Chen Shu abruptly ended the call, fearing that continuing would leave him utterly speechless. He turned to pack his belongings: clothes, phone, ID, a urea bag. All essentials were stuffed into his backpack. Chen Shu took out his phone, purchased a train ticket, and then opened Fong Xi's super chat avatar. Sister Fong, I have good news to share. Before long, a message arrived. What good news? Just as Chen Shu was about to type, he suddenly realized that directly telling her would diminish the surprise. The good news is, I have some delightful news to share with you tomorrow. No sooner had he sent it than an instinctual sense of impending doom washed over him, prompting him to close his phone. Are you out of your mind? Fong Xi seethed in her dormitory, likely anticipating a sleepless night. She had seen many people tease others, but never so blatantly. The following morning, after a brief word with his parents, Chen Shu set off on his journey with Zhang Dali, driver, to the Nanjing City train station. The two each carried a backpack as they hopped into a taxi. Chenpai, why didn't you book a flight? Are you foolish? The train allows us to enjoy the scenery outside. Chen Shu explained earnestly, adding, people today are too restless. The pace of life is too rapid, causing us to lose ourselves. We must learn to slow down. Zhang Dali scoffed, speak plainly. Flights are just too expensive. He rolled his eyes. If it's expensive, just say so. Why play the life coach? Chapter 74. Is there anyone more absurd than you? Soon, the two boarded the train to Kyoto, which would take approximately 8 hours. As night approached, they would arrive. Around noon, Zhang Dali rubbed his stomach and said, by the way, Chenpai, did you bring any snacks? No, aren't you the chef? Shouldn't you have brought some? Chen Shu's eyes widened. Why is your bag so bulky? He opened Zhang Dali's backpack and was instantly stunned, incredulously exclaiming, you actually brought pots and pans? A cacophony of clattering echoed, drawing the attention of fellow passengers. Zhang Dali carefully retrieved them, stating, I'm a chef. What else should I bring? Chen Shu rubbed his temples. Is there anyone more absurd than you? Of course, Zhang Dali nodded earnestly. The other passengers looked on with curiosity. Zhang Dali then pulled out a urea bag from Chen Shu's backpack. What the heck? You're revealing your secret weapon. Chen Shu quickly shoved it back, insisting as a beast master, I obviously need to bring this. Their exchange left the entire train car bewildered. What on earth were these two up to? Fortunately, lunch was provided on the train, and after finishing his meal, Zhang Dali soon drifted off to sleep. It seemed unlikely that options would arise today. Chen Shu stifled a yawn. Another key reason for purchasing train tickets was the hope of triggering an option. With none in sight, he too began to nap. The train was nearing Bailey City. Bailey, someone's taking my bag. Someone's taking my bag. Help me stop him. At that moment, a woman's voice pierced the air. Chen Shu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, awoke instantly upon hearing the commotion, and before him appeared two options. Option 1. Intervene and apprehend the criminal. Reward, medium beastmaster power. Option 2. Continue to sleep. Turning a blind eye. Reward, basic speed-enhancing potion. Chen Shu's spirit jolted, and he swiftly made his decision. He witnessed a man incessantly shoving against the passengers ahead, attempting to escape the train. Are you foolish? Even if you snatch a bag, you cannot leave the train station. Chen Shu shook his head, hesitating not a moment longer, as he pulled out a bag of urea from his backpack. As the man sprinted frantically, he suddenly felt a wave of darkness envelop him. Who? Who is it? The man struggled, throwing punches and kicks. Bang! A crisp sound resonated as the man collapsed, rendered unconscious. Well coordinated. At that moment, Zhang Dali wielded a frying pan, clearly the weapon that had incapacitated the man. Their fluid movements left the crowd in stunned silence. Initially perceived as two simpletons, they turned out to be unexpectedly formidable. The ordinary urea bag and frying pan proved to be surprisingly lethal. Soon, the train security arrived, expressing their gratitude to the duo before escorting the man away, though their gaze lingered with a hint of strangeness. Just basic operations, as other passengers looked on with admiration. Chen Shu clasped his hands in response. Oh, it's you? Suddenly, a sweet-faced girl exclaimed in surprise. Chen Shu glanced back and forth before speaking. Though my charm is undeniable, please refrain from using such cliché pickup lines. Zhang Dali, however, widened his eyes, recalling something. He tugged at Chen Shu's sleeve and whispered, That's the person who borrowed money at usurious rates. Someone borrowed my money at usurious rates? I don't recall that. Chen Shu replied, still puzzled. Zhang Dali reminded him, You approached her, then covered your eyes, saying you didn't see anything. Oh, Chen Shu's face lit up in realization. So this is what you look like? You don't remember me? Wang Qinghan's eyes widened, astonished that he had no recollection. Chen Shu confidently explained, I clearly stated that I didn't see anything, so I certainly didn't. Wang Qinghan scoffed, how could you too? Towering above the rest, simply walk away? Chen Shu blinked and replied, Isn't it only natural to repay debts? We can't be held accountable. But that was usurious, and yet, you borrowed it yourself, Chen Shu countered. Besides, the system's reward for brutal execution is simply too enticing. Wang Qinghan chose not to press further, understanding that their lack of assistance was to be expected, and that any help rendered would be purely a matter of goodwill. By the way, are you going to Kyoto? She inquired. Zhang Dali, securing the frying pan, responded, Yes, I am going to take the entrance exam for Linshu University. No wonder you've prepared so thoroughly. Wang Qinghan smiled. Chen Shu suddenly recalled something and, with a cautious expression, asked, You're not going to Kyoto to escape debts, are you? Wang Qinghan replied, I've already paid off my debts. Then what are you going to Kyoto for? Leaving even your sister behind. Wang Qinghan clearly did not want to elaborate, mumbling, I am just traveling. Let us hope you don't drag us down with you. The trio conversed, drawing closer together and establishing a basic understanding of one another. By evening, they arrived at Kyoto East Station. Following the bustling crowd, the three exited the train station. Our paths have crossed in this vast world. It is time to part ways. Chen Shu clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, preparing to separate from Wang Qinghan. Sharing a taxi is more economical, Zhang Dali murmured from the side. Chen Shu lowered his voice in reply, Are you foolish? Who knows if she's running from debts? We might get dragged into trouble. Goodbye. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, bags in hand, turned to leave. Watch your legs. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Where should I watch my legs? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali looked around. Searching for the source, in an instant, a figure appeared behind them, and Chen Shu was sent staggering forward, nearly losing his balance. What the hell? There's a thug. Chen Shu could not help but shout. Who dares to kick me so brazenly in public? Do they truly believe that a fierce dragon can't suppress a local snake? Before he could finish, a slap struck the back of his head. Chen Shu's expression turned furious. Let me remind you, you're provoking the South River Bandit, bang. Is that so, South River Bandit? Another blow landed. Hey, that's enough, bang, enough, is it? Zhang Dali, bang. Zhang Dali, is it? Sister Fang Si, I am sorry. Chen Shu, hands over his head, finally surrendered. A girl with a refreshing short haircut stood with her arms crossed, a hint of delight dancing on her lips. Little brother, do you now understand your mistake? You were quite bold online, weren't you? Chapter 75. This is called tacit understanding. Sister Fang Si, Chun Pai is indeed too arrogant. Even I can't stand it. Zhang Dali quietly positioned himself behind Fang Si. Attempting to flatter her, Chen Shu slowly straightened his posture, pointing at Zhang Dali. You traitor! It was definitely this internal spy who informed on us. Otherwise, how could Fang Si find us so easily? All right. Sister will treat you all to a meal. Fang Si smiled, having struck Chen Shu but without using her full strength, clearly maintaining a sense of moderation. Otherwise, given her enhanced physique, Chen Shu would have been unable to withstand it. The three, playfully bantering, climbed into a black sedan. Though it was merely an ordinary vehicle, passers-by gazed upon it with envy and respect, for the license plate read Huaxia Academy No. 332. Just the name Huaxia Academy alone held far more prestige in Kyoto than Chen Shu's original world-s Huqing University. After all, Beastmasters had become the key to survival in Blue Star. As the trio settled into the car, departing the noisy train station, Chen Shu frequently caught glimpses of the admiring gazes from those around him. After all, they were in Kyoto, a place frequented by the powerful, wealthy, and influential. He could already feel the weight of Huaxia Academy's reputation. Fang Si, driving, broke the silence. Chun Pai, I heard you've become a Beastmaster and even entered the special training class at South River No. 2 High School. Chen Shu sighed. There's no hiding talent. Stop whining. If you have the ability, get into Huaxia Academy. Fang Si scoffed, her expression dismissive. Do you dare to speak of talent in front of me? I am determined to get into Huaxia Academy, Chen Shu asserted. With such status in Kyoto, won't I be walking with my head held high when I return to South River City? Zhang Dali, why have you been grinning like a fool the whole way? Have you lost your mind? I was thinking about how I'll soon be attending university in Kyoto, and with Sister Fang Si watching over me, I can do as I please. Zhang Dali envisioned the glorious scenes of university life, unable to suppress his delighted chuckle. A man should strive for self-improvement. You're utterly useless. Chen Shu scolded, then immediately flattering Fang Si. Sister Fang Si, I'll be coming to Huaxia Academy next year. I'll be relying on you. Fang Si's lips twitched. You two Haven Tea changed it all, Dado. Why is my phone out of battery? Chen Shu intended to inform his family that he was safe, but alas, his phone had died. What the hell, even my power bank is dead. Chen Shu wore a skeptical expression. Did I forget to charge it? I might have used it. Zhang Dali chuckled nervously. Chen Shu remarked, that's odd. I saw your phone was dead too. Zhang Dali explained, well, I was charging my power bank. Chen Shu's eyes widened. You actually used my power bank to charge your power bank? Can you be any more ridiculous? Chen Shu grabbed Zhang Dali by the neck, shaking him back and forth. Zhang Dali let out a wail reminiscent of a dying pig. Hearing their playful banter, Fang Si shook her head, a smile tugging at her lips. 2 hours later, the trio arrived at a restaurant with the sign reading Sister Zhao's Depadang. Sister Fang Si, you're actually taking us to a Depadang? Can't we go somewhere fancier? As long as there's food, that's good enough. I have to support 2 golden swallowing beasts. You think it's easy? Fang Si retorted, parking the car by the roadside. Xiao Si is here. The owner of the Depadang immediately recognized Fang Si, clearly irregular. Sister Xiao, serve up all the signature dishes. Fang Si waved her hand grandly, and the three settled at a table outside the restaurant. Watching the bustling crowd and flashing neon lights, both felt a deep sense of reflection. Compared to Kyoto, South River City was indeed a small, insignificant place. Gazing at the table laden with grilled fish, clams, and lobsters, the three rubbed their hands together, ready to feast, their actions and expressions mirroring one another. Sister Fang Si, I take back what I said earlier. The food here is of exceptional quality, Zhang Dali exclaimed. His mouth smeared with oil, thoroughly enjoying the meal. That, of course, why would I ever deceive you? Fang Si also relished her food, displaying no semblance of decorum. Suddenly, Chen Shu inquired, Sister Fang Si, didn't you take on a task in another dimension? Fang Si licked her lips and remarked, I just returned 2 days ago and took down a black iron 3-star lord creature. Black iron 3-star? Chen Shu exclaimed, his eyes widening. Must you speak so casually? It feels as though it was akin to slaughtering a chicken. That ice hair lord was merely a black iron 1-star, and it nearly decimated Zhou Shi's Beastmaster team. Just how formidable could a black iron 3-star lord be? The hierarchy above black iron consists solely of 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star. Once surpassed, it transitions to silver 1-star. Zhang Dali inquired, by the way, Fang Si, could you share some insights about the situation in Kyoto? After all, they will inevitably be heading there, and it would be beneficial to familiarize themselves in advance. Fang Si nodded. Having spent 2 years in Kyoto, she was well acquainted with the basic circumstances, especially regarding Beastmasters. The trio dined and conversed, occasionally indulging in Fang Si's thrilling tales. Just as they were laughing, a jarring voice abruptly pierced the air. Isn't that the renowned Fang Si? It's my first time seeing you dining with men. And 2 at that. How peculiar. A group of 6 individuals swaggered over, arms draped over each other's shoulders. The most striking among them, a handsome young man, appeared somewhat inebriated. Upon hearing his words, although the other 5 looked dazed, they instinctively recoiled, their expressions shifting as they hastily covered the man's mouth. Fang Si, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Our leader has had too much to drink. What is there to fear? Not a single member of their Beastmaster team is present. The man scoffed, brushing aside the hand that obstructed his mouth, displaying an utter lack of concern. Fang Si paused her chewing, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and smiled gently, saying, It's quite all right, you may leave. The man, brimming with arrogance, shouted, I told you, she wouldn't dare do anything. As she watched the 6 retreat, Fang Si turned to Chen Shu and raised an eyebrow. Chen Shu nodded, silently retrieving a bag of urea from his backpack. This was the essence of tacit understanding. Fang Si confidently took the bag, suddenly propelling herself forward with astonishing speed, almost soundlessly arriving behind the group. Her expertise rivaled that of Chen Shu. The young man in the center continued to boast. Oblivious to the encroaching darkness, the sinister urea bag enveloped him entirely. Chapter 76. This is not but a bang bang bang. Fang Si's fists landed with bone-crushing force, the intensity of the blows sending chills down one's spine merely from the sound. You. The other 5 finally regained some lucidity, glaring at her in anger. What, do you wish to assist him? Fong Si grinned fiercely, entirely disregarding the 5 and raged. She resembled a lioness, emanating an aura so powerful it sent shivers down the spines of those around her. The 5 clenched their fists but dared not step forward. Fong Si, you are courting death. The young man's voice dripped with venom, astonished by her brazen demeanor. In an instant, the space above him ruptured. A vicious snake head emerging, exuding an aura of cold menace. A prodigious talent of Huaxia Academy. His mastery over Beastmaster space was unparalleled. Summoning a portion of one's contracted spirit is known as semi-summoning, a skill that every freshman must master. Fong Si let out a cold chuckle, as the space above her also fractured, revealing a colossal dragon head. Its crimson scales shimmered under the neon lights. Flames licking its surface. It was Fong Si's first S-rank contracted spirit. The Scarlet Flame Pseudo-Dragon, to be precise. It was the Scarlet Flame Dragon, having evolved through bloodline transformation when Fong Si ascended to the Black Iron level, shedding the Pseudo-Dragon title. Though it had not yet reached the terrifying SS rank, it was significantly more powerful than an S rank. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Dragon bellowed, swiftly clamping down on the snake head. The 2 fearsome, contracted spirits engaged in a relentless struggle, yet the ensuing chaos remained confined within a 5-meter radius, sparing the street from harm. This adhered to Huaxia Academy's foremost rule. Students are permitted to summon contracted spirits in urban areas, provided they do not harm innocent bystanders or face severe repercussions. Even inebriated, Bai Yuan instinctively controlled his contracted spirit, refraining from endangering civilians. Soon, his Xinjing snake found itself at a disadvantage, utterly outmatched, while he too received a thorough beating. His once handsome features now swollen and grotesque. Ultimately, the Xinjing snake could no longer endure and retreated to the Beastmaster space. Fong Si likewise recalled her Scarlet Flame Dragon, delivering a comical kick that sent Bai Yuan, still adorned with the urea bag, flying several meters away. Get lost, a bunch of worthless scum. Fong Si clapped her hands, her domineering demeanor drawing the attention of passers-by. The remaining 5 dared not meet her gaze. Hastily dragging Bai Yuan away from the scene, in society, Fong is a force to be reckoned with. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali remained unfazed, continuing their meal without a hint of intention to assist. They might not succeed in their own bravado, but they had never witnessed Fong Si suffer defeat. Zhang Dali swallowed hard and asked, Fong Si, are they your classmates? Perhaps they have simply harbored disdain for me all along. Now emboldened by liquor, they dare to provoke me, Fong Si replied, nodding as she resumed her meal, clearly unperturbed. There were countless individuals who disliked her. Bai Yuan was merely one among many. Although Huaxia Academy is the pinnacle of Beastmaster universities, competition within was intensely fierce. Aside from one's own Beastmaster team, nearly everyone else was an adversary. The total resources were finite. If one did not compete, others would seize them. An hour later, the trio, patting their full bellies, felt thoroughly satiated. Despite Fong Si's tall and slender figure, devoid of excess flesh, her appetite was no less than that of Chen Shu and Zhang Dali. Xiao Jia, the bill, please. Chen Shu had booked a hotel nearby. After a long train ride, the two were weary and prepared to return to their lodgings for rest. They had agreed that the following morning, Fong Si would take them on a tour of Huaxia Academy. Chen Shu collapsed onto his bed upon returning to the hotel, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in Huaxia Academy's infirmary, Bai Yuan, now resembling a swollen pig, wailed in agony as the effects of the alcohol faded. And the pain hit him with a vengeance. The school doctor dabbed Bai Yuan's face with medicinal alcohol, saying, "Who struck you with such force?" "That was rather excessive." One of Bai Yuan's companions replied. "Who else could it be but Fong Si?" "Then it's nothing to worry about." The school doctor nodded in relief. "It seems Fong Si was in a good mood today, going easy on you." The five were left speechless. "Isn't that a double standard? You just asked who struck with such force." Bai Yuan lamented. "Lu Zi, why didn't you help me? Damn it." He had believed they were sick strong, only to find himself fighting alone, ultimately misplacing his trust. Lu Zi sighed. "Bai Gu, you know how formidable Fong Si's two contracted spirits are. We stand no chance." Another chimed in earnestly. "I reckon it's a 3-7 split." "Look, Wang Qi is much more confident than you lot. What a bunch of timid folks. By goo. When I say 3-7, I mean 3 minutes. Fang Xi's 2 contracted spirits are merely 7/10 full, get lost. Bai Yuan shouted, inadvertently aggravating his wounds and howling in pain. Bai Gu, do avoid provoking Fang Xi. One warned with a sigh. We are about to enter our 3rd year, and most 4th-year students are out hunting in alternate spaces. Hardly anyone in school can contend with her. Bai Yuan retorted, as if I wanted this. I was merely intoxicated. Why didn't you stop me? We tried to, but you insisted on courting death. The next morning, Chen Shu and Zhang Dali arrived at the gates of Huaxia Academy. 2 imposing stone dragons stood guard, exuding an air of grandeur. Truly, they were a collection of the nation's finest talents. Chen Shu observed the students entering and exiting. Their demeanor alone suggested extraordinary abilities, no mediocrity to be found. Let us head in and take a look at the entrance. He watched as a boy presented a card, swiping it against the gate's apparatus. Beep! The school gate swung open, and the boy stepped inside. Seems like we need to swipe a card, Zhang Dali whispered. Aren't universities supposed to allow free entry? Huaxia Academy is rather strict. Just then, a selection appeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Wait for Fang Xi to come out. Reward. Small amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2. Attempt to blend into Huaxia Academy. Reward. Slime defense increased by 5. Option 3. Forcefully enter. Reward. Title Fearless 1. Effect. Slime's temperament changes to brave. Chen Shu immediately dismissed the 3rd option. Even a single student from Huaxia Academy could easily overpower him. It seemed he had no choice but to select the 2nd option. With an expression of nonchalance, he pretended to retrieve his ID card. Beep. The gate remained unresponsive. Excuse me, sir, it seems my card is malfunctioning. Could you assist me in opening the door? The security guard's lips twitched. Do you really think I'm senile? Can you refrain from speaking out loud? And could you mimic it a little better? This is not a but a. The security guard looked utterly bemused, wondering where this fool had come from. My apologies, Chen Shu said sheepishly, producing his ID again. Beep. To be fair, that was quite the imitation. Where's my electric baton? Where's my electric baton? The security guard began patting himself down frantically. Chapter 77 just now. I mentioned, forget it all. Reward. Slime defense increased by 5. Uncle, don't act impulsively. Chen Shu opted for a strategic retreat, silently pulling Zhang Dali along as they waited. Soon, the dashing Fang Xi emerged. Sister Fang Xi? Zhang Dali called out loudly. In an instant, students entering and exiting the school gate turned their gazes towards her, all regarding Fang Xi with a sense of awe. Little Fang, is this your younger brother? The security guard's attitude shifted instantly. Why didn't you say so earlier? From now on, you can enter Huaxia Academy directly. Sister Fang Xi, you are truly impressive. Zhang Dali felt a surge of pride. Had he remained in Kyoto, a bright future awaited him. Let us go. I'll show you around. Fang Xi led the two on a tour. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, their faces brimming with curiosity. They spent a full 3 hours exploring a Beastmaster Pavilion, where numerous students engaged in duels, showcasing powerful contracted spirits that left Chen Shu in awe. Su Xiaoyu's A-grade contracted spirit had already dominated Nanjing No. 2 high school, but at Huaxia Academy, A-grade contracted spirits were as common as cabbages. Although Huaxia University emphasized the total score of the college entrance examination, the average potential level of students' contracted spirits was A. Only when the first contracted spirit reached A-grade could it evolve into S-grade upon becoming a black iron-level Beastmaster, making an S-grade contracted spirit a vital asset for establishing oneself at Huaxia Academy. Moreover, Fang Xi's Qi-Yin Dragon was above S-grade, capable of overpowering the vast majority of students. However, this was not enough to instill fear in Huaxia Academy students. Chen Shu speculated that Fang Xi's second contracted spirit was likely formidable as well. The three had lunch in the school cafeteria, enjoying not only free meals but also rare beast meat. This alone intensified Chen Shu's desire to apply. Due to the immense size of Huaxia Academy, they spent 3 full days just getting a general feel for the place. Every facility, from the library to the Beastmaster Pavilion and the lecture halls, left Chen Shu utterly astonished, with institutions like the Beastmaster Arena and Beastmaster House being at the pinnacle of the nation. 3 days later, Chun Pai, I'm off to take the exam. Zhang Dali, carrying pots and pans, headed towards Kyoto Culinary University. The formerly jovial Zhang Dali now wore a serious expression. This was an examination that could determine the fate of others. If he were to take the college entrance examination, he would undoubtedly be unable to achieve his desired outcome, as his academic scores were abysmal. However, the independent examination at Culinary University was different. It tested only culinary skills. As long as one could prepare perfect beast dishes while retaining maximum nutritional value, they could become a student at Culinary University. Chen Shu encouraged him, saying, "I await your good news." After Zhang Dali left, Chen Shu found himself alone in the hotel. Fangxi had matters to attend to, and Chen Shu felt a bit bored. Let us explore Kyoto. Chen Shu departed from the hotel, heading towards the Beast-Master Commercial Street in the Huaxia district of Kyoto. Most shops primarily sold basic potions, with no black iron-level materials or potions available, as these were traded on the Beast-Master Association's website. Nonetheless, a few shops specialized in high-quality items, albeit at exorbitant prices. Chen Shu entered a shop named Old Ghost's General Store, where he immediately spotted Beast-Master pearls displayed on the counter. "Boss, how much for a basic Beast-Master pearl?" This is the core from a mutated beast. Consuming it will directly enhance your beast mastery and is suitable for black iron level beast masters. 150,000. The shopkeeper, a frail old man, was inspecting an unidentified bone fragment with a magnifying glass. What? So expensive? Chen Shu couldn't believe that a basic one would cost so much. What about this black iron level beast master pearl? The old man glanced up, unperturbed, and casually replied, "For 100,000. Chen Shu didn't expect the shopkeeper to be so humorous. 400,000 indeed amounted to 600,000. He began examining other materials, discovering not only beast master pearls, but also a pulsating heart in a glass container. No price was marked, but it read, "Heart of the Lord-level Gale Eagle, talent skill, wind breath." Chen Shu didn't need to think. The price would undoubtedly be staggering, considering even the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord's blue eyes were worth at least 2 million. Aside from these, there were also rare black iron-level medicinal herbs, priced significantly higher than those on the Beastmaster Association's website. I say, young brother, if you're not buying, don't linger in front of this old man. All right, the shopkeeper was somewhat annoyed, having spent 3 days without reaching a conclusion. Just as Chen Shu was about to speak, an option suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Leave the shop. Reward, Superior Flame Potion. Option 2. Purchase the Galebird's Heart. Reward, Skill Book, Rebound Force. Option 3. Inform the shopkeeper that the bone fragment he is studying is merely a wild boar bone. Reward, Moderate Beast Mastery. Chen Shu was taken aback. Not expecting to trigger an option, however, he felt a bit conflicted. The second option was undoubtedly the best, but the price was exorbitantly high. He had a total of 3 million Huaxia coins, and he wasn't even sure if he could afford it. The rewards for the first and third options seemed rather mediocre. Should he buy or not? The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, clearly growing impatient. Buy? Why not buy? I need to conduct research. Chen Shu, with an air of confidence, pointed at the items on the counter, saying, this one, and this one. The old man's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized Chen Shu, wondering if he had encountered a wealthy heir. And this entire row of potions, and that row of beast master pearls. The shopkeeper's face lit up with excitement. Was he planning to buy out the entire shop? Chen Shu paused, then declared, I just mentioned. Forget all of those. The old man abruptly stood up, gritting his teeth. Can you kindly roll out of here in a group? So you're not buying anything at all? Who said that? I didn't say I wouldn't buy the heart. Chen Shu calmly inquired. How much for this heart? 3 million, no negotiations. The old man's attitude had soured. Chen Shu's eyes widened. Did you check my bank balance? You really want to negotiate? No negotiations. Chen Shu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Spending 3 million on a guaranteed skill wasn't a bad deal. Even if he didn't comprehend the Gale Eagle's talent skill. It didn't matter that at least he would have rebound force as a safety net. I'll buy it. Chen Shu waved his hand without any hesitation. After all, earning money was for nurturing contracted spirits. Wasn't it? 3 million could ensure a contracted spirit learned a skill, something everyone in the world would covet. I'll buy bought. The old man's eyes widened. Could it be that he was being toyed with? It wasn't until the transfer was completed that he finally reacted. Instantly, he donned a friendly smile. Young man, you truly have an eye for quality. I knew from the first moment I saw you that you were exceptional. You re quite the master of face-changing in Sichuan opera, aren't you? Chen Shu smirked slightly. As he gazed at the heart in his hand, a hint of anticipation arose within him. Chapter 78. Hurry up. I am in a rush to reincarnate. Fourth update. Chen Shu summoned the golden slime in the shop. The slime was now nearly as tall as Chen Shu, its size having grown immensely. No longer a cuddly toy that could be held in one's arms. Little Jean, eat this. Chen Shu opened the container, and the heart was instantly swallowed by the golden slime. You're feeding the slime a heart? Isn't that a waste? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. A heart worth 3 million was given to an F-grade slime. Do the wealthy play so extravagantly? Although the golden slime couldn't comprehend the words. It sensed the old man's disdainful gaze, puffing its cheeks and glaring angrily, as if ready to charge. All right. Chen Shu gently squeezed the slime, calming it down. Soon, the heart within the slime was digested. Burp. The slime satisfiedly burped, a gust of wind swirling around, causing the surrounding counters to rattle. You? The shopkeeper's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that the slime had indeed comprehended wind breath. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his head and exclaimed, My hair! I said, Old man, no wonder your hair is so thick. Chen Shu laughed heartily at the bald shopkeeper, who was professionally trained to maintain composure but couldn't help it this time. Get out! Get out! The old man hurriedly turned to search for his wig. By the way, old man, don't bother studying that bone fragment. It's just a wild boar bone, worthless. Chen Shu withdrew discreetly. Leaving the shop, the wild boar bone? The shopkeeper was stunned, forgetting about his wig, his expression tense as he took out an instrument to compare the bone's data. Finally, he discovered something terrifying. It truly was a wild boar bone. He had spent 50,000 on a wild boar bone. The heart of the gale bird had been purchased for 250,000 or so. He hadn't made a single profit. On the contrary, his wig had been ruined. The shopkeeper rested his chin on his hands, feeling a chill on his head, and his heart sank even lower. Now he only desires to emo the entire world. Chen Shu left the shop with a beaming smile, and although he had spent 3 million, he had enabled the slime to comprehend 2 skills, wind breath, capable of unleashing the power of a tempest. Its lethality is correlated with the wind attribute strength of the contracted spirit itself. Rebound force. When subjected to close-range attacks, a rebound force will manifest within the slime, inflicting damage on the assailant. With its potency linked to the slime's own defense. Wind breath is an active skill, while rebound force is passive. Rebound force is undoubtedly a highly compatible skill, a product of the system that must be of superior quality. However, wind breath appears somewhat superfluous, as the slime is a non-attribute contracted spirit with an exceedingly weak wind attribute. The lethality of wind breath is likely not formidable, yet every skill possesses its purpose. There are no absolute useless skills, only beast masters who lack the finesse to employ them effectively. The days swiftly passed, and Chen Shu found himself utterly broke, aimlessly wandering to savor the ambience of the metropolis. In the evening, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Shu inquired, Hello, Dolly. Has the exam concluded? How did it go? Chen Pai. I need help urgently. I've been cornered. Upon uttering this, a cacophony erupted from the other end, and the call was immediately disconnected. Chen Shu's spirit jolted. He stowed away the slime and hailed a taxi. Driver, Kyoto Ling Chef University. Please hurry. I'm in a rush to reincarnate. The taxi driver, bewildered, thought, Wow, this guy is rather direct. Stepping on the gas. The taxi sped away. Since it was about reincarnation, it was only natural to be swift. Fortunately, Ling Chef University was also located in Huaxia District. In less than an hour, Chen Shu arrived at the university's entrance. He immediately spotted Zhang Dali encircled by a throng of people. Using his sturdy physique, Chen Shu forcibly parted the crowd and reached Zhang Dali's side. Dali, what's wrong? Before Zhang Dali could respond, a rotund individual across from them spoke up. Is this the famed arrow piercing the clouds you mentioned, that comes to confront 1,000 cavalry? Cut the nonsense. Who are you? Chen Shu directed his gaze toward the group across from him. The rotund man clearly belonged to a privileged background. Such a young master. Chen Shu could take on 10 of him. The key was that 4 burly men stood beside him, evidently trained in physical prowess. Although they might not be able to overpower an iron-tier beast master, Intimidating ordinary folks would be a breeze. The rotund man smirked. Your friend is rather arrogant, provoking me during the exam. Claiming he would thrash me at this moment. Zhu Dabai seethed with anger. As a member of the Zhu family in Kyoto, he had never been provoked by an ordinary person from a different region. The most infuriating part was that he had failed to gain admission to Ling Chef University while the other had succeeded, a disparity that only fueled his rage. Today, he was determined to teach this country bumpkin a lesson. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, and the result? The result is, I thrashed him. Zhang Dali interjected. I placed 5th, he placed 50th. Zhang Dali was visibly displeased and refused to back down. Who told you to mock me first? As a chef, is it excessive to carry a personal iron pot? Chen Shu nodded. Exactly. If I say I'll thrash you, then I shall do so. Isn't it a commendable quality to honor one's word? The rotund man's face twisted with rage. Stop talking nonsense. You have two choices. Either fight my bodyguards or contend with my contracted spirit. Chen Shu suddenly lowered his head. Why not call Sister Fong in this situation? The other party appeared formidable and was likely a local from Kyoto. It would be best for Fong Si to handle this. Zhang Dali shrugged. I tried calling, but she hasn't picked up. She might be busy. What have you decided? Zhu Dabai inquired. At that moment, options reappeared before Chen Shu. Option 1. Accept Zhu Dabai's challenge and win. Completion reward. Golden Slime's all elemental resistance increased by 10. Option 2. Run away directly, resolutely refusing to fight. Completion reward. Moderate beast master power. Option 3. Capture the leader first. Take Zhu Dabai by surprise while his bodyguards are unprepared. Completion reward. Golden Slime's speed increased by 5. Chapter 79. Soaring freely above your grave. 5th update. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shu decided to choose the first option. The allure of all elemental resistance was simply too tempting. What's your strength? Chen Shu squinted, cautiously inquiring. Zhu Dabai sneered. Not high. An 8th level beast master. Truly formidable. Chen Shu mused inwardly. The fact that the opponent was participating in the entrance exam for Ling Chef University indicated he was likely of similar age. Even Su Xiaoyu, the top student from Nanjing No. 2 High School, was merely a 7th level beast master, while this individual was an 8th level. It was undeniable that the gap between Nanjing City and Kyoto was vast. All right, I'll fight you. After some contemplation, Chen Shu deemed it an opportune moment to test the slime's strength. Although Zhu Dabai was an 8th level beast master, the potential rating of his contracted spirit was likely not high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be attending Ling Chef University. It was probable that he had reached 8th level through the accumulation of various resources. Have you investigated the other party's identity? Zhu Dabai, with caution in his eyes, asked his bodyguard once more. Despite the immense power of the Zhu family, they were in Kyoto, where even buying a fried dough stick might lead to an encounter with a significant figure. The bodyguard nodded. We checked. He is from a small city in the south. They all thought, if anyone is to blame, it's the fact that you crossed paths with the young master. Chen Shu whispered to Zhang Dali, if I lose, look into my eyes and run. Do not look back. He was merely a 6th level beast master. Fighting 2 levels above him would diminish his odds significantly. Everything hinged on the strength of the opponent's contracted spirit. The group arrived at the Beast Master Arena of Ling Chef University. Zhu Dabai summoned his contracted spirit, revealing a winged giant white pig. Ah, this? Chen Shu and Zhang Dali couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was even more comedic than his slime. The pig flapped its wings, puffing and panting as it ascended 5 meters into the air. Who would have thought that he possessed such a rare flying contracted spirit? I tepfed. Chen Shu attempted to speak, but laughter erupted uncontrollably. Zhu Dabai's fury intensified. You'll regret this soon enough. I'm already feeling a bit uncomfortable. Please hold on. Chen Shu clutched his stomach, nearly in stitches from laughter. Despite having mastered high school knowledge, he had no recollection of a flying giant white pig. Could it be a newly mutated contracted spirit? 10 minutes later, Chen Shu finally steadied himself and summoned the golden slime. Zhu Dabai sneered, your contracted spirit isn't anything special either. Although the flying pig's potential rating was merely E, the golden slime was rated F, which provided Zhu Dabai a sense of balance. Both contracted spirits faced off, yet rather than a bloody spectacle, they merely stared at each other, like two ornamental contracted spirits. Chen Shu extended his right hand, curling his index finger. Come here. Humph. Let me show you the prowess of the flying pig. Zhu Debai snorted disdainfully and immediately commanded his contracted spirit to unleash a skill. The flying pig's mouth suddenly inflated, and in an instant, an invisible air bullet shot forth. Bang! The slime was knocked back several meters, its large eyes glaring in anger. However, it was helpless since it couldn't fly, merely glaring in frustration. Bang bang! The flying pig's air bullets were not particularly lethal, but with a short cooldown time, they incessantly bombarded the slime. It seems you are destined to lose, Zhu Debai smiled smugly. Although the slime's defense was formidable, this method of attrition would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Chen Shu frowned. Despite Zhu Debai's apparent arrogance, he maintained a cautious demeanor, ensuring the flying pig kept a safe distance from the slime. With no other options, he decided to take a chance. In an instant, the golden slime's large eyes widened, its expression akin to that of constipation, but the next moment, it propelled itself upward. I was prepared for you, Zhu Debai sneered. Although the slime was only rated F, it surely couldn't lack an offensive skill. The flying pig flapped its wings, seemingly about to escape the slime's attack range. In that moment, the slime's body suddenly expanded sixfold. Transforming from a large sphere into a colossal one, a massive shadow loomed, and the flying pig emitted a terrified oink. Who could have anticipated its size could inflate to such an extent? Damn, how devious, Zhu Debai cursed. If the flying pig were truly captured, he feared tonight's dinner would be quite extravagant. Use your skill, Zhu Debai ordered, prompting the flying pig to activate its life-saving skill. The white light gleamed in its eyes, and in an instant, its plump body shrank several times, with only its wings remaining unchanged, contrasting with the slime's inflation. Though its size diminished, its speed surged dramatically. The flying pig flapped its wings furiously, swiftly escaping the slime's attack range, its speed surpassing that of agile, contracted spirits of the same level. Bang! The enormous slime was left in isolation, shaking the very ground of the Beastmaster arena. The flying pig quickly returned to its normal size, indicating that the skill's duration was short-lived. Under Zhu Debai's command, the flying pig struggled to flap its wings, soaring to a height 10 meters away. Fortunately, the university's Beastmaster arena was grand enough to accommodate the battle of large contracted spirits. Bang! Once again, a blast from an air cannon struck, and the slime was moving too slowly. Even if the opponent were to close their eyes and use their skills, they would still hit their target. The situation reverted to its initial state. Zhu Debai wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, already prepared to unleash a barrage of blows upon the two. Chenpai, what do you say? Zhang Dali signaled over, having already tidied up the pots and pans, ready to make a quick getaway at any moment. Wait. Chen Shu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to rush just yet. At last, the cooldown for brutal sit-kill had expired. In an instant, under Chen Shu's command, the slime spun around abruptly. Although its speed was slow, the turn was surprisingly swift, with its back to the flying pig. The slime's mouth began to swell, mirroring the air cannon, as it unleashed the newly mastered skill wind breath. Whoosh! A tempest raged, yet it had no effect on the flying pig whatsoever. Could it be blown off course? Zhu Debai was taken aback, having assumed the slime would target the flying pig. But in the next moment, the slime executed the charge skill, again facing away as it dashed forward, swiftly followed by brutal sit-kill, causing the slime's form to launch skyward. Zhu Debai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the most horrifying spectacle. The enormous slime, measuring a good 10 meters, soared into the air, a flying slime. The flying pig trembled in midair, letting out cries of distress. This had become a shadow over its entire existence, soaring freely over your grave. Chen Shu hummed, equally astonished that three seemingly unrelated skills had indeed synergized into a remarkable effect. Chapter 80. Have you eaten? If not, take a slap from me. The charge provided the propulsion, brutal sit-kill granted the ability to hover, while wind breath controlled the direction. The skills of contract spirits were not as rigid as those in games. Lacking a target-locking effect, however, when used in a flexible combination, they could undoubtedly develop new combat strategies. Contract spirits of the same strength would yield vastly different results in the hands of different beastmasters. The flying pig was already slow in flight, and the rapidly moving slime was akin to a physical missile aimed at it. Boom. The flying pig emitted a wretched scream, feeling as though its body might shatter upon impact with the walls of the Beastmaster arena. Impressive, Chun Pai. Zhang Dali had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. The slime, relentless, leveraged the momentum from its charge to reach the downed flying pig. Gurgle, gurgle. The colossal sphere rolled about, mercilessly crushing the flying pig from all angles. A cacophony of pitiful cries resonated throughout the Beastmaster arena. This was the sound of a slaughtered pig. You dare harm my contract spirit? Zhu Dabai snapped back to reality, hastily recalling the barely conscious flying pig into the beast's space. His fists clenched, his face pale. Having already been disheartened by the exam failure, he felt on the verge of bleeding from frustration. Now, with the flying pig suffering such grievous injuries, if it relied solely on its self-healing abilities, it would likely remain in a weakened state for months to come, a death sentence for a soon-to-be high school senior. He would also have to spend a significant amount of Huasha currency on treatment at a high-end beast hospital. The slime returned to Chen Shu's side, both parties locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly, Chen Shu smiled gently. By the way, have you eaten? Zhu Dabai, previously fuming with anger, was momentarily stunned by this question. Chen Shu dashed forward, declaring, if you haven't eaten, then take a slap for me. Stop, damn it. You're crossing the line. The four bodyguards, witnessing the scene, were enraged and poised to act. Yet the golden slime rolled in, swiftly incapacitating the four. Engaging in a fight with a contract spirit was akin to courting death for an ordinary person. Bang! Chen Shu slapped Zhu Dabai away. He had to claim the system rewards. The big slap was a matter of courtesy. Take another slap from my palm of Buddha. Zhang Dali also rushed in and dealt Zhu Dabai a heavy blow. The opponent had shown no mercy from the start, allowing his bodyguards to pummel him several times. Now, his back was aching, and he could not afford to be at a disadvantage. After the flurry of blows, Zhang Dali felt a wave of relief wash over him. Refreshing. Zhang Dali exhaled deeply, feeling the pain in his body diminish considerably. From now on, pay more attention. Don't provoke those you shouldn't. The two exchanged harsh words, clapped their hands, and departed from the Beastmaster arena. Upon opening the door, a man clad in a black t-shirt appeared just outside. Zhang Dali's pupils constricted, though he maintained a facade of calm. Chen Shu also sensed the presence, showing no signs of panic, even nodding and smiling at the middle-aged man. The two calmly brushed past each other. Run! In the next moment, they both sprinted away with all their might. Damn, did you notice? Zhang Dali glanced at Chen Shu, nearly exerting every ounce of energy to flee out of course. At least he bears a striking resemblance to that fat guy. Chen Shu cursed inwardly, not expecting the other party's parent to come knocking so quickly. After running for a while, they could not help but complain. Why is this Beastmaster arena so massive? It's a sheer waste of the Ministry of Education's resources. Their complaints echoed, and they had never felt the road beneath their feet to be so long. Halt. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Zhu Xian, with an expression devoid of warmth, his eyes flashing with anger, stepped into the Beastmaster arena's competition area and immediately spotted the downed Zhu Dabai, instantly understanding who the real culprit was. Only a fool would stop. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali continued their frantic escape, completely ignoring Zhu Xian. Just then, a gray, long-nosed beast swept in with astonishing speed. Damn it. So it's a black iron-level Beastmaster. Chen Shu was not intimidated by who the person was. He feared the formidable Beastmaster. Seeing that he could not evade the long nose, he swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Fong Xi's number. Hello. Chen Pai. Where are you two? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving Fong Xi bewildered in the cafeteria. Was someone speaking on the other end? At that moment, Chen Shu felt the world spin, and his phone fell to the ground. The long nose swept them both up, their insides churning, before they were violently slammed back to the ground. You little brats! Zhu Xian commanded the giant elephant to pull the two back into the competition area where Zhu Dabai lay. Here in the Beastmaster arena, the use of contract spirits was unrestricted. As long as one did not kill or maim, there would be no repercussions. Let us hope Sister Fong Xi can come. Otherwise, today would truly be a disaster. Chen Shu sighed, not anticipating such misfortune. Dabai, are you all right? Zhu Xian looked down at the fallen Zhu Dabai. Uncle, I'm fine, but I want to kill those too. Zhu Dabai coughed a few times and slowly rose to his feet. Though his face was swollen, his eyes burned with hatred. Fortunately, he had his uncle pick him up after the exam, which fortuitously allowed him to intercept Chen Shu and his companion. "What foolish words do you wish to pay with your life?" Zhu Xian frowned and scolded. He had not anticipated that his nephew would be so useless, not only losing to the opponents but also spouting such nonsense. Did he truly believe that the laws governing Beastmasters in Huaguo were mere decoration? Zhu Xian inquired, "Are you seriously injured?" At this moment, Zhu Dabai had regained his composure. He certainly did not wish to pay with his life. "I'm fine," but the flying pig Zhu Dabai summoned his contract spirit. Revealing the flying pig with its eyes tightly shut, blood oozing from its mouth, occasionally convulsing. Sustaining such severe injuries? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Zhu Xian's eyes. The other party had truly been ruthless. Zhu Xian approached the two and looked down, saying, 20,000 yuan for treatment. Any objections? Isn't that a bit excessive? 20,000 could buy so many pigs. Zhang Dali was taken aback by the exorbitant demand. Eager to negotiate, boom! The nearby earthquake elephant stomped, causing the ground to tremble. Chen Shu quickly reversed his stance, asserting, "I believe that's entirely reasonable. A flying pig of such rarity is worth that price. However, neither of us has any money. We need to call someone to bring it over." "You have no money at all?" Zhu Xian frowned. It appeared they were indeed from a small city. "Do you have relatives in Kyoto?" His eyes held a hint of caution, wary of any potential backing. Chen Shu explained, "I have an older sister studying at university in Kyoto." "Then let her send the money." Zhu Xian exhaled, relieved. With so many universities in Kyoto, whether for Beastmasters or cultural studies, he never considered it could be a Huaxia institution. "Dali, make a call. My phone got smashed." Zhang Dali retrieved his phone and dialed Fong Si. "Dali, where are you two?" Fong Si's anxious voice came through. Zhang Dali replied, "At the Beastmaster Arena of Kyoto Lingqiu University, Competition Area 07. There's definitely been an incident." Fong Si's expression tightened. She did not believe they had merely gone to the Beastmaster Arena for a visit. It was likely they had run into some trouble. She turned to the girl beside her. "Qingyi, use your wind sparrow. I need to take care of something." Chapter 81. "Big brother, just hit me." "I am guilty," Zhang Dali asked with some concern. "Chen Pai, do you think Sister Fong Si can handle this? There are so many powerful forces in the capital. Although Fong Si is exceptionally talented, her family background is quite ordinary, even less affluent than mine." Chen Shu replied calmly, "It's fine. Worst case, we just pay up. After all, it's merely 20,000. He could sell some more medicine to earn it back and then repay Fong Si later." Zhu Xian crossed his arms, waiting for the other party to bring the money. He felt a twinge of boredom and muttered to himself, "Since I'm idling about, I might as well take a swing at someone." With that, he sprang onto Zhang Dali's back. "Brother, wait!" Bang! Before Zhang Dali could utter a word, Zhu Xian's fist came crashing down. Following that were a flurry of punches, forcing Zhang Dali to shield his head with both hands as he let out a series of wails. "How dare a mere small-town dweller provoke the Zhu family? You are merely courting death, for injuring my nephew's contracted spirit. A lowly beast master daring to act so arrogantly." Chen Shu found his words forcibly swallowed. It was evident he had misjudged the situation. "Dali, you've suffered. Your brother will avenge you." While Dali was being pummeled, Chen Shu discreetly stuffed something into his mouth. Meanwhile, Zhu Daba was equally silent, as he harbored revenge against both. Was it truly necessary to scream so pitifully? Zhu Xian soon ceased his assault. One might think he was about to be killed. "Are you blind?" "I am not a beast master." At last, Zhang Dali managed to speak. Thankfully, his robust physique meant that, despite the agony, he would not suffer too severely. Had he struck the wrong target? Zhu Xian was taken aback, and then he promptly sat atop Chen Shu. Chen Shu immediately raised his hands to shield his head, enduring a punch from Zhu Xian. Yet, after just that single blow, he spat out a mouthful of blood, a sight so shocking that even Zhu Xian was taken aback. "What the hell is happening?" Zhu Xian shot up, his expression a mix of confusion and fear, fearing that Chen Shu might drop dead on the spot. "I'm injured. Little flying fat pig. I am guilty. Brother, please, hit me again." Chen Shu's face was pale, and as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Why goodness. Didn't he even use much force?" Zhu Xian leaped back, his eyes reflecting a hint of terror. "Wang Tianba, you are truly a talent." At that moment, Chen Shu could not help but laugh internally, Recalling how Wang Tianba had once faked serious injuries using ketchup, later preparing special blood packets, and only recently had gifted him a few small bags. "Brother, please strike me. I am guilty." Chen Shu slowly rose, only to spew another mouthful of blood. Had he known, he wouldn't have needed to fake it this much. Not purging it was too uncomfortable. "Stop, stop, brother. I called you brother." Zhu Xian was momentarily flustered. If the other truly perished here, the Zhu family could not escape culpability. Chen Shu swayed unsteadily, feigning instability, yet he continued to approach Zhu Xian, who was now retreating in fear. Zhu Daba stood frozen, unsure how to respond. "I can endure this. Cough, cough. Hit me. Otherwise, I will feel guilty." Chen Shu coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood, trembling as he extended his right hand. "Brother, no, sir, don't come any closer. Please don't frame me." Zhu Xian continued to back away, desperate to escape this perilous situation. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes widened, and with a violent spasm, he seemed to gasp for breath, collapsing to the ground. More blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain, his body convulsing, clearly on the brink of death. "Quick, call 120. Zhu Xian shouted in panic at Zhu Daba, rushing to Chen Shu's side to assess the situation. The entire predicament stemmed from his single punch. If the Spirit Regulation Bureau investigated, they would undoubtedly pursue this matter relentlessly. Meanwhile, Fong Si, utilizing her wind-swift sparrow, swiftly arrived at the capital Spirit Chef University. Instantly, the crowd below began to murmur. Those privileged to fly in the capital were undoubtedly of the elite class, be it top-tier families, the Dragon Army, or prestigious educational institutions. Each of these factions was not to be trifled with. Fong Si landed smoothly and headed straight for the Beastmaster Pavilion's No. 7 competition arena. The instant the door swung open, she was taken aback. The ground was soaked in blood, and both Chen Shu and Zhang Dali lay incapacitated. This sight ignited an unprecedented fury within her, nearly overwhelming her mind. With a determined stomp, Fong Si charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. Zhu Xian, realizing someone was approaching, hastily turned to defend, neglecting the state of Chen Shu. Despite having a reinforced physique, Zhu Xian was clearly no match for Fong Si, who sent him flying several meters with one kick. "Wait, Zhu Xian exclaimed, stunned by the strength of the newcomer, desperately attempting to explain himself. "Die?" Fong Si's eyes glowed with rage, her fury having stripped her of rationality. "Roar!" Zhu Xian, aware he was outmatched, immediately fled, hoping to thwart her. Fong Si did not glance back. The space behind her shattered, revealing a blazing fire dragon. Its body was a brilliant red, measuring nearly 10 meters in length, its wings fanning the air as an intense heat enveloped the Beast-Master Pavilion. Roar! The crimson flame dragon seemed to share its master's fury. Its eyes filled with a terrifying murderous intent as it conjured a fireball in its maw. Boom! The earth-splitting elephant let out a mournful cry as the fireball struck it. The speed of the flame dragon was astonishing. Its 4 claws tore through the elephant's hide, unleashing a torrent of blood. The two creatures' bloodlines were not even in the same league, especially since the flame dragon was a perfectly cultivated contracted spirit. Having consumed all compatible potions, if one were to convert the value of those potions into Chinese currency, it would amount to several tens of millions. Fong Si had invested the bulk of her academic credits into nurturing the flame dragon, making its power unparalleled by ordinary contracted spirits. Damn! How can it be this powerful? Zhu Xian was now thoroughly panicked. Though he was also a black iron-level beast master, he was being thoroughly outclassed. Fong Si struck again, and Zhu Xian could hear the faint crack of bones in his arms. In an instant, he summoned his second contracted spirit. A pitch-black golden eagle appeared. Zhu Xian hastily climbed onto the eagle's back. Its speed was incredible, allowing him to escape Fong Si and reach Zhu Daba's side. The two prepared to flee on the eagle, knowing that staying any longer would spell certain doom. As for the 4 bodyguards on the ground, who had the luxury to care for them, the girl before them had completely lost her mind. Die! Fong Si, her eyes ablaze with fury, summoned her second contracted spirit. In an instant, the space fractured once more, revealing yet another dragon. Chapter 82. The ambulance was actually called for me. Roar! A colossal dragon hovered in the air, its body covered in icy blue scales, even its pupils shimmering with a deep blue hue. Exhaling frost, Its appearance bore some resemblance to the flame dragon, yet the two possessed entirely different attributes. It was the S-rank frost giant dragon. Zhu Xian glanced back in shock, nearly toppling off the golden eagle's back. What the hell has the Zhu family gotten involved with? Two S-rank dragon-type contracted spirits. These are the pinnacle talents of the Chinese academies. The frost giant dragon's eyes glowed with blue light, unleashing a chilling wave of frost that surged toward them with blinding speed. The golden eagle was instantly enveloped in frost, its body stiffening, and its wings' power severely hampered, drastically reducing its speed. Seizing the opportunity, the flame dragon swooped in and sent the golden eagle crashing to the ground. Bang! Zhu Xian and his uncle tumbled to the floor, but they paid no mind to their searing pain. The flame dragon loomed above them, its indifferent gaze sending chills down their spines, its breath of fiery heat almost unbearable. With just a single command from Feng Si, they would meet their demise on the spot. No, please, Feng Si, we're fine. Their confrontation was brief, and only now did Chen Shu comprehend the sheer shock of Feng Si's two contracted spirits. We're all fine. Zhang Dali, too, managed to rise. Though he had endured a beating, he was merely sore in the arms, with no serious injuries. Feng Si abruptly turned, her expression momentarily stunned as she approached the two. Are you truly unhurt? She scrutinized them back and forth, concern etched on her face. Chen Shu explained, all this blood is fake. Feng Si's nose twitched as she detected inconsistencies. With so much blood, how could there be such a faint metallic scent? Taking a deep breath, her eyes glistened with moisture as she shouted, You two fools scared me half to death. Do you know that? Bang! Both Chen Shu and Zhang Dali received a punch, followed by a kick that sent them sprawling. We were wrong. We truly understand our mistakes. The two scrambled away, yet their eyes betrayed their gratitude. Being cared for felt truly wonderful. All right, I'll deal with you two later. Feng Si wiped her misty eyes and resumed her previous domineering demeanor. Brother and sister, we're about to be roasted alive. Zhu Daba and his nephew drew closer to the flame dragon, feeling as though they were on the verge of dehydration. The flame dragon glared at them, occasionally releasing a blast of scorching heat. Only then did Feng Si turn back, instructing the flame dragon to keep its distance. If anything were to happen to Chen Shu and the others, Zhu Xian and the others would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet Feng Si was equally cornered. Even a genius of the Chinese academies could not escape the law's retribution. Sister Feng Si, Zhang Dali began recounting the events that transpired. Minutes later, Feng Si crossed her arms, her expression turning icy as she said, You want my brother to pay you 200,000 Chinese dollars? No, it's unnecessary. We truly regret our actions. Zhu Xian's forehead glistened with cold sweat, even avoiding direct eye contact. ASA Black Iron-level Beastmaster, his two contracted spirits were merely B-rank, making him utterly outclassed. Although the Zhu family has ventured into the business of beast-taming potions, they are, at best, a third-rate force in Kyoto, utterly incomparable to the esteemed institutions of Huaxia. Feng Si turned to Chen Pai and inquired, What do you think? No sooner had her words left her lips than a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ouch! Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were rolling on the ground, seemingly in the throes of unbearable agony. Sister Feng Si, I feel an excruciating headache. I absolutely require 100 beast-taming pearls for treatment. Sister, I too, can scarcely stand. I fear I may need 10 Lord-level ferocious beasts to alleviate my suffering. Observing their exaggerated reactions, Zhu Xian and his nephew were utterly bewildered. Even if this were a case of extortion, could they not employ a modicum of subtlety? You claim to have a headache yet demand beast-taming pearls. The other was even more ludicrous, suggesting that foot pain warranted Lord-level ferocious beasts. Was that something one could consume? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Feng Si's eyes as she coldly remarked, It appears my two little brothers are rather grievously wounded. You may handle the situation as you see fit. With that, the Crimson Flame Dragon let out a fierce roar, positioning itself at the entrance of the competition arena, while the Frost Dragon arrived shortly after, encircling Zhu Xian and his nephew. The alternating sensations of heat and cold left them both feeling quite uncomfortable. Zhu Xian gritted his teeth and proclaimed, We are willing to compensate 30,000 in medical expenses. 30,000. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he pulled out a blood packet from his pocket and calmly took a large gulp. My internal organs are failing me. With a splatter, Chen Shu shook his head vigorously as if he were a water pipe, continuously spewing blood. For heaven's sake, could you possibly be any more theatrical? Do you think this is a high-pressure water gun? Zhu Xian inhaled deeply and responded, 4 basic-level beast-taming pearls. That is my utmost limit. According to the pricing at Old Gui's shop, the value of 4 pearls amounted to 60,000. Fang Si shook her head, asserting without room for debate, you must also include 1 mutated basic-level ferocious beast. Zhu Xian and his companion dared not contest her demand, merely gritting their teeth and nodding in acquiescence. Not only had they failed to recover 20,000 in compensation, but they were now on the hook for 100,000, leaving them completely impoverished. As one of Zhu's family's key decision-makers, Zhu Xian could still mobilize 1 million in funds. Soon, someone arrived with the compensation items. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali wore faces of smug satisfaction as they collected the spoils. The primary value of a mutated ferocious beast lies in the beast-taming pearls within and its unique organs capable of learning skills. The trio departed from Kyoto Lingchu University, leaving behind the disheveled Zhu family members. Uncle, shall we let this slide? That woman is so young. There's no need for us to fear. Bang. Zhu Xian delivered a resounding slap to his nephew, unleashing a torrent of blows. No need. You acknowledge her youth? Do you think the Zhu family can afford to provoke such a formidable young talent? Even your father would be crushed in her presence. Do you understand? As a black iron-level beast tamer, Zhu Xian had never contemplated the vast chasm separating him from a prodigy. The 2 dragon-type contract spirits had truly opened his eyes. It's over just outside the beast-taming hall. The sound of an ambulance echoed. Where are the injured? Medical personnel rushed into the beast-taming hall. There, Zhu Xian clapped his hands, pointing directly at the fallen Zhu Dabai. Lying on the stretcher, Zhu Dabai felt a crushing sense of humiliation, realizing that the ambulance had been summoned for him. Chapter 83. Any service available? Sister Fang Si, you are truly formidable. Throughout the journey, Chen Shu and his companion fawned over her, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. They had not anticipated Fang Si to be so influential. The institutions of Huaxia were incredibly prestigious, far beyond the scope of an ordinary university, representing one of Kyoto's top powers. Enough? Fang Si's expression was frosty, clearly displeased with Chen Shu's previous antics of feigning death. Sister Fang Si, I was merely trying to avoid a crisis. Chen Shu defended himself. That man's fist was as large as a cooking pot. My frail body would surely succumb to a single blow. Zhang Dali chimed in. That's perfect. Sister Fang Si and I can enjoy the feast together. Chen Shu shoved Zhang Dali aside. Are you just coveting my meal? Fang Si nodded impassively, though a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Sister Fang Si, you should have seen it. As I was spitting blood and inching closer to him, he was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. I bet his heart skipped a beat when I collapsed. Chen Shu animatedly recounted the absurd scene, his gestures and expressions exaggerated. Get lost? You're spraying saliva on my face. Fang Si punched Chen Shu away, a smile gracing her lips as she chose not to dwell on the earlier incident. The trio laughed and chatted as they made their way to a hot pot restaurant, eager to celebrate. Chen Shu raised his glass and declared, Dali, I knew I was right about you. I always believed you were a diamond encased in filth. Congratulations on becoming the future culinary deity of Huagua. Fang Si similarly raised her glass, saying, as expected of my little brother, even if you are not a beast tamer, you've managed to gain admission to a first-rate university through your own efforts. From now on, you must work hard in university. Unlike Shenpai, you are young, talented, and ambitious, with boundless potential. Chen Shu felt increasingly uneasy as he listened, hastily interjecting, Sister Fang Si, wait a moment. What do you mean I'm not like Shenpai? I am young and talented too. He felt as though she was belittling him. Zhang Dali raised his glass as well, adding, it's all right, Shenpai. Sister Fang Si's words are true, perhaps she just misspoke. So don't take it to heart. What nonsense! Chen Shu laughed off the remark, though he was unfazed in his heart. The 3 raised their glasses in a toast, their faces beaming with joy. On August 5980 of the Revival era, Zhang Dali successfully enrolled in Kyoto Lingchu University. As night fell, the trio took a taxi back to the entrance of Huaxia Academy. Sister Fang Si, take these items. You will find them useful. Chen Shu handed Fong Si the beast-taming pearls and a pair of beast claws from his backpack. I'll take the claws. You keep the 5 beast-taming pearls? With such weak strength, how can you be my little brother? After some contemplation, Fong Si accepted the claws. The claws belonged to a mutated iron claw beast and had a chance of learning the skill tier. Suddenly, a spatial rift opened above Fong Si's head, and the head of the crimson flame dragon emerged, swallowing the claws whole. As expected, no skill was learned. Relying on a mutated ferocious beast to comprehend a skill was akin to winning the lottery. Only Lord-level or even higher King-level ferocious beasts served as the primary source of contract spirit skills. Sister Fong Si, your dragon is truly magnificent. Both Chen Shu and Zhang Dali gazed enviously. Possessing 2 dragons as contract spirits was the epitome of success. Chen Shu asked, could you take us for a flight? Fong Si shook her head. What are you thinking? It can only fly at low altitudes. If it circled the city, the greenery would be set ablaze. Then can we touch it? The two approached the crimson flame dragon, reaching out to stroke its head. It is so warm. Indeed, in winter, we wouldn't even need heating. We could hang this dragon from the ceiling, and the whole room would be toasty. Absolutely. And with that ice dragon, we wouldn't need to worry about the heat in summer either. The two were like children, continuously caressing the head of the crimson flame dragon. Fong Si's lips twitched. Get lost. The crimson flame dragon let out a furious roar before retreating into the beast-taming space. By the way, Shinpai, tomorrow please help me queue at the beast-taming department of Huaxia Hospital. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Are you out of your mind? I said it's the beast-taming department. The frost dragon has encountered a minor issue. Understood. Over and out. Back at the hotel, Chen Shu swallowed all 5 beast-taming pearls in one go. The beast-taming power within him surged significantly, bringing him one step closer to becoming a 7th-level beast-tamer. The next morning, Chen Shu set out alone. Huaxia Hospital was conveniently located next to Huaxia Academy, being the most prestigious medical institution in the country. Meanwhile, Fong Si took Zhang Dali to Kyoto Walking Street to celebrate his university admission, preparing to equip him with a complete set of spirit chef tools. As a spirit chef, every utensil, from knives to pots, differs from ordinary ones, as they are specifically designed for cooking and handling ferocious beast meat. To punish Chen Shu for the previous day's antics, Fong Si made him queue at the hospital alone. How humiliating it was for a future legendary beast tamer to be subjected to such indignity. With a heavy sigh, Chen Shu arrived at the beast-taming department of the hospital, joining the long queue. Each attending physician only saw a fixed number of patients daily. Chen Shu managed to snag a spot but was unfortunately the last in line. Only amidst the crowded queue did he realize he was truly a descendant of dragons. With a lunchbox in hand, he prepared himself for a long wait. Perhaps I'll watch a live stream. Feeling bored, he pulled out his phone and opened a gaming live stream, when suddenly, someone messaged him privately on the streaming platform. An account featuring a sultry beauty's avatar inquired, "Hey handsome, need some services? Click my profile. What on earth?" Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, clicking on the avatar to reveal contact information for a service. His eyes widened as he added the contact, replying, "Hey, I'm at Huaxia Hospital right now. I need someone to queue for me. Come quickly." A smile spread across his face. He was indeed quite clever, knowing that such matters were best left to someone else. Half an hour passed without a single reply. Chen Shu was filled with questions and typed out a series of question marks. To his surprise, a red exclamation mark appeared before his question marks. Had he been blocked? Chen Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such an outcome. Tio thinks such a trivial task could be declined, despite claims that any service was available. What a scam! With a complaint muttered under his breath, he quietly fell back into line. Yet, another half-hour elapsed, and the queue had barely advanced a meter. Before long, a commotion erupted at the front. "I apologize, everyone. Please be patient for a moment. I have an urgent matter to attend to." A doctor clad in a white coat exited the consultation room, his face etched with regret, leaving behind a throng of bewildered individuals. Seriously? This is happening? Chen Shu lamented skyward, but in the next moment, options appeared before him. Option 1. Patiently wait in line for the doctor's return. Completion reward, 5 increase in contract spirit stamina. Option 2. Seize the opportunity to cut in line. Completion reward, moderate beast mastery. Option 3. Impersonate a doctor and send everyone ahead away. Completion reward. Increase in violent sit-kill level by 1. Chen Shu sighed, his expression one of conflict and indecision. System, you truly make it difficult for me to choose. Yet the next second, he excitedly donned a white coat from outside the consultation room. Chapter 84. Is this the feeling of universal salvation? Your Dr. Chen is about to go live. As Chen Shu put on the white coat, his demeanor instantly turned solemn and dignified. Striding confidently into the consultation room, he took a seat in the doctor's chair. Dr. Wang has a pressing matter, so I will be taking over for now. You may call me Dr. Chen, Chen Shu declared with utmost seriousness. One could have imagined that someone would have the audacity to impersonate a doctor from the Huaxia hospital. Doctor, why aren't you wearing a name tag? The first woman in line queried, her face a mask of confusion. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. She was observant indeed. However, his ability to adapt was not to be underestimated. Clearing his throat, he replied, I'm a temporary stand-in, just rushed here from home and forgot it in the haste. Now then, let us discuss your ailment. The ailment of your contract spirit. The woman nodded and summoned a small rabbit as white as jade. Doctor, my contract spirit has been feeling feverish and appears somewhat agitated. Chen Shu gently stroked the rabbit's fur. It was rather exquisite. Not a significant issue. The recent heat in Kyoto has been intense. Just let it cool off in an air-conditioned room once you get home. The woman looked perplexed and asked, That's it? Chen Shu nodded. That's all. If the condition worsens, then recall it to the Beastmaster space. Next, sometimes, medical consultations could be this straightforward. Suddenly, Chen Shu recalled something and addressed the woman, by the way, do come back tomorrow morning for a follow-up. The vitality of contract spirits is remarkably robust, and with the aid of the Beastmaster space, a rather overpowered asset, they can gradually recover as long as they don't perish on the spot. Judabai's contract spirit must be quite injured, but as long as it remains in the Beastmaster space, it will recover in half a year. The primary role of a beast doctor is merely to shorten the healing time. A one-day delay won't pose any issues. Doctor, my contract spirit has been rather agitated lately. Not a significant issue. Just let it watch a light-hearted film at home to relieve some stress. It'll be fine soon. Your question marks are written all over your face. Trust me, I'm a doctor. Chen Shu spoke with an air of sincerity, compelling belief in his words. Right? If the condition worsens, recall it to the Beastmaster space, and remember to return for a follow-up tomorrow. Chen Shu reminded each patient as his task was merely to send them on their way. After all, if a contract spirit truly faced imminent peril from a one-day delay, they would be in the emergency rescue department today. Initially, others regarded him with skepticism, questioning whether treating contract spirits could be this simple. Yet Chen Shu's performance was so convincing that he seemed like a veteran doctor. Watching each patient depart with satisfaction, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. Is this the feeling of universal salvation? The queue dwindled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, fewer than 10 individuals remained. A man approached, stating, Doctor, my contract spirit has recently become somewhat anorexic. Chen Shu's eyes darted, and he sighed. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? The man's heart raced, and he replied, The good news, pleased that I've decided to name this condition after your contract spirit. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be considered good news? It's merely a case of poor appetite, not something so severe. Chen Shu continued, For now, let us put it in the Beastmaster space and monitor the situation. Return for a follow-up tomorrow. Next, a student stepped forward, stating, Doctor, my contract spirit has become a projectile warrior, constantly experiencing diarrhea. Chen Shu patted the contract spirit's head and opened his mouth again. I have good news and bad news. Which do you wish to hear? The student appeared bewildered and cautiously replied, The bad news. The condition is somewhat serious, and a comprehensive examination may be required for a diagnosis. Return for a follow-up tomorrow. Then what is the good news? Good news. Just wait a moment. Chen Shu glanced at the queue, which was nearing its end, and took out his phone. Hey, Fong Si, hurry over. Oh, and bring something with you. Please hold for a moment. Next, Chen Shu continued with his examination, dispatching the last few patients. While a typical doctor might take an entire day, Chen Shu managed to resolve everything in under 2 hours. What a tiring endeavor. Chen Shu rose and stretched. Shortly after, Fong Si and Zhang Dali arrived at the hospital. The distance wasn't significant, and had they been even a moment late, they might have missed him. How did you get here so quickly? Fang Si asked, puzzled. Is the Huaxia hospital not busy anymore? Chen Shu, why are you wearing that outfit? Sure. Chen Shu gestured for silence as he accepted a loudspeaker from Zhang Dali. Come over here. I have good news. Pointing to the last patient, he pressed the record button on the loudspeaker. Good news, good news. We're clearing out the store. Everything is 50 off, just 50 off, good news, good news. All right, now you know what the good news is, right? Chen Shu said with a serious expression. Now go home and remember to come for a follow-up tomorrow. The student's eyes widened, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he scrutinized Chen Shu. Ultimately, he left, realizing that this was the so-called good news. Reward obtained. Increase in violent sick kill level by 1. Chen Shu calmly removed the white coat. Chen Shu, you? Fang Si and Zhang Dali wore expressions of utter shock. They had witnessed absurdity before, but nothing quite like this. You truly are something else. Don't you fear you're delaying others' treatments? Rest assured. I know what I'm doing. I had everyone return for follow-ups tomorrow. Chen Shu shrugged and added, with the Beastmaster space in play, there's no cause for concern. Besides, many are simply minor ailments. Perhaps a day in the Beastmaster space will suffice for recovery. Have you noticed how many wealthy individuals are in Kyoto? They bring their contract spirits here for diarrhea and poor appetite. Just as the three conversed, a doctor in a white coat entered. Looking astonished. Huh? Where are the patients? Fang Si and Zhang Dali exchanged glances, turning their attention to Chen Shu, who nonchalantly replied, the patients. They've all left. Are patients today really so impatient? The doctor shook his head. Not overly concerned. After all, today was a rare day to rest. Little did he know, tomorrow's influx of patients would leave him in despair. As follow-ups did not require additional payment for consultation, they could accumulate with the new patients arriving the following day. Do you have any questions? The doctor asked with a smile. Fang Si summoned the head of her frost dragon, causing the room's temperature to drop significantly. A dragon? The doctor's eyes widened in astonishment. Beast masters with dragon-type contract spirits were a rarity. Even Huaxia Hospital seldom encountered them. Chapter 85. Wake up. Our task is to build the nation. My frost dragon has recently entered a state of weakness. With only 80 of its usual strength, Fang Si explained her contract spirit's condition. Additionally, it cannot ingest food or medicine. The doctor retrieved an array of instruments, continuously checking the frost dragon's physical indicators. Now this was professionalism. He initially surmised it had ingested something from another realm. The doctor furrowed his brow, temporarily reaching a conclusion, and issued a list, stating, please head to the hematology department for a blood component test. Fang Si nodded, taking the list while recalling her frost dragon. The trio exited the consultation room, with Chen Shu boasting, see how quickly I got through the queue. Hurry, don't join us tomorrow. I'm afraid a crowd will surround and attack you. Chen Shu stroked his chin, contemplating, surely not? Yet, a foreboding feeling stirred within him, and he resolved to stay in the hotel the next day. The three arrived at the hematology department, waiting in line when suddenly, a girl approached. Fang Si recognized her instantly and called out, Xiao Qinghan. The girl looked up in surprise. Itsu. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali spoke in unison, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Wang Qinghan at the hospital. Sister Fang Si, you too? Wang Qinghan responded with equal astonishment, suddenly recalling. Do you know each other? Fang Si raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze towards the trio. Chen Shu grinned widely. Of course we know each other. Lone King, Qinghan. Wang Qinghan's smile faltered momentarily as she responded. I am Wang Qinghan. You are the Lone King. We came here on the train with her. Zhang Dali scrutinized Fang Si and Wang Qinghan, inquiring, how did you two meet? We played together since childhood, but sadly, Qinghan moved away later. Chen Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Sister Fang Si, weren't you the one who played with us as we grew up? Fang Si scoffed, back then, you two were busy playing in the mud, and I found that utterly distasteful. Why would I want to play with you? Wang Qinghan covered her mouth in laughter, pleasantly surprised by the coincidence. By the way, little Qinghan, how did you end up at Huaxia Hospital? Did something happen with your contract spirit? Wang Qinghan sighed. I previously borrowed from a loan shark, and to repay it, I participated in the underground fighting arena in Nanjing City. Although I earned a hefty prize, my contract spirit was severely injured. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali exchanged glances, astonished that she actually repaid the loan, thinking she might have fled instead. No worries, Huaxia Hospital can treat it. And it won't hinder your studies, Fangxi consoled her, adding, you should be in your third year of high school now, right? Wang Qinghan nodded, yes, I will start my third year after the summer break. Stay strong and aim for a good school. That will alleviate a lot of your pressure, Fangxi said gently, her tone significantly softer than usual. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. You have my phone number. Wang Qinghan replied, not for now. I have money now, as Nanjing No. 2 High School provided me with a substantial transfer fee. Chen Shu, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, Nanjing No. 2? Transfer fee? Yes, I was originally at Nanjing No. 1, but Nanjing No. 2 paid to have me transferred to the special training class. Wait, let me clarify. Chen Shu grimaced and said, so, the school leaders at Nanjing No. 2 gave you money to come and attend the special training class? Exactly, Wang Qinghan affirmed. What on earth? Are the school leaders out of their minds, intentionally spending money to recruit someone to utilize the school's resources? All of us from the same school worked hard to get into the special training class. Wang Qinghan stated, I heard they also recruited other students. Chen Shu frowned, wait, what kind of talent do you all have to warrant being paid? Maybe it's because my beast-taming talent is exceptional. And my contract spirit is grade A, she explained. Well, that's a relief. Chen Shu thought to himself, realizing he had been humiliated. The beast-taming talents are classified as ordinary, excellent, exceptional, and extraordinary. The higher the talent, the more efficient one is in cultivating beast-taming power. Wang Qinghan would undoubtedly become a level 9 beast master before the college entrance examination, much like Su Xiaoyu, who is also a promising candidate for Huaxia Academy. It seems Nanjing No. 2 has been pushed to the brink by the previous year's third-year students. If they fail again in this college entrance examination, they might never recover. Wang Qinghan raised the blood test results in her hand and said, Sister Fangxi, I will go find the doctor now. All right, we can chat later. As Wang Qinghan walked away, Fangxi turned and remarked, from now on, little Qinghan will be at your school, so make sure to take good care of her. Her parents were level 8 beast masters, and they fell in battle in an alternate dimension when she was in middle school. For many years, she had relied on part-time jobs to support herself and her sister. Zhang Dali nodded, assuring, don't worry, Sister Fangxi. The chaos of No. 2 High School is up to Chen Pai to manage. Chen Shu grimaced, what does that even mean? With her talent, does she really need my help? One is at the bottom of the special training class, while the other is a transferred top student. How can they be compared? Fangxi pursed her lips, come on, I can't shake the feeling that something is off with you in just a month. You went from an ordinary person to a level 6 beast master. No one at Huaxia Academy has accomplished that. Chen Shu nodded helplessly, fine. I will try my best to take care of her. Soon after, the frost dragon had its blood drawn, and the doctor reached a conclusion from the blood analysis. It turned out that it had ingested some unknown spiritual fruit in the alternate dimension. As long as it digested it over time, everything would be fine, and its strength would even increase. Fangxi sighed with relief. There's nothing to worry about at school for now. Tomorrow, I'll take you to explore the surroundings of Kyoto. The day after tomorrow, let us do it then, Chen Shu replied, stating he needed to stay in the hotel tomorrow. Fangxi smiled. I thought you were really brave. With that, she called Wang Qinghan, only to find out that she had to stay at the hospital to care for her contract spirit and couldn't leave for the time being. Go ahead and have lunch. You all eat. I'm heading back to the hotel. Chen Shu glanced around, clutching the lunch he had brought, and departed. He had diagnosed dozens of patients that morning, including some with silver-level strength. He couldn't afford to be careless. Some matters are like this. The less you want to think about them, the more they haunt you. Early the next day, Fangxi drove to the hotel entrance. Chen Shu and Zhang Dali packed their luggage and left the hotel. Fangxi smiled. Chen Pai, still alive? Chen Shu sniffed. For now, safe and sound, but I've been sneezing all day yesterday. This guy probably got scolded quite a bit yesterday. Let's go. I'll take you to Taiching Mountain in Kyoto. The three of them rode off swiftly. Taiching Mountain is a renowned tourist attraction located in the vicinity of Kyoto, where nearly all visitors come to explore. Chen Shu caught a glimpse of Zhang Dali's phone screen beside him and asked, Dali, watching a live stream? Zhang Dali appeared utterly engrossed, almost entranced. Chen Shu leaned closer and saw a sweet-faced girl live streaming her cooking. He sighed deeply and patted Zhang Dali earnestly. Watching her 100 times won't make her yours, but reading 100 books will make the knowledge yours. Wake up. Our mission is to build our nation. Chapter 86. You truly are a jinx while driving. Fangxi turned to ask, Dali, didn't you always despise watching these? What happened? Did Chen Pai influence you? Sister Fong Si, there's no helping it. This is how the world is. Dali has ultimately become the very person he loathed, Zhang Dali explained. Chen Shu gazed out the window, a sorrowful expression on his face, and sighed, but I'm different. I detest wealthy people and will probably never live like that. Can you stop talking nonsense? Zhang Dali grimaced and clarified. She is a silver-level great spirit chef. I'm learning skills, you know? Understood. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, wearing a teasing expression, and remarked, Sister Fong Si. Dali is indeed learning skills. The trio laughed and chatted as they quickly left the city. Suddenly, Chen Shu said, By the way, are you hungry? I brought some food. What food? Zhang Dali asked eagerly. The best snail noodles. Chen Shu produced the snail noodles from a urea bag. Fong Si, who was also quite hungry, couldn't help but grimace upon seeing the urea bag. Did you really use a urea bag to store food? Chen Shu looked bewildered. Is there a problem? Forget it. You two eat. Fong Si sighed. Dali, take out your iron pot. Sister Fong Si, could you use your fire dragon? Chen Shu licked his lips, his excitement palpable. Fong Si stiffened and said, You want to use my crimson flame dragon to cook snail noodles? Both Chen Shu and Zhang Dali nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I in the back seat. Zhang Dali excitedly held the iron pot while the crimson flame dragon beside him glared with resentment, continuously emanating flames. The value of the contract spirit was evidently being exploited by Chen Shu by afternoon. The group successfully arrived at Taiching Mountain. Gazing at the endless mountain range ahead, the trio felt a refreshing breeze. Due to its elevation, Taiching Mountain was indeed a summer retreat. Let us rest for the night. They disembarked and headed to the hotel they had booked in advance. Early the next morning, the three of them were invigorated and began their ascent. Leading the way, Fong Si felt the cool breeze against her face and turned back to ask, Chen Pai, Dali, when was the last time we went hiking? Zhang Dali pondered, the last time? I think it was before my high school entrance exam. Chen Shu remained silent, reminiscing about past memories, which indeed matched up with their last hike before the entrance examinations. Although there were no contract spirits in his original world, everything else remained unchanged. They followed the bustling crowd of tourists. You three have excellent stamina, remarked an elderly man with white hair. The trio's pace was swift. Showing no signs of breathlessness, Zhang Dali, carrying pots and pans, replied, You seem to be in great shape too. Any health tips? The old man, panting slightly, responded, Health tips? Just stay up late, every day. Look at me, I'm 24 this year. And I still look great. The three nearly stumbled and struggled to maintain their balance. Please, don't say that. Chen Shu suddenly grew curious and asked, Sister Fong Si, how strong are you now? Well, Fong Si contemplated for a moment and answered, I could probably take on 100 of those youngsters without any trouble. We must show respect to the elderly and love the young. Zhang Dali began to speak. The trio climbed the mountain with remarkable speed. Although Chen Shu and Zhang Dali had not undergone any enhancements, their physical prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of the average person. As the altitude gradually increased, the temperature began to drop. Instead of following the tourist path, they ventured towards an undeveloped area. With Fong Si's strength, even a typical alternate space could be traversed with ease, let alone a tourist attraction. Along the way, the three captured numerous breathtaking photographs. Their spirits lifted significantly. As night fell, they found themselves deep within the mountains, surrounded by desolation. Fong Si gazed up at the night sky and suggested, Let us set up camp here for the night. With that, he retrieved a tent from his backpack, preparing to rest. Even with their stamina, it would take them at least 3 to 4 days to traverse Taiching Mountain. Roar, Fong Si summoned the frost dragon. Although its strength was not at its peak due to special circumstances, it could easily intimidate ordinary wild beasts. The frost dragon reigned in its frost, resembling a loyal guardian. The three lit a campfire. While lighting a fire was prohibited in the tourist-restricted area, with the frost dragon present, there was no need to worry about igniting the forest. Zhang Dali set up an iron pot and brought out an assortment of vegetables and meats. Preparing to cook hot pot in the mountains. Dali, your culinary skills are quite impressive, Chen Shu remarked, savoring a piece of fatty beef with a look of satisfaction. Fong Si also indulged, praising Zhang Dali's cooking. Chen Shu commented, to be honest, this scene makes me feel as if I have entered an alternate space. After saying this, he pointed at a shadow on a nearby tree. If we were in an alternate space, I would surely think that was a ferocious beast. Don't you think it looks like one? Fong Si and Zhang Dali both shook their heads, focused on their meal. The shadow appeared to be a gigantic insect, flapping its wings as it approached, illuminated by the campfire's glow. Chen Shu's expression suddenly froze. A massive flying insect, nearly half a meter in size, opened its menacing mandibles, saliva as dark as ink dripping from its mouth, rushing toward him. "What the hell? Are you kidding me?" Chen Shu shouted, startling Zhang Dali. Only Fong Si reacted with remarkable speed. The frost dragon rushed over and swallowed the giant insect whole. Fong Si's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You really have a knack for jinxing things." The frost dragon abruptly expelled what it had just consumed, revealing a black beetle, lifeless and covered in frost. It's an impure blood black beetle, a ferocious beast from the Demon River Plains. Fong Si, with his extensive experience, instantly recognized the creature. Could it be that unfortunate? Chen Shu scanned the surroundings, incredulous that ferocious beasts could be present on Taiching Mountain. Fong Si remained remarkably composed in the face of the beast. The Demon River Plains fell to enemy forces a century ago. Although it was quickly suppressed, some ferocious beasts remained in Blue Star. This is a species born from the hybridization of black beetles and blue star insects. Fong Si furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation. If this is the only type of pseudo-ferocious beast, it typically wouldn't be a significant issue. At most, the Spirit Management Bureau would come to investigate. But we must be wary of the original black beetles that may have survived for a century. Their longevity suggests they possess stealth skills and, more importantly, a considerable level of intelligence. What do you think? Fong Si looked up at the two, her expression suddenly shifting. She saw that Chen Shu and Zhang Dali were already packing up the tent and storing the cooking utensils, appearing ready to flee. "After I've analyzed this for so long, is no one appreciating it?" "Fong Si, what else is there to say?" Chen Shu remarked as he packed the urea bag. "Let us leave Taiching Mountain first, and then call the Spirit Management Bureau to claim our reward." Chapter 87. Have you ever seen such a large flying insect? Wait a moment. Chen Shu suddenly realized, slapping his thigh. "What's wrong?" Zhang Dali and Fong Si looked at him in confusion, uncertain if he had discovered something. "I am such an idiot, of course. We should call to claim our reward first." With that, Chen Shu took out his phone and dialed the Spirit Management Bureau's number. "Hello. There's been an incident. Taiching Mountain is in trouble. There's a ferocious beast from an alternate space." A calm voice responded from the other end. "Please remain calm and speak slowly. Could it possibly be an ordinary wild beast?" "Ordinary wild beast? Have you ever seen a flying insect this large?" Chen Shu exclaimed, using his shoulder to hold the phone while gesturing with both hands to indicate approximately half a meter. "How big is it?" "This big," Chen Shu replied anxiously. Fong Si rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Brother, even if you gesture 1,000 times, they still won't grasp the size. It's an impure blood black beetle," Fong Si interjected. Moving beside Chen Shu to take his phone. "I'm Fong Si from Huaxia Academy. If possible, please send someone to investigate promptly. It is likely a remnant of the black beetles from a century ago." "Huaxia Academy?" "Understood. I have noted your request." Just as Fong Si was about to hang up, she suddenly looked up, her expression turning grave. Beneath the night sky, a bizarre black curtain, stretching hundreds of meters long, had appeared, accompanied by a cacophony of insect chirps. A swarm of black beetles? Fong Si's enhanced vision and hearing allowed her to identify the threat. Her tone turned urgent. "There's a swarm of black beetles. There are still many tourists on Taiching Mountain. Quickly notify the Dragon Control Army." With that, she hung up the phone. "Hey, where did they go?" Fong Si looked up to see Chen Shu and Zhang Dali already running away, clattering with their pots and pans. "Fong Si, run!" Chen Shu waved back at her. Fong Si shook her head, her resolve unwavering. "No, there's a hotel on Taiching Mountain, and surely there are tourists there. I must go." As a prodigy of Huaxia Academy, enjoying various privileged resources, she knew that certain sacrifices were necessary. At the very least, she needed to assess the strength of the black beetles. If they truly posed a threat, retreating would not be too late. Just then, an option suddenly appeared before Chen Shu's eyes. Option 1. Confront the swarm of black beetles. Note: the Black Beetle Lord is a black iron 3-star creature. Completion reward: increase in beast mastery level. Option 2. Retreat swiftly, ensuring personal safety. Completion reward: title dashing escapist. Effect: 1 charm when fleeing. Option 3. Start a live broadcast on the spot, providing real-time updates for online viewers. Completion reward. Invisibility potion. So, this was another choice. Chen Shu looked back at Feng Si and asked, Feng Si, can you handle a black iron 3-star lord creature? Feng Si's eyes widened. Can you detect its strength? At such a distance, ordinary people might not even notice the swarm of black beetles. If it is indeed a black iron 3-star, I can delay them for quite some time, Feng Si stated confidently. As a black iron 2-star beast master, along with 2 dragon-type contracted spirits, she had the ability to contend with the lord creature. All right, then we 1t run. Let us take it on, Chen Shu declared. His fists clenched, his eyes filled with determination. Zhang Dali patted Chen Shu's forehead and asked, What's wrong with you? Have you been possessed? What do you know? There are tourists on Taiching Mountain. As beastmasters, it is our duty and mission to protect ordinary people. Don't you have any semblance of aspiration as a young person in this new era? Chen Shu exclaimed passionately as he patted Zhang Dali on the shoulder. Zhang Dali twitched his lips. Can you at least put down your bag first? Besides, weren't you the one who ran the fastest just now? Let us go. Feng Si took the lead, charging toward the swarm of black beetles. With Chen Shu and Zhang Dali dropping their pots and pans to follow suit, it's the forefront of the swarm. A black beetle with a fierce mandible and glowing green eyes exuded an imposing aura. It was the Black Beetle Lord. Originally a lord creature from the Demon River Plains, it had invaded Blue Star a century ago, only to be ruthlessly beaten back by Huaxia's Beast Master army upon breaching the alternate space. Suffering heavy casualties among its kind, as a lord creature, its intelligence was exceptional, and faced with such a situation, it had naturally chosen to flee. Thus, it became the first to retreat, hiding in Taiching Mountain, missing the best opportunity to return. Over the course of a century, it had initially trembled in fear as powerful beast masters patrolled Taiching Mountain. After decades of anxiety, when the mountain was developed into a tourist attraction, only an endless stream of ordinary people came, leading it to believe that this territory was now inhabited solely by the weak. As a result, the lord creature finally felt it could emerge once more. With the skies clearing and the rain subsiding, it felt invincible. Hissing loudly, the Black Beetle Lord roared to its progeny, Tonight marks the beginning of our resurgence. The other black beetles were about to respond when a dazzling fireball shot toward them at high speed. Boom! The boasting Black Beetle Lord was sent flying with a cry of anguish. The swarm of black beetles paused awkwardly, taken aback that their king was so easily defeated. The Black Beetle Lord managed to regain control. Its eyes filled with rage, having not expected to be struck down so swiftly upon emerging from its lair. It looked downward to see 2 flying dragons, roaring fiercely. Be careful, Feng Si warned as she stood her ground. Addressing Chen Shu and Zhang Dali, Don't worry, Feng Si. A mere 10 meters away, 2 individuals had long since concealed themselves within the branches of a great tree. Feng Si chose to disregard them, focusing intently on the fierce battle unfolding above. The Crimson Flame Dragon was the first to strike, its scorching flames coalescing with fervor. In an instant, a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled forth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The dragon's mouth continued to generate waves of terrifying heat. A series of fireballs formed, resembling a string of peas being shot towards the Black Beetle. The Black Beetle King, sensing the imminent threat, prepared for a tactical retreat. However, a surge of icy blue frost arrived in an instant, freezing its movements momentarily, dulling its senses. Under Feng Si's command, the Ice Frost Dragon maintained control while the Crimson Flame Dragon engaged in offensive maneuvers. Their synergy as contract spirits impeccably synchronized. The Black Beetle, a formidable creature in its own right, manifested a dark energy shield as the fireballs rained down, exploding with a thunderous roar, illuminating the night sky like a grand display of fireworks. Feng Si's expression grew grave. The Black Beetle Lord emerged unscathed, its shield still intact. With a cacophonous screech, the Black Beetle Lord fixed its venomous gaze upon Feng Si, clearly recognizing the vulnerability of the Beastmaster's corporeal form. With dark energy swirling around its wings, it surged forward with blinding speed, darting past the contract spirits. Be careful! Chen Shu, perched in the tree, shouted, preparing to summon a slime to counter the impending attack. Yet, Feng Si remained unperturbed as another wave of icy chill descended, enveloping the Black Beetle Lord. Its form became temporarily encased in ice. Just as the crimson flame dragon swooped down, its claws ablaze, engaging in a fierce clash with the black beetle lord. Fong Si positioned herself beside the ice frost dragon, observing the chaos of battle. The crimson flame dragon, a perfectly cultivated S-tier contract spirit, possessed the strength to contend with the black beetle lord. Their ferocious skirmish drew the attention of tourists on the mountain, who rushed from their hotels to witness the spectacle. The sight of the ice frost and crimson flame dragons against the night sky, amidst the occasional explosions of flame, resembled a grand fireworks display. What lies ahead? A swirl of blue and red light? Could it be extraterrestrials? Are you blind? It's a dragon. Is this truly the spectacle of Taiching Mountain? Mom, I've made it. I see a dragon. Tourists whipped out their phones, eager to capture the breathtaking scene. Attention, all visitors. Return to the hotel immediately, shouted a park official, equipped with a megaphone, evidently alerted by the Spirit Control Bureau. Given the nighttime chaos, descending the mountain in a panic could result in catastrophic casualties. It was far wiser to remain in the hotel and seek assistance. The Black Beetle Lord seethed with rage. Having just emerged from the mountain only to face utter defeat, a repeat of a century ago. Its life could be summed up in a single phrase: perpetually invading, perpetually defeated. Its emerald gaze fixed upon the distant hotel. It emitted a piercing cry. Instantly, the swarm of black beetles received their orders and surged toward the hotel. This is bad. Fong Si's expression froze in realization. The foe aimed to harm innocent lives. The ice frost dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of icy blue frost into the air. Dozens of black beetles plummeted, as if a black rain had descended. Yet, abilities had cooldowns, and the ice frost dragon could not halt the entire swarm. Fong Si sighed, offering a silent prayer for the people below. Stopping a single lord-level beast was already her limit. She could only hope for reinforcements. She glanced at the two individuals in the tree and sighed again. Could she really rely on them? But in the next moment, Chen Shu stood up, shouting, "Sister Fong Si, I've got this." Fong Si was taken aback as a golden slime appeared. To her astonishment, the slime began to swell rapidly, expanding to several times its original size, even larger than the crimson flame dragon. This skill? Fong Si narrowed her eyes, recognizing the potential of the growth ability. Take flight, Chen Shu exclaimed, gazing at the swarm of black beetles with a gleam of determination. In this critical moment, it was time for him to shine. The slime puffed up, preparing to execute its combination of skills once more. With a thunderous launch, the slime propelled itself forward, its trajectory precise. The once orderly swarm of insects was thrown into disarray. They were merely a horde of inferior beasts, and against the slime, they were no match. Those struck by it suffered grievous injuries or met their demise. Countless black beetles clambered onto the slime, attempting to bite, but the skill rebound force activated, shattering their mandibles. The tourists in the hotel gazed up in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sight before them. With their limited vision, they could not discern the black beetles in the night, but could only see a giant figure soaring through the sky. Extraordinary! A massive creature flying in the sky. Many pulled out their phones, documenting the bizarre spectacle for their social media. Soon, the slime landed safely, the effects of its ability waning, but the formation of the black beetles had been thoroughly disrupted. Suffering heavy casualties, Chen Pai, impressive, Fong Si marveled, astonished that Chen Shu's F-tier slime could exhibit such ferocity. In truth, even many A-tier contract spirits would struggle to achieve such results. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively, stating it was all within my expectations. The Black Beetle Lord, temporarily holding its ground against the Crimson Flame Dragon, was incensed at the loss of its progeny. Charge, it commanded, sending the swarm once more toward the hotel. With the slime's abilities on cooldown, it would need to await the recovery of its skills to take flight again. The fate of the people now rested in their hands. Chen Shu felt powerless. The slime could only inflict damage through skill combinations. Fong Si, however, remained focused on the Lord Beast before her. To eliminate any Lord creature, one must confront the threat of its swarm. Yet the Black Beetle Lord was an exception. Its former subordinates had long been abandoned, and its current swarm consisted of inferior beings, a disarrayed rabble. Alone, it could not hope to defeat Fong Si. Fong Si commanded the Ice Frost Dragon to join the fray. Unleashing a torrent of frost, The black beetle trembled at the duality of fire and ice. Time to retreat, it thought, feeling the sting of defeat. Yet, the two contract spirits refused to relent. The crimson flame dragon's fiery claws tore at the black beetle's exoskeleton. Once its dark shield was shattered, the dragon could easily penetrate its defenses. Soon, the black beetle found itself gravely wounded. Although both dragons bore injuries, it was clear that, in a war of attrition, the black beetle would perish first. The black beetle's fury ignited as it spread its wings wide, dark energy radiating outward, its emerald eyes filled with malice, its aura growing ominous. Fang Xi furrowed her brow, signaling the dragons to pause their assault. The creature appeared ready to fight to the bitter end. "Stop it!" Chen Shu shouted from a distance. Fang Xi was momentarily taken aback as the black beetle, which had seemed ready to flee, abruptly turned and attempted to escape. She realized she'd been deceived. The creature had feigned its intentions, even leading her to believe it sought mutual destruction. Fang Xi glanced back at Chen Shu, astonished. "How do you possess such experience?" "Sister Fang Xi, hurry, pursue it," Chen Shu urged, offering no further explanation. The black beetle was clearly pretending, its fierce demeanor belied by its watchful gaze, searching for an escape route. Compared to Chen Shu, a master of evasion, the black beetle was woefully inadequate. Fang Xi nodded, instructing the crimson flame dragon to give chase while she followed closely behind with the ice frost dragon. Every black iron-level beastmaster must cultivate the habit of keeping a contract spirit nearby at all times. Otherwise, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Chen Shu climbed a tall tree, scanning the distance toward the hotel. He had initially thought the black beetle was wreaking havoc within, but instead, he spotted a massive shadow soaring through the sky, clearly bearing a human figure atop it. "Has the Spirit Control Bureau arrived?" Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the black beetle swarm had perished in vain. Meanwhile, Fang Xi continued her pursuit. The black beetle lord was swift, but thanks to a trail of flame left by the crimson flame dragon, she could still track its movements. Tonight, she would single-handedly slay a lord-level beast. As time passed, Fang Xi's expression suddenly shifted in alarm. Before them, the crimson flame dragon came to a halt, its eyes filled with confusion as it surveyed its surroundings. "The mark has vanished?" Fang Xi furrowed her brow. There were only two possibilities. The black beetle possessed a skill to erase the mark, or it had perished. If it were the former, the black beetle lord would have eliminated it long ago. The flame mark was unmistakably visible, a persistent blaze upon its carapace, making it impossible for the opponent to overlook. Thus, only the latter possibility remained. Dead? Fang Xi's gaze drifted toward the encroaching darkness ahead, questioning who dared to snatch sustenance from her jaws. Just then, 4 points of red light appeared in the distance, drawing ever closer to Fang Xi. The crimson flame dragon tensed its body, emitting a series of low growls. The so-called prodigy, it seemed, was nothing extraordinary after all. A young man, clad in a trench coat and exuding an air of sophistication, approached slowly, roar. The eyes of the crimson flame dragon ignited with battle intent, unleashing waves of fiery breath as its gaze fixed upon the contract spirit beside the young man. A massive hound with 2 heads stood sentinel, its crimson pupils brimming with ferocity, equally imposing. It was the S-rank 2-headed demon hound. Fang Xi narrowed her eyes and stated flatly, "Su Han from the 3rd year? To be remembered by a genius is indeed an honor." Su Han smiled gently as he tossed an object into the air. "Here is the black beetle you sought." Fang Xi looked down to see the recently slain black beetle lord, its body shattered, evidently stripped of vital materials. "You dare to pilfer my prey?" The crimson flame dragon and frost dragon stepped forward, their injuries notwithstanding, still emanating an aura of ferocity. "What? Do you wish to test me?" Su Han let out a cold laugh as a spatial rift appeared above him, from which a large blue bird emerged. Another S-rank contract spirit, the wind spirit sparrow, said to possess a trace of bluebird lineage, no less formidable than dragon-type contract spirits. The Huaxia Academy gathered the nation S prodigies. Fang Xi was not the only one to possess 2 S-rank contract spirits. The two parties fell into a standoff, the night air over Taiching Mountain particularly frigid, yet both remained motionless. Su Han crossed his arms, eager to see if the legendary academic prodigy would dare to make a move. Seconds ticked by, and throughout, Fang Xi maintained her indifferent demeanor, showing no signs of change. They seemed ensnared in an alternate form of confrontation, the night silent, their silence even more profound. Su Han remained rooted. The night wind billowing his trench coat, rendering him enigmatic and dashing. But suddenly, a twist of fate unfolded. "Look out!" a voice shouted, and a figure materialized eerily behind Su Han. Damn it! In ambush, Su Han's reflexes kicked in. His two contract spirits rushing back to defend their master, but Fang Xi's twin dragons had long been poised, ensnaring them tightly. In an instant, the four contract spirits erupted into a cataclysmic battle. Su Han felt as though he had been ensnared in it was Chen Shu and his companion, who had stealthily approached Su Han's rear. After ensnaring him, Chen Shu retreated without engaging. Fully aware of the disparity in their ranks, the opponent was a black iron-level beastmaster. He could not withstand even a single blow. Now it was Zhang Dali's turn to take the stage. He gripped a massive iron pot tightly, using his legs to drive his waist and his waist to propel his arms, executing a full 360-degree spin. Whoosh! The iron pot in his hands produced a thunderous slicing sound. Zhang Dali bellowed, "Go to hell!" Clang! Just as Su Han was about to peel back the bag, his head was suddenly filled with a dull throb. His skull was tough, but the iron pot was tougher. After all, it was specifically designed for cooking beast flesh. Zhang Dali struck with such precision that Su Han was knocked unconscious. With their master incapacitated, the two contract spirits immediately retreated to the Beastmaster space. The trio's coordination was impeccable, completed in the blink of an eye, truly flawless. Fang Xi could no longer maintain her cold demeanor, a smile gracing her lips. She sauntered over and kicked Su Han, saying, "I'm waiting for reinforcements." "What are you waiting for?" Youth truly is blissfully unaware of the world's perils. Chen Shu shook his head, a look of lament on his face. "Do you think you can compete with us?" The three pulled off Su Han's backpack, uncovering the materials of the Black Beetle Lord within. "Let us go." Fang Xi kicked him a few more times as she prepared to leave. "Wait." Chen Shu bore a wicked grin, swiftly beginning to strip Su Han of his clothing. Fang Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? What are you thinking? Turn around." In no time, Su Han was left with only his underpants. Resembling a naked little lamb, Zhang Dali remarked, "Wearing pink? How absurd." They covered him with the bag and discarded the rest of Su Han's clothes down the mountain. "Let us go." Chen Shu clapped his hands. Ready to depart, Fang Xi twitched her lips. "You two are truly despicable. Tomorrow morning, Su Han will either descend the mountain in pink underpants or encased in a bag. Either way, it would be a mortifying spectacle, and one could only assume he would be searching online for which planet was suitable for habitation. Chen Shu chuckled. Who told this fool to show off, wearing a trench coat in the height of summer? How ostentatious! Perhaps he fancied himself the protagonist. Chapter 90. Are you a fool sent by the monkey? The trio quietly departed the area, preparing to return to their hotel when a colossal shadow loomed overhead. Chen Shu's eyes widened as he gazed skyward, spotting a formidable eagle. Upon its back stood a figure clad in a black robe, adorned with a golden armband bearing the words Dragon Master. This was none other than the Dragon Master Corps, equivalent to the Spirit Suppression Army, tasked primarily with managing significant events on Blue Star. Unlike the Spirit Suppression Army, their numbers were few, and they operated solo, yet every Dragon Master was exceptionally powerful, far surpassing their peers. Fang Xi from Huaxia Academy? The man leaped gracefully from dozens of meters above, landing with poise. Even Fang Xi could not accomplish such a feat, signaling that the individual was at least a silver-level beastmaster. Fang Xi opened her backpack and stated calmly, "The Black Beetle Lord is dead. The youth of today are truly remarkable." The Dragon Master murmured, inspecting the materials of the Black Beetle Lord's body. According to intelligence, there should still be a student from Huaxia Academy on Taiching Mountain. Chen Shu stepped forward, saying, "Big brother, that individual prefers to remain low-key, doing good deeds without seeking recognition, and left Taiching Mountain early." The Dragon Master did not ponder further, mounting the eagle and departing Taiching Mountain. With the lordly beast now deceased, the crisis was naturally averted. The trio returned to the hotel and rested for the night. The night atop Taiching Mountain was particularly frigid, and Su Han's bare body quivered within the bag intermittently. However, his physique had been reinforced, so he would merely catch a slight cold at most. The following morning, Fang Xi tossed a blood-red shell toward Chen Pai, saying, Here, take this. If consumed, it may grant you the chance to comprehend the Black Beetle's skill, Black Light Shield. Black Light Shield is a highly versatile defensive skill capable of withstanding both elemental and physical attacks. In terms of value, it would fetch no less than 4 million huaxia coins. Chen Shu shook his head. You keep it. My contract spirits do not require additional skills. Feng Xi's Twin Dragon contract spirits had average defense. Acquiring a defensive skill would indeed be a commendable choice. Feng Xi nodded, stowing away the shell, knowing their bond required no further words. Despite the earlier incident with the Black Beetle, their spirits remained undampened, and they continued to explore Taiching Mountain with enthusiasm for 3 days. The trio then ventured to other tourist attractions in Kyoto, determined to make the most of their time together. Feng Xi felt an immense sense of relaxation. Since entering Huaxia Academy, her days had been consumed by fierce competition. Whether it was studying various subjects or hunting ferocious beasts in alternate realms, the immense pressure and competitive nature had significantly elevated her strength. But the prolonged tension inevitably took a toll on her body. For her, these moments of joy were exceedingly rare. Time passed quietly, swiftly approaching the end of August. The school year was about to commence. And for the three, it marked the time for parting at Shao Jia's food stall. The trio had shared their first dinner upon arriving in Kyoto, and now, as they prepared to part, they found themselves back at the same place. Initially, they had deemed the establishment too lowly, but now they savored their meal with gusto. A sense of reluctance flickered in Feng Xi's eyes as she said, Chen Pai, you must come to Kyoto soon. Chen Shu smiled. Of course, I'll come to Huaxia Academy after the college entrance exams next year. He, too, felt a touch of sorrow, especially since the others would remain in Kyoto while he would return alone to Nanjing City. Dali, aren't you returning to Nanjing City at all? Zhang Dali shook his head. The school has matters to attend to. It seems we are to undergo some training. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a genius? Do you need to study? Zhang Dali scoffed. To you, I may seem a genius, but among my peers, I am not. Feng Xi sighed. Who knows when we'll gather again? Amidst the melancholy of parting, the trio eventually finished their meal. Chen Shu returned to the hotel, booking a train ticket back to Nanjing City for the following day. He has now ascended to the rank of a level 7 Beastmaster. On par with Su Xiaoyu, and with various skills and potions augmenting his abilities, he is capable of engaging in fierce combat even against an A-class Firebird, of course. Whether he can emerge victorious in a duel with her would depend on the specific circumstances. The following morning, Chen Shu packed his belongings and set off on his journey home alone. Driver, to the South Station in Kyoto. He instructed as he boarded the taxi with his backpack. The driver smiled and replied, What a coincidence, you're not the only one heading to the South Station. To his side sat a man wearing a flat-brimmed cap, exuding an air of pretentiousness and mystery. The man's flamboyant attire reminded Chen Shu of Su Han from Taiching Mountain. Just as Chen Shu was about to take a moment to rest, he was suddenly jolted to attention by the appearance of an option before him. Option 1. Forcefully exit the vehicle and escape. Reward: a substantial amount of beast mastery power. Option 2. Use all means to negotiate and find a way to extricate himself. Reward: 5 increase in golden slime size. Option 3. Shout loudly. This ISNTA vehicle for going to kindergarten? Let me out. Reward: purification potion. Something was indeed amiss. Chen Shu maintained his composure, his eyes darting around. Initially, he had thought the first option indicated an impending taxi accident, but it now appeared that either the passenger beside him or the driver, or both, were suspicious. The first option was certainly discarded. Despite the tempting reward, jumping from a speeding vehicle was tantamount to courting death. As for the third option, it would only serve to alert the snake in the grass. Chen Shu glanced at the man beside him and suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder. Old Wang, no wonder you look so familiar. Chen Shu beamed, as if he had encountered an old friend after many years. The man coldly replied, You've mistaken me for someone else. A flicker of concern crossed Song Su's mind. Could it be that the other party had seen through his guise? However, he had not exhibited any unusual behavior throughout the journey. My apologies. I mistook you for someone else. Chen Shu quickly released his grip. Though it was merely a simple gesture, it was evident that the individual's physical prowess was lacking. He was certainly not a black iron-level beastmaster. How audacious of him to attempt to plot against Chen Shu despite not being of that caliber. Chen Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned to the driver. Driver, the South Station in Kyoto is not this way. You've taken a wrong turn. Yet, the driver offered no response, continuing on his own path. Kid, sit still. The man in the cap raised his head, revealing a vicious scar across his face, making him appear quite menacing. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shu threw a punch directly at the man, swift and precise. You? The man was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Bang, bang. Chen Shu continued to rain down blows, showing no mercy. Stop it, the driver shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears. Song Su, didn't you say you learned martial arts? Song Su, battered and covering his head, was utterly unable to retaliate. I only practiced military boxing for a few days during military training and even performed it with classmates. The driver, exasperated, urged, well, then go ahead and fight. Seizing the opportunity, Song Su attempted to assume the stance for military boxing, but Chen Shu delivered another punch, causing blood to gush from his nose. Are you a clown sent by the Monkey Brigade? Chapter 91. What research are you conducting? Being studied, brother, I was wrong. Truly wrong, Song Su exclaimed, his face contorted in pain as he surrendered on the spot. He had initially thought it would be a simple task to deal with a high school student, believing that as a university student, it would be a piece of cake. However, he had not expected such an outcome. Now, will you take me to the South Station in Kyoto? Is that a problem? Chen Shu directed his gaze towards the driver, seizing the moment to land another punch on Song Su. Lu Gu, take him there. Song Su, his head held high, bore a look of utter disarray. The driver, resigned, had no choice but to transport Chen Shu to the train station. Outside, the streets bustled with activity, yet inside the vehicle, an eerie silence prevailed. Soon, the driver pulled up at the train station. So even the weaklings are pretending to be bandits now? Chen Shu delivered one final flurry of punches before departing, leaving the vehicle filled with cries of anguish and shaking from the commotion. Drawing curious glances from passers-by, he felt a sense of relief and satisfaction as he strode away. The mission had failed. That kid was far too ruthless. Song Su sighed, still unable to comprehend how Chen Shu had seen through his ruse. He had intended to wait until the vehicle reached a secluded area before taking action, only to find himself thoroughly beaten. Chen Shu pulled out his phone and dialed Fong Xi's number. Hello, Sister Fong Xi, be careful. Su Han has sent someone to retaliate. Fong Xi's voice was tinged with urgency as she replied. Are you all right? Of course I'm fine. I'm preparing to return to Nanjing City. You and Dali must be cautious as well. After their conversation, Chen Shu hung up. Fong Xi bore no concern. As long as Chen Shu could leave safely, nothing else mattered. Zhang Dali, who had been staying at school, was at the top culinary university in the country, so Su Han wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As for herself, she was completely unfazed by Su Han. Chen Shu successfully boarded the train, departing from the bustling city. I will return in a year, he murmured, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Failed to capture him? Su Han's expression was frigid as he crushed the glass in his hand. As you shall, let me explain. Song Su blurted out in panic. You can't even handle a high school student. What use are you to me? Su Han replied coldly, go clean the company toilets for 6 months. Song Su left the room, dejected. But I'm a university student. How could I be reduced to cleaning toilets? Su Han sighed. He had originally planned to capture Chen Shu, strip him of his clothes, and toss him onto the street in a urinal bag. However, he hadn't anticipated that the so-called expert in martial arts, Song Su, would fail so spectacularly on that day at Taiching Mountain. Su Han had been literally jolted awake, clad only in a pink pair of shorts and a urinal bag. The thought of that day made him want to bash his head against a wall. As a genius from a prestigious institution, he certainly did not want to be remembered as someone who descended the mountain in a pink pair of shorts or a urinal bag. Thus, he made a decisive choice, donning the urinal bag on his head and sprinting down the mountain. Although the experience was mortifying, at least no one had seen his face. Meanwhile, online, a new sensation emerged. A urinal-clad wild man spotted on Taiching Mountain, wearing pink shorts. Driver Liu, lacking subtlety, asked, Su Xiao, how did that kid manage to provoke you? You and Song Su can go clean the toilets together. Su Han waved his hand dismissively, visibly annoyed, no longer interested in Chen Shu or Zhang Dali. His only rival was Fong Xi. As long as he could become a silver-level beast master, vengeance would surely be his. A day passed, and Chen Shu returned to Nanjing City, feeling a sense of ease as he gazed at the familiar buildings. The Nanjing bandit is back, he shouted exuberantly in front of the train station, his melancholy at parting somewhat alleviated. The surrounding crowd regarded him with puzzled expressions. Moments later, just as Chen Shu was about to hail a taxi home, he was abruptly stopped. Police? Chen Shu was taken aback, unsure of what offense he had committed. In a way, officer. I just returned from Kyoto. The officer, stern-faced, inquired, so you're the notorious Nanjing bandit? Chen Shu was rendered speechless. The police response had been alarmingly swift. I was just joking, officer. I'm a student from Nanjing Second High School. Here's my ID. After verifying his identification, the officer finally let him go. Chen Shu hailed a taxi and began his journey home. He sighed, contemplating the impending start of school in 2 days, feeling a twinge of sadness. The return to school signified the loss of his freedom to loiter. As the taxi was in motion, the driver suddenly came to a halt. Hey, buddy, is it all right if I pick someone up? It's on the way. Chen Shu nodded, not giving it much thought. The car stopped, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a boy preparing to board. The boy, wearing glasses and possessing a gentle demeanor, smiled shyly when he noticed Chen Shu's gaze. He appeared to be merely an introverted student. However, the building behind him caught Chen Shu's attention. Nanjing City Mental Hospital. The boy was dressed in a white shirt but held a set of blue and white striped clothing, clearly indicative of a mental patient's attire. Chen Shu instinctively shifted further away, even contemplating moving to the front seat. In this day and age, one fears the reckless fear the life-threatening, and the life-threatening fear the mentally ill. Clearly, mental patients belong to the apex of the food chain, while Chen Shu was merely at the bottom. The boy seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere and smiled gently. I'm doing research at the mental hospital. Oh? Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had overthought things. After all, how could a patient leave the hospital at will? I see you're about my age. I didn't realize you were involved in research, he added. By the way, what kind of research? Being researched? Chen Shu's spirit jolted, and he shouted, Driver. I want to get out, but hold on. Being researched must mean he was a mental patient, right? The boy grasped Chen Shu's sleeve and insisted. No, I'm a student. I'm just doing a part-time job. Part-time? Part-time as a mental patient? Chen Shu retorted, alarmed. It seemed the current job market was indeed diverse. He shrugged off the boy's hold, panic rising within him. Although his thought process was unconventional, he was still a normal person. Encountering a genuine mental patient was understandably frightening. Brother, I'm truly a student just trying to earn a bit on the side. The young man firmly grasped Chen Shu and addressed the driver, saying, Master, weld the car doors shut. N01 is to exit today. Chen Shu wore an expression of utter disbelief. Am I not concerned about you running away? What if you refuse to pay? The driver would inevitably hold me accountable. Despite the other party's refined appearance, his strength was not to be underestimated. The two tugged back and forth, and ultimately, Chen Shu found himself unable to alight from the vehicle. The driver, wary that Chen Shu might skip out without settling the fare, did not stop throughout the journey. All right, I concede. I concede. Chen Shu inwardly lamented his misfortune. The day's events had been nothing short of bizarre. First, he encountered 2 clowns sent by Su Han, then faced interrogation by the police, and now, he was stuck in a car with a lunatic. Half an hour later, Chen Shu sighed and said, I've arrived. May I disembark now? The driver finally brought the vehicle to a halt. After handing over the fare, Chen Shu prepared to exit. Bro, I'm Su Xingxing. Let us get acquainted. Perhaps we'll meet again in the future. Forget it. I never wish to see you again. Chen Shu swung open the car door and dashed back to the community. Chapter 92. Do you wish to cross paths with the South River Bandit? Mom and Dad, I'm back. Back already? Chen Shu's parents happened to be having dinner. His father, Chen Ping, stood up, glanced outside, and inquired, No pursuers, right? Chen Shu responded with exasperation, Dad, what are you thinking? I'm not a fugitive. Suddenly recalling something, he added, Though there are no pursuers, I did encounter a lunatic today. His father, Chen Ping, remarked, Your bedfellow? Chen Shu forced a dry laugh. Hee. Seems like you're in a good mood. Chen Ping sighed in relief. Chen Shu returned to the dining table, serving himself a large bowl of congee, and said, Being home certainly lifts my spirits. His mother remarked, We thought you might be upset about Dolly. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Dolly? Didn't he get accepted into the Kyoto Lingchu University? Why would I be upset? Chen Ping sighed. It's precisely because he got in. Although the 3 of you grew up together, Fong Si and Zhang Dali are so exceptional. While you seem rather mediocre, it's natural to feel a bit unbalanced. Though we may be underachievers, at least we maintain a good mindset. Chen Ping patted his shoulder and said, as long as your mindset is sound, you'll live long. The one who laughs last, laughs best. Dad. You really know how to offer comfort. Chen Shu replied, besides, I believe in the principle of accumulating strength over time. Once I put in the effort, those two will have to rely on me for support. Chen Ping said, oh no, your mindset is fine, but it seems your sanity is questionable. Chen Shu chose to remain silent, focusing on his meal. The next day, Chen Shu initially planned to seclude himself for a day of rest and reflection. However, early in the morning, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Marked as a scam by 9,999 people, Chen Shu grimaced. The audacity of these scammers to use the same number was impressive, he answered, and before he could speak, the voice on the other end jumped in. Old classmate. Ah, I've missed you terribly. Wait, how do you know who I am? Just calling me an old classmate. You can't even recognize my voice? Truly, people of importance forget easily. It's me, Old Zhao. Chen Shu smirked and asked, Old Zhao, do you trust Lao or Zhao? After a moment of silence, the voice replied, you haven't changed at all, still love to joke. Chen Shu laughed, haha, I was just kidding. I could never forget Old Zhao. He paused, then inquired, by the way, what have you been up to lately? Me? I've been working as a fitness instructor, but I always feel short on cash. I want to invest and start a business, so I need a partner. Oh please, Old Zhao, I remember you used to have seizures. How can you be a trainer? Teaching people to convulse? Another silence ensued. Chen Shu struggled to stifle his laughter, already picturing the other's expression. Now that medical technology has advanced, I'm all better now. Recovered, huh? Congratulations. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us talk about investment matters. Chen Shu grinned mischievously. That's not right, Old Zhao. Didn't you get hit by a truck while dancing on the street after drinking too much? You lost your left leg. How can you be a fitness instructor? The voice on the other end turned a bit unnatural. Old classmate, you must be mistaken. Right, my bad. I must have mixed things up. Chen Shu apologized. After so many years, you've always been forgetful. It was my mistake. I recall now. You lost your right leg. Look at my memory. The line fell silent, a clear indication of withdrawal, and the call was abruptly ended. Hello, old classmate. Chen Shu erupted into laughter, guessing that the scammer had been thoroughly rattled. Just as he was enjoying the moment, another call came through. Another unknown number? Are there really this many scammers? Chen Shu answered, promptly saying, so, Old Zhao, has your epilepsy been cured? A familiar voice replied, it's me, Xie Sunan. What nonsense are you spouting? Xie Buru. Chen Shu explained, a scammer just called me, and I was teasing him. Then, recalling something, he asked, you're not a scammer, are you? What do you think? Xie Sunan said, arching an eyebrow. Are you free today? I've taken on a task. Interested? What task? There's a notorious thief in South River. Not interested. You should report that to the police. There's a reward of 50,000. I've never had a fondness for criminals. Where are you? I'll come find you. Xie Sunan, exasperated, replied, are you switching roles like in a Sichuan opera? How dare you claim to be the South River bandit? It's clear you want to clash with me, the South River enforcer. Chen Shu got up, packed his bag, and left the community. Half an hour later, at the intersection of Shafei Road, Xie Sunan, dressed in a blue t-shirt and jeans, appeared remarkably youthful. If one disregarded his face, Old Xie, you've stopped selling pork? Pork prices have plummeted. I've stopped selling it. Besides, it was merely a side gig. Part-time pig slaughterer? To be honest, that's quite absurd, Chen Shu said, patting him on the shoulder. But you're better off than me. Last night, I encountered someone moonlighting as a lunatic. I am doing legitimate part-time work. All right, Xie Sunan replied. Enough of that. Check out the task intel. Chen Shu nodded and took a small booklet. Task name, capture the South River bandit. Task difficulty, none. Task content, recently, a notorious thief has emerged in South River, specializing in stealing from affluent families. His methods are highly sophisticated, leaving no traces at the crime scene, and the wealth he has pilfered amounts to several million. We hope to capture him promptly. Task reward, 100,000. Task challenges, 1. There is no basic information on the South River bandit. Even his gender cannot be determined. 2. His techniques are bizarre, evading all surveillance, possibly utilizing a contracted spirit's abilities. Task hints. It can be deduced that the South River Bandit operates solo, with no possibility of gang activity. Point 2. The level of the Beastmaster is unlikely to be high. 3. After committing the crime, he leaves behind the phrase robbing the rich to aid the poor, indicating he might reside in a slum. Beastmaster? Chen Shu frowned slightly, his expression turning serious. What's wrong? Sunin asked. Though he was a Beastmaster himself, his combat ability was virtually non-existent, which was why he saw Chen Shu as muscle. If the criminal were a Beastmaster, things would become complicated. Criminals tended to be ruthless, resorting to any means necessary, and their contracted spirits often shared the same ferocity, making them difficult to handle. Is it unmanageable? I've already gathered specific information, Sunin frowned. Chen Shu chuckled softly, saying, what others can handle, I can manage. What others cannot handle, I can certainly tackle. What I mean is, his tone paused, I need more money. Chapter 93. Opening the door to check the water meter. Sunin fell silent for a moment. You really are something. All this acting was just to negotiate for more money, huh? I'll offer 70,000. You get 30,000? Firm price? No bargaining, Sunin remarked. Aren't you the one who despises criminals the most? Chen Shu nodded nonchalantly, indeed, but I have an even greater aversion to being broke. The two are not mutually exclusive. All right, Sunin nodded, but let us be clear. I have no combat skills. It's all on you. The two then took a vehicle towards the northern part of South River City. Aren't we heading to the slums in the west of the city? Chen Shu asked. The western part of South River City is the most underdeveloped area. Logically, they should search for the criminal there. Sunin replied, do you really believe official information? Chen Shu pondered. That was indeed public information. And the criminal would have surely relocated by now. By the way, old Xie, why did you suddenly take on a task? Short on cash, Sunin sighed. School is starting soon. I need to earn some living expenses. It has indeed been arduous. Striving to earn a living for his son is no easy feat. Chen Shu gently patted him on the shoulder and remarked, how about this? I will contribute 80,000. And you will provide 20,000. What does a student need such an amount for? It only cultivates a habit of extravagance. You are truly despicable. Sunin made an internationally recognized gesture of disdain. He had initially thought that the other party would empathize with his plight and willingly concede some benefits, only to find that they were being subjected to even harsher exploitation. Finally, they arrived at a residential complex in the northern part of the city, named Fragrant Bay, which was a mid-tier community, far from the impoverished slum described in the intelligence. Chen Shu inquired, are you certain this is the place? Sunin nodded, you may question my combat abilities, but you cannot doubt my investigative skills. Then let us proceed and wrap this up quickly. Chen Shu took the lead and approached the entrance of the complex, only to be immediately halted by a security guard. With an air of calm, Chen Shu explained, I am the owner of Unit 2 in Building 1. I forgot my access card. With skills like his, could he not come and go as he pleased? What nonsense is this? There isn't even a Building 1 here. Chen Shu's lips twitched. What kind of complex is this that lacks a first building? The complex consists solely of buildings 2 through 9. Specifically designed to deter individuals like them, Chen Shu felt as though his intellect had been insulted. The two were blocked at the entrance, unexpectedly unable to take even the first step. What do we do now? Sunin asked, if we fail to catch him, you will have to cover my taxi fare. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. Why the haste? Where there is a mountain, there will surely be a path. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally sink. His gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure approaching. Here comes our opportunity, Chen Shu called out, energetic young man. A well-dressed young man looked over. Smiling shyly, oh, it's you? It was none other than the mentally unstable person Chen Shu had encountered the previous night. I am Su Xingxing, the young man said, extending a friendly hand. You're taking your dad out for a stroll so early? It's good for preventing dementia. Chen Shu and Sunin were both momentarily stunned. How could one possibly offend two people with a single statement? Sunin, with a sour expression, retorted, not only do you have mental issues, but your eyesight seems compromised as well. Chen Shu took a deep breath and forced a smile. Su Xingxing, is it? Do you live here? My relatives reside here, Su Xingxing replied. Chen Shu and Sunin exchanged glances and shared a smile. 10 minutes later, the two successfully gained entry to the complex. Su Xingxing inquired, are you two really here to catch a criminal? Of course. Upholding justice is our virtue. Chen Shu nodded. Old Xie, where exactly is that scoundrel? Follow me, The three of them stealthily approached room 403 in building 3. Sunin instructed, "This is the place. You go and coax him to open the door." Chen Shu nodded. Such matters were best left to the professionals. He knocked twice on the door, and a voice called from within, "Who is it?" Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Dismissing his thoughts, he announced, "Hello. I am from the property management, here to check the water meter." Time ticked by, yet there was no response from inside, and no one spoke, nor did anyone open the door. "What is going on? Have we been exposed?" Chen Shu was bewildered. He hadn't even had the chance to act before complications arose. He shouted, "Is anyone there? If no one is home, please say so." Silence lingered in the AI yard. It seemed the only option left was to force the door open. Su Xingxing stepped forward, determination etched on his face. "Everyone step aside." He crossed his arms and charged at the door with his shoulder. Bang! The impact was more painful than anticipated. Su Xingxing was rebuffed, feeling a sharp ache in his arm. Wasn't breaking down doors supposed to look like this on television? "You truly are delusional. This is a security door?" Chen Shu's lips twitched. He had expected some extraordinary skill, only to realize he had overestimated the situation. "Step back." Upon saying this, Chen Shu summoned a golden slime. Due to the narrow hallway, the slime could not enlarge itself, but its near 2-meter stature was more than sufficient to breach a door. The slime's eyes widened, its expression resembling that of someone constipated. As it charged forward, boom! The seemingly indestructible security door was obliterated, flying several meters away. "Hurry up!" Such a commotion is bound to attract attention. Just as Chen Shu was about to search, Sunin unleashed his contracted spirit. "Let me handle this." A plump caterpillar appeared, astonishingly adorned with transparent wings. Chen Shu, with his knowledge, could not identify this contracted spirit. The caterpillar's wings fluttered gently, as if emanating an invisible energy. There's no one inside. Sunin shook his head, quickly assessing the situation within the room. Chen Shu, astonished, asked, "You can detect the occupants inside?" "Yes." "Then why didn't you utilize that earlier?" "We ended up breaking the door." "Who told you to be so hasty back then?" "Now what?" Chen Shu had not anticipated the other party's speed. No wonder the police had struggled to apprehend him. "Do not worry. He cannot escape." Sunin commanded his contracted spirit to use another skill. The caterpillar's eyes gleamed with a green light, the radiance appearing almost alive as it floated into the air and ultimately exited through the window. "Follow that light." As the three were about to descend, Su Xingxing suddenly interjected, "Let us fly on my bird." The two turned to look at him, bewildered. "I meant the bird I summoned." Su Xingxing conjured his own contracted spirit, a magnificent bird adorned with blue feathers, its eyes shimmering with lightning. Chen Shu's expression shifted. While he was unfamiliar with Sunin's contracted spirit, he recognized Su Xingxing's, a grade A thunderbird. Were there truly that many prodigies nowadays? Even a mentally unstable person possessed an A-grade contracted spirit. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling that the slime in his hand was rather lackluster. The three mounted the thunderbird, soaring out of the window. In an instant, residents of the complex looked up, astonished to see a large bird flying above. Though summoning contracted spirits was typically prohibited in urban areas, pursuing a criminal fell under special circumstances. The trio's contracted spirits, a scout, a flyer, and a combatant, formed a perfect synergy. At the entrance of the complex, a man clad in shorts, his upper body bare, fled in a panic. It was none other than the notorious thief Zhao Yuan. Had it been anyone else knocking, he might not have reacted. However, Chen Shu's voice was deeply etched in his memory, igniting a seething hatred within him. Just 2 hours earlier, he had received a call from Chen Shu. Of course, scamming was merely his side hustle. His primary profession was theft. After years in the trade, he had never encountered such an infuriating situation. Not only did the other party accuse him of having epilepsy, but they also asserted that he had been dismembered, leaving him with no way to refute it. After all, he was a con man. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a nemesis. Zhao Yuan, disregarding the stares of onlookers, sought to hail a taxi in nothing but his shorts. He believed they thought him a scammer and had reported him to the police. If he were unfortunate enough to be captured, his identity as the South River thief would be exposed. At that moment, Zhao Yuan attempted to flag down a taxi, but given his scant attire and bare upper body, who would dare take him? In such a getup, one would either be perceived as mentally unstable or as someone caught in an embarrassing situation. Damn it! What are you staring at? Never seen performance art before. Feeling irritable, Zhao Yuan lashed out at the surrounding crowd. Just then, a burst of green light enveloped him, swirling around his head. Onlookers could not help but chuckle at the sight of a man in shorts with green light emanating from his head. It was a spectacle indeed. Some even began snapping photos, eager to capture this extraordinary moment. Zhao Yuan felt an ominous sensation. The green light clearly indicated a contracted spirit skilled. At that moment, a thunderbird swooped in, arriving almost instantaneously. Old Xie, is this your skill love is a light? Chen Shu's lips twitched as he spotted the dazzling green light. This was truly a heart-wrenching tactic. Are you behind this? Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed, filled with ire. He had initially thought it was the Spirit Regulation Bureau's personnel, only to find it was 2 students and an elderly man. Wait, why does your voice sound so familiar? Chen Shu's brow furrowed. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Oh no, an old classmate. He recalled with surprise that he had unexpectedly run into the scammer from earlier that morning. Old Zhao, has your epilepsy gotten better? Below, Zhao Yuan clenched his fists. Rage evident on his face, enhanced by the shimmering green light atop his head, resembling a returning war god. Chen Shu called out, Su Xingxing, attack? Su Xingxing, looking perplexed, asked, attack? Attack where? Use your bird to take him down, since Zhao Yuan was a beast master. Chen Shu could not act recklessly. He needed to test the waters first with the inexperienced youth. My Thunderbird lacks combat capability. Chen Shu was equally bewildered. According to textbooks, Thunderbirds were supposed to wield control over lightning, and their innate ability, Lightning Strike, was notoriously lethal. Now you wish to speak about this? My Thunderbird has undergone a slight mutation, and its innate ability is Thunderbolt. Xie Sunan, equally astonished, inquired. Is it used for downloading movies? Your spirit contract can download films? Su Xingxing's lips quivered as he replied. Of course, it is used for making an escape. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough nonsense. Let's deal with our old classmate first. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Yuan below was unaware of their little antics, Chen Shu discreetly retrieved a bag of urea from his backpack. Ah, you carry this with you? Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan shuddered, nearly wetting themselves. Clearly, this was their first encounter with such an item. Leave it to me. Have the Thunderbird fly a little lower. With both hands gripping the urea bag, Chen Shu suddenly leapt downwards, exclaiming, Witness my descent of justice. Zhao Yuan looked up, but the green light above was blinding, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Instinctively, Zhao Yuan summoned his spirit contract. A black rat materialized on the ground, its eyes darting about, appearing exceptionally clever. In truth, the notorious thief of Nanjing was this very nocturnal rat. Its innate skill, nightshade camouflage, allowed it to blend seamlessly into the darkness, evading all forms of surveillance with ease. Sensing danger, the black rat chose to flee. Faced with Chen Shu's sudden descent, it was terrified. Damn it! Zhao Yuan cursed inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. He had trained the rat to steal since childhood, yet he was utterly inept at combat. Plop! The urea bag fell from the sky, enveloping Zhao Yuan entirely. As if sealed, he lost all combat capability. Xie Sunan and the others immediately descended to deliver a flurry of blows, ultimately forcing him to relent. Uncle Wang, come quickly. We have captured the notorious thief of Nanjing. Really? Wang Qian's face turned pale, and he hurried to the north of the city. Soon, the infamous thief of Nanjing, having roamed the city for 10 days, was apprehended, and the trio contributed once more to a harmonious society. Hero Su, we are grateful for your assistance. The stability of Nanjing City relies on you. Chen Shu and Xie Sunan were full of admiration, nearly elevating Su Xingxing to celestial heights. Something feels off. Su Xingxing appeared to relish the attention, but his eyes darted. You wish to send me away, don't you? As a wanted criminal, there must be a bounty. Damn it! This fellow isn't foolish. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, initially intending to deceive him. Xie Sunan smacked his forehead, saying, How could I have forgotten about that? There is indeed a bounty, totaling 2,000 yuan. How about this? You merely assisted, so you can have 500, and the remaining 1,005 will be split between us two. Sound fair? Su Xingxing's eyes widened, making the two feel a chill. After a moment, he finally spoke. Is there really 2,000 yuan? I earn only 2,000 for a month's part-time work. A criminal is worth so much. Of course, of course. Xie generously pulled out 500 yuan from his bag. Thank you. Su Xingxing's grin was so wide it nearly split his face. Isn't this better than being studied? Chen Shu and the others happily made their way to the Beastmaster Association to claim their 100,000 yuan bounty. Old Xie, since you gave Su Xingxing 500, you'll receive 29,500 this time. Sound good? Xie nodded. Yet he felt something was amiss. By the time he realized it, Chen Shu had already dashed off. What a splendid day! Chen Shu whistled as he returned home. He had been fretting over the lack of living expenses for the new semester, yet unexpectedly, fortune had come knocking. Just as he was reveling in excitement, a single remark from his mother instantly deflated his spirits. Son, the new semester is about to begin. How is your homework coming along? Huh? Chen Shu's eyes widened, and his body trembled as he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Homework? What homework? Chapter 95. Unlocking a new posture for squatting. September 1 ST. The day of calamity for students nationwide. The school year robbery had indeed arrived. Chen Shu felt utterly weak, even losing interest in food. Son, what's wrong? Caught a cold. Chen Shu wore a look of melancholy, sighed, and replied, It's nothing. I'll just endure it. Hang in there. By the way, did you bring your homework? I can't carry on anymore. Chen Shu slumped onto the sofa as if he were unwell. Dad, why do you always bring up the things I don't want to hear? His father, Chen Ping, patted his shoulder and said, All right. Cheer up. Today is the first day of school, not a funeral. I feel like going to a funeral. Get ready. We're leaving. Chen Shu, looking dejected, rode his bike towards the school. At this time, Nanjing No. 2 High School was bustling with excitement, filled with people. Many parents had come to send their children off, their faces beaming, while the students looked grim, as if constipated for a fortnight. Chen Shu navigated through the crowd and entered the school. Hello, Brother Pai. A student from a regular class greeted loudly. Hello. Chen Shu smiled and nodded, wishing to keep a low profile, yet his notoriety forbade it. Brother Pai, I'm Lu Shuang from Beastmaster Class 5. Nice to meet you. Greetings, everyone. Chen Shu stood with his hands behind his back, feeling invigorated. Even the gloom of attending school faded somewhat. When did I become so respected? Chen Shu was unaware that the school had announced the list of the special training class early on. Ranking 20th in the grade, it was indeed Chen Shu from Beastmaster Class 5. To the students in Class 5, he was a miracle, having successfully entered the special training class within a month. Becoming an exemplary student. For all the regular class students, he was a legend. Chen Shu had gained immense fame among the regular students, and now he had directly become a genius among the Beastmasters. A source of pride for all regular students. After all, normally, Beastmasters look down upon regular students. What is wrong with this school? It feels like a gang. That student doesn't he seem like a good person. Is Nanjing No. 2 High School like this? I think so. It's like a mafia boss is here in no time. Many parents turned their gazes, discussing, clearly concerned about the school's atmosphere, Li Yuan, at the school entrance. Suddenly darkened in expression. This kid is causing trouble on his first day. Li Yuan wore a serious expression and called out, Chen Shu, come here. Chen Shu, who had been greeting his classmates, turned his attention to the entrance. Spotting the imposing figure of Li Yuan, everyone, head back to the classroom. Chen Shu waved his hand, signaling the others to leave first, and then approached Li Yuan. What is the matter with you, on the first day of school? You re-tarnishing the school's reputation, huh? No, teacher Li, what did I do? Chen Shu feigned innocence, saying, I was just greeting my classmates. What is wrong with that? Li Yuan's expression turned stern as he admonished. Stop the nonsense. You reacting like a big shot. How do you expect the parents to view this? Return to the special training class now. Chen Shu replied with an O, and at that moment, an option appeared before him. Option 1. Honestly return to the classroom. Reward. A small amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2. Shrug and say, what do you mean acting like a big shot? I am one. Reward. Fearless potion. Option 3. Loudly declare to the parents. If anything happens in Nanjing No. 2 High School, feel free to come to me. On the first day of school, the protection fee is discounted. Reward. Golden Slime Resistance 10. Chen Shu was taken aback, not expecting to trigger an option on the first day of school. Perhaps today wouldn't be too bad after all. He turned around and addressed the parents, proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, if any child gets bullied, don't hesitate to come to me. On the first day of school, the protection fee is at a 10% discount. With that, Chen Shu promptly took off running, moving with remarkable speed. Chun Pai, you little rascal. I'll break your legs. Li Yuan's face darkened, but it was too late. All the parents rushed forward to inquire. He could only force a smile, explaining, "That kid is just a bit mischievous. He.s. joking around." Chen Shu raced away, exhilarated, teetering on the edge of self-destruction on the first day, which strangely thrilled him. As he was about to reach the classroom door, Chen Shu hesitated, deciding to take a moment to relieve himself and ease his nerves. He entered one of the stalls in the middle and began to play on his phone. Shortly after, a voice emerged from the right stall. "Dude, got any paper? I'm in a bind here." As he spoke, a guilty hand reached under the partition. Someone actually went to the restroom without bringing paper? Ridiculous. Chen Shu, with a heart of help, handed over a pack of tissue. Just as he was pondering how familiar the voice sounded, another voice rang from the left stall. "Dude, I need help too." Chen Shu felt exasperated. "Are you two here to con me out of paper?" He had thought one person was absurd enough. Now, two were without paper. He handed over another pack to the left. After a moment, he felt something was amiss. Why did both voices sound so familiar? As if he had just heard them not long ago? Chen Shu's eyes darted, and he pulled up his pants, using his feet to brace against the toilet partition, climbing up step by step. When he finally managed to raise his head above the barrier to see who was on either side, his expression froze, and his mind briefly went blank. There, in the adjacent stalls, were two others who had also climbed up. Their movements were almost identical, both supporting themselves on the partition, gazing at one another. "What the heck, Su Xingxing? Is that Xie Sunin's son?" Chen Shu's heart raced, unable to contain his loud exclamation. In a wonder it felt so familiar. Beside him, Xie Sunin spoke up. "You damn it. I am indeed Xie Sunin, and you? What about your beard?" "Shaved it off, I told you. I was never that big to begin with." Su Xingxing interjected. "Are you here to send your son to school?" "I don't have a son. I'm only 18. Can a blossoming youth not understand?" Chen Shu tilted his head towards Su Xingxing. "Are you here to study as well?" "Of course. Am I here just to squat in the restroom?" "Something's off. I'm a veteran from Nanjing No. 2 High School, and I have never seen you before." Chen Shu furrowed his brow, suddenly remembering Wang Qinghan, his eyes widening. "You two are transfer students too?" Both nodded in unison. "What the heck? This is absurd. The school administration has truly lost their minds, spending money to recruit two rookies." As Chen Shu lamented to the heavens, he suddenly glanced downward, noticing the men's restroom was already packed with people, all casting strange looks at them. The trio was about 3 meters off the ground. Was this the new posture for squatting? They had seen absurdity before, but nothing like this, a full 3 meters of distance, launching intercontinental missiles. Perhaps. Chen Shu maintained his composure. "This is the latest squatting technique developed by experts. It reportedly helps alleviate constipation. Surely no one has failed to try it, right?" Xie Sunin replied cheerfully. "Indeed, there is scientific basis. My constipation has been completely cured. I quite enjoy this posture." Su Xingxing smiled shyly. With that, the three gracefully descended to the ground and casually opened the restroom stalls, displaying remarkable calmness. Their mental fortitude was truly commendable. Their actions left the other onlookers feeling inadequate, simply staring as they left with poise. Chapter 96. Apologies. But having ability truly allows one to do as they pleased. Is it really you, old Xie? Chen Shu looked around, still unable to believe that an elderly man had suddenly transformed into a student. Xie Sunin raised an eyebrow. "Which of your eyes cannot see that I am Xie Sunin?" Chen Shu replied, "None of my 3 eyes can see." It was indeed a bit miraculous. Su Xingxing was equally astonished. Although there is a significant age difference, the lewd aura between your brows and that distinct smell of pork confirm it is indeed you. Xie Sunin no longer felt the need to explain. "I have merely matured a bit. Is that a crime?" The three of them frolicked back to the classroom. Due to the establishment of a special training class, the senior students were reassigned. The original classroom of Class Beastmaster 1 was now allocated to the special training class. This moment, the classroom was nearly filled with students. The trio, composed and unhurried, strolled leisurely to the back row. Chen Shu recognized few people in the special training class, only Su Xiaoyu, Xiaobing, Wang Qinghan, and the 2 companions beside him. "Chen Shu, hand over your homework." Su Xiaoyu approached his desk. As the former class monitor of Class Beastmaster 1, she was the first to collect assignments. Chen Shu shrugged. I don't have any. I'm from Class Beastmaster 5, and the teacher didn't assign any homework. Su Xiaoyu was speechless. Having anticipated this, she asked, then where did Xia Bing's homework come from? Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan chimed in. All right, Chen Shu, just hand in your homework. We know you completed it long ago. Completed it, my foot? Chen Shu grimaced, pointing at the two. Why aren't you collecting theirs? We are transfer students. Su Xingxing and the others straightened their backs, wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Is this the privilege of transfer students? Chen Shu lamented, his expression one of humble despair. Xiaoyu, considering our relationship, let us not mention my name. Just say I've already submitted it, as class monitor. Su Xiaoyu naturally wished to collect all assignments. 2 months of summer vacation, and you didn't do any homework at all? I remember doing half of it before sleeping last night. Chen Shu scratched his head, and the other half, upon waking. I realized that the first half was merely a dream. Su Xiaoyu's lips twitched, utterly speechless. Chen Shu spoke earnestly. Xiaoyu, just say you collected it all and turn it in. The teacher isn't foolish. How could he not see through it? It's truly fine. In the past, with dozens of students, Zhang Dali only collected 3 homework assignments, and he directly told the teacher he collected them all. Su Xingxing and the others widened their eyes. He dared to say he collected them all? Truly fearless. Su Xiaoyu questioned, did the teacher believe him? His journey as class representative has come to an end. As the two conversed, a man dressed in a short-sleeved shirt entered. He was tall and slender, sporting black-rimmed glasses, giving off a somewhat stern demeanor. Su Xiaoyu, return to your seat. Chen Shu's homework need not be collected. The moment the man stepped in, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. I will be your homeroom teacher for the year. My name is Shen Wushuang. Chen Shu's eyes shifted. He had definitely never seen this teacher before, evidently another high-priced recruit by the school. Nanjing No. 2 High School was indeed going all in. A bespectacled chubby boy exclaimed, Teacher, collecting homework is the student's duty. No one is exempt. Chen Shu narrowed his eyes. Little fatty, you dare provoke me on the first day? Shen Wushuang smiled warmly. Chen Shu's cultural score is 396. If anyone scores above 390, all cultural homework will be exempt. As long as your abilities are outstanding enough, you can enjoy privileges, Sun Ziang protested. Teacher, is it really so impressive to have ability? Does that mean you can ignore school rules? Shen Wushuang shrugged. Apologies, but having ability truly allows one to do as they please. Chen Shu smiled, pleasantly surprised by this teacher's intriguing demeanor. Shen Wushuang looked at each student. From this moment onward, remember that you are in the special training class. As long as your grades are good enough, you may disregard the rules, of course, I mean school rules. If you commit murder or arson, that will fall under the jurisdiction of the town's spirit bureau. Seeing the class fall silent, Shen Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps everyone had noticed that the special training class consisted of more than 20 people. As the school specifically recruited outstanding transfer students, Shen Wushuang's gaze fell upon several students in the class, nodding. Immediately, 4 individuals stood up and approached the podium. Wang Qinghan, your contracted spirit is an A-grade fire elemental sprite. Your Beastmaster talent is exceptionally high. Wang Qinghan smiled, nodding, appearing amiable, yet there was an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Du Long, your contracted spirit is an A-grade earth wyvern. Your Beastmaster talent is excellent. Du Long was an ordinary-looking boy, his eyes reflecting a sense of arrogance. Regardless of the circumstances, dragon-type contracted spirits were never simple, even if they were of a lower bloodline. Indeed, as these words left his lips, the classmates turned their gazes, clearly understanding why the school had specifically recruited him. Xie Sunan, your contracted spirit is a B-grade insect butterfly, proficient in searching. Many scoffed, as most of the special training class consisted of B-grade spirits, evidently looking down upon Xie Sunan. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed, akin to metal striking the ground, causing many to turn their heads. Some faces turned pale, eyes filled with fear. A butcher's knife had unexpectedly fallen from Xie Sunan's clothing, its blade stained with dark blood, instantly evoking thoughts of human blood. For students, this could certainly be deemed a weapon. Apologies, it's a professional habit. I accidentally brought it with me. Xie Sunan picked up the butcher's knife, his demeanor shifting to one of ferocity. Professional habit? The crowd turned pale, silently praying that their earlier disdain had not been noticed by Xie Sunan. Shen Wushuang's lips quivered. He had not anticipated that someone would bring a butcher's knife to school. Students need not worry. The next is the final transfer student, Su Xingxing. Your contracted spirit is an A-grade mutated thunderbird. With exceptional talent, Su Xingxing appeared relatively normal, smiling shyly, which endeared him to others. Xie Sunan nudged him with an elbow, whispering, "Your shirt is a mess, my apologies." Su Xingxing smiled bashfully, adjusting his clothing, revealing a blue and white striped hospital gown beneath his white shirt, unmistakably the attire of a mental patient. The entire class shuddered. The school was truly desperate, actually recruiting people from a psychiatric facility? Everyone need not be alarmed. I was merely working part-time during the summer. Su Xingxing smiled gently, but what had once seemed like a demure and refined smile now appeared disturbingly abnormal. Don't mental patients always smile like that? Chapter 97. Do you think this is reasonable? Teacher. I wish to withdraw from the special training class. I want to withdraw too. Knowledge is indeed precious, but life is even more valuable. Let me go. Many students raised their hands, expressing their desire to escape the special training class. Was this truly a place for normal individuals? Shen Wushuang felt a headache coming on. As the homeroom teacher, he had prepared thoroughly, believing he had a deep understanding of the class. Yet now, it seemed he had only grasped the tip of the iceberg. Below, Chen Shu was in a daze, unexpectedly presented with options. Option 1. Stand up and say, as a normal person, I am the first to withdraw. Reward for completion. Disguise potion. Option 2. Remain silent and observe what the teacher says. Completion reward. Medium beast-taming power. Option 3. Rise to comfort classmates. While using a urea bag to pack up both of their belongings. Completion reward. Skill wind whisper level up. Chen Shu sighed, silently taking out a urea bag from his backpack. Classmates, there's no need to panic. I can assure you, they are merely part-time workers from the summer, not the thugs you imagine. Chen Shu's voice resonated with conviction, instilling an unspoken trust among the students. They turned towards the source of the voice, eager to see who was speaking. Chen Shu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling and nodding. His sunny smile brought a sense of comfort to those around him. Come on, let us tidy up our things and not cause any trouble for the class. He held a urea bag in his hand, packing away the cleaver and the psychiatric outfit. Why do you carry a urea bag around? They are in cahoots. I saw them in the restroom this morning. The three of them squatting over the high toilet. They insisted it's a new position that can relieve constipation. A bold student interjected. I tried it too and ended up falling in. My clothes are still damp. The onlookers gasped and took several steps back in fear. You three, step forward. Shen Wushuang took a deep breath, realizing that this teaching task was far more challenging than he had anticipated. He was already contemplating fleeing and returning the tuition. Skill wind whisper level up. Chen Shu and the others obediently followed Shen Wushuang out of the classroom. What's going on with you three? Shen Wushuang's expression was stern. He had encountered outrageous students before, but never a trio of them. One with a cleaver, one in a psychiatric outfit, and one with a urea bag. Do you find this reasonable? Teacher, I was working part-time selling pork over the summer. Teacher, I was a patient at a mental hospital part-time. Teacher, I am a beast tamer. The three explained passionately, leaving Shen Wushuang with a throbbing headache. Where on earth did these three come from? Listen, I know you all have talent, but can you at least behave a bit more seriously? You should at least appear normal on the surface. You don't want to scare your classmates, do you? After half an hour of persuasion, the three finally settled down. Watching them return to the classroom, Shen Wushuang shook his head and followed in. All right, class. The earlier commotion was just a way for Chen Shu and his classmates to liven up the atmosphere for the start of the school year. You need not worry, Shen Wushuang smiled. In a moment, there will be an opening ceremony, so please attend. This afternoon will be free time. Furthermore, due to the special nature of the training class, every student is required to stay in the dormitory. And dorm assignments will be given this afternoon, so prepare your supplies accordingly. As soon as Shen Wushuang finished speaking, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. Many were day students, not expecting that the training class would enforce dormitory living. Additionally, there will be a class beast-taming competition tomorrow to determine initial rankings. Rankings will affect the resources you can acquire, so be prepared. Upon hearing about the class beast-taming competition, Chen Shu felt a stir of excitement. He was curious about the current strength of his slime. Everyone, please head to the opening ceremony. The classmates hurried towards the playground, while only Chen Shu and his friends made their way to the artificial lake on campus. I never expected us three to be in the same class, Chen Shu remarked, sipping a chilled can of cola with a contented expression. Su Xingxing replied. Neither be by the way, which school were you from? Xiao Su. Me? I was from Nanjing No. 4 Middle School, and I was the top of my grade. Chen Shu exclaimed, the school leadership is ruthless. They actually poached the top student and succeeded. He sighed in admiration. Then turned to Xie Sunan, asking, what about you, Lao Xie? Me? I've never been to school. Xie Sunan shook his head in a way. Is your family situation really that dire? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, preparing to return part of yesterday's payment. No, it's just that what the teacher teaches is too basic. I'm not interested in learning. Chen Shu chuckled awkwardly, thinking he had overestimated the situation. I see the college entrance examination coming up soon. I just came to Nanjing No. 2 Middle School because I have a supportive contract spirit, which is why I'm in this training class. Chen Shu nodded, recalling that under the college entrance examination system, supportive contract spirits have a bonus mechanism. What about your competition tomorrow? Neither of you has much combat power. Even if we can't win, we can still annoy them, Xie Sunan replied with a knowing smile. Su Xingxing nodded in agreement, shyly smiling, by the way. Is it all right that we're not attending the opening ceremony? What problem could there be? With 3 fewer people, old Shen Wenti even notice. In reality, even if the class had only 20 students, Shen Wushuang would spot the 3 of them immediately, regardless of how many were present. Some people have that kind of presence. Just standing there is enough to cause chaos. Chapter 98, Happy Goat, Beautiful Goat, Lazy Goat. In the afternoon, the 3 coincidentally found themselves assigned to the same dormitory and of course, this was not mere coincidence but a decision made by Shen Wushuang. Originally, they were in different dorms. But given their behavior today, he was genuinely concerned for the safety of the other students, thus placing the 3 troublemakers together. So, what do you guys think this afternoon? Chen Shu lay on his dorm bed, playing Beast-Taming Glory on his phone. What else can we say? I'll make a trip home to bring back bedding and such, replied one of them. The other 2 lay lazily on their beds, appearing quite relaxed. Hey Chen Pai, you can play games now? Isn't it only allowed for an hour during weekends? Chen Shu retorted, what you mentioned applies to minors. I turned 18 during the summer. Su Xingxing chimed in excitedly, then let us play around together. Xie Sunan raised an eyebrow, sizing up Su Xingxing. Xiao Su, you're an adult now? Not yet. I'm using my grandma's ID. Su Xingxing said proudly, last night, I was still using Zhao Yun to dominate at 3 in the morning. Both Chen Shu and Xie Sunan were taken aback, abruptly sitting up and staring at Su Xingxing. This morning's news mentioned a 60-year-old man achieving 5 kills at 3 in the morning. Could that be you? Su Xingxing shook his head. Is it? I don't know. Enough talk, let us hurry and play a game. Add me. What's your ID? Wunai Changshan Zhao Zilong. Chen Shu's lips twitched as he scrutinized Su Xingxing, thinking that this ID was quite fitting. Just as the 3 were about to team up for a game, there was a violent knock on the door. Open up. Chen Shu frowned, visibly displeased. He detested when others pounded on doors. He stood up to open the door, revealing 2 figures outside. A tall, slender male student crossed his arms, looking down his nose. You must be Chen Shu, right? Chen Shu smiled faintly, sensing that the visitors were not here with good intentions. Wang Yun, don't scare him. Beside him, Hong Ming, a robust figure with an exposed torso, scoffed. He.s the top of the academic subjects. Chen Shu asked flatly, what do you want? Tang Xiao asked me to tell you to stay away from Su Xiaoyu. Understand? Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. Tang Xiao? Who.s that? It seemed another love-hate conflict was brewing, but he had no connection to Su Xiaoyu whatsoever. Was it just because she collected my homework this morning? Tang Lai? Oh, Chen Shu feigned enlightenment, then quickly added, who.s that? Wang Yun frowned, snorting, second in the grade. Chen Shu smiled mildly. What does that have to do with me? He was about to close the door when Wang Yun suddenly reached out, forcefully blocking it. The 2 exchanged glances and stepped into Chen Shu's dorm. Seems like you're a bit confused about the situation? A fierce glint flashed in Wang Yun's eyes. Despite being a genius in the training class, beast tamers were known for their competitive nature. You 2, get out. We need to handle some matters. Hong Ming glanced at Su Xingxing and Xie Sunan, who were still lounging on their beds. Although the trio had behaved oddly earlier, they hadn't been intimidated. The 2 remained relaxed, looking at Chen Shu. Chen Shu smiled and said, you guys should step out for a moment. They want to discuss something with me. Only then did Su Xingxing and the other leave the dorm. Chen Shu turned and approached Xie Sunan's bed, rummaging for something. Kid, you're too arrogant. Hong Ming extended his right hand, attempting to place it on Chen Shu's shoulder. Suddenly, Chen Shu whirled around, brandishing a cleaver and bringing it down. Damn! Hong Ming flinched, instinctively retracting his hand. Fear flickered in his eyes. You really dare to swing that? Gentlemen, what is it that you wish to discuss? Chen Shu extended his left hand, forcefully pulling Hong Ming closer and wedging him under his arm. The cleaver repeatedly tapped Hong Ming's face as he calmly inquired. What is it that you want to discuss with me? The stench of blood emanated from the blade, nearly causing Hong Ming to retch. Wang Yun gritted his teeth, a fierce look in his gaze. Shouting, I don't believe you dare to cut. Chen Shu smiled, and the cleaver swiftly aimed for Hong Ming's lower regions. In an instant, Hong Ming's heart leaped into his throat, every hair on his body standing on end. As he instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading the deadly blade. Wang Yun, are you out of your mind? Of course, you wouldn't believe it, because it's me who's facing the knife. Hong Ming, gripped by fear of Chen Shu, redirected his fury towards Wang Yun. Brother, let's talk this over. Let's talk this over, he said with a sycophantic smile, his heart still racing. The man before him was truly ruthless. Chen Shu released his grip on Hong Ming with a swift kick that sent him flying. Now, if you two dare to retaliate, this butcher's knife won't discriminate. Chen Shu wielded the knife in his left hand and swung his right arm with ferocity. Smack! Each of them received a resounding slap, their heads buzzing from the impact. Why provoke anyone else when you could provoke me? Haven't you heard of the infamous bandits of Nanjiang? Smack! Chen Shu retaliated with another slap. Brother, we were wrong, truly wrong. Hong Ming, now haunted by the experience, couldn't fathom such brutality. After all, he was just a student. Chen Shu toyed with the butcher's knife and commanded, Now, you two face the wall and sing Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf 100 times. Wang Yun wore a look of despair. Brother, I really can't sing, can't. Chen Shu's knife swiftly sliced through the fabric of Wang Yun's shirt, eliciting a shiver as cold air hit his back. Sweat poured down Wang Yun's face as he felt the knife's presence. Chen Shu, reveling in his control over the situation, declared, You two sing loudly. Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat, Fervent Goat. Smack! Another slap followed, and Chen Shu admonished, Behind Beautiful Goat comes Lazy Goat. Disrespecting the tyrant of Goat Village is akin to disrespecting me. Tears welled in their eyes as they lamented their foolishness for seeking excitement. Moreover, when did Lazy Goat become the tyrant of Goat Village? Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat, Lazy Goat, Fervent Goat. Smack! Chen Shu slapped again. Brother, we didn't sing it wrong. You re-off key. Chen Shu opened the dormitory door, allowing Xie Su Nan and Su Xingxing to enter. Observing the two facing the wall and singing, both Xie Su Nan and Su Xingxing felt a sense of admiration, astonished by how Chen Shu had managed to subdue them so thoroughly. Though Xie Su Nan had sold pork before, she had never been this ruthless. Su Xingxing, despite appearing eccentric, had a genuinely kind disposition. Even Zhang Deli paled in comparison. In all of Nanjiang, perhaps only Fong Si could rival Chen Shu's ferocity. You two, sing, Miss Aline, and you won't be leaving this dormitory. Chen Shu placed the butcher's knife beside him. Lounging on the bed while playing games with Xie Su Nan and Su Xingxing, he was unconcerned about them summoning a spirit, unless they were eager to leave school. As the three lay on the bed, Wang Yun and Hong Ming exchanged glances and, almost imperceptibly, nodded in agreement. In the next moment, they turned sharply, attempting to flee the dormitory. The best strategy is to retreat. Just then, Chen Shu swung his left hand, the butcher's knife carving a graceful arc through the air. Bang! Wang Yun and Hong Ming swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat as they witnessed the knife firmly embedded in the dormitory door. They turned back toward the wall in resignation. Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat. Chapter 99. Reasonably speaking, Chen Shu, shouldn't have offended anyone, right? By evening, in boys' dormitory 102, Chen Shu and the others had already vacated, heading home to gather blankets and other necessities. Yet, the melodious sound of singing still echoed within the dorm. Pleasant Goat, Beautiful Goat. Wang Yun and Hong Ming, facing the wall in contemplation, hoarsely persisted in their song. Such dedication. Passers-by regarded them with bewilderment, even suspecting a haunting. Wang Yun, shall we finish singing? We should be done. Even after Chen Shu's departure, they dared not flee. for the butcher's knife remained embedded in the door. To see the knife was to see the man. This was the oppressive aura of the notorious bandits of Nanjiang. Let us go. It should be fine now. Exhausted, they leaned on each other as they exited Chen Shu's dormitory. Upon opening the door, they were met with curious stares from students passing by. Hong Ming, bare-chested, pale, and hoarse, looked utterly feeble. The other students wore expressions of confusion, some even sporting amused smirks. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Wang Yun shouted, as he and Hong Ming retreated to their own dormitory. At that moment, Tang Lai happened to return to campus from home. Tall and handsome, with slightly gloomy eyes that lent him an air of villainy. He asked, "Did you warn that kid?" Upon seeing Tang Xiao, Wang Yun and Hong Ming immediately broke down in tears, their faces filled with grievance. Wang Yun stammered, "Tang Xiao? He? Tang Lai raised an eyebrow, inquiring what happened to him. "He trampled on our souls." Meanwhile, Chen Shu rode his bicycle, whistling cheerfully, reveling in the unexpected camaraderie with Xie Su Nan and Su Xing. It seemed that the final year would not be a solitary battle. "I should bring more urea bags home for self-defense," Chen Shu mused, increasing his speed. Just as he was about to step onto a dimly lit street, an option appeared before him once more. Option 1. You find yourself in a crisis, deciding to take a risk and retaliate fiercely to showcase your might. Completion reward. Increase in Beast Master level by 1. Option 2. Your cleverness leads you to choose escape. Completion reward. Invisibility potion. Option 3. Stand in the street and shout, "I want to take on 10. Anyone who doesn't value their life can come at me." Completion reward. A large amount of Beast Master power. Chen Shu's expression hardened. Danger had struck again. Was this street cursed? The first time he encountered a robbery, and now he was ambushed by Zheng Nan's lackeys. Could this be the fabled street of crime? Chen Shu hesitated, eager to complete the first option, as an increase in Beast Master level would mean surpassing the likes of Su Xiaoyu and becoming the top genius in class. Let's assess the situation first. Chen Shu abandoned his bicycle and stealthily stepped onto the eerie street. The dim streetlights illuminated the surroundings, devoid of any pedestrians, signaling something was amiss. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar pop sound from above, causing him to arch an eyebrow. Have people become so whimsical? With a mindset of observation and learning, he quietly climbed up. Perched in the tree were two mysterious figures. "Lu Gu, are we really going to wait for that student?" One lean youth inquired, slapping his exposed skin to ward off summer mosquitoes. The bald man nodded with conviction. "Of course, I've already inquired. This street is his usual route, but Lu Gu, we've been waiting for half a month. And the mosquitoes here have grown fat." The bald man stroked his chin, frowning. "That shouldn't be. He has to pass this way after school." "School? Isn't it summer vacation?" The lean youth's eyes widened. "Bookshelves? What bookshelves? I never use any." The lean youth looked exasperated, weakly asking, "Lu Gu, you haven't been to school, have you?" The bald man stammered, feeling flustered. "Who said that? Your Lu Gu is a college graduate. You know the value of that?" The lean youth's mouth twitched. "What college?" The bald man calmly replied, "Tua Bin." "What's Tua Bin?" "Kindergarten college." "Give me a break?" The youth rubbed his temples and slapped his arm again, squashing a mosquito that was full of blood. "Lu Gu, this is absurd. Why aren't mosquitoes biting you?" "Of course. I applied 6 God before going out." "What nonsense is that?" Before the bald man could respond, a strange voice echoed in their ears. 6 God? You idiot. See, others know." The bald man nodded. Moments later, they suddenly reacted. Huh? Both turned simultaneously to face the unfamiliar figure beside them. The bald man looked perplexed. "Who are you?" "Nanjiang bandit, Chen Shu." With that, Chen Shu delivered 2 lightning-fast kicks. "Down you go!" The two lost their balance, tumbling from the tree to the ground. Chen Shu summoned a golden slime, which under the influence of its immense size, ballooned like a small mountain, crashing down towards the two. If it landed, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Chen Shu, looking down from above, hadn't anticipated someone would dare to harm him. Just as he awaited their demise, the rapidly descending slime suddenly bounced back up. "Goo, goo!" The slime's large eyes opened wide, gasping for air. "Huh? What's going on?" Chen Shu's expression shifted in shock. Had he encountered a formidable opponent? He too jumped down from the branch to join the slime. Only the rear of the slime was marred by a wound, from which a colorless liquid was oozing, clearly indicating it had suffered an injury. Had it truly been breached by a single blow? Chen Shu immediately withdrew his playful demeanor. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, the two individuals slowly rose, and beside them lurked a fearsome black scorpion. A black-tailed scorpion? Chen Shu was internally startled. It was, indeed, a C-grade contracted spirit, specialized in attack, posing a significant threat. What was even more alarming was that the aura of this contracted spirit reached a formidable level 9. Two seemingly dim-witted individuals were, astonishingly, level 9 beast-tamers. Was it really necessary to dispatch level 9 beast-tamers? Chen Shu furrowed his brow, already contemplating an escape. While he could manage a level 9 contracted spirit, especially since the slime had undergone multiple enhancements, the gaunt youth beside him had yet to make a move, indicating their strengths were likely comparable. He inquired, logically speaking, I, Chen Shu, am a model citizen, eager to help others, certainly a paragon of the new era. I must not have offended anyone, right? Chapter 100. The book smiled. Quite fragrant, the gaunt youth wore an expression of astonishment and fury, retorting, You strike so ruthlessly, attempting to put someone to death from the outset, and yet dare to call yourself a good citizen of the era? Are today's students truly this vicious? The bald man sneered. Blame it on yourself for encroaching upon others. In an instant, a shadow lunged towards Chen Shu. His pupils contracted, and with remarkable reflexes, he rolled to position himself behind the slime. Another level 9 contracted spirit, a D-grade shadow leopard. Their murderous intent was palpable, clearly intent on ending his life. The slime, its eyes tightly shut, had inexplicably fallen into a slumber during the battle. This ability to sleep could only be described as a talent. As the slime slumbered, the effect of its thick armor tripled, dramatically increasing its defense. The shadow leopard's claws slashed, producing sparks. What is this? The gaunt youth instantly sensed the shadow leopard's distress, as it suffered from a continuous rebound force. Not only did it fail to injure the slime, but it also drew blood from its own claws. The shadow leopard leapt back to its companion's side. Useless creature, the bald man scolded, prompting the black-tailed scorpion to launch an attack, Black Light Sting. In an instant, a black ethereal glow emerged from the scorpion's tail, darting swiftly towards the slime. A sound of defense being breached rang out, forcing the slime to awaken from its slumber. Although it was filled with rage, it was helpless against the black-tailed scorpion, resorting to frantic hops. Chen Shu, shielded behind, abruptly stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with anger, proclaiming loudly, You two have forced my hand. In that moment, the slime reverted to its original size, its mouth puffing up as if preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Whoosh! The next instant, a fierce wind swept through, leaves swirling in the air. While it bore no lethal capability, its momentum was undeniably formidable. The bald man cautioned, Be careful. This student is worth 5 million. He is no pushover. Both remained resolute, eager to witness what kind of technique the slime would employ. Chen Shu leaped, positioning himself atop the slime's head. You two dare not move. Brace yourselves for demise. Chen Shu's hands roamed over the slime's body, seeking a gripping point, all the while uttering menacing words. The fury of the southern Jiang bandit shall be beyond your grasp. The gaunt youth murmured to Lu, What do you think? This seems a bit intense. Patience. I refuse to believe a mere F-grade slime can turn the tide. At last, Chen Shu found a suitable grip, his hands clamping down on the slime's nostrils, a revelation he had previously overlooked. Prepare yourselves for demise, you two amateurs. Chen Shu issued another threat, and in the next moment, commanded the slime to execute a combination skill. It began to ascend. The slime's body lifted off the ground, instantly transforming into flight mode. Not good. That brat intends to flee. The bald man realized as soon as he saw the slime take to the air. He had anticipated a grand move, only to witness an escape instead. The black-tailed scorpion's tail darted out once more but fell short of its target. What the hell? How can the slime fly? The man's face twisted in anger, having never considered such a possibility. A flying slime was akin to a pig climbing a tree. Who had ever seen such a sight? Smile for the camera. Chen Shu shouted from the air, one hand gripping the slime's nostrils while the other brandished his phone. Say cheese. Snap. Chen Shu rapidly captured the 2's images, and riding atop the golden slime. He successfully vacated that street. The ability to fly signified both offense and escape. Lu, did I just make it on camera? The gaunt youth maintained his pose, even striking a peace sign. You fool, pack your things. We need to make a run for it. Both were wanted criminals of the Spirit Regulation Bureau. Should Chen Shu report them, their fate would be dire. Who would have thought that 2 level 9 beast tamers would fail in unison? As Chen Shu departed the street and beheld the bustling crowd, he finally exhaled in relief. Hey, Uncle Wong, we have an assassin. What? Someone is trying to assassinate me? I'll send you the photos. These two are definitely suspicious. Without further ado, Chen Shu dispatched the images to Wang Qian via super message. Before long, Wang Qian returned his call. You encountered them? They are wanted criminals of the Spirit Regulation Bureau. They have yet to be apprehended. Yes, just in Nanjing City, not far from my home. Investigate promptly. My legs are trembling. Chen Shu's tone remained laced with dread, adding, when will the psychological compensation from the Spirit Regulation Bureau be issued to me? Let us discuss that later. I will immediately lead a team to investigate. Wang Qian's hand trembled, and in the next moment, he abruptly hung up. If Chen Shu had truly pulled a fast one, the Spirit Regulation Bureau would surely be in trouble. Chen Shu sighed. Surprised that Wang Qian offered no form of compensation, he hailed a cab, instructing the driver to avoid that street, taking a longer route home. Burdened with various supplies, he returned to school unscathed after a night filled with surprises. Chen Shu, why are you back so late? Xie Sunan, sharpening a butcher's knife on the balcony, gazed towards Chen Shu as he entered the dormitory. Don't mention it. I ran into 2 criminals. Chen Shu sighed, tidying his bed before lying down in contemplation. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been targeted for assassination. While he had offended many, few had the means to place a bounty of 5 million. Encroaching upon others' interests? Chen Shu shut his eyes, lost in thought, when suddenly, a revelation struck him. The powerful potion? The only ones who could have their interest harmed were the companies selling the powerful potion. After all, he had previously sold the powerful potion madly on the black market, not only at a low price but also guaranteeing efficacy, undoubtedly encroaching upon someone's profits. Considering motive and financial resources, only those pharmaceutical companies fit the bill. Was it truly necessary to offer 5 million for my life? If so, I must be worth more than a black iron-level Lord Beast. Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, his reckless selling had led to the market for the powerful potion never fully recovering. As the primary seller of the powerful potion, the Shattering pharmaceutical company had incurred substantial losses. It seemed he would need to consult Zhou Shi. Chen Shu stroked his chin, uncertain about the pharmaceutical market in Nanjing City, but as a senior executive of 666 pharmaceutical company, he was well aware of it. Just then, 2 individuals entered from the balcony. Upon seeing their attire, Chen Shu's lips twitched as he remarked, "Can we not wear mental patient attire as pajamas? Honestly, it frightens me." Su Xingxing rushed over, gesturing, "It's incredibly comfortable. The material, the fabric, the craftsmanship." Scram! Xie Sunan sheathed the butcher's knife, saying, "Chen Shu, why don't you give it a try?" I didn't believe it at first either. Not a chance. I, Chen Shu, would rather freeze to death than don such garments while running outside naked. Minutes later, Chen Shu, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, fell into a deep and comfortable sleep. Su Xingxing, lying in bed, murmured softly, "The book is furious," pointing at the bed, saying, "I, Chen Shu, though I suffer from frostbite, and run about in the nude, will never wear your wretched patient attire." A moment later, the book smiled, saying, "Quite fragrant." Chapter 101. Grandson, raise you? No way. The other 2 individuals were jolted awake by Chen Shu's thunderous shout, their eyes narrowing in shock as they beheld the colossal serpent within the dormitory, which measured at least 10 meters in length. Their reaction was notably swift. Shen Wushuang stood on the balcony, gazing at the 3 in the dormitory. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, as he had not anticipated Chen Shu's reflexes to be so rapid. Had it been any other student, they would likely have been reduced to tears or rendered utterly flustered. Who else but Chen Shu would have taken immediate action? Shen Wushuang raised an eyebrow, addressing the trio. "How long do you 3 intend to sleep?" Reluctantly, the 3 finally rose from their slumber, preparing to freshen up before heading to the Beastmaster Pavilion. Observing their matching hospital gowns, Shen Wushuang's lips twitched as he surveyed the room, questioning whether this truly was a high school dormitory. 15 minutes later, the four arrived at the Beast-Master Pavilion, where many eyes turned to them. Shen Wushuang stepped forward and declared, "The Beast-Master competition officially begins today." The crowd eagerly rubbed their fists, eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to prove themselves. Although they were Beastmasters, opportunities for combat had been scarce. During the first and second years, they primarily focused on foundational skills. Now in their third year, it was time for practical training. The cultural subjects for the college entrance examination were quite similar to their usual tests, yet only the Beastmaster subject involved actual combat. The state had invested substantial educational resources to cultivate truly skilled Beastmasters. Chen Shu and his companions stood at the back, leisurely sipping soy milk, utterly oblivious to Shen Wushuang's announcements. In the first match, Chen Shu faces Sun Ziang. Chen Shu, caught off guard while eating breakfast, thought, "Me in the first match?" He approached the competition stage, opting not to participate himself to prevent any accidents among the students, focusing instead on the strength of the summoned spirit. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it's you, little fatty?" Sun Ziang, visibly displeased, said nothing further and summoned his contracted spirit. A creature that resembled a hybrid between a wolf and a leopard appeared on stage, its sharp gaze and gleaming golden claws indicating it was no ordinary foe. A B-grade golden claw beast? Many spectators turned their attention to the first match, as classmates were naturally competitive and eager to gauge each other's abilities. The golden claw beast was known for its swiftness and formidable attack power, making it a relatively perfect contracted spirit. "Summon your spirit," Sun Ziang commanded, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. Since the teacher had stated that those with capability could act freely, he intended to do just that today. "In a rush to meet your maker?" Chen Shu glanced at him, took a bite of his fried dough stick, and summoned a golden slime, an F-grade contracted spirit. How did this even qualify for special training? Du Long furrowed his brow, as he was a transfer student and unfamiliar with the specifics of the end-of-term examinations. "Dragon brother, this slime is no ordinary creature," someone explained, recounting the slime's impressive defensive capabilities. "Wait, it's a level 7 contracted spirit?" Tang Lai below raised his eyebrows, surprised to discover that Chen Shu was indeed a level 7 Beastmaster. Although a summer had passed, level 7 Beastmasters remained a rarity in the class. Sun Ziang's expression grew serious, realizing he was about to face an opponent of a higher rank. Someone inquired, "By the way, why does this slime not have eyes?" The slime emitted a sound akin to snoring, a large bubble of snot forming from its mouth,